Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, overall, I thought we got really good work on all three phases. Guys are competitive, two really competitive teams, physical teams. Really appreciate the way that Dan had his group ready to work. Thought we worked in a pro-style manner. Everybody was able to work well, stay up, got good work in on all three phases. So excited, really pleased with this team being able to go against a really great Lions team. Their offensive unit, they have a ton of speed, ton of playmakers over there. They made a lot of plays, challenged us defensively, and also on the other side of the ball, really great defensive unit, making plays. So I think our guys got really a lot of great work out of it, beneficial work, things that we can learn from and grow from. And it's the reason why you do joint practice, right, to get the type of reps that we got today. So very, very pleased with the outcome.
Has been a fairly low error season for the Astros defense. Henderson strokes one out right center field, but playable. Or Sanchez, appropriate, a 5-for-5 night and the final out as the Astros snap their skid. After losing 4 straight, they get a key win in the opener of this series, and they've got a 2-game lead on the Seattle Mariners in the AL West.
All right, there you go. Final call, courtesy of Fox. Would have been nice to know the game was on Fox before I was fishing around my TV guide last night.
I hate myself sometimes. Why can I not adjust and adapt to this modern world? The only thing that soothes me a little bit is that I feel that any given 22-year-old out there feels just as lost as I do in trying to figure out where, when, and how they can watch their local baseball team at various times.
Well, at least with this one, it was in the same ecosystem as Space City Home Network. I just had to go to the guide to find it. I didn't have to go fishing around on 12 different apps to find it.
Right, but it's still always just a little bit disorienting.
On a Thursday! On a Thursday night! You
didn't have to sign up for a stream or anything.
Dude.
That's what I did. Brandy and I had this very conversation. I was like, what's that? It's Thursday. So it's not one of these weird ones. It's not an Apple TV game.
Right, or a Roku on a Sunday.
Roku, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a Thursday. And the weird thing was, like, okay, the nation wants to see this version of the Astros face off against the Orioles.
Right,
That's a national
this is what
TV
they've been dying for.
Yeah, the nation has been clamoring for shutout string Astros versus the Orioles on a Thursday.
That was the biggest question they led on SportsCenter the other day. Can Jesus Sanchez snap out of this over 27 drought?
With a 5-hit game, yeah.
Yes, Jesus Sanchez answered emphatically, yes, he can. Mm-hmm. Yes, he can.
Yeah, man.
It was a win for the ages last night versus the Baltimore Orioles, Sean. It was.
When you needed, if someone had told you back in April or May that the Astros would be going through a bit of a swoon in August, I would have believed that. It's baseball. It happens. You lose 4 games in a row. Good teams lose 4 or 5 games in a row at any given time during a season. And then they told you, the 2 people that are going to pull you out of this morass are going to be Jesus Sanchez and Jason Alexander.
It's funny, too.
Those would be your heroes that would end the losing streak.
After the show yesterday, Brandy sometimes gets a little upset at what she perceives as pessimism out of you and me, excuse me. And I didn't want to pull a Sean T. Pendergast there. And,
I was about to pull a Seth C. Payne.
and she said to me, Seth, this is I'm going to give you the pep talk I gave you during the Great Recession back in '09 or so. Mm-hmm. Listen, it can't possibly be this bad forever. If it is, then all is lost. Mm-hmm. We might as well sell everything, buy a bunch of shotguns and rifles and bunker down. But you got to believe that it's not going to be this bad forever. And last night was an indication.
She was right. She was right.
Yes.
Good for Brandy. Brandy. Okay, good.
She kept me from selling off everything multiple times back then.
Amy, not as much of a cockeyed optimist as Brandy is. Amy curses at the TV a lot.
A lot, yeah. Fiery, those two.
Yes.
So, but in opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, yin and yang. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right.
That was my highlights from last night. Obviously, the second inning was really good, and it was nice to see the Astros take advantage of some fielding errors by the Orioles. If your fielding is going to be one of the things that sustains you, let's take advantage of bad defensive plays by there. So the catcher overthrows the second. Get an interference there along the way. But Carlos Correa gets up, and lo and behold, after going 0 for 12 with runners on bases, they snap out of that bad streak as well.
Yep.
And he knocks a few in. You end up 4-0.
Yeah, it was good, man. You get a lead. Yeah, I was glad it was a boring game because they were leading in this particular boring game. It was all right. Jason Alexander, really good again. This has been quite a find. We get Lance McCullers tonight, Seth.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. Damn it, now I'm having flashbacks to the recession again. Look, housing increased by 0.2%. Are we coming out of it? No, you idiots.
No. He's coming back
from a little dose of hyperinflation.
He's coming back from a blister that took a month or so to come back from here. So, yeah, we get Lance McCullers tonight. Okay, so they're actually – so the Astros win last night, 7-2. So they score some runs. They get a few things out of their system here. The Mariners were idle, so the Astros are now 2 games up. Someone posted a tweet. I forget who it was yesterday. I retweeted it. And they're like, the Astros have lost, at the time, whatever it was, 4 or 5 in a row. They've been outscored 62-19 over their last however many games, blah, blah, blah. And over that time, they've picked up a half a game on the Mariners.
But the fact that they were at 1.5 games felt like such a happy miracle to begin with.
For 100%, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that you actually gained some ground at the end of all of this.
You're up 2 games, yeah.
I say at the end of all of this. I'm banking on you, Lance McCullers. Let's keep this thing going.
The nation.
That two runs feels like Sean. That's what a 33% improvement over the lead that you had going into the evening.
That's right.
That's a pretty hefty game.
We like that. Yep. So they're up by 2 games. The Yordan update is this: Yordan Alvarez, his second game in Corpus Christi last night, had 3 hits. He's 5 for 8 in the 2 games that he's played in Corpus. He's got 3 doubles. If you've watched any of the footage, it's popping up on social media. If you want to follow Yordan Alvarez in Corpus Christi, it's very easy to on social media. People are posting videos of his at-bats as they play out.
My chosen guy is Astros Future on X.
Jimmy's great. Yeah, he's really good. So he's at Astros Future on X. Yordan Alvarez looks against Double-A pitching, granted, looks like he's not missed a beat, which is what you'd expect from the hitting savant that is Yordan Alvarez. I'm watching this, and I'm now writing off his 640 OPS the first month of the season to the hand injury, and they need to get him on a plane today. I went to United's app last night. I looked it up. There is a 12:09 flight leaving Houston today that would get him to Baltimore in time to be in the lineup tonight in the 4-hole. This needs to happen. And people may be saying, why are you looking up commercial flights? He's a Houston Astro. Jim Crane probably has a private jet he can fly him on. Maybe, but they rent their jet from the Rockets to fly to games. Yeah. And B, remember when Isaac Paredes got the hamstring injury and he got stuck in Seattle because he was at the airport? They the flights were delayed. He got stuck. Paredes had to fly commercial.
Yeah.
Is Yordan too good to stick on a commercial flight?
It's not as uncommon as people think. Now, one of the big things, the delineator, and a lot of times is the guys that actually get flown first class commercial by the team.
Yeah, that's fine. He's a big man.
Yeah. I'm guessing he's a first class guy. He's not a four flights on Southwest type of guy.
No, Yordan? No. I don't.
The 4 flights on Southwest, by the way.
You did?
I like the journey aspect. I just kind of I feel like an old time traveler.
Dude.
Like I'm taking the train through Saskatchewan or something.
No, 4 flights means 4 deboardings these days, and deboarding is a very contentious issue on
I've grown to try to enjoy and embrace the all of the things that people hate about air travel. But nevertheless, so the other big signing for the Astros is Kimbrel. We got old hanging arm Craig Kimbrel on the roster now.
We sure do.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you might remember he kind of hangs his arm off to the side at his elbow's at a 90-degree angle before he pitches.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Except
it is?
that he's currently
not cool at all.
He's currently available because the Orioles had signed him to a 1-year, $12 million contract. Yeah. He shows up, loses a couple of miles per hour off his velo on his fastball, and he hasn't been good this year.
Yeah.
But the Astros desperately need righties. in their bullpen.
They do. Isn't that
got nothing but
wild?
lefties out there.
It's crazy.
So you can balance out a bunch of lefties who haven't been doing squat with a righty who hasn't been doing squat. We can be mediocre from both sides of the mound.
Yeah. Dude, any confidence in the Astros pitching car wash at this point that they throw Kimbrel in there and turn on all the rust proofing and soap and see what comes out the other side?
Not what I would usually have, because it sounds like a 37-year-old that might have just hit a physical wall or something. So that would feel a little bit like a medical thing.
Yeah.
So if you're asking me, do I have confidence that the Astros are going to work their way through some medical issue with their pitcher? That answer is no.
Yeah.
On the flip side of it, yes, he is a veteran pitcher, and maybe there's something they can tweak with his mechanics or what have you, and it's as simple as that, and we'll see.
You know what if I were one of the analytics guys for the Astros, I would look him right in the eye and say, get rid of the stupid hanging arm thing before your stupid dangling arm before you pitch. It looks dumb.
What if it's as simple as that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, this is something you can get away with when you're really good, but now it just looks dumb.
They pull out their clipboard and they look at it and they look at all the analytics and they go, you know what? We've run all the numbers on this. We've done body motion stuff. We put sensors on him to see if there's certain things with spin rate. And it turns out the solution is stop looking so stupid with your delivery.
I've always wondered. I have to talk to Sparks about this sometime the next time I run into him. Like, it always seems to me that there should be a market for Sparks should start his own academy or something where you take 39-year-old pitchers and say, hey, let's turn you into a knuckleballer. And let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
You know? And then especially at the end of the season or in the playoffs, when guys just don't see knuckleballers these days all that much, you just spring them on them. You unleash hell. Kimbrel's a knuckleballer now.
That is not a bad idea.
I know. It's a brilliant idea.
Ben, Big Book of Business Ideas, Steve Sparks Knuckleball Academy.
Yeah.
And somehow we have to get a taste.
The Sparky Salvation Syndicate.
Yeah.
Sparky Salvation Syndicate, where he helps aging pitchers transform themselves.
Sparky Salvation Syndicate, and our logo will be an S with a tiny little 3 up there, like SQ.
Yeah, anything with SS sounds great. Yeah, that should be. We should really lean into that. Yeah.
Is there something bad about that?
These days, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, it was the Nazis.
Okay. Yes, you're not talking to a historian.
You've watched movies before.
Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. It's Football Friday. Hey, we got a little baseball talk in. The Texans got some work done yesterday in Detroit. So let's see, how did things go? We're gonna have John Harris join us. He was there. Eyes there, feet on the ground in Detroit. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock today. But the reports out of Detroit yesterday on certain things were very encouraging. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans and Dan Campbell on that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. We've got some...
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Texans got some good work in yesterday with the Detroit Lions in a joint practice. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the value of that practice, particularly for the first-string guys.
This joint practice is really geared for both teams. It's geared toward our ones. You want to work in a competitive yet controlled environment and allow those guys to get as much work as possible. Really working a ton of situations, third downs, 2-minute, get to work, red zone, a lot of different situations. You can get many more plays in than you would in a game. So I thought it's very beneficial work for most of our ones who guys, typically in this third game, you won't see many of those guys out there playing.
Yeah, it sounded like it was a very, and obviously we weren't there, but there were some feet on the ground there. John Harris was one set of feet. He'll join us at 8 o'clock today to tell us what he saw. But we can convey some of the things that he had in his Harris hits and that people like Cody Stutes saw out there and whatnot. Sounds like it was a very even practice, which is good news, I think, if you're a Texan fan.
Yeah.
Especially because this was the full-strength version of the Lions you were going against, not one that was you saw in Week 10 that already was missing Aiden Hutchinson and half the defense out there.
Yeah, and it did sound like I would guess both these teams kind of approached this like their final preseason game for the starters.
Doubt. Yes.
D'Amico, as you mentioned, said ones versus ones, a lot of emphasis on that. And who knows if we'll see C.J. Stroud at all in this preseason game or not. I think just like it was with the Panthers joint practice, depending on when you checked in on social media, you might have thought, oh, my gosh, it's going horribly for the Texans, or oh, my gosh, it's going incredibly well for the Texans. That's the hazards of these scrimmages is there is no final score. So most people that I saw, both with Detroit and Houston, the people who were being objective, it sounded like, okay, both teams did some good things. Both teams had some let up some big plays or did some bad things. So, okay, you're going against one of the best teams in the league, and the Lions, all right. Can you slug it out with the Lions? That's what I hope to see at this point in a joint practice. There have been joint practices this preseason where one team sounds like they just got destroyed.
Yeah.
This sounds like it was a good battle and they got some work in.
Yeah. If it's that dynamic where it depends on what time you check in on social media, that means it's probably a pretty even practice if there's multiple ways you could be framing the practice. You know what I mean?
Right.
It means it was probably pretty even. One of the things that I like that I saw, and I guess this is one of the things in this new world, the new X that we're dealing with in Twitter and whatnot, there's good and there's bad. And one of the things is, like, you get things curated onto your lineup depending on what you're clicking on. Yeah, it's the algorithm, whatever. There were some Detroit people Detroit football people beginning to filter onto my For You column on my lineup. And the thing I liked about that is it was only 2 or 3 guys, but they were all people out of practice. Yeah. And they were really impressed with the Texans defense. Particularly Will Anderson. And we've seen every snap of Will Anderson here in the preseason, so we know what type of season he's geared up for. I'm telling you right now, you can get it at like 15 or 20 to 1. Get some Will Anderson Defensive Player of the Year action at value right now. Will Anderson is going to have a monster year this year, and it was really cool to see people that cover the other team saying, okay, this Will Anderson.
Wow. And also because there were fans up there, you got more info about what was really going on in the field, because we're in this weird space now in covering training camp where the journalists and the media have certain rules about what they can and cannot report. Yeah. But the fans can just say whatever they want. Yeah. So you get
First Amendment.
Yeah, and again, the Detroit fans being they would be biased obviously in favor of the Lions. That's where I'm kind of taking it at face value that it sounded like a pretty balanced effort by both teams, because even the Detroit fans that I saw weren't acting like they were standing over the corpse of the Texans or anything. Yeah. And also another positive thing in the world of social media where things are so toxic, I feel like both with the Panthers and the Lions, it was like a pretty cool space to watch fans interact on social media.
Yes,
they were in these joint practices. Everybody was kind of just like having discussions about Will Anderson, how good he is, what's Aiden Hutchinson, where is he at?
Yeah,
I for a brief moment of time enjoyed my time on social media yesterday.
I think that you pointed out the dynamic that affects it most profoundly. What you're talking about. They don't keep score at these joint practices. If they were keeping score, it might feel a little different.
That's true. Yeah, I think everybody.
But it is nice. You're 100%. Like it's cool. It's like a little fellowship with football
it's
fans.
Like you're at like when the coaches get together for coaching seminars in the off season, and they might be at a coaching seminar with their rival, and yet you kind of lay down your swords for a bit and just have discussions.
Yeah. No, I don't hate Aiden Hutchinson. I'm willing to listen to this Lions fan sitting next to me on Twitter tell me why he's awesome.
Well, that's why it's good, though, too, to go outside the conference for these joint practices.
Yes.
Because there's not familiarity hasn't bred contempt yet.
That's a good point. So it looks like one of the big stories yesterday, speaking of Aiden Hutchinson, at camp, and John Harris will come on, and I'm for sure we'll talk about this with Johnny, because he had this in his Harris Hits. This, in fact, was his tease on social media was about an offensive player for the Texans that had a big performance yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was Titus Howard against Aiden Hutchinson. Apparently Titus Howard, by all accounts, not just John Harris, had a very good day blocking the Lions' Pro Bowl defensive end who's coming back from a leg injury, but he's full strength, Aiden Hutchinson. He's been full bore in training camp. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Titus Howard playing right tackle yesterday.
Yeah, with our offensive line, I think they handled the front really well. Aiden's such a great player. You talk about explosive, dynamic. For me to see him work back and be out here from what he went through, as tough an injury as he had to go through, it's really cool to see him back out working, and it's still he's still bringing it on the edge. I thought Titus did a really nice job today, and of course Aiden got him a couple times. Titus got him a couple times, but that's two pros working together. That's football, and I'm pleased with what Titus did today.
I think with Titus at right tackle, I'm very optimistic that you're going to see the best version of Titus Howard for the same reason that I'm optimistic that some of the guys who are not as highly paid or not high draft picks or what have you, I think you're going to see the best version of them with this offensive line because Nick Caley is doing a lot of things that systemically make it easier for the offensive line. And also, I think, kind of lean into Titus Howard's strengths, which is he is a big dude. He's willing to be physical in the run game. The style of offense that they've shown so far is one that's very much predicated on being physical. But then also, the quick passing game alone, and then CJ's ability to adjust protection at the line is gonna put those guys in so many fewer dicey situations. Mm-hmm. And it's not even like I'm promising greatness for the offense or anything. There's just some things they're doing that are fundamentally easier to execute for the Texans offensive line this year. And I think also lean into CJ's skills and abilities to get rid of the ball quickly when he needs to, but also to identify what the defense is doing and adjust and maybe create some shot plays by bringing in a tight end in pass protection. All those times last year when CJ was hit by an unblocked defender, it's usually actually not the offensive line's fault. It's usually because the protection was kind of set already, and it's up to CJ to hit one particular route, and he's got to throw the perfect pass as Micah Parsons is barreling down on him. Yeah. You're not going to see as many of those situations this year as long as they execute this offense properly.
You know what's going to be fascinating to watch along those lines, Seth, is because the offensive line has looked – it's gotten better throughout training camp. They've definitely looked more dialed in than last year's offensive line. It's going to be really interesting to see this offensive line compared to the Bears' offensive line. And the reason I say that is they were both bad offensive lines last year. Mm-hmm. They gave up the first and second most amount of sacks on their young quarterbacks, but they took very different approaches to fixing it. And the Bears' approach got all sorts of applause from the football community because they traded for Joe Thuney and gave him a big contract. They signed Dahlman to be their center. They traded for Jonah Jackson from the Rams, who the Rams had signed to a big deal, and they were willing to get rid of him. They made more high-profile moves than the Texans and thus got applause for that. The Texans traded away their best offensive lineman and backfilled it with largely journeymen and rookies. It's their offensive line that's going to start week one, if it holds up right now, is going to be second-round rookie at left tackle, journeyman left guard, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, who has started one game in his career, if Jake Andrews turns into a serviceable NFL center, that is an underrated signing by Nick Caserio with, I'm sure, input from Cole Popovich, who's crossed paths with Andrews before, and Nick Caley, I'm sure, had his fingerprints on it, and D'Amico as well. And then right guard, Ed Ingram, probably, that's the leader in the clubhouse
Starter
now.
in Minnesota, but benched midway through last year.
Traded for a 6th-round pick. I mean, that's like he was like that might have been one of those, hey, we're about to cut him. What will you give us for him things? And then you have Titus Howard at right tackle who's had a solid enough career, but hopefully you get the best version of him. Those are two very different approaches to fixing the same problem. And the Texans' approach has the potential to be one where they're not overspending here on all this. They're doing the thing you talk about, which is if we just get 5 guys that are decent NFL players working in conjunction with each other, it can work on the offensive line. You can have
a competent offensive line. The big question there is, so the Bears have Ben Johnson, who was previously in Detroit, and I would point to Detroit consistently last year as, hey, look at that offensive line. Totally. Look at the way they're operating. Look at how much different it is in the Texans' offensive line. Man, everybody's their footwork is in unison, almost like they're marching, to a beat. They were really nailed in. It's not Ben Johnson doesn't have the same offensive line coach. He's got a guy, Dan Rushar, I believe his name is, and. So, likewise, Chicago, there's pressure on that offensive line coach to get the best out of those guys. Yeah. It's almost like it's the difference between Oakland A's playing Moneyball and then the Red Sox copying them and playing Moneyball, with money.
Yeah.
So the Texans, I think, they've got a similar approach in that, okay, if we just get these guys playing uniformly, then we can be a competitive group.
Yep.
But then the Bears have the same philosophy, but they piled on a bunch of top tier talent.
Yeah.
So if I had to gamble, I would say the Bears probably are going to have a better offensive line, but it doesn't mean that the Texans have a bad offensive line.
No,
because of that.
And I'm guessing too that part of this, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, I think too the Texans probably the Texans approach is also probably validation of how they feel about C.J. Stroud to get all the protections set and things like that versus Caleb Williams, who I think has come into the league and not been nearly the QB acumen that C.J. Stroud is.
No, excellent. No, I don't think Caleb Williams does not have the football IQ that C.J. Stroud does.
That's right.
And I don't know if he ever will. One of the most encouraging things I saw in that article in The Ringer by Ruiz.
Yes, Stephen Ruiz. Yeah.
It was a quote by Caley that. And it was Caley just really kind of gushing about how much football CJ watches.
Yeah.
And you remember, this is Nick Caley, who was in New England with Brady. He was with the Rams with Stafford. So it's not like Caley doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to QB preparation. But the way Caley described it, it reminded me of the story of Lance McCullers told us once about Alex Bregman on the plane coming home from games or when they're on road trips. It just everybody else be playing cards or doing it, and just the way Lance told the story, it was like he had his eyes glued on whatever they were showing on the TV on the seat in front of him, whatever MLB Network was showing or something. He was just dialed in watching baseball.
That's CJ.
Just kind of obsessed with it. Yeah. And that's because it's so hard in this day of hashtag grind, hashtag rise and hustle. There's so many guys out there making demonstrations of how hard they work, and you never know exactly how hard they're working. Nope. I've heard enough people talk about CJ being the real deal in that regard that it gave me a warm and fuzzy feeling inside.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. I want that to be my quarterback, man, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Payne and Pendergast, we got so much stuff to get to from the things we heard from that joint practice. We'll have to get to some of it in the 7 o'clock hour. That was the big thing, though. And to me, that was the most encouraging thing. I didn't need to hear that Nico Collins had a good day. I didn't even need to hear that Jalen Noel had a good day. Both those things happened yesterday. I loved hearing that Titus Howard held his own and maybe then some against Aiden Hutchinson. That was great news to hear from Lions joint practice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Hey, that football talk that we just had right there, right now, on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next. The Astros win last night. They make a pickup for the bullpen we'll talk about. We will circle back to to joint practice in Detroit yesterday. More comments from D'Amico Ryans. And we had Thursday Night Football last night. We'll get you up to speed on that as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you can count on ability to
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Has been a fairly low error season for the Astros defense. Henderson strokes one out right center field, but playable. Or Sanchez, appropriate, a 5-for-5 night and the final out as the Astros snap their skid. After losing 4 straight, they get a key win in the opener of this series, and they've got a 2-game lead on the Seattle Mariners in the AL West.
You know what? This is how I'm going to look at it, man. They got a 2-game lead. We wake up with a 2-game lead this morning. They won last night 7-2. That whole stretch where they were getting outscored 1,000,000-3 or whatever it was, that was just a dream, man. It was just a long nightmare, like Dorothy over in Oz, man. I wake up and now I dreamt. I had a really bad dream, Auntie M, and you were there, and you were Yordan Fromber, you were there, and Carlos, you were there, and Jose, you were there. But now we're home again, and Jason Alexander gave you 5 1/3 really good innings, and there's no place like home, or Baltimore in this case. 7-2 last night. I'm looking forward, man. They're back. Whatever that funk was, their fever broke, and they're healthy again.
It wasn't going to last. Well, that was just such an atrocious stretch of baseball.
Yeah.
Just as that incredible stretch of great play was going on when a bunch of pitchers and relievers were doing things that you knew in the back of your mind weren't sustainable, but you didn't really want to think about it. All right. We had to think about it, okay? We had to start thinking about it for a little bit. Couldn't have predicted it was going to be as bad as it was, but I feel like the skid is over.
Yeah.
Joe Boo is happy and cool. He will not be sending plagues and blights at us anymore. It's going to be normal baseball from here on out. Yes.
I saw a couple of the Apollo guys did a sacrifice of a bunch of stuff the other day on social media.
Oh, did they?
They put like a rake and like a bunch of things that were different, like artifacts from the golden era of Astros baseball. They threw them into a bucket, just lit them all on fire. I feel
like they should have taken those metal banners, the championship banners,
and
put them in a smelting
the
pot.
Yellow ones, yeah,
and then created a Joe Boo icon out of it or something. Just be like, okay, we're not resting on our laurels,
right.
Okay? We're starting afresh. We're starting anew.
Keep it on the list. They may need to. I mean, there's just still 30-some-odd games left in the season, man. We still got some ups and downs left to go. 7-2 the final score. Jason Alexander gets the win. He's 4-1 now for the Astros this year. Yordan Alvarez in Corpus last night had 3 more hits. He is 5 for 8 in his rehab stint there. He's scheduled to play again tonight for Corpus. I guess just wanting to see how the hand holds up for 2 games in a row before they bring him back to the big leagues, I guess, Seth? Right?
I saw a lot of people agitated that he was doing a double-A trip at all, and I just don't understand why. Because there have been so many setbacks with him, I don't understand why people were agitated by it. I'm 100% cool with them taking as much time as they need because it's already been so long.
Yeah.
I don't want to all of a sudden undo whatever progress or growth or whatever progression plan he's on by all of a sudden hurrying him back into the lineup. I want them to be as methodical about this as possible.
I'm not agitated. I'm a little surprised. I mean, I had been saying all along I thought he's the rare case that you bring back from being on the IL and he just goes right back into the big leagues. Now, I was saying that like back in June when I thought he was coming back imminently. He's been gone for, nearly, over 3 months, almost 4 months now from the big league. I think May 2nd was the last time he played. It probably has a lot to do with the fact he's getting actual hard-hit contact down in Double-A. Like, oh, man, what's the difference in the effort he's putting out here? He'd be the DH with the Astros right now. Like, the exertion is the same. Why isn't he doing this up there? That's probably why.
I think part of it just the pressure of producing or performing, and just they don't want him if he's not getting his timing right and everything, and he had to work on that in the majors. Yeah. That you just worry that somehow that might cause him to fight through something he shouldn't be or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I don't want to overthink it. I'm okay with them being in the final stretch. Whatever your strategy was to finally get him back on pace, I'm cool with it.
If I had to guess, I haven't seen any reports. If there are, I apologize. If I had to guess, he's going to play for Corpus tonight, and then he'll return for the Astros when the homestand starts this week. They'll give the hand a few more days rest. Okay, we've seen enough to know that he's got his timing. You know, it's Double-A pitching. It's not Major League pitching, but it is professional pitching, and he's hitting the ball hard a majority of the time. So if I had to guess, that's what they'll do, but we'll see. The Astros signed Craig Kimbrell to try to fortify the bullpen. Of course, Kimbrell, a future Hall of Famer, but he has not pitched that way over the last couple of years. He had 23 saves for the Orioles last season with over a 5 ERA, and he pitched in one game in the big leagues this year.
So they're not going to get swept by the Orioles, so that's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
That's progress.
Yeah.
Craig Kimbrell he was playing for the Orioles this year. He was on a 1-year, $12 million contract, but he shows up. He's 37 years old. He lost a couple of miles per hour off his velo. He just hasn't been the same guy. This is, fingers crossed. Make my offering to Joe Boo, everything else, maybe the Astros car wash, as they've done with so many other veteran pitchers in the past, can figure out. I don't know if they can figure out how to get him 2 miles per hour of velo, but they could definitely work with him on his pitch selection.
Yeah.
As maybe he just doesn't have that in his bag anymore, but the Astros staff is really good at getting guys to lean into what they can do.
Yeah.
And it might be that you get the best version of whatever he can be right now.
Jason Alexander is an example of that. If you want an example, go back and watch last night's game. Although Alexander, little trafficky last night. He had 8 hits in 5+ innings, but whatever, got the win. The Texans, joint practice in Detroit. We'll talk more about that in the 7 o'clock hour, and with John Harris at 8 o'clock on the show today. We now have some updates and detail on the lawsuit involving Jimmy Ward and his fiancee, or at least the mother of his child. Christy West is her name, and she's filed a lawsuit. Tony Busby is her lawyer, and they're seeking $20 million in damages from Jimmy Ward. And the details are this. And again, this is all alleged.
Right. It's in a lawsuit. You can just, so you have to just always remember it's an allegation in a lawsuit. So it's.
Now, he has been arrested back in June for the domestic assault. But what we learned in the lawsuit is there was another incident in April. So there are 2 incidents. The one where in April, allegedly, Ward lured her to his townhome under the pretense of giving her money for their son's karate lessons and assaulted her.
Right. Well, and again, that's the allegation.
I said it, allegedly. Yeah.
Well, you said we learned that there was another event in April, but that's alleged. I'm sorry, Sean. No, it's really important to point out the difference between allegations in a lawsuit versus known facts.
Gotcha.
So it's messy. It's ugly. It's these are not pleasing allegations. So the whole scenario, the sum total of it is it's an ugly situation.
There was the alleged incident in June as well. So there were 2 alleged incidents here. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it yesterday and had this to say about Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, with Jimmy, I know there are a lot of allegations and things with Jimmy. We don't know the true story of all those, and I hate to jump to rush judgment on any situation, right, with Jimmy. We'll let the situation play itself out, let whatever has to happen in the court system, let that play out, but I think it's unfair to rush to judgment when allegations and stories come out on players. Everybody's quick to jump on it and jump on the negative side with the players. Let's just allow it to play out, and we'll see what happens when everything is over.
Okay, and I have no idea how long that's going to take. With a civil lawsuit and with a criminal charges, I have no idea how long that's going to take.
So, and Jimmy Ward hasn't had, brush-ups with the law or anything before. Any of the controversy surrounding Jimmy Ward and his career has been just, him and Kyle Shanahan not seeing eye to eye or whatever it might be. But the way things go with this and the way the league handles it, unless they have knowledge that the rest of the public doesn't have, it seems like he's headed towards being on the commissioner's exempt list. And that at the very, I'm not expecting Jimmy Ward to be available to the Texans at the beginning of the season.
No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to play for the Texans again.
Right.
That's kind of where this is right now. I mean, and add in the fact that he's got injuries too, and he's had injuries the last 2 years. His spot might be in jeopardy on the team, even if none of this were going on right now. So that's the latest on Jimmy Ward, and that was D'Amico talking about that. Thursday Night Football last night: Pittsburgh 19, Carolina 10. And then the Giants 42, the New England Patriots 10. The big thing in that one is Jackson Dart had another highlight play at least. I don't know what they're going to do in New York, if they're going to start Russell Wilson and let Jackson Dart sit for a year or part of the year. And they're not going to be a good football team, although that defense is interesting with all that firepower they've got along the defensive line. With Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, if the defense is playing well.
That's a pretty stout D-line.
The trouble with Russell Wilson is that, like a lot of older quarterbacks, man, the first half of the season last year, you say, hello, look at this. All right, this is something. And then the second half of the season, he did a lot of stupid old man stuff.
Yeah.
And so it can be tempting. It can be tantalizing. I would put Jackson Dart, the over-under, at week 7.
To start?
I think he's a starter by week 7.
Let's go look at their schedule and see if I'll take you up on that bet. But yeah, he's had a good training camp. He's had a really good preseason. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Okay, we got to get to this. Jerry Jones takes it up a notch yesterday. He went on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel, and this is clearly, at least right now, Jones versus Mulugeta. Like this is what it is. At least Jerry Jones's impression of what David Mulugeta represents.
Jerry Jones versus the agent of Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons, yeah. So the latest on the Micah Parsons, the things he said on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel yesterday, you will not want to miss. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, let's get you sleeping better. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons, David Mulugeta thing going on right now. Mulugeta, Micah's agent, C.J. Stroud's agent as well. We remember Mulugeta from the Deshaun Watson situation back in the day. He is front and center, Mulugeta, in this Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons story here. This was Jerry Jones, and then just to get everybody up to speed, Micah Parsons, he's now been eligible for an extension for well over a year now. He could have gotten one after last season. He didn't. Had another great season. He's in line to potentially become the highest paid non-quarterback in football. But Jerry Jones isn't budging. And Jerry Jones believes he had a deal agreed to with Micah Parsons back several months ago that he worked out with Micah face-to-face. And then Micah said, okay, well, I agreed to all this, but now you got to work the rest out with my agent. And that's where everything kind of fell apart. Here was Jerry Jones. This is before we get to Jerry Jones on Michael Irvin's YouTube. I believe this was yesterday as well. The Cowboys are a big topic right now because of the documentary, the 8-part documentary on Netflix about the golden era of Cowboys Jerry Jones football back in the 90s. Here's Jerry Jones on Fox News giving a Micah update at the end of an interview.
How close are you to getting a deal with him?
Micah's a great player, not a good player, but a great player. He knows more than anyone that it's a team thing. And so I know everybody's tired of hearing this, but you've got to put this puzzle together so that you can have some other people out there playing with Michael. That's the art of the deal, and that's why we're trying to get done. And we're trying to make this thing work. But we have all the appreciation in the world for what he can mean to the years ahead. We're proud to have him.
Okay, so, hey, it feels like, Seth, that's sort of a, hey, great players, if you want to be a great team, you got to accommodate a little bit to put great players around you. It feels like that's what he's kind of alluding to right there.
Yeah.
With Michael.
You got to play ball, man.
With Michael, as he calls him in that cut right there. He called him Michael.
He called Michael. Yeah, that's why I said, I almost misspoke earlier and said Michael Parsons, and I think it's because I had just listened to the clip.
Yeah.
I think that, yes, there's that. So much of this feels like North Dallas 40, where you remember the John Matusak goes off and says, every time I say it's a business, you say it's a game. Every time I say it's a game, you say it's a business.
Yeah.
I feel like Jerry's playing that game a little bit
Maybe.
The whole hey, sure, there's a business side of it, but we also you gotta take one for the team here,
play
fella.
Ball, man. There's a salary cap in this league. Yeah. A benign enough answer once you go back and look at that answer. after hearing what we're about to play, and you're like, oh, God, he was playing softball on Fox News. He went in, Jerry Jones did, on Michael Irvin's podcast. Okay, buckle up here. This is Jerry Jones, went on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel, I should say, and said he wants to make Micah the highest paid.
The world would know that I want Micah if they knew what I had offered him, and he knew and he knows what I offered him. So the world would know that I want Micah to play on the team and that I respect him for what he can bring to the team. And now, as it turns out, in this particular case, you say, well, what happens? Well, what happens is that we have a contract, and there's this year remaining under the contract. And then in the NFL, I get at our volition to extend that contract another year. We'll pay him like a franchise and another one after that.
Okay.
So we really got 3 years to work this thing out.
So Jerry Jones is ready to tag him after this year and tag him again the year after that.
And honestly, there's a part of me where I kind of sometimes I side with the owners where I say, man, like you guys, everybody's going along with precedent after precedent to where now it's almost become standard practice that you give a guy an extension after 3 years because, oh no, there will be discontent or there will be this or that. But the actuality of it is that there's a balance there because you genuinely want those guys on the team and you'd like them to be happy in an ideal world, but you also want to, if you're going to end up paying them someday, it's better to pay them now because it's better for you in the long term too because the cap keeps going up and up and the salaries keep rising. The difference here though too is that it's pretty clear by now that Jerry thought he had a handshake agreement with Micah Parsons himself, like they had met in an office or something, and Micah, at least Jerry thought Micah had agreed to a deal. But Micah did what he's supposed to do, which is he consulted with his agent. And this is why, as much as people bag on lawyers or anybody else, I learned early in life that after agreeing to a deal that I should have had a lawyer look over first, the value of double checking with a lawyer. Like, I'm not a good enough businessman to just go off making big deals without consulting lawyers or an agent or whatever expert is involved.
Yep.
And it ends up feeling like if Jerry says that he wants to make Micah the highest paid player in the league, but Micah's agent doesn't agree with whatever Jerry's contract is, I'm guessing, this is my guess, is that Jerry told Micah, we're going to pay you this much per year. Doesn't that sound good?
Yeah.
And Micah was like, yeah, it sounds good. But it turns out that, all right, but only a certain portion was guaranteed.
Yeah.
That there were, outs or modifications involved there. That it's never as simple as like, oh, you're making this much per year.
Yep.
You're the highest paid player in the league.
That's right. Okay, so that was cut number one from Michael Irvin's YouTube channel. This is where he starts to go in on David Mulugheta, the agent. Here's Jerry Jones outlining who the least important part of this process is.
I have agreed to give more money than has ever been given in terms of guaranteed money than anyone ever has as far as a defensive player. I've done that. Now, I am the cat that writes the check, okay? Now, Micah's got 3 years with the Cowboys left. He's got 3 years. At some point, somebody has to have the say over the other. At some point, it has to be that way. My job is managing the check, okay? Micah's got to do the playing. Where's the least important part of this whole equation we're talking about? What is the least incremental part of the whole equation? The attorney or the agent?
I mean, that is a direct shot across the bow of David Mulugheta right
now,
there.
The thing about that, though, too, is when it comes to who has the most leverage, which for me, in any situation, the person with the most leverage is the person who's just willing to walk away from the deal and blow everything up. That's if one side really wants it and the other side doesn't, the side that doesn't want it ultimately has the leverage because he doesn't care whether a deal gets done or not. That's where you can't underestimate the fact that David Mulugheta, he has multiple clients just like Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons might represent 4% of Mulugheta's gross income in a year. Mm-hmm. Mulugheta is actually the guy that can walk away with no big deal.
Yeah.
Micah might think he can walk away and it's no big deal, or sit out an entire season. That gets a lot more dicey.
Yeah.
It gets really, really dicey when you sit out a year. Sometimes at Trent Williams, it worked out for him. You could the run. Le'Veon Bell didn't necessarily work out for him. So that's a huge question. Is Jerry Jones willing? What's Jerry Jones willing to do to avoid Micah Parsons actually sitting out an entire year? Because Mulligetta, I think, would be cool with that. Does Micah Parsons actually have it in him to sit out an entire year?
It's such a bad approach, though, in today's NFL, because your contract, if you sit out a whole year, your contract tolls forward.
Right.
You're still he would come back and be playing under the fifth-year option again. You know, like it's...
Well, that's where it comes. I mean, it becomes a staring match to an extreme degree. And at some point, though, most owners say, all right, this is just... It's hurting our entire organization. We got to try to trade him for something.
Yeah.
And you do it. I don't know if Jerry Jones is that guy. Jerry Jones might let it linger and fester for 2 or 3 years.
He might.
Just let it keep going.
He might. I just think... It's not a good approach it's not good for either side. I mean, this we can agree on. Like, if Micah Parsons doesn't play this year, it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the Cowboys. It's bad for Micah Parsons. I think it's worse.
Good for the rest of the NFC East.
It's good. Yeah,
I'd be
true.
fanning the Flames.
Fair. There are
if I were a player in Washington right now, I'd be like, I hope Micah does what's right.
Okay, for
himself, the league, and humanity, and never plays football again.
For the three entities that you and I are talking about right now, Mulligetta, Jones, and Micah Parsons, it's bad for all three of them, and I think it's really bad for the player. Now, let me ask you this, and this may be a short answer here. I don't know. Does the fact that Micah Parsons sat out a COVID year in college football make you think, does that affect how your handicap here on the odds of him sitting out an actual NFL season? Or there was really
does he have the constitution for it?
To sit
he's
out
already done it once.
He sat out a COVID season in college, and I think most people at that time would have said, well, that's going to be detrimental to his pro prospects, that he didn't play. Yeah. He wasn't there for his teammates or whatever. I know COVID's complicated. Yeah.
I don't think as far as any of that, teams aren't going to look at Micah Parsons and say, I can't believe he sat out a year. It really is. It's just a matter. It's opportunity cost. It's okay if you miss out on the whatever $40 million or so that you would have made this year.
Yeah.
Are you going to make that up with whichever contract you get next year?
Yeah.
Because he's going to get a huge contract if the Cowboys ended up parting ways with him.
Yeah. Well, him sitting out honestly, probably from the standpoint you're talking about, how other teams look at it. Sitting out the COVID year and coming in, and I think he was Defensive Rookie of the Year, probably makes the teams like, okay, if he sits out this year with the Cowboys, we'll wait it out and see. We'll trade 2 first-round picks next year for the guy and give him $40 million a year or whatever. Last one from Jerry Jones on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel, and this is the one. This is the one where it feels like Jerry's definitely paraphrasing here. Says that David Mulligetta told him to basically shove their offer up his backside.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
Wait. Now, see,
just so you're clear.
Wait. What do you mean? So wait. What do you mean? Because people going to ask.
Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate.
Yeah.
Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark over several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it.
No, screw you, Jerry. This is honestly, Jerry's been off his rocker his entire life. He's not even in the same area code right now as his rocker. His rocker is rocking back and forth in the wind on the plains of Oklahoma. It's the most asinine, ludicrous, idiotic thing ever to think that as an owner you're going to come to terms with a deal, come to terms on a deal with a player who has an agent. And who's kind of a power broker of an agent that you're going to negotiate with him face to face, and that's the deal. And Jerry's somehow trying to act like the victim here. Honestly, I'm so tired of this stupid old windbag. I am so tired of his shtick. Because he's still with it. This is not dementia. This is not anything else. This is Jerry Jones at the height of his powers as an egomaniacal prick of acting like, oh, of course the player and I sat down. We sipped on some sarsaparilla and we hammered out a deal. And now his agent, who typically is the person that we would definitely talk to before we thought we had a deal, wants to be involved in the process. Like, dude, what are you're acting like everybody is an idiot.
In Jerry's...
And it's just when you're a known moron, you run your organization like a known moron, and you're asking us to be the idiots.
In Jerry's defense, it was a little out of line for Mulligetta to tell him to stick it up his ass.
I hope he did. No, he was not.
That was a little out of line.
It was not. That is not. I hope he literally meant it, too. I hope he wanted Jerry, because Jerry might have done it. He's into weird stuff, I'm sure of it. And he probably would have been like, well, I never thought of that before.
Hand me the paperwork.
What do you... Do I crumple up into a ball first? Right. Or do a cylinder? What is it? How do I go about that, old David? Yeah.
I don't think Mulligetta used those exact words. And Ryan...
I wouldn't know. I could see where an agent would be PO'd, though. He might have actually said it.
100%. Yeah. No,
I've said that to other people in business transactions before.
Well, here's Ryan Clark, who's a Mulligetta client,
yeah.
ESPN now, retired player on ESPN. Went on social media yesterday and said he talked to David Mulligetta to see if indeed he told Jerry to take the verbal agreement that he had with Micah Parsons and shove it up his butt.
I just hit David Mulligetta, and I simply asked him, I said, did you tell Jerry Jones to stick the contract up his ASS? Because I was like, ain't no way. And he laughed, and he said, I've never used that phrase in my life. So for anybody who is reporting that, for Jerry Jones saying that, this is false. This never happened. This is just another public way to make this situation, which is already ugly, even uglier. Hey. David Mulligetta in no way has ever told Jerry Jones or any other general manager or owner that. It's all bull crap. It's all lies.
All right.
I don't care.
Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead,
no,
Seth.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to mention Micah removed the Cowboys from all his social media.
Okay. Yesterday. I don't care if he did. That's where, don't make it about this, Ryan Clark. Who cares if he said stick it up his ass? That is exactly what you say to somebody when you feel like they violated the way you're supposed to do business. Do you really think actual business people at this level are personally offended if my stars, he used the A word with
Ryan
me.
Clark does.
He told me to stick it up my A. I'm just over here trying to get some glory hole, and then this dastardly fella is telling me to insert things where they should not be, except in my world where it's kind of cool.
Right.
Yeah, no, Jerry's so far out of line here.
Yeah.
He's so far out of line. He is just such a complete and total whack job. It's astounding to me that he would think he could conduct business like this.
And yet I still think Micah Parsons is going to be a Cowboy long term. I think I honestly think he's going to end up, they're going to end up coming to some sort of deal.
Jerry loves it. Jerry loves all this drama. He's said that that's what he likes. No, Sean, my agent, Ralph Sindrich, back in the day, he had once, I can't remember where he was based out of Pittsburgh. He once got on a plane and flew to Buffalo specifically so he could go basically curse out the GM to his face.
Yeah, you've told that story before.
Use some choice language, too. Yeah,
it's nice to have that kind of money when you can just get on a plane just to go curse somebody out eye to eye, you know?
Yeah. I was Pittsburgh to Buffalo.
I love that.
He probably got on... what was that?
Is that why you chose him? Did you chose him?
A value jet. He got on a value jet.
Yeah, Spirit. Yeah, the old school Spirit. Yeah. Is that why you chose him? Because he had that kind of zest?
No, I chose him because my brother was a wrestling coach at University of Pittsburgh at the time, and Sindrich had played football and wrestled at Pitt, so he knew him.
Okay.
But he was not a big time agent, but he is an established guy who had a lot of linemen.
Is he the only one you talked to represent you? Is he?
He was the only actual bona fide agent.
Yeah.
There were some fly-by-night operations that showed up, tried around the fringes of the draft, and kind of almost duped me into it.
You don't have
to. Guy promised me he was going to elevate me 2 rounds because he knew what everybody else did. And I was like, well, I like what this guy's saying.
Oh man, that's funny. Fly by night. Jane Slater is around the Cowboys a lot of the NFL Network. She's based out of Dallas. She says, I don't have a crystal ball, but here's how I expect this whole thing to play out with Micah and Jerry. And then we'll move on. here soon, Micah will talk to Jerry because Jerry is not going to trade him. Micah's a competitor, and he isn't sitting or interested in losing game checks. Then this is Jane Slater through her lens talking about this. The other thing likely wearing on him, playing and getting hurt without security, so guarantees. Jerry will appreciate the win, so to speak. He's been expecting it. Jones knows he has him for 3 more years if he wants. Jones secretly respects Micah's mettle, though, a worthy opponent in his favorite game of deals.
Yeah.
Alas, he will meet Micah again in the middle somehow and then make it look like they both won the deal. They'll laugh. They'll shake hands. They'll hug tight. Everyone will get what they wanted, but once again, we'll write about how much harder both sides made it than it needed to be. As the world turns, she says.
Jerry is, he's Jocko. Jerry always chickens out. He generally does cave and give a huge contract at the very end of it, and will act like it was all his plan all along. He's like, Jerry he's actually awful at negotiating deals. He ends up, his way of negotiating, he loves to give a huge deal that's even bigger than it could have been when it would, 1 or 2 years prior, but then we'll claim victory. He's out of control. I genuinely feel bad for the people of Dallas because their owner is a psychotic mess. And you can honestly, he's one of those people in life we've talked about, Sean, that you can't believe a single word he says.
Right.
So when he says Micah was going to have the most guaranteed money among defensive linemen, I don't believe a single word. Maybe it was that way, maybe it wasn't. I don't believe a single thing that Jerry Jones says. He has that little credibility. Yeah. He's just a mess of a human being.
Okay, gotta bring up a point of view from the other side, and it's from our friend Coach Middle Screen. I'm loving this feud with Jerry and Mulligetta, and I couldn't be more on Jerry's side. Mulligetta is trying to get his way by making Parsons be outwardly disgruntled, as if Jerry isn't literally feeding on the energy. Mulligetta is trying to drown a shark.
Oh, I don't even. This is in me trying to even. I'm not. It's not an endorsement of Mulligetta or anything, other than that. Yeah, the agent should be PO'd if the owner thinks he's going to come to a handshake agreement with the player and keep the agent completely out of the loop.
Yeah.
And this is like, honestly, this is like a Motown record deal. It's just it's the shark businessman. It's a freaking billionaire, negotiating with a player, a young man. I'm not trying to paint Micah Parsons like he's a babe in the woods or anything, but there's a reason you have an agent as a player.
Yeah.
Like most players, I myself was this. I think I'm a reasonably intelligent guy, but I know that when it comes to contract negotiations and everything, that's just not the world that I live in every single day.
Yep.
So you got to most guys want to have a professional on their side. Some guys can handle it. Like Laramie Tunsil, he can handle it, but I'm not wired the same way as Laramie Tunsil. I need an agent. And Micah strikes me as the kind of guy that he just seems like a kind of, maybe innocent isn't the right word, but I think Micah probably knows that he needs an agent on his side. So to try to cut the agent out of the deal, it's just an brazenly opportunistic and manipulative move by Jerry Jones.
Yeah. The stuff I've seen, if I were a highly drafted, or if I were like a blue chip prospect coming into the league, and the Cowboys are picking in the upper half of the first round, watching what's going on and has gone on with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, and now especially with Micah, CeeDee Lamb, those guys eventually got deals. We don't know what the end game is with Micah Parsons at this point. It would be one of those things where I would be really conflicted getting drafted by the Cowboys. If I were Tyler Booker, let's say, and Booker's wired where he just probably loves going out and playing football. But I would be, if I were a player getting drafted and sitting there on draft night, man, I'd be like, I don't know if I want to go there. That's one thing.
When you're a rookie, you don't know what you don't know. So when it comes to all the hoopla and everything that goes on in Dallas, you just step into that world. And in a lot of ways, it's like the movie version of the NFL.
Yeah.
You might think, oh, wow, this is, it makes sense. Yeah. This is exactly like I've seen in the movies.
But this is such high-profile stuff in an age where we are inundated with everything.
Right.
I think players are a little more aware of it now, of this stuff.
They're aware of it. I don't know. But when it comes to your day in and day out stuff and everything, you don't really know what the league. Remember C.J. Gardner-Johnson in that interview on the Pivot said something along the lines of those first couple of years in the league, he was like living the way he thought you're supposed to live when you're in the NFL, based on just things that you see either in the movies or on social media or whatever.
No doubt. No, I'm probably overthinking it a little bit, but I just, these have been 3 high-level soap operas And I don't know that there have been other ones that have even infringed upon this in the last few years of Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and now Micah Parsons all in a row like this.
And it's just the constancy of it, and you can see why it just.
And he
wears
loves
on
it. Jerry
coaches.
loves it, like you
Right.
said. Like it's the constancy, but it's like some sort of activity that only he's into. You know, like he loves it, but everybody else surrounding the whole situation, it's like, what are we doing?
Everything that he says about inviting the hoopla, inviting the drama, all of that, I would guess that 99.99% of NFL head coaches feel the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they kind of have some of the coaches who kind of have a tolerance for the hoopla and everything, but like even Rex Ryan, let's say Rex Ryan, he's got a certain tolerance or almost invites a lot of the hoopla.
Yes.
He probably thinks Jerry Jones goes too far.
Yeah.
And so try to run a football operation and actually win a Super Bowl or go to a conference championship game in the course of the last 30 years, well, the owner has a direct opposite attitude of the vast majority of his head coaches.
It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. All right, I want to circle back to some Texans here in a little bit. But while I go find the things I want to circle back to, this is a good time to. Can we play the clip from you and Lorenzo Neal and Cecil Shorts on the podcast from yesterday?
Oh, yeah. I was on the Believe in Texans podcast. Cecil and I do it a couple times a week. You can watch it on YouTube as well. But we had Lorenzo Neal on, former All-Pro fullback. That used to be a thing, kids. All-Pro, 3-time All-Pro fullback. Yeah. Back when fullbacks were a menace to society, they were scary as hell. And Lorenzo, I got the brunt of it from Lorenzo Neal once.
Great.
This is me telling him about a play that I barely remember. They threw a screen to you, and you caught it. I had read the screen because, damn it, my football IQ was just – so I was sprinting towards the sideline, and one of our cornerbacks had come up and had you by the ankle, and you're kind of like hopping towards the line of scrimmage, and I'm just thinking my eyes are getting wide, and I'm running a full 5.2 40 to the sideline. Your ribs are exposed. I'm like, I'm going to blast him. I swear, 1.5 seconds before I would have hit you, or at least ended up colliding with you, you look off to the side, dip your shoulder, and the next thing I know, I'm like upside down on the ground with what would be an undiagnosed concussion. We didn't diagnose him back then. I was like, what the hell just happened? And on film review, you had just dipped your shoulder and just bam, triple extension up into my chin. It was one of the most impressive things physically that I've ever seen or experienced ever. And I don't know if you remember that. That was just another day at the office for you.
Hey, sometimes you get the bear and sometimes the bear gets you. I think I remember that was on the sideline. I caught the ball. I was hopping on the leg. I saw you come in. I dipped that right shoulder. And I got lucky, man. I think I caught you off guard. It's the ones that you don't see.
We still got a tackle for a loss, but it was the worst. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it at all. I can't remember where I left my keys anymore because of that right there.
That was good, man. That was you were bebopping and scotting all over the place in that one.
He was fun. Lorenzo Neal's a lot of fun. He
remembered it too. He remembered the play.
Well, it was kind of. I should have explained. When he looked to the side, it was like he looked at me. He made eye contact with me, and that's the last thing I remember. And but we kind of. I wanted to have him on because obviously the Texans are thinking about using a fullback perhaps more frequently this year. Jakob Johnson's going to be a fullback / tight end, and we talked about the pendulum swinging back towards the run game now. Perhaps with defenses have gotten so geared towards stopping the pass that teams like the Philadelphia Eagles can take advantage of it. I think the amount of physicality that the Texans offensive line has shown in training camp so far is so vastly different from what we've seen in the last couple of years that part of it excites me just because it's going to be a different brand of football, and I think it's going to be a more competent brand of football.
Yeah. For the Texans, I'm kind of jotting down a list here of like the rooms with the toughest cuts. Tomorrow's game, I would imagine we're not going to see starters. I think, Seth, this is going to look a lot like who do they play? The Vikings game. We maybe get a series from Davis Mills, and then the rest of it is a battle to see who the emergency quarterback is this year between Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz. I don't expect to see C.J. Stroud tomorrow.
Yeah. I wonder if I do wonder if we might see Davis Mills just because they might want to get some of the younger receivers or Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins. They might want to get some time with a quarterback that's a veteran and can run the system and all that. Yeah,
maybe so.
And the offensive line as well. If Davis can get up there and get some reps, getting those guys all set up, that we might see more Davis Mills in just one series.
Do you have a particular room or a particular position group where you're going to be watching tomorrow because these are the toughest cuts coming up for the team?
I think the offensive line definitely, like Eli Cox, the center, and some of those guys I'm kind of interested in. Mm-hmm. I think most of those guys are going to end up on the practice squad.
Agreed.
But the linebackers really, and I don't know if the linebackers, if there's anything that guys can do in this game necessarily to change how they feel, other than Jamal Hill. I know they really like Jamal Hill, and he was very raw when he came in. They might be making a decision on Jamal Hill in terms of, all right, just how much can we rely on him if we had to play him? How do we feel about him? Maybe he ends up on the practice squad this year, but they're still going to – the assessment might still matter because they want to know how much they can trust him. And that's where – if it's going to be between Jamal Hill and Jake Hansen, Jake Hansen, then that could very well be those two bubble guys right now. Maybe the game makes a difference. And it would be more if Jamal Hill shows that he's ready.
Yeah.
I think they probably like the upside of Jamal Hill and think that he has maybe a more total overall potential than Hansen. But that's an interesting one.
I think what it might boil down to, it might not boil down to the game. It might boil down to which guy they feel. And I'll throw Nick Niemann in there as well in the linebacker room because I think there's 4 linebackers that have made the team. I think it's Azeez, Christian Harris, who practiced yesterday. We'll see if he plays on Saturday. Henry To'oTo'o and E.J. Speed, I think, have all made the team. Most teams carry 5 or 6 linebackers. Special teams factors in with that position pretty heavy, especially with a guy like Niemann. It might come down to, Seth, the guy they feel if they cut has the best chance of not getting picked up by another team so they can bring him back on the practice squad.
Right, yeah.
Jamal Hill doesn't have a big body of work out there around the league, so he may actually have a better game than Jake Hansen on Saturday and may have had a better camp. But if they feel like – because unlike most of us on the outside that treat the 53-man roster like it's some sort of sacred thing, the Texans, as Nick Caserio has said dozens of times on this show, is that they view it as a 70-man roster.
I think Niemann might be the guy that nobody's talking about because he's a special teamer and he hasn't really played a whole lot of linebacker. But I'd be mildly surprised if they cut him just because they gave him $4 million guaranteed or what have you. So when you're signing a guy and he's specifically a special teamer that might have upside as a linebacker, I think their plans, unless they're just so impressed by some of the other guys that they just feel like they have to cut him. I feel like he was brought in for a purpose to help the special teams. And anything they get out of him as a linebacker is a bonus on top of that.
Linebacker is interesting. I think cornerback is interesting because I feel pretty strongly that the 4th corner on this team might be on somebody else's team right now. I don't know how great the Texans would feel about the depth at corner being a rookie in Jalen Smith, who's going to make the team and who's had a good camp, especially for a 3rd-round rookie. He's had a good camp even if you're not grading on a curve. He's done some good things. But then it's D'Angelo Ross. It's Damon Arnett, who hasn't played NFL football in years in the regular season. Tremont Smith.
Miles Bryant, who does nice things, but he's also everybody that's at depth at cornerback right now are guys who – were on the roster when we were previously saying, man, they need more depth at cornerback. So it's not. It doesn't feel like they've bolstered the depth anything over the previous couple of years.
I think most of the stuff I'm going to be watching is oddly enough because the defense is a side that everybody feels great about, but the depth maybe on defense you don't feel great about. I think defensive line is interesting too. Tommy Togiai has been one of the standouts in camp on the defensive line. But they've got so many guys that feel like made guys already on the defensive line.
Right, and some of that you factor in the guys on the pup right now and how they come back. That you might be able to squeeze in a few. Like there might be a situation where Togiai can be on the roster until somebody else comes off off either the pup or whatever else it might be, and then they have to make a decision. They had a similar situation last year with somebody. I can't remember who it was. But, oh, no, it was the Danico Autry
suspension. Yeah. Yep. And then on the offensive side, the running back room, I think it's gotten a little bit more organized over the last couple weeks with Dameon Pierce coming back, and Nick Chubb was out for a few practices, but he's returned and he's looked really good. I guess he looked good in Detroit yesterday in the joint practice. I'm guessing that's the last we'll see of Nick Chubb before the roster gets cut down. I don't think Nick Chubb is going to play in the game on Saturday, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that was by the way one of the most encouraging things I saw is that the running backs, according to Cody Stutes, all looked really good, did some good things, and Cody was probably one of the most skeptical people, openly skeptical people.
He was the
Nick
most,
Chubb.
yeah.
Yeah, so he was very Cody's not gonna say really good things about Nick Chubb unless he's actually genuinely seen that improvement. And I do think that I don't know. I've seen people trying to act like anybody was in the wrong for saying that at the beginning of camp Nick Chubb didn't look quite like himself. I don't think he still looks quite like the peak version of it, but there was an improvement in the way he looked on the field. I think some of it was just that the offensive line started looking better. That once the offensive line started blocking more consistently, effectively, then you're seeing a better version of Nick Chubb. But Cody wasn't lying when he said that Nick Chubb didn't look the same at the beginning of camp.
No.
It's just he made progress. I think he looks more comfortable now.
Well, but Cody was extreme. Like, Cody was talking about Nick Chubb might be cut sometime during camp. Like, he looked that slow. And I just don't have that educated an explosivity eye in practice situations. Situations, like, it's really hard to make heads or tails of the run game in practice situations.
And it's really hard, especially, too, where the Texans are running a lot of plays in the run game where you got just double teams at the point of attack, and it just turns into a rugby ruck that it's hard to tell when people aren't tackling and you're trying not to go to the ground whether it was actually a good run play or not. And in last week's game, it was interesting because I think some of those good runs by Chubb, I think in a practice, even a padded practice, might have ended up being kind of a mush at the line of scrimmage because the O-line wasn't going to be trying to take guys to the ground. Chubb, might have gotten wrapped up by an arm tackle or something. He's not going to be hitting the hole quite the same way. So it does make me feel better almost retroactively about some of the plays I saw during camp that looked like, I don't know, maybe it was a good run. I can't tell from this vantage point and by the big swarm of people whether it was or wasn't. I think, realistically, some of those are going to be good runs in a game.
I wonder if Dameon Pierce plays tomorrow. Dameon Pierce has yet to play in any sort of live game action. He did practice yesterday, scored a touchdown. Had a touchdown catch yesterday, Dameon Pierce, at joint practice. I wonder if he plays tomorrow.
I wonder, maybe one series just to get him back into the swing of things. It's running back. I think that's the position you most worry about injuries. And, the timing does matter a little bit. So for him not to have gone out there and played full tackle football, I'd like to get him at least one genuine broken tackle, since that used to be what his calling card was. Let's remember the old times and break a tackle before we go into the regular season.
If he doesn't play, he's probably made the team, I guess, right? If he doesn't play in that game tomorrow, it means he's made the team without having done really much at all in the preseason.
Maybe I've just been guilty of kind of just strolling past the whole issue. It's felt to me like he's made the team no matter what the entire time. And I'll be the first to say don't read too much into walkthrough stuff and everything, but as soon as they started bringing him back and doing walkthroughs, he was working with the ones, and he was everything. The way they've treated him so far has been everything you do with a veteran who's already made the team.
Correct. It feels like that's how they treat Joe Mixon if he were to come back a week and a half ago. Like, Joe would have immediately been running out there behind C.J. Stroud. And you're right. It's interesting. So we'll see. Lots to watch still tomorrow. You can hear the game here on Sports Radio 610. Starting at noon, Texans and Lions. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown at 9 a.m., and then Clint Stoerner and I have you for the postgame show after that. A little more Saturday football, and then it's off to the regular season after that. All right, so I like to keep track of who the national folks are that are on our side this season with the Texans and who aren't. This guy is clearly somebody who is family for the Texans in the 2025 season. Do we agree with this assessment? A bullish assessment on the Houston Texans coming up next. But first, before we get
bag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so we're at the stage now. I mean, we're getting close to the season starting here. So on a petty show like ours, we need to know who's on our side and who's not on our side when it comes to the Houston Texans. Who is predicting big things for them and who is, quite frankly, disrespecting them. This is a positive one. This is a green check mark person for us. Albert Breer, who has been very bullish on the Texans throughout this entire offseason. Albert Breer has stood on the table for the Houston Texans. Now, this is Albert Breer on the Rich Eisen show. And they were talking about, teams, AFC teams that, might be, who's the team we should be looking at, maybe we're not looking at in the AFC. And Albert Breer immediately went to the Houston Texans. Now, Ben, this is like a 2-minute cut. So, Ben, be on your be alert. I may have you pause at certain points during this. So here is Albert Breer talking about your Houston Texans.
There is not a position group in the NFL that will do more to swing the fortunes of its season than the offensive line group will for Houston, because I think they have everything else. They bring in a new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, who is going to do things to empower C.J. Stroud, which was part of his issue with the offense last year because they allowed him to do a lot at the line at Ohio State. Like the receiver group, the two kids from Iowa State look like they're ready to roll, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. They bring in Christian Kirk to backstop those guys. They've got Nico Collins as a true number one. In the backfield, Joe Mixon's a little bit like we'll see. Nick Chubb's look pretty good. They got Damian Pierce behind them. They have a really reliable tight end in Dalton Schultz. And their defense.
Okay, pause right there. We'll hit the defense in a second. That's a pretty strong statement about the offensive line, but I'm not sure that I disagree with it, where the Texans' offensive line as a position group might be the biggest swing position group in the NFL for a team. If the Texans' offensive line is bad like last year, this will be a team that is in a struggle to win the division. If the Texans' offensive line is average, then I think this is a potential Super Bowl team.
Yeah, and I think the big X factor there, too, is that they've given CJ more tools to help out the offensive line. And that's, CJ's involvement in the run game, CJ's involvement in setting pass protection. There are a lot of things that, there were times last year where, yes, there were times where it wasn't any single offensive lineman's fault that CJ got pressure. It was because the protection just wasn't going to account for pass rusher, and then CJ had to make the perfect throw to try to avoid either an incompletion, interception, or sack. And they're giving CJ more tools to help them out. But the quick game also, the run game and the quick passing game make it easier for the offensive line. If we can be in 2nd and 5 instead of 2nd and 10 because we ran the ball effectively on first down, then that makes it easier for the Texans' offensive line as pass protectors. If CJ can develop the quick passing game, obviously it's a lot easier to pass block for 1.4 seconds than 3 seconds. That it's all interrelated, but yeah, it all comes down to, can those 5 guys look like competent offensive linemen?
Yeah. So that was Breer on the offense. Here's Albert Breer on the Texans' defense.
And their defense, I think, has a chance to be the best defense in the NFL. They go 8 deep on the defensive line. And follow me here. Like a lot of the great defenses of the last 15 years, right, have great pass rushers, great corners. They have Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter as edge rushers. And they have Derek Stingley Jr. And nobody's talking about this guy, but Kamari Lassiter was a rookie for them last year. They think he could be almost as good as Stingley. So if you have those edge rushers, those corners, and now you're really good everywhere else on defense too. You've gotten to that point. I feel like Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have that program in a place where if the offensive line can come together, they've got a chance to crack into that Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore tier in the AFC, which they've been kind of like nudging up against it.
Hey, man,
that offensive line's that's a massive hit.
That's it.
Because they traded away Laramie Tunsil. They thought the room was toxic. Right. They've thrown a bunch of guys in there. It's a huge if.
And I'm here for the if.
I am here.
The Laramie Tunsil part of it is that, if this was the Texans from 3 years ago when they were not getting any good PR whatsoever, the thought that you could get rid of Laramie Tunsil and still improve your offensive line would have been a talking point for 2 months. Stephen A. Smith would have been talking about how stupid the Texans were, et cetera, et cetera.
They would have compared it to the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Right.
You traded Laramie Tunsil for a second-round pick. What are you doing?
I'll be honest with you. I feel better about the Tunsil trade after this training camp than I even thought I would. Because before, it was a lot of theory about, well, all right, look, they want to be a more swarm-like offense. They want to be a more physical offense. And, yes, Laramie Tunsil is a great pass protector, but that is not his M.O. in the run game. Mm-hmm. He plays like a reluctant run blocker, and he's never really achieved his he's never reached his full potential as an offensive lineman partly because of that. But you don't know until you see it, okay, is Nick Caley actually going to get a more physical version of an offensive line out of these guys?
Yeah.
I think he has, and then also the offensive tackle that's probably going to replace Laramie Tunsil is exactly the opposite in a lot of ways in terms of, okay, this is a big dude, not a svelte offensive tackle, but a huge dude who looks like he really cares about the run game. And you weren't going to get that out of Laramie Tunsil.
No.
Is Ariante Ursery going to be as good this year in pass protection as Laramie Tunsil? Very unlikely. I like his upside, though.
Oh, for sure.
I really, really like his upside. But the complete and total package is, does Ariante Ursery more fit the type of offensive lineman that I think D'Amico wants on his football team?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
He's just made out of different type of stuff than Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, for sure. Man, the defense, boy, Breer is almost like somebody in that cut, both parts of the cut, who's been at every Texans practice. The way he talks about Kamari Lassiter, and clearly he's been reading the reports. And I think I did see him at a couple of practices, Albert Breer.
He was out there.
He was out there, yeah. So, Lassiter's a big one, man. Like Lassiter is this may be the maybe I say a big leap. He was really good as a rookie last year. But he may see some more action this year just because all the traffic we thought he was going to get as a rookie, them not throwing to Stingley. If the Texans themselves are any indication, Derek Stingley Jr. is not going to see a lot of action this year.
And I think partly, too, there's a little bit of you put them in more difficult situations now, too. With rookies, you're always going to be trying to, you try to just help out a little bit, rotate a little bit just to try to help out and give extra support to your rookie. And sometimes he's got safety support where Derek Stingley does not. Mm-hmm. That helps out a lot, where now it might be a little bit more of him on an island at times.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as both those guys stay healthy, I think they're both going to get a lot of accolades. It was really weird last year that those two guys had so many impressive stats in terms of opposing passer rating when targeting either of those starting cornerbacks or completion percentage, all of that. It was all really, really impressive. But people were, by and large, giving Derek Stingley a lot more credit for that than Kamari Lassiter. I think this year it does. I think people dole out the recognition a little bit more evenly.
Yeah, because the numbers were very close to each other.
They were, yeah. And they were very close. But you are also, look, Derek Stingley in various games was tracking the best wide receiver.
For sure,
Derek Stingley's out there without safety help at times where, he had no safety help over the top in that interception down in the red zone against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
It was a high degree of difficulty for Derek Stingley last year.
There's some invisible resources on the stat sheet that are getting thrown at Lassiter that aren't getting thrown at Stingley. Stingley's doing a lot of it on his own. Yeah. Text message 713-572-4610. People are weighing in heavy on the Jerry Jones stuff with Micah Parsons. We might have to replay that later in the show. Don't forget, Jerry deadass told the media he overpaid Dak with Dak sitting right next to him. That's from Champ Slice. It's true.
It isn't even. It's hard. There is a part of me that thinks that owners should draw a harder line in the sand, if that's a thing. But when it comes to renegotiations and extensions and all of that, it's just that Jerry's not the guy to do it because he caves. He always caves.
Yeah.
So it ends up being the worst of both worlds. He's going to draw a hard line, except he isn't really. He's just going to soak up all the drama, and eventually, when he does trade a guy away, it's not for as much as he could have, or he just ends up paying him the full ticket price when he could have paid a lot less previously.
Wild, man.
It's the opposite of buying electronics. You know, generally a good thing to wait with electronics because the price is going to come down after the first version comes out. They'll get all the kinks and bugs out.
Yeah.
It's exactly the opposite with football players. Like, it's just generally no. It's you're gonna get your best deal now. More times than not.
Yes.
Not if you wait and wait and wait.
The price on elite edge rushers is not going down. It's not going down. They don't become easier to manufacture. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Speaking of football, nobody eats, breathes football more than John Harris, Texans sideline reporter. He was in and is in Detroit. He was at the joint practice yesterday. You can get his Harris hits on the Texans website, HoustonTexans.com. He'll come on and talk about it with us coming up next. What did he see out there? We'll talk to John Harris next.
Hey, what are you seeing? You seeing red because you've been in an accident?
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a football Friday.
So a little bit of advice I was just giving off air to Sean. Not to you personally, but to people in general. It's sometimes people have a hard time dealing with a problematic family member.
Yeah.
And I had to tell somebody recently, I was like, there's a reason humans cover the entire face of the earth. It's not always just people seeking out, greener pastures. No, half of human migration has been driven by trying to get the hell away from their family, or at least some family members. Yes.
Let me reiterate that this was not advice Seth was giving to me.
No. Definitely not. You've already run away from any family members.
That's true. The family members that I like listen to this show. So,
I had never really thought about it. I was talking on my live stream one day about dealing with a certain family member, and one of my subscribers said, "Oh yeah, I know. I emigrated. I'm in the United States for that very reason."
That's heavy, man.
That's heavy. I'm here because I had to get the hell away from my family.
That's heavy. All right, let's go up to Detroit and talk to our good friend, Texan sideline reporter John Harris joins us on the program. He was at joint practice yesterday. Johnny, how's Detroit treating you?
Detroit is great, and I guess I followed Seth's advice. I went all the way up to Detroit to get away from all my family members.
That's a hell of a, drop the mic on that one when you're trying to be like, you know what? I'm so tired of you. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to Detroit. Detroit is better than being around you.
Yeah, that's a flex. It's some serious shade as well. So Johnny, how was joint practice yesterday?
I wrote this in my Harris Hits, which you can definitely see at HoustonTexans.com. And if you don't want to go there, you can go to my Twitter page, @JHarrisFootball. It was as good a joint practice as I've been around. And that's not meant as, the Texans from play 1 to play 150 or whatever it was, dominated. It wasn't that. I saw the Packers and Seahawks got in a big old brawl, and it probably took 5 to 7 minutes to break it up. And I just think that's such time wasted during a joint practice. I'm telling you, there were plays in rapid succession going on both fields yesterday. I mean, it was almost like just, a water hose of football stuff going on. It was like, where do I look? And so I knew it was going to kind of be that way in a sense. So I just focused on the offense for the most part. When I could sneak in a peek at the defense, I would. But I also knew with the crowd on hand and the Lions offense on that field that the crowd would sort of tell me a little bit of what was going on. And I found it interesting because early on you'd hear this, and like, oh, crap, here we go. You look over and you're like, there's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Damn it. Then there's Khalif Raymond doing something. And you're like, okay, they get excited when Jahmyr Gibbs does anything. So they were getting excited. But what I noticed from that was that they were not as excited as the day was going on. And as I noticed over on the offensive field, a couple people walked by and they were like, at the start of it, and they were like, how's it going? I was like, not good. We don't look good. It was almost like we were kind of sleepwalking through the first, maybe, fourth or third of practice. And then there was a moment where CJ got hit in the back on a throw. And it wasn't like the Lions did anything dirty. they just, kind of in the scrum and, Seth, you know what it's like being in there. You just kind of like you're fighting bodies and then before you know it, you're throwing hands and then somebody punches the quarterback in the back on accident. You're like, oh, and it was from that point where the offense really started kind of getting it going. And as the practice then wore on, you could see them run the ball better. You could see them protect. You could see them do a lot of things, but there was no nonsense. It was just ball. Both teams really, you could tell, appreciated what the other unit was giving to it. There were a lot of discussions. I saw, in the second throw of 7-on-7, CJ threw a pick. Kirby Joseph, he just read CJ's eyes, picked it off on 7-on-7. And then during the break, while there's special teams, it was special teams, but a break for the offense, defense, I see Christian Kirk, who is the intended receiver, CJ Stroud, and Kirby Joseph in kind of this little three-man huddle discussing what I think is that interception. And it was just both units got really good work. I don't think that, early on Lions media was like, oh, they're killing the Texans. Well, that stopped. They did definitely not kill the Texans the second half of practice. It was, the last 2/3 of practice. I felt like the Texans really, offensively in particular, stepped their game up and really started doing some things against the defense. CJ really got going with the throws. He had a play action to Nico that kind of broke the seal on things, seemingly a team. And then when they got down in the red zone, which has kind of been a bugaboo for this team for the last couple of years, they were really successful. Wide receivers beat man coverage. They were all catching passes in the end zone, including Quintez Cephas, who probably had the catch of the day going up over our Lions. So from the standpoint of no fights, really good communication, good work on both sides, I thought it was as good and as clean a joint practice as you could possibly have.
So Titus Howard, I know that you said at HoustonTexans.com on your notes that he had a very good day versus some good pass rushers like Aiden Hutchinson. I guess my overall takeaway about the offensive line and watching them so far in the preseason, John, is that I do think, regardless of whatever their ceiling is, I think the way things are set up this year, the offensive linemen each individually are in a much better position to be the best version of themselves. That there's just certain things systemically that just feel better about these guys' ability to go out and play functioning football.
Absolutely. And, it's not something that, you want to believe is happening, especially being in the building like I am, like the last couple of years. I shouldn't say 2023. There was decent protection in 23. It wasn't great. It was decent. Then last year, it all went to hell. And you don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. I see these guys every day. You grow close to them, and you see them, and you're like, you don't want to think, guys, like, you guys have not been good. But there were so many things, and Seth, obviously, you guys know I listen as much as I can. I think you've hit it so many times that it's almost as they felt confused. I remember that Green Bay game, and there's a defensive coordinator on their side, Jeff Hafley, who had just coached in college the year before at Boston College, and he is kicking their ass with different looks. They're sending, safety blitzes. They're sending ricochet stunts. They're sending, overload stunts that they can't pick up. It's like, what are we doing? And so watching them, that unit, have more success because they know who they're blocking. The Lions didn't send a ton of kitchen sink blitzes. I think there were maybe 2. But both times, the Texans picked them up perfectly. And they did that against the Panthers. The touchdown throw to Nico Collins. The Panthers brought 7. Texans only had 6 to pick up, and nobody really got within sneezing distance of C.J. Stroud. But as Titus being that guy, and I watched, and I had a good view. I was in the end zone, kind of where they had media. Most of the time I'm able to roam around, as you guys know, and can see everything a little bit better. But they had us all kind of in the end zone. But it was great because I had a really good view into Titus. And it started about the first team drive. I was like, oh, yeah, Hutchinson. Oh, let me watch Titus and Hutchinson. And I was amazed. But I thought Hutchinson, knowing Titus, having moved from guard to tackle, how would this go? I thought Hutchinson was about to give it to him. And, man, it was the other way around. Titus handled everything. Hutchinson would try to chop inside. Titus would slide over, shut it down. He'd try to power him. There were like 3 straight reps where I could see Hutchinson try 3 different moves, and Titus shut them all down to a point where on the very next snap, Hutchinson goes over to the right side. And I'm like, oh, he must have went out. When I scan the field, I'm like, oh, no, he went to the other side so he could go against the rookie. I saw Titus after practice, and I said, dude, that's as good a session as I've seen you have against a really good rusher. And as CJ Stroud pointed out, and you guys have the clip, Ben's got the clip, CJ pointed out, Titus will tell you about it too. So apparently, as I'm talking to him, Titus is like, did you see one-on-ones? Because he knows I watch one-on-ones. And when they were on the far field, so I couldn't see him. But apparently Titus was giving it to Hutchinson to a point where Hutchinson was saying, hey, let me go get a piece of the other guy. And I thought, look, Titus will tell you now when, he's had a good day. I remember when he moved over to left tackle, I think it was in 21, he had to replace Laramie for a game because of COVID or something. Injury, something was wrong with Laramie's pinky or something, I don't know. But Titus had to go over to left tackle, and he had a really good game. I think it was the Chargers. He had a really good game. And I remember seeing him, I was like, dude, you were fantastic yesterday. He goes, best PFF score of the year. And I was like, he's very in tune when he's had a good day. And, man, he had a smile from ear to ear. And I just feel like he ends up being the key because if he's handling that right tackle spot, and look, I don't know what ends up happening on the other side, but I think Ariante Ursery, look, he's going to have, some hiccups. He was really good at times, but then Hutchinson went over there and gave him a couple spin moves, and, Ursery felt like it, like the dollar trick, like, hey, here's $1. Oh, lean over and get it. Oh, and then rip it away. That was kind of Hutchinson with the spin move. But other than that, I thought Titus was fantastic. And for all the I don't know, it wasn't nonsense, but for all the criticism that the offensive line got, I know Titus heard it and read it. And I know that group heard it and read it. And I know that they went into this season like, we're going to get this thing right. And look, it's not perfect. CJ had a covered sack at one point, probably the last 2/3 of practice, but it was maybe one play, maybe two. Other than that offensive line protected very well. They ran the ball pretty well. Woody Marks bounced and running outside was really nice. Nick Chubb did the same thing, showed some speed. I thought they ran the ball inside. Yordan continues to do some good things, run the ball inside. So they accomplished, I think, some really good things. But to me, it was Titus Howard having a day against Hutchinson. And by the way, Hutchinson looks like a small forward. I mean, he's long. Like I've seen him on TV. I've seen him even at the combine. But seeing him yesterday was like, dude, he's like 6'6", 270, and just long and wiry and strong. Like, he is a different kind. And that's why I was so excited, because he's a different kind of rusher than some of the guys that Titus and Ariante are going to see this year. So I was really happy to see him, and I was really happy with Titus's performance.
John Harris, Texan sideline reporter, joining us live from Detroit. Johnny, you mentioned the running backs. So we don't know what's going to happen with Joe Mixon heading into week one. Nick Caserio on our show earlier this week said nothing's changed. He's still working to come back. We'll see how it works out. Let's just play hypothetical, though, that there is no Joe Mixon in week one. What do you think the running back room looks like? What do you think in week one against the Rams? What does the box score look like after the game in a game where, say, the Texans run the ball successfully? Like, how are the carries doled out, do you think?
Okay, you know how in radio a lot of times when it's two people interviewing one guy asks a question, Seth, get ready for your next question because I'm gonna make this very easy because I think this is quick. I think it's Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Dare Ogunbowale. Oh, and Damian ran the ball. What am I saying? Damian ran the ball. I think it's those four guys.
That's a bombshell right there.
Yeah. Well, Damian, it's interesting because Damian caught a pass in the end zone wide open. It's almost like Detroit forgot, like I just did, about Damian Pierce. I think it's those four guys. I think it's pretty clear that they'll try and, use some good old socialism with the touches amongst those four backs. Because I'm telling you, when Woody Marks gets the ball in his hands, you stand up and take notice.
Yeah.
And it's not as if you don't for the other guys, but you stand up and take notice when Woody's got it. So to me, it's those four guys. And I think those four guys will do a solid job with everything that the running backs have to do. And then when Joe comes back and Joe is 100% fully healthy, that group gets really interesting and even better than what I think it could be. I'm not panicked about the running backs at all. And I think a lot of that has to do with what Woody has given them. And what he showed yesterday. He was the fastest dude on the field when he got the football. And I'm down with that.
That's where one of the things I'm most excited about with CJ, because you kind of watch and see young quarterbacks, no matter how smart they are, no matter how good they are, there's a maturation that goes on where sometimes you got to know when to hit the simple button or the easy button. And for CJ, And this is almost every young, aggressively minded quarterback. You got to learn that the check down is not a dirty word, and that, man, when you see a certain coverage and you know your chances aren't great, or that you're gonna have to hang around a long time to see if somebody comes open, hit the check down and you're gonna get positive yardage out of that. And it feels like I've seen more examples of that out of CJ at practice and in the games than we have before. And it's not like I'm asking fans to get excited about a bunch of 7-yard checkdowns, but those are the things that set up the shot plays. Those are the things that get you in better field position, and it just pays dividends over time.
Absolutely. And I think, Seth, one of the plays that stood out to me the most from the game against the Panthers was that little flip to Nick Chubb, and for a number of reasons. Because, albeit, and I love Nick Chubb, I don't think Nick's got great hands. Like, I think he can catch the ball. But there's a difference in having great hands and being able to catch the ball. Like, Woody Marks has great hands and the ability to catch anything thrown his way. That's clear. They've been throwing in the ball since his days at Mississippi State. Dude had 83 catches in a year, I think, when he was a sophomore. And he's that dude. Nick's not quite like that. And so when CJ threw him that ball the other day as just a check down, I mean, it's one of those where CJ's like, I got to get rid of this thing. And he throws kind of this dart throw to Nick. And Nick just caught it. And, yeah, he got tackled. And it was maybe a 3 or 4 yard gain. But I've heard you say this a number of times. You know, that was a 4 yard gain. It's 2nd and 6. You're Nick Caley looking at 2nd and 6 versus, that column is pretty damn big on your play card sheet. You get 2nd and 12, and that's a lonely orphan, man. There's nothing over there like, I don't know, man. Let's screen to the tight end that never works. I don't know, but you get to 2nd and 6. Now you can function. Now you can do what you want. And I think, as crazy as that sounds, and you said it, Seth. Look, you start taking dimes and nickels and quarters, and you keep piling them up. They eventually become dollars that you can buy something with. And that, I think, is what taking a check down is. And you guys have mentioned it, numerous times. When you think about Tom Brady, like think about Brady in some of his biggest games in the Super Bowl of the Seattle Super Bowl, the Malcolm Butler Super Bowl. Shane Green had 11 catches in the Super Bowl against the Falcons at NRG. James White had 14 catches. He wasn't scared to get the ball to his backs, and they were down 28-3 in that game, and he's throwing the ball to James White out of the backfield. So there's a lot to be learned from that you can utilize your backs. And the way that CJ is accurate with the football, CJ will give his running backs something that they can catch and get upfield with. He won't throw it behind them. They got to spin around and then look at what they've got. He'll put it in the right spot for them to be able to do something after the catch. And then that adds to the profit you're taking when you check it down. And I think all the backs have good hands. I mean, Joe, I think they should have thrown the ball 2 more, but they just had to have him carry it so much. I think if they can spread carries this year, they can utilize Joe a little bit more in the passing game, utilize Woody in the passing game, and even Nick in the passing game in selective situations. But you know that Chubb is going to just hit somebody in the face if they blitz, but they all will. And I think that's one of the things I love about this backfield is they'll do that. But I think those checkdowns, they're like you said, when you walk by, loose change on your counter, you're like, I got a few nickels and dimes, but if that thing's got some quarters and some dimes in it, you put it in your pocket and you're like, hey, I can get a snack over here later with a couple of, a few quarters I got over here. And that's kind of the way you got to think about it. You start adding those up and it's like, hey, man, I just threw the ball 5 times to Woody for 60 yards in this game.
Yeah.
I'll take that. That's effective offense. I'll take that. I just bought some Skittles with that.
What?
Hopefully that's what CJ does.
When I was growing up, my version of rich, at least, the richest family I knew, the Sandersons, looking back on it, they weren't rich, but by my standards, they were rich. I was always impressed that they were the richest people I knew, but they had a big water cooler full of spare change. Like they didn't, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a life lesson in there.
And how were their snacks?
Oh, they had the snack closet.
Yeah, that's what I thought you told. You mentioned the Sandersons.
Was incredible. You're right. Yeah, they had lots of spare change around to buy those snacks.
To buy those snacks, baby. Yeah. John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, also co-host of Texans All Access. So, Johnny, we got you at 6 p.m. tonight, you and Mark, I'm assuming, right, from Detroit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That'll be good?
We'll have I'm trying to think who all we've got. I think Mark caught up with Christian Kirk yesterday, so we'll have that. We got a few other things. We caught up with some coaches and stuff. It was good catching up with some people yesterday. Saw DJ Reader up here. I remember when DJ was drafted. He's got a 5-year-old son now, and I'm like, oh, my God. Like, you start feeling old. You see that. Roy Lopez is up here. And then one of my favorites, Mark Brunell, Seth's former teammate, quarterbacks coach up here for the Detroit Lions. And Mark Brunell and I had the same job. We were both the head coach at Episcopal High School. And, in fact, I took that job, and I went into radio with Sean. Mark Brunell took that job and became the quarterback's coach at the Lions. So I know I'm steady winning with that.
Yeah, man.
Who had a better record at Episcopal, you or Mark Brunell? Because I'm gonna text him in like 90 seconds.
Yeah, I the first couple of years we were building things, but I will go down as the very first coach in the history of the school to take his team to the FHSAA playoffs. I will always have scoreboard over Mike Brunell for that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to text him something along the lines of like you would have done crap at Episcopal if Harris hadn't laid the groundwork for you.
Foundation,
well,
yeah.
I'm going to call him the Barry Switzer of Episcopal. Yeah.
Well, I know I'll get you guys. I know you guys got to get to break. Quick story. Last year I ran into him. I met him it really is in the last probably 3 or 4 years I met him. Well, last year I went over and I was talking to him and he pointed at me. He goes, I was thinking about you. And I was like, okay, this is kind of strange. And he said, his daughter and one of my former players, the son of my defensive coordinator, they got married.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, oh, my God. So then he tells me yesterday, yeah, they had a kid, 14 weeks old. I'm like, him who played for me has a kid? God help us all. So we're sort of connected in a way, that Mark Brunell and one of my former players and his dad was my defensive coordinator, one of my favorite people on this earth. And it was just really cool. And all these just, little stories. I mean, it was cool after practice. You saw these guys catching up, guys that played in college, guys that were in high school together. It was really neat to see that yesterday, camaraderie that, the Lions and the Texans had. It was really neat. And, of course, the weather was 68. Almost the entire practice.
See,
it was so good.
Now we hate you.
It was so freaking good.
We hate you like everybody hated us when we were in West Virginia. Thanks for that, John. I appreciate that.
I know, yeah.
All right, I guess I'll promote the Harris Hits on HoustonTexans.com. Awesome column that Johnny does, observations from practice. Hey, Johnny, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning on Texans Countdown.
You got it. See you guys.
See you guys.
Love you. I'm going to hang up and listen.
All right.
Bye.
Love you too, Johnny. Appreciate that. That's the great John Harris joining us on the show. All right. Up next, AFC South betting. Do we agree? Do we agree with some of these bets on teams in the AFC South? We will do that coming up next.
What goes into putting together the Texans' final 53-man roster? Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast his perspective.
It's a very fluid situation. We have to be nimble. We have to be able to adjust and adapt. And if there's an opportunity to add a player, then we have to weigh the calculus of what does that look like relative to moving on from another player.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. The traffic report is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. This rain causing delays this morning. An accident over on the Gulf Freeway northbound before Scarsdale, affecting a left and a center lane, slowing you down from El Dorado. Stop vehicle this morning along the North Loop eastbound at the 86 freeway. It's over to the right shoulder. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes. Recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association Builder Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner Suite. Visit KirkHomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. Cloudy this morning in the low 80s. This afternoon, scattered thunderstorms, high of 92. I'm Aaliyah Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Woodlands Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Woodlands Harley. Visit woodlandsharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fee. See dealer for details.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 832-688-HAIR. 832-688-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Car prices are now averaging $48,000. Long loans are not the answer. D&M Leasing solves the payment problem with the Easy Lease. Visit dmautololeasing.com or call 713-290-1000 today.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
And Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Thanks to John Harris. Good football talk we had with him. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today, and that will all start 2 weeks from Sunday. Will be week 1 of the NFL season. The Texans and the Rams in Los Angeles. And it seems like Matthew Stafford is starting to make his way back from this back injury. But
yeah,
at the very least, he's going to be a little rusty, I would say, Seth.
Rusty and the Rams in general get off to slow starts. They don't play their starters much at all, or I don't know if they even practice much at all in the preseason. So the Rams get off to a slow start. Matt Stafford may or may not be in traction by the time Week 1 rolls around. So I have no idea what to expect.
Yep, me neither. We'll see. The Rams are kind of the NFC's version of what the Texans were last year. 10-7, won their division. Knocked out in the divisional round by the team that ended up representing their conference in the Super Bowl. That was the Rams. They won a playoff game and then lost to the Eagles in the divisional round. Texans, of course, lost to the Chiefs in the divisional round. So ESPN is doing sort of a betting summary, betting, betting summary of each division. And they've got 3 experts who give their best bets within the division for the AFC South. Which of these 3, and none of them are the Texans, none of the 3 experts decided to touch the Texans season win total, which is 9.5 in most places. Each of them took one of the other AFC South teams. If you had to place one of these bets, Seth, which one is best? Colts over 7.5 wins, Jags under 7.5 wins, Titans over 5.5 wins.
I'd say the Titans over 5.5.
Okay, that's kind of a bet on Cam Ward being
It's
competent.
a bet on Cam Ward, and I think Cam Ward's going to have some moments, especially any rookie. Go back to Vince Young or any young quarterback where they've got very real skills and very real potential, but nobody has the book on how they're going to use them.
Yeah.
And I think that the Titans' defense was better than the statistics suggest. And I still see some people, when they talk about the Titans' defense, it's the old AFC South conundrum where you can tell that people haven't actually watched the Titans play. Having seen the Texans play the Titans firsthand a couple of times and actually lose at home to the Titans, they got better as the season went along, and that there were some, they suffered from a little bit of the same thing that the Texans struggled with at times, was they allowed more big plays than they should have. So I think that defense and just the wild card factor of Cam Ward can make them a better team. They could lift them up to being a mediocre team. It's hard to predict who are going to be the bad teams sometimes.
It is.
It's just as hard to predict who are going to be the really bad teams as it is to predict who some of the really good teams are going to be.
Well, the thing about that is, people talk about the first place schedule and the last place schedule because of where you finished the year before. And at the end of the day, it really only impacts 3 games on the schedule, on a 17-game schedule, because everything else is formulaic. Everybody else in your division is playing the same schedule other than just 3 games. The thing for the Titans is, as Matt Bowen, who is the one who chose this as his best bet, Titans over 5.5 wins, he talks about Cam Ward and his traits and his mobility, and he can win critical moments in games. But he makes a great point here, which is, A, winnable games in the division. It's not a good division. Plus matchups versus the Cardinals, Raiders, Browns, and Saints.
Yeah.
Ward and the Titans hit the over, he says. I mean, those are, specifically, the Browns and the Saints are going to be 2 of the worst teams in football this year.
Based on Vegas odds right now, based on the win totals of teams right now, the Titans have the 8th easiest schedule in the NFL.
Okay.
The Jaguars have the 6th easiest schedule in the NFL.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Well, yeah, that's not based on records last year, based on Vegas win totals, you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that I could see that.
Where the Texans have the 8th hardest schedule.
Stands to reason. Yeah, that stands to reason. They had some interesting little facts in this piece. And by the way, I'm with you. I would say Titans over, although I said yesterday that I would take the Colts under 7.5 wins. They take the over on the Colts at 7.5. I just think that quarterback situation is so messed up there right now.
I guess I'm not trying to act like Daniel Jones is going to be the next great thing or anything. It's if you look at the Colts roster, and if Jonathan Taylor is healthy, especially, they've got some really good skill position guys, or at least intriguing skill position guys. A.D. Mitchell might be the big wild card there. You know, exactly. Okay, what is him with an extra year of experience and with perhaps just a competent, functioning quarterback or whatever the hell Daniel Jones is? You might actually see the very best version of Daniel Jones.
You know, and again, we're not talking about the Colts making a playoff run. The conversation you and I are having is, can they win 8 games? And and you're right, they could win 8 games. Little fun facts in this piece on ESPN. And I don't know how much fun this is, but it's worth noting. The Texans, every time they've won the division, it's been in pairs. They win it 2011, 2012, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and then obviously the last 2 years. They've won 8 divisions, and they've been in these little pockets of 2 seasons. The Texans have never had 3 straight 10-plus win seasons in the history of the franchise, and they've never made the playoffs 3 straight seasons. I mean, we can almost do a segment on this, but they're underselling what's happened after the Texans have won the division twice in a row each time. The first time it happened in 11 and 12, it was a disaster the next year because Matt Schaub was throwing pick sixes all the time. The next time it happened in 15 and 16, the following season was Deshaun's rookie year where he tore his ACL and they win 4 games. And then the last time it happened pre-D'Amico was 18 and 19, and then the following year was the COVID year where Bill O'Brien got fired 4 games into the season, and they traded DeAndre Hopkins during the offseason that year.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping
We've
history...
had some dramatic highs and lows. We've been blessed for a young franchise.
Yeah.
The pendulum has swung quickly and violently at times, which is, you know, in hindsight, it's fun to reflect on. But I'd like to be looking at it in hindsight while also possessing a Lombardi trophy or 2.
Well, I would
then it would be really fun to remember. Right now, it kind of sucks.
If they don't win 10 games this year and don't win the division, what'll be the biggest reason why? Barring injury. Like if something happens to C.J. Stroud, obviously that's a separate thing. But if C.J. Stroud is healthy for 17 games and they don't win 10 games this year, is it as simple as the offensive line that plan just didn't work out the way we thought it would?
I think, and it would be the sum total of everything. It would be that, I guess, the offense underperformed or at least played the way I think a lot of people out on the outside looking in are expecting them to perform. That, okay, it's just another C.J. Stroud saddled by imperfection around him. But unlike this past year, where pretty much everybody gave CJ a pass on last year, both in Houston and outside of Houston. People just kind of put him up on a shelf and said, all right, let's reevaluate this in a new setting. If that were to happen again, next offseason isn't going to be so kind to CJ Stroud. There's going to be a whole lot more scrutiny of him himself.
It could be that they gave him too much to put on his plate, like all this responsibility that he wanted, controlling the offense. Maybe he wasn't good at it.
Yeah,
who
that
knows?
was what. Yeah, and I mean that'll be the narrative, or at least what people are talking about. I do think it's gonna look much more like a functioning unit this year.
Yeah.
And because the defense is as potentially great as they are, very, very good defense, potentially great defense, the chances of an all-out implosion that isn't injury-fueled would be a big surprise.
I would, too. I think that's the only thing that could short-circuit the defense would be injuries, I would say. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, there's a funny video after one of the preseason games last night. Is this illustrating a possible quarterback controversy? We'll see. And we have Take-a-Mania coming up at the top of the hour. We've got 3 takes that'll try to take down the champ, Hayden Winks, saying that the Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I can't wait for Seth to have to listen to this one again. I look forward to it every week. We'll do that. We'll talk about the video shot after the preseason game. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, we were talking in the other segment about saving your money in a water.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll do Take-a-Mania for this week at the top of the hour. The bad takes from this week take on the reigning defending champion. We're from C.J. Stroud in just a minute here on the offensive line. This video just popped up across my my Twitter timeline, Seth. Adam Schefter put up a tweet of a video. Looks like a TikTok video maybe Jameis did after last night's Giants win over the Patriots in the preseason. And we know the Giants quarterback room consists of Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, the rookie that the Giants took in the first round, using the Texans' first-round pick. They traded with the Texans. And then Tommy DeVito is still hanging around. Tommy Cutlets, who started a few games a few years ago, built up some, kind of just a sort of a niche following, kind of a cult following.
As much based on his agent and his colorful mannerisms as it was for Tommy DeVito himself.
Yes, based on his agent and his ethnicity. That was his cult following. That had very little to do with his football skills.
It was kind of almost as cruel as it was, as Rocky was to young Italian Americans.
Right.
Who thought that, I'm going to be the next heavyweight champ of the world, too.
Yes.
Until reality smashed them in the face.
Yes, it's not realistic.
And likewise, some young Italian kid in Philadelphia, in New York, or New Jersey. I was like, I'm going to be the next Tommy DeVito.
Right.
And then 2 months later, I hope I'm not the next Tommy DeVito.
What's Italian for not so fast, my friend? Yeah.
Yeah.
But those are the four quarterbacks there. So 42-10, the Giants win last night. And then on the field afterwards, this little video from Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, and Tommy DeVito. The three of them, no Russell Wilson. Take a listen.
Hey, I'm just saying, they call us the Three Amigos, but somebody had the hat trick today. We turning up, and we got the Young Bucks, and we eat W's with the Young Bucks. You know what time it is. Go Big Blue. We turning up. We setting this thing out. They running away. The Three Amigos, the three tutties. Good night.
Okay, now 3 tutties. Tommy DeVito threw 3 touchdown passes in the game. That's what the 3 tutties were. I just found it interesting that, in a quarterback room of 4 people, that not only are 3 of the 4 off doing a video by themselves, but they've already nicknamed themselves the Three Amigos, as if to say the fourth one is not an amigo at all.
I think, I get it where it's going, because Russell Wilson has always had a reputation of being a guy that maybe didn't quite fit in.
Little off-putting,
with the rest of the football players or humanity in general. We're not quite sure if he's an actual human or not.
Let's keep it to football for purposes of this discussion.
Okay. I think the thing is that they're all the backups right now, so it's kind of a camaraderie amongst backups.
Okay.
Travis Johnson once, had a name for the backup defensive lineman that I can't say what it is. It might be back in the day before the invention of Viagra on a film set. There was a certain job category that was meant to get the stars ready. Like, let's call it the makeup artist, but a different term or something.
Rhyme with puffer? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So
that's what Travis called.
That was his nickname for us. I was a backup. That was my 10th year where I was like, I was being pushed into insignificance and everything. So it was kind of like it wasn't. I think it was catchier and funnier than the Three Amigos, but probably not quite cut out for prime time.
Well, remember when the interior, the defensive line, like in 18 and 19, was the lunch pail crew, and I think it was the D line, but J.J. Watt was not part of the lunch pail crew. It was like DJ Reader and Brandon Dunn and Angelo Blackson and a couple other guys. J.J. Watt, not allowed to be part of the lunch pail. Of course, J.J. Watt.
Jameis needs to really, he seems to have fully embraced the role of veteran backup quarterback.
Dude!
He just genuinely doesn't seem like he has an ego about it at all.
They were all eating the W like
making
Jameis
fun
does.
of. Like he knows that he knows and understands. He's at a point in life where he understands some of the cringy things that he's done. He's all about. He's embracing it.
He can do this for 10 more years, making anywhere from $10 to $15 million a year.
But also in New York itself, one of the things on his Twitter feed was him and Eli Manning taking a tour of different pizza shops in New York.
How did I miss this?
Yeah, they'll be, if they can have any kind of success while he's on the team as a backup quarterback, he could get free pizza for the rest of his life.
He's turning into like the Forrest Gump of the NFL. Like the fact that he was brushing up against the whole Deshaun situation last year. Like he was a prominent player in the Deshaun dynamic in Cleveland last year. Because remember, Seth,
the actual quarterback stuff. Okay,
yeah,
I thought I missed something.
not the.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
Because he had those issues early in his career.
I don't think he was there for the other stuff. I don't think.
Yeah.
No, but remember, he was the one doing the pregame pep talks as the backup quarterback for the team last year. No, Jameis has found himself a nice niche for sure. C.J. Stroud yesterday at joint practice in Detroit. After the game, the social media kind of noticed this. Like, did C.J. give us a window into who the Week 1 offensive line was going to be?
Yeah, definitely, man. It's a pop every time, the ball snapped. I thought, it starts with Jake. Jake has done a good job of IDing things. And him and Lakin are like the first ones to kick it off. Ed's right there. Titus is right there. Taylor, it's a group that's a lot of dogs, man. So I'm really happy that, that we're able to run the ball like we have, because that opens up everything else.
Okay, so the 5 guys he named right there, he said Jake and Lakin are the guys kind of getting it started off. And then Ed is Ed Ingram, who's been playing right guard with the ones. Yep. Titus Howard, obviously we know who he is, right tackle. And then he mentioned Tay is Ariante Ursary, who's been playing left tackle.
Yeah. So from left to right, that's I had told you Ed Ingram was kind of the one domino that had to either be secured or fall for me to predict what the starting offensive line would be. And Ed Ingram in these last couple preseason games has been one of their best offensive linemen, and I've been impressed. And I think that there's a real good chance that, man, you're going to see the best version of Ed Ingram, hopefully. He's been a starter before for a good team, but he also got benched last year in the middle of the season up in Minnesota. Ariante Ursary, I think, has impressed enough that they feel comfortable rolling him out there Week 1. And Titus will remain a guy that can play guard or tackle for him.
Yeah.
If they all of a sudden, if Ed Ingram loses his luster, I think they would very easily move Titus Howard down to guard and move Cam Robinson into one of the tackle spots. But I don't think that, CJ might have just been talking about the first group that was out there today, but he was asked specifically about the physicality of the offensive line.
Yeah.
And those were the 5 names that he brought up.
All right, so Ursary left tackle, Lakin Tomlinson left guard, Jake Andrews center, Ed Ingram right guard, Titus Howard right tackle. Seth, barring injury, are we locking that in as the Week 1 starting offensive line?
I'm locking it in.
Locking it in.
Yeah.
Put the lock on. I think so too, and I'm excited to see it.
I mean, I think that one thing Caley has talked about this since he got hired was finding out what works for your group of guys and really focusing on that. And we saw at the end of the year last year, at the end of the regular season and going on to the playoffs, the Texans did start to play a more physical brand of football and had success with it. The opening drive, the first offensive drive in the second half of the Chiefs playoff game, they did a really good job reestablishing the line of scrimmage. They had a fullback in for half the plays in that series. They played a physical brand of football, and they were kind of taking it to the Chiefs. The thing that would do them in that game was that the pass protection was still a mess.
Yep.
But I do think that Caley is really trying to emphasize what can these guys be good at. And I do think that Titus Howard is going to be much more suited to this style of play than he was to the previous couple of years.
Yeah.
So, and I do think that you still might see him at guard this year. The difference would be that I think he embraces it now. I think last year he embraced it more than he ever had before. I think he's starting to take pride in being a versatile guy. Instead of grudgingly going down and playing guard every now and then, he can hang his hat on that. Like, oh, no, I'm a guy that they can trust to actually play guard or actually play tackle, whatever the team needs on that guy.
Yep, for sure. I agree with that. All right, Take-a-Mania. We do it every Friday at 9 o'clock. The worst takes of the week. I don't know if the champ is getting taken down this week, Seth. I don't want to poison the water with my opinion. Yeah, I know you're the judge and jury on this. I just bring in the talent. You book the matches. So we'll do this coming up next. The defending champ, Hayden Winks, saying the Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Does he get taken down this week in what we call Take-a-Mania at 9 o'clock? We'll do that coming up next. But Beck's Prime, it's an easy.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, let's do it. 9 o'clock every Friday. Take-a-Mania. We have the worst takes, and boy, we are accumulating a nice list for the end of the year when we recap the worst takes in sports this year.
It's going to take a while, man. We're going to have to turn it into a multi-week affair, I think.
We might have to, yeah. If we turn it into a bracket, we probably will. I don't know if we do that, or we just do a power ranking of our own,
We need
votes.
to tell it. We'll talk to the sales team right now because this is something that could be sponsored.
I think so,
I don't know
too.
who wants to attach their business name to the worst take of the year.
A lot of people listening. I'll tell you
maybe
that.
Mokaram injury lawyers. That's kind of a, these are injurious takes.
They are. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. We have a reigning champ every week, and this champ has been reigning for over a month now, in part because we were 2-hour shows for a few weeks, so we didn't do a Take-a-Mania for a couple Fridays. So while we were on hiatus from doing 8 to 10 a.m. during training camp, Hayden Winks was fortunate enough to hold on to the belt for a couple of extra weeks. But the fact that Hayden Winks of Underdog held on to it last week shows that he probably would have been able to hold on to it for the time we were out as well. It's a really bad take. So this is Hayden Winks, the reigning champ. He is one of the football experts on Underdog fantasy app. And he had this take several weeks ago now on the DeAndre Hopkins trade and why the Texans won the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
You probably think that the Texans lost that David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade, but guess what? You turned out to be wrong. Wrong! In addition to getting David Johnson, the Texans also received a 2020 second-round pick and a 2021 fourth-rounder. That second-round pick, well, immediately wasted, nose tackle, nobody cares. But that 2021 fourth-rounder turned out to be awesome down the line. The Texans called the Panthers the next draft, offered that fourth-round pick and some other draft capital to move all the way up to 89th overall. They really had nobody at wide receiver, so they took developmental ex-wide receiver Nico Collins. Definitely took out some time, but Nico Collins is now a bona fide superstar and a 12th overall pick over on Underdog Fantasy.
How do you like them apps?
More importantly, the Texans have C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins under contract through at least the 2027 season. They've already won 2 playoff games together. In those games, Nico Collins, 96 yards in a tutty, 122 yards in a tutty. Not bad for just a throw-in.
Okay, I think you hate this take for the video as much as you hate the actual take, because when they drop in
the Goodwill Hunting drop really annoys me.
You hate that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's one of the all-time worst mic drop lines in the history
How
of
do you
movies.
like them apples?
It's like corny. Like what could 2 corny suburban dudes come up with? Is like what a Southie would say in that moment.
Yes.
These tough kids, they're always saying things like, "How do you like them apples?"
Right.
Yes.
So you hate that part of it.
I hate it. I hate the way that he just tries so hard to make 2 completely separate things somehow tied together. Yeah. It's like it might as well be some dude telling me like, "Did you know that John F. Kennedy had a secretary named Mrs. Lincoln and Lincoln had a secretary named John Kennedy?"
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Right.
I guess. All
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
there's 2 completely separate things, and that trade, that pick was one of 3 picks that they used to trade up to Nico Collins.
Yes.
It's just that one does not have anything to do with the other. You don't all of a sudden win the DeAndre Hopkins trade. There are arguments to be made that the DeAndre Hopkins trade wasn't that bad. None of them are what Hayden Winks just said. It's a horrible take.
I don't know that there are. Like the David Johnson thing didn't work out. Ross Blacklock didn't work out.
I would listen to a few. I mean, like people might have arguments, but they're like none of them are as bad as those arguments right there.
Yeah, I guess the argument would be, well, at least you weren't the one paying DeAndre Hopkins $27 million a year or whatever the going rate was at the time.
Yeah.
The Cardinals ended up doing. Yeah,
just a horrible take.
Yep, horrible take. All right, and I don't know that it's getting taken down this week. I had a really hard time finding bad takes this week, Seth. Let's start with this one. This is Danny Cannell, former quarterback for the Giants and Florida State. Again, this is an opinion. You know, we straddle the line sometimes when it's somebody's opinion. Is it a bad take? This is Danny Cannell saying he thinks the Cleveland Browns could win 9 or 10 games this year.
What is the expectation now that the Browns have? How many games are we looking at that you could see them potentially going out there and winning?
I think they could be a 9 or a 10 win team. I mean, and I do like the makeup of this team. I think the style of play of what they want to do offensively suits Joe Flacco well. I think it's one of the reasons that Shedeur excelled in the preseason, because it's more of a play action, pocket passer type of system, which I think fits Flacco to a T. I know they've got to figure out Quinshon Judkins and some of the issues that are going on with him, but I really like Dylan Sampson, their pick that they took a little bit later to possibly step in and fill a void in the backfield for them. So, and then we got to think about what they did this offseason too with Myles Garrett, paying him. Their defense, I think, is going to be one of the things for them to hang their hat on. Mason Graham, one of the rookie first-round picks that they brought in there, is a player that potentially could wreak some havoc. So I think it is more of a traditional offensive style where you're taking some play-action shots down the field, trying to run the football, and playing really good, aggressive defense.
I guess if he had gone and said that they were going to win 12 games or something because of all of those things, then I would. I don't like saying that Shedeur Sanders excelled in the preseason. That's a little bit ambitious. I mean, he is still behind Dylan Gabriel. He had that good game in versus the backups. Didn't do anything versus the starters. But the funniest thing was when he said, "Hey, look at what they did. They re-signed Myles Garrett." Like, right. Yeah, well, that's, he was already on that team. That's not a bolstering of them.
And there's an argument to be made that they shouldn't. There's an argument to be made that where they are right now, they should have traded Myles Garrett.
When you look at
making him, they made him the highest paid non-quarterback at the time by like $5 million a year.
I always hesitate to say that it's a horrible take to say that a team could win 9 games because it happens all the time. When bad teams get a 500 record or good teams end up with 6 wins or whatever, it's kind of in that it's a mid take. The Browns used to be a team that had an awesome roster but no quarterback. They're not that team anymore. They're in various rankings of the total strength of the roster. They're down in the bottom 3 pretty consistently.
All right, so it sounds like this one.
It's not as bad
squashed. Hayden Winks kicks out easily. All right. Now, this is Eric Dickerson. This isn't necessarily his take. This is him conveying something that I just felt like there was no other place to put this today, so I'm putting it in Take-a-Mania. But this is Eric Dickerson conveying that he was told by somebody, doesn't say who, that NFL teams were told to not draft Shedeur Sanders, and that when the Browns did, the NFL was angry about it.
And I'll tell you this much here, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, that the NFL told other, don't draft him, do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of him. And this came from a very good source, And he said that, I won't say who, somebody called the Cleveland Browns and said, don't do that. Draft him. Yep. Draft him. Don't do that. Because they weren't going to draft him either. They weren't going to draft him.
Okay. Are you? This is.
They weren't going to draft him either. The
Browns. I think that person was saying the Browns weren't going to. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah, if they weren't going to draft him,
don't
but then
focus on that
they got
part.
a call.
The Dickerson part where, to me, the crux of this is the conspiracy theory that the league is telling teams to not draft this guy to make an example out of him.
Yeah, this is. I feel like there might be a telephone game going on here where somebody said that, because everything he did right there is the thing that when journalists do it, it really annoys me when they say a league source. There's somebody in the NFL. Okay, that could be thousands of people.
And it's one person. Yeah.
Right. Look, whatever. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just it's if it were Adam Schefter or somebody like that, I'd really have to. I think that this would be, I can't do it.
I wasn't excited. Hayden Winks squashes this one, right? There's no.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll throw this in Take-a-Mania. And
Dickerson's had some weird things he's said over the last 5 years or so.
Remember when he was the sideline reporter for Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
You remember that back in the day? Yeah, he wasn't very good.
No.
He got made fun of a lot on the Jim Rome show back in the day.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the guy Jim Rome made fun of back in the day, yeah.
Did he ever go on Jim Rome?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Did you ever almost have a moment where he shoved the table
No,
at Jim Rome or anything?
It's funny because Rome, not to go down into a Rome rabbit hole, but like back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Jim Rome was way more like caustic and almost mean He's not that anymore. Like he's mellowed in his old age a little bit, but he's kind of made up with a lot of those people. Like, dude, things like NASCAR and horse racing and soccer, he used to make fun of daily, and now he has guests on his show in all of those sports.
Yeah.
So. Maybe got to look.
The whole thing I think the biggest thing that annoys me, and Florio really annoys me with this sometimes with some of the conspiracy theories, is that people fail to grasp how hyper competitive these teams are with one another, and that as soon as if there were an edict to not draft Shedeur Sanders, there's going to be a team out there that's like, here's where I get my edge. I just, without a memo or an actual story with a name attached, like, it's hard for me to buy into any. I'm not saying it couldn't happen.
Right.
It's just not. The vast majority of the conspiracy theories that I hear about the way the NFL conducts its business, and I'm somebody that will full bore, like, I think the NFL really did some dodgy stuff when it came to hiding the concussion stuff.
Yeah.
But we also had a paper trail for all of that.
Yep.
It wasn't just vague speculation that they were trying to bury some of this stuff. So without any kind of a paper trail, I think people are a little bit naive, or a little, like, their imaginations are a little too ambitious about the way the league actually operates.
Yeah. I just think I just don't believe that. I don't believe the NFL's calling up teams saying, don't draft this guy.
Right, because especially in the grand sum total of it, it's not like Shedeur was doing anything. The stuff about Shedeur wasn't anything that would have harmed the league.
No,
like,
bad
there was
in
nothing
meetings.
Right, there wasn't anything about Shedeur where he had, say, a couple of dozen sexual assault allegations against him or something.
Yeah.
If the league's not going to tell the Browns not to sign Deshaun Watson, I have a hard time thinking that the league's going to tell them not to take Shedeur Sanders because of why?
Because there's no upside.
I don't get where there's no actual motivation for that conspiracy theory.
It's silly. It's silly.
It fails the sniff test.
Right. Now, if this were a segment about bad conspiracy theories, it might be the champ. But this is Take-a-Mania, where the worst takes battle it out to be the showcase of the immortals. All right, last one. We played this one yesterday. See if this one resonates at all. This is Johnny Manziel on Max Crosby's podcast talking about that he thought there was a chance he was going to be a Kansas City Chief in 2017.
I thought I was going to sign in Kansas City the same year that Mahomes got drafted. So I think if they wouldn't have taken a quarterback, which thank God they did, I mean, I think I could have ended up there. Andy Reid has a really, really good long history of being able to help people, and like he saw something in me as well. So I took a couple meetings there and flew up to Kansas City and kicked the tires on it, and it ended up not working out. But I think I had two really good opportunities and situations, and it just wasn't meant to be. It took me a while. I really thought I was going to get back.
This is my issue with Johnny Manziel's take, Seth. Is that specifically to this? Is that if a team is kicking tires, if the Chiefs, after drafting Patrick Mahomes, were then kicking tires on Johnny Manziel, they didn't stay away from you because they already had drafted Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes' name should never enter the same ecosystem.
It wasn't just that I was,
It's like, well, they had already drafted Mahomes, so they didn't sign me, who'd been out of football for 2 years, snorting coke in Jamaica and stuff like that.
And honestly, Johnny Manziel brought it up, so I'll go here, but very briefly. It's like, Andy Reid has a great history of helping out football players. He doesn't necessarily have he doesn't have the magic touch when it comes to dealing with people that have Johnny Manziel's types of issues.
Right.
It's not like it's like some secret power that he has or anything, or any human being does.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel does this thing where he comes really close to taking full accountability for things, but then he always pulls it back a little bit and plays the victim card a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever really taken full accountability for what a disaster he was back then, which is, and it's a serious problem. It's a disease. It's all that. But it's like, he just always gets pulled back into pointing the finger a little bit, or saying how circumstances were against him somehow.
What he is saying there, in a way, is that, well, they had already drafted Mahomes, so they didn't really need to sign me.
Right.
And that sounds stupid. Think about that. Think about they had already drafted the guy who's go on to be the best quarterback of this generation, so they didn't need me. Is it enough to take down Hayden Winks?
No, not even close. Not even close.
I told you. Yeah, these were not worthy challenges.
honestly, Manziel, if you were going to go where could I go where people have had issues like me? He should have hoped to have gone to the Bengals at some point. The Bengals, for all of their faults over the years, have done a great job taking guys who have off-field issues and getting the absolute most out of them.
That's true.
Sometimes for years and years and years, like with Pac-Man.
Yeah, no, he was there for a good long time. Hey, I know in Take-a-Mania, we've had a lot of fun at Coach Prime's expense, Deion Sanders. I know that he's been at least one time with something he said in Take-a-Mania. I like this that I heard from Deion Sanders yesterday. I'm going to take this opportunity to point out things that I like that he said, as we've had a lot of fun with the Take-a-Mania stuff. This was Coach Prime giving his team at Colorado kind of sort of a final warning before the season starts here soon.
We start school when, Ben? Tomorrow. No slides. If I see you with, I'm going to send people to campus tomorrow. If I see you with slides on campus, it's going to be a problem. If I see you with a hoodie on in class or some headphones on in class, it's going to be a problem. If I see you sitting in the back of the classroom, it's going to be a problem. Do we understand that? And if you're online and you have online classes and you don't have a shirt on, or you got a white beater on, or you have some stupid on that causes a distraction, or you walk around during that online session, it's going to be a problem. We good with that, guys?
I like that.
He has I think that's one thing that gets lost in a lot of it is that Deion is very much a disciplinarian in a lot of ways. He's old school in a lot of ways. He wants his guys walking around campus looking like Urkel.
That's right. That would be hilarious if someone dressed up as Urkel on the Buffalo's team.
No, that's I think that he's very much a disciplinarian as a coach.
Yeah.
It gets lost sometimes in all of the other bombasticity, whatever the hell
I like that word. Do it. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that was good. I like that. Just hey, man, no slides. No, the online course, the online was the best part. You got on a wife beater if you're getting up and walking around. Because we've been in plenty of Zoom calls like that, especially during COVID.
If I catch you with a gas mask bong in the middle of one of your online classes, there's going to be hell to pay.
There you go.
Messing with the Zoom.
Yeah, that's right. That was O'Brien trying to cover up for the Grenard pick. We were messing with the Zoom.
Messing with the Zoom.
It's a jolly version of O'Brien right there.
That was after he had flipped out and his son was sitting at the
it was during the Grenard pick.
Yeah, I know, but it was when he said that. It looked like he said that's on you, Jack. But you remember, he really flipped up and walked off camera.
Yeah.
And you could tell his son's just sitting there didn't affect him one bit. That's his dad.
Yeah. I heard someone say, boy, his son is sitting there like a hostage. I'm like, no, his son is desensitized to what's going on around him. He's on his Game Boy or whatever. Right?
That's just dad being dad.
He's playing Candy Crush on his iPhone. That's it, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to this. This got a lot of reaction earlier. The Jerry Jones thing going on with Micah Parsons right now. Jerry Jones was on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel yesterday, and I thought clearly spelled out where the battle lines are drawn and who they're drawn between right now when it comes to this Micah Parsons contract situation. That is coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, third generation.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Jerry Jones on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel momentarily. What did you want to tell me, Seth?
So I found this. I was watching a TikTok video, so I tried to fact check it. And this may or may not track. The numbers are all over the place on this, but this is average number of beers drank per fan at NFL games.
Okay.
So the top 5. Detroit Lions were 5th at 4.8. So be careful up there, traveling Texans.
Yeah.
If you go to a preseason game.
Detroit's 4th.
The Browns were 4th at 5.0. The Patriots
feels low for the Browns, given where they finished last year.
Third most at 5.1.
That checks
These
out.
are all northern teams, which tracks.
Yeah,
you
for
know.
sure.
Bengals at 5.2.
Yep.
And then this, I don't know about this. The Bills are number 1. That doesn't surprise me. But
No.
remember that the Bengals are the second highest at 5.2 beers per game. This guy claims that the Bills are number 1 at 8.6 beers per game.
Okay, well, I feel like, you grew up in that part of the country. Does that?
Oh yeah. Very. It's a very hefty. It's a bar culture.
Yes.
It's wings and beer. Like that's their culture.
Yeah.
What do you do culturally up here? We make really good chicken wings, and we have nice bars that have very friendly patrons.
That is a big
You can walk
gap.
into any neighborhood bar in Buffalo, and it feels like these people all like me, instead of like these people all want to fight me.
Wait,
yeah.
8.1 and the next closest is 5.2?
I'm not buying that. I looked up like 3 other studies, and it's all over the place. The Bills are consistently near the top, but they're listed at having like 5.4 or
What
something.
is the 8.1? Is that beers per person per game? Like, what is that? Well, that's you got hoodwinked on that one, I think. It's eight beers per person per game for Bills fans.
I don't know if they're breaking it down to like per adult at the game or whatever.
Yeah.
That's got to be
That's eight is a lot, dude. That's expensive.
Every other study I'm seeing shows like they've all got a different leader.
5 is a lot.
Right. So 4.5 to 5.5 is usually. So I'm not buying this one about the 8.6.
Okay. Yeah. That's I think that the 8.6, no chance.
And 5 beers per person at a game, it's got to be per adult at a game because it's still even if you're going hardcore, the amount of beers, usually the people that are going to drink 5.5 beers at the stadium have already had a good number in the parking lot too.
They sure have.
So for the average to be 5, I'm not quite so sure.
Now I agree with the 5 cities. I do think like Buffalo makes sense as just independent of the numbers. If you told me these are the 5 drinkingest cities in the NFL on game day, Buffalo, Cincinnati, New England, Cleveland, and the 5th one was Detroit, I would buy that. I would believe it because they're all northern cities. 3 of them have horrible football teams, at least recently. They've had, not horrible. Cincinnati has been frustrating, but not horrible. New England and Cleveland have been bad. Detroit's historically been bad. Buffalo has been very frustrated. Yeah. And Cincinnati is underrated for its hillbilly effect as well. It butts up against Kentucky.
Forbes had one that said that it went the Packers were number 1, then the Bears, then the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, then the Vikings, and then the Eagles. But still heavily dominated by Midwest and Northeast.
Raiders are weed people. They're not beer people. I went to a Raiders game a few years ago. It was in Oakland, not Las Vegas. Maybe things have changed with the geographic change of the team. But there were plumes of smoke coming out of man. There were plumes.
Marijuana smoke
in the 100s, like in the expensive seats. Plumes of smoke coming out. They were playing the Chargers too. It was fun, man. I had a good time at that game. All right, Jerry Jones was on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel, and the shade thrown directly at David Mulligetta, the agent for Micah Parsons, as the two sides are in a staring contest right now over
He's also the agent for C.J. Stroud.
For C.J., we should note that as well. Yeah. Here's Jerry Jones to Michael Irvin.
I have agreed to give more money than has ever been given in terms of guaranteed money than anyone ever has as far as a defensive player. I've done that. Now, I am the cat that writes the check, okay? Now, Micah's got 3 years with the Cowboys left. He's got 3 years. At some point, somebody has to have the say over the other. At some point, it has to be that way. My job is managing the check, okay? Micah's got to do the playing. Where's the least important part of this whole equation we're talking about? What is the least incremental part of the whole equation? The attorney or the agent?
Jerry is a guy who likes to do deals, Seth, pressing the flesh and looking in the eye with a firm handshake. That's a contract to him.
Yeah, if the NFLPA weren't in dysfunctional mess right now, and if they had an actual leader or president,
Headless Horseman,
it's just a mess right now.
It's bad.
So whoever is still employed in the offices of the NFLPA, because it's dwindling by the week, it seems. Yeah. I as a former player, I get really pissed at hearing Jerry Jones continually try to act like Micah should be, that he and Micah had come to a deal, and now this meddling agent is getting in the way, just because it feels so much like a shark of a businessman trying to take advantage of the younger non-businessman athlete, and like, hey, no, you don't need to talk to him. You don't need to talk to that person who's contractually obligated to look after your best interests.
Right.
It's bogus, man. It's really bogus. Some players can operate without an agent, and I applaud those who can. The vast majority of us, myself included, I never thought I wasn't smart enough to be my own agent. I knew that I didn't have the right stuff. Yeah. I didn't have the experience or whatever. If I had gone, if I had been an actual agent or something, maybe it would be different. But it was like I had an agent for a specific reason, is that I knew I need somebody watching out for me. And Jerry keeps trying to act like, hey, Micah and I had a deal. Micah himself has said, well, no, we talked about things, but my agent is the guy who's steering the ship here. Yeah. And Jerry continually tries to excise the agent, the guy who's working for Micah Parsons, out of it. It's a really shady look. It's a really bad look. And I don't know if the people in the Dallas media have asked Jerry about that point blank, like why do you think that you can do business this way as opposed to the standard way of doing business, is that when a player has an agent, there's no deal until the agent and the player both agree that there's a deal.
There's been no shortage of opportunities to ask that question. He did.
Yeah, does he never speak in front of a microphone?
He was on Fox News yesterday. He then went on Michael Irvin's YouTube channel, and they've been teasing all morning on ESPN about this sit-down he had with Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A., I could see. Do you think Stephen A.?
It's not even. I don't know. I think that Jerry does such a good job of snowballing people.
Yeah.
And giving them whatever his spiel is, that I think sometimes they kind of get lost in him moving the goalpost or changing the topic or changing the, like he's very much trying to present it like he's the one being victimized here. Yeah. Hey, we had a deal.
Yep.
And we were going to conduct it the way that very few other deals are ever conducted. I don't see what and trying to put the blame on David Mulligetta, when in fact it's actually a much more conventional situation in terms of the actual discrepancy, and that Jerry in refusing to play ball with the agent is really in a lot of ways the guy. He's the Mulligetta here. Like he's acting like that he's able to reinvent the way business is conducted, and that because they're not allowing him to reinvent the way business is conducted, that it's not his fault.
Well, and he said in that cut right there, we've got 3 more years left on this deal. And for those of you out there thinking, no, they don't. Mike is going into his 5th-year option. This is the last year. No, Jerry is saying right there, we are ready to use the franchise tag. They used the franchise tag with Dak Prescott. So he's done it before. Here's one more from Jerry Jones with Michael Irvin claiming that David Mulligetta told him to take the contract that was agreed to, allegedly, between Micah and Jerry and stick it up Jerry's butt.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
Oh, wait. Now, see, I was
just so you're clear.
Wait. What do you mean? So wait. What do you mean? Because people going to ask.
Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark over several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it.
The agent's trying to get his nose in it. Like that's something like it's a sister-in-law or something that's trying to get in here and just muddle things up. I think that, honestly, the more I hear Jerry talk about it, Mulugheta owns him. Like, Mulugheta owns Jerry. And Jerry may or may not be aware of the fact that he always caves in and that he always ends up giving the deal. And that's really, I think, if anything, Jerry Jones is terrified of David Mulugheta. And I say this, Mulugheta scares the crap out of me in terms of the way he handles some contract negotiations. Yeah. If a guy wants off of a team, David Mulugheta figures out a way to force that guy's way off the team and everything. So, like, if I look at those two entities, Jerry Jones and David Mulugheta, the fact that Jerry Jones doesn't want to talk to David Mulugheta, it's probably it might be for the best for Jerry, because Jerry always ends up giving in at the end. Yeah. Or almost always gives in at the end. Yeah. And ends up giving guys the biggest contract or a league-leading contract when it comes to situations like this.
Yeah, it's very strange because Jerry, like, this is not the first contract that Jerry's done. Like, Jerry's done thousands of contracts before, and never have we seen it be a topic on Get Up and First Take and on shows like ours that he's so sideways with an agent. It just feels so personal for some reason with David Mulugheta. And I know you point out, Seth, that Mulugheta, like Jalen Ramsey, Mulugheta's his agent. He's gotten him up and out of places multiple times now, very famously here with Deshaun Watson. There have been other examples of Mulugheta that have been listed on social media over the last several days with this Micah Parsons thing going on. But I'll also point out Mulugheta is Derek Stingley's agent, and they got a deal done a week into the business year this year. To a degree, not to a degree, I mean, he works for the client.
It's right. No, and I think he's a lot like Scott Boras, is that people fear Scott Boras, but hey, when Altuve wants to remain a Houston Astro, his agent is Scott Boras, and Scott Boras found a deal with the Astros multiple times. Yeah. I think likewise, as you pointed out, David Mulugheta with Derek Stingley, ultimately the agent works for the player. Right. And if the player wants out, then David Mulugheta is really good at getting him out. If the player wants a really big contract, the Mulugheta's good at helping them get that contract. But when a team and a player like each other, it's not like Mulugheta is somehow an obstacle or somehow an impedance to him. Well, and so likewise, like with C.J. Stroud, I'm pretty confident that there's not going to be a whole lot of drama when it comes time to give him a new contract.
No, I agree.
I think CJ wants to be here, and I think the Texans the Texans aren't going to publicly insult David Mulugheta on their way to trying to negotiate a contract with Derek Stingley.
No, we had
with CJ Stroud.
We had the McNairs on. We had Cal and Hannah on 2 weeks ago today. It was on Thursday. Sorry, when we were in our last day in West Virginia, and Cal said point blank they're already budgeting for those contracts with CJ, and we brought up CJ and Will. Those are going to be two massive deals in all likelihood next offseason. Yeah, it's just and the status as of right now, if Micah is being honest, is that he doesn't want to be in Dallas. He wants a trade, and he scrubbed all his social media of anything Cowboys yesterday. So we don't know if that's posturing or if that's how he really feels, but this thing is, at least outwardly, it looks like a mess. Who knows? Maybe it gets resolved here. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop. Also, let's get ready for Saturday. Well, let's get ready for tonight and Saturday. Lance McCullers coming back tonight. What are we anticipating there? And what are the things that we're looking for in the game on Saturday with the Lions? We will round things out here on a Football Friday coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, congrats again to
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, getting you ready for the weekend here. Lance McCullers, Seth, what would comprise a good Lance McCullers outing? What, like, expectations being what they are, and Lance, before he went on the IL with the blister, as opposed to when he went on the IL with some sort of foot ailment he suffered in a weight room. It's been quite the year for Lance McCullers.
What are my expectations?
What are we
What are my?
Yeah.
What's a reasonable optimistic?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
reasonably optimistic hope. Let's say a quality start. Let's say Let's say a little bit shy of a quality start.
Yeah.
Let's say 5 1/3 innings with 3 runs allowed.
5 1/3 means he gets taken out in the middle of an inning, and the Baltimore crowd gives him a rousing ovation for coming back from a blister. Yeah,
The quality start is 6 innings and 3 or fewer runs allowed.
I think he can keep it under 3 runs. I'm not confident he can get 6 innings. And this isn't even a 2025 Lance take. Like, Lance is a high-volume thrower, you know?
It doesn't have to be under 3. It has to be 3 or fewer.
Yeah.
So 3 or less.
Yeah.
Boy. Yeah, it's barring an implosion, which we know is very much a possibility. He's shown that he's capable of doing that. It's just we've also shown that he's capable of doing the opposite.
I would sign up. I would sign up for 4 innings and 2 runs right now with Lance.
Yeah,
he just wasn't good when he hasn't been good in a while. He had that one stretch where it sounds like you might have his numbers up in front of you here. So
I just pulled him up.
Correct.
June 3rd, he went 6 innings.
Yeah.
Allowed 0 runs.
Yeah, he had like 3 starts in a row that were really promising, and then the wheels fell off again.
He did. It was the Pirates, the A's, and the Mariners. He went 6 innings with 0 earned runs. Then he went 6 innings with 3 earned runs, still a quality start.
Yeah.
And then he went 4 1/3 innings with 2 earned runs.
Yeah.
That might be your maybe 4 1/3 innings right now. If you can do 5 innings and 2 earned runs, especially, then you'd feel really. I don't know. You wouldn't feel really good about it, but you'd be like, okay, all right, the wheels, the train is still on the tracks.
I'd sign up for 5 innings and 2 runs now, this second, without even knowing what's behind door number 2. I would do that in a second tonight for Lance coming off of the IL. Hell yes, I would take that in a heartbeat. So my expectations are not that high.
He's had 10 starts so far this year, and it just doesn't seem like he's had that many, does it? I don't know. Everything just feels like a fever dream, like his whole. Or no, he's at 11. I guess he's at 11, I think.
Okay, yeah. I feel like I've watched him pitch a decent amount this year. It's just, to me, my gut feeling when you're telling me Lance McCullers is pitching is that, one, he's been so up and down. Like, even the few starts he had when he first came back, like the very first start he had when he came back, I don't think he gave up any runs, but it was 3 2/3 innings, and there was all kinds of traffic.
It was extremely dicey. Extremely dicey in his first at bat. First one back.
So I'd sign up for 5 innings and 2 runs. I'd sign up for 4 and change and 2 runs, because that keeps you in the game. You know what I mean? Like that's what you don't want to have happen, because I know he's had a couple of these where you blink and it's 5-0. This team is not built right now to come back from being down early in games like that. But if you're down 2-0 or 2-1 in the 5th or 6th, okay. And it feels like the team maybe broke out of its funk yesterday. So I would sign up for that right now. The Lions game on Saturday, all right, I don't think we're going to see the starters. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking yesterday about the value of the joint practice with the Lions for the ones in particular.
This joint practice is really geared for both teams. It's geared toward our ones. You want to work in a competitive yet controlled environment and allow those guys to get as much work as possible, really working a ton of situations, 3rd downs, 2-minute, get to work, red zone, a lot of different situations. You can get many more plays in than you would in a game. So I thought it's very beneficial work for most of our ones who guys, typically in this 3rd game, you won't see many of those guys out there playing.
Yeah, and you won't tomorrow. I
don't think so at all.
Yeah,
for either the Lions or the Texans.
Whatever the list was for the Texans, and I still have it in my notes somewhere, there were 20, 25 guys that just were in street clothes for that Vikings game. I think it's going to be the exact same thing. We brought Davis Mills played one or 2 series in that game. I think maybe just 1. I thought your point was an interesting one earlier in the show where you said maybe Davis stays in a little longer just so that they can get the receivers some work.
More quality work with guys like Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
Where with Davis Mills in there, they can run. You can have it's a more stable platform for the younger guys to get the right calls, to get the right reads, and all of that.
Yeah.
I also wonder with Titus Howard a little bit, just whether maybe he himself wants to get at least one series of actual live football action before he goes, because he hasn't played in the preseason games yet.
Maybe, although I feel like Aiden Hutchinson in practice gives you probably something more than whatever the backups would give you in a game.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, and it's not like he wouldn't. That would only. I don't think they're probably going to want to play Ed Ingram. He's a veteran player now. Yeah. So how much value is Titus Howard going to get out of being out there with a bunch of backups? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it'll be very telling, the offensive linemen that don't play tomorrow, right? Like if if we look and to start the game, there's Ursery and Tomlinson and Andrews and Ingram, as you pointed out, Titus Howard. Titus Howard has missed. I don't know if he's played a snap in either of the games yet.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
That was my point.
Yeah.
Like that he might want to at least kind of just get a little bit of live action.
Yeah. Like if those guys are all in ball caps and no pads, like there's your starting offensive line. There's your answer right there. That's the. Have we seen a depth chart for this game? That's what we got to go check. Even though D'Amico says he just rips them up and throws them at Omar as soon as he gets them handed to him, I would say, like, if the depth chart is telling us that's the 5, then we can run with that being the 5. That plus CJ talking about those 5 guys, I think that is going to be the 5 when they play the Rams in Week 1. I think it's the 5 guys that I just named.
Yeah.
Will be the
No, I think that's what CJ said, and that matches kind of what we've been saying. Ed Ingram and Ariante Ursery were the biggest question marks, and that was going to dictate where Titus Howard is going to play. Ed Ingram has played really well in the preseason games. I don't think there's any reason right now for them to think that their best lineup is Titus Howard at guard and then somebody else at right tackle.
Yeah, they haven't done it a lot lately.
Yeah. For now, I think it's going to be Titus Howard, it'll be Titus Howard at right tackle.
Yeah. What are one or two other things that intrigue you going into this game tomorrow?
The linebackers and the depth. I think there's a good chance for somebody like a Jamal Hill. For Jamal Hill, I think he makes the team. It's a matter of whether they look at him as a guy that we want to keep active on game day.
Okay.
There might be some things they're kind of looking to see exactly how he handles certain situations, how he looks in coverage, all of that. The running backs. Definitely. I feel like the running backs, they're probably by and large settled on a lot of things, but it might come down to like British Brooks versus Jawar Jordan. There's 2 different body types there. 2 different, British Brooks is a lot more versatile in terms of his ability to play fullback, running back, or tight end. Jawar Jordan brings a much different skill set in terms of his speed and his ability as a receiver and all of that. So that might be which flavor they want out of those 2.
Here's a ripple effect for you. Jakob Johnson, who is part tight end, part fullback. Okay, so how do they feel about Irv Smith or the Harrison Bryant, who they just picked up? How do they feel about those guys? Or how do they feel about the Jawar Jordans of the world? Does that dictate which guy they keep as the fullback type? British Brooks. Do they feel
British Brooks might be more in competition with Jakob Johnson than the Jawar Jordan.
100%. Yeah.
But because British Brooks is more of British Brooks can play running back or fullback.
Yeah.
And kind of maybe tight end. That's a big leap for a young player. But also, Jakob Johnson is. You can trust him with the versatility of fullback and tight end, but not as much as a running back.
Do they feel better about the depth at tight end, and thus thus British Brooks is our fullback hybrid type, or do they feel better about the depth at running back and we need to keep Jakob Johnson because we don't feel good about Irv Smith or Harrison Bryant? I mean, we're talking like spots 52 and 53 on the roster right now, but that's what this game is about tomorrow.
I think British Brooks ends up being the odd man out.
Yeah.
But I think they still really like British Brooks, and they're intrigued by him at least. Yep. They're going to keep him around on the practice squad.
Let's bring the fellas in. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing each and every day. Gentlemen, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, and I use the term loosely. How we doing, guys?
Doing well. I think just to go back to what you guys were just talking about, they got to feel better about the running back depth than the tight end depth, right? Like that just has to be.
You're
the way
trading for tight ends a week before training camp is over, probably so.
And then your head coach is talking about a dude who profiles, or at least if you look at the roster, is like running back 5, right? He's mentioning him when he's talking about the day that they have in a joint practice.
Jakob Johnson, or who are you talking about?
When you're talking about running backs, Jordan is getting a shout out from your head coach.
Yeah.
Without anybody asking the question about Jordan, exactly, unprompted. So I feel like you got to go, if that is the dichotomy that is indeed there, I imagine you go for the guy who, 1, you feel comfortable running out there with the ones consistently in Jakob Johnson, but then 2, that also profiles a little bit of tight end depth.
That's a good point. How you doing, Johnny?
Man, I am doing great.
Yeah?
Fantastic.
Okay.
Friday, man.
It's Friday?
Is it?
We got a football. We got a football game tomorrow. Got a football game tomorrow, noon.
John will appreciate this. John, I have a retired lawyer who emails me pretty regularly, usually 2 or 3 times a day. Gives me good notes at times, and lately he's told me that he's really sick and tired of me hearing me say the phrase "leaning into things," and I think it's because D'Amico has been saying it a lot about leaning into things, and Nick Cayley has talked about leaning into strengths. I don't know. Sometimes I take my retired lawyer's advice sometimes I take it to heart. Sometimes I ignore it. Do I need to stay away from the phrase "leaning into"?
I don't mind that one.
No, I
don't mind that.
I don't like it. I noticed one that we use collectively on the station a lot, listening to all the shows, is we like to say "out over our skis" a lot. I've been noticing.
Less is more on that one.
We as a group have been saying that quite a bit lately.
Yeah.
The one thing we haven't said a lot, thank God, is "tutty." We have not said tutty on the station. Oh,
do I need a remedy or
please
tutty? No. Are you a tutty user, Reggie?
I mean, every once in a while, facetiously.
Are you a chip user? Do you call titles chips?
No, I think that's probably more of a. Is Clint Stoerner go for chip?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Nick Wright, your former co-host, big chip guy.
He's a big chip guy.
Loves to say chip.
You know what's really funny is Seth said that I would appreciate this. I actually thought of Seth this morning when I looked an old, you know me, the grammar nerd and word usage nerd that I am.
Yeah.
I wrote down hook or crook, and, by hook or crook, the Astros, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I've never figured that one out. So I looked it up.
And?
Yeah, what does that mean?
You know what? You know where it comes from? So I thought of Seth. I said, Seth would appreciate this. This is so funny.
Does piracy come through in here?
Back in the old days,
Please tell me pirates.
When you were going somewhere, I'm talking like medieval days. They had a hook like a They had a hook like a machete, and they had like a big long shepherd's
staff or something.
Staff, which they called a crook. So you cut your path to that place by hook or crook.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
It means one way or another, basically.
Yeah. But that's when they didn't have paths. They said, we're getting there by hook or crook.
Look at us learning on Friday.
How about that?
I love that, man. Yeah.
That was so weird that he said because I actually thought, I said, you know who would appreciate that? Seth Payne.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I send John. I get these emails from wordhistory.org or something every now and then. John. Yeah.
Yeah, word of the day.
Well, somebody has said, hey, what's all this talk with physicality? I've never heard that word before, so I looked that up. 1827, that's when that was first used as a word. And it's in people questioned whether that's an actual word or not. And I pretended like I knew the answer after I looked it up. Of course it's a word. I'm going to
be the hook or crook expert from now on.
Yeah, man.
Wait, physicality, I never questioned if it was a word. Is that one of those things where you say it so often that the word begins to lose its meaning for you?
Or it's a sports word that gets said by sports people all the time, and it just becomes part of the vernacular.
Okay, so in trying to invent new ways for us to say old tired sayings, I asked Gemini a better way to say out over your skis.
Yeah.
And the two that make sense, Sean, try this one out next time.
Yep.
Trying to land a plane on a runway he hasn't yet finished paving.
Okay, it's too many words.
Okay, how about this?
Go to hell.
He's trying to tune a guitar with a broken string.
Ooh, that is quaint and folksy. I like that.
Yeah, okay. Trying to tune a guitar with a broken string.
Yeah.
Although I feel like you're going to stop a lot of people in their tracks when they go, wait, what? Excuse me?
We're tuning guitars.
Yeah.
What's the question of the day?
It came because as soon as I saw news that they signed Craig Kimbrell. I'm like, I hate that arm thing.
Yeah, you and me both.
I used to root for him to get rocked.
Yeah.
When he gets out there like a cactus.
Holds that arm out.
I rooted for his arm to fall off.
So the question of the day is, who's a player or coach or person you didn't like, but you're forced to like?
Austin Rivers.
Yes, that was mine.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
Austin.
Someone you didn't like, you're forced to like. Mine was Chris Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so what was the Austin Rivers things here, fellas? What was the Austin Rivers for y'all?
Austin Rivers for me, one, went to Duke. Okay, so let's start there.
Good start.
Let's start there. Two, bit of a Nepo baby. He ended up getting a nice deal from the Clippers where his old man was running things.
Yeah.
His dad didn't like. They have a tortured relationship, don't they?
I don't know. Maybe he was trying to make up for it by paying him off in a contract,
right.
and then he's an agitator. That's his game.
He was
a lottery pick, but he never evolved into a guy that was the best guy on a team.
Yeah.
But
sometimes he played like he thought he was.
Exactly, and that's part of it too. Like, what are you doing? Why is Austin Rivers volume shooting right now? I'm glad he's on the other team doing this. But then when he came here, I thought he was a great fit. I thought all those things that I just talked about was something that those.
So you actually did like him. You weren't just forced.
I was forced to at first, but then I grew to actually like him.
Austin Rivers, there's two athletes that I'll think of in that regard, where Austin Rivers, you went from like stiff-arming him to giving him a full-on embrace. Dwight Howard, it was like you'd always stiff-armed him. He got here, and then it was still a side hug.
Yeah,
You're kind of like, hey, buddy, yeah,
Brock
sure.
Osweiler.
Yeah.
Brock Osweiler.
But I never had any kind of feelings about Brock Osweiler before he got here.
I didn't until he opened his mouth at his first press conference, and I'm like, oh, God, this guy. Not presidential. Yeah. Those are Austin Rivers' first one that pops into my head.
Those are some good ones. I think we're already getting ones popping on the text line.
It's a great text topic.
Yeah,
it's coming through, and I feel like we're going to have a lot of fun at 10:40.
Okay, sounds good. All right, fellas. Well, we will cede the stage to you and get out of your way and let the greatness that is in the loop, part of a Marconi-nominated lineup.
I don't know why I heard that like as part of a balanced breakfast. Like that's how
That too. Yeah, you guys are the cereal. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Antibodies and 6 strings on your guitar.
Thank you very much. Is that how many there are?
Yes, or 12.
Yeah, or 12.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Or 4 strings if you're playing a certain bass, right?
No, but he said guitar.
I mean, a bass is a guitar.
Bass guitar.
Yeah, we got him on the technicality, boys.
Yeah.
Woo, that's
he tried to hit you with the well, actually.
No, that was a well, actually.
That's how you get him.
That was a well, actually. Right there.
Welcome to a Friday, baby. We got Lopez on some words. We're feeling good, baby. Yeah, get you some smelling salts. Get that going. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, happy Friday to you. Let's get going and have a good day. That's John Lopez.
By hook or crook.
I'm Reginald Atatula. By hook or by crook, we will have a good day today. And, of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, wearing a hat that says "Wine Fine."
Yeah, shout out to my homegirl Jess. She had her own wine brand.
Ah, okay.
She gave me this hat, so sometimes I throw it on just to support a little bit.
I was just wondering if they got it backwards or something.
Cap today.
Yeah, everybody's wearing a hat. Y'all didn't let me know.
Yeah,
that I'm supposed to wear a hat today.
I wear them on the weekends, but I'm like, you know what? Why not? Freedom boats, by the way. That's my boat.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. Excellent. Look at us promoting some stuff with these hats.
I'm just saying it's my boat.
I'm not promoting nothing except for
walking advertising.
I paid for that sucker.
Very sad twist that I had right now in my head. Oh, wow. Okay, so the question of the day is going to be very fun because someone said their father-in-law. All right.
Uh-oh. 1040 can't get here fast enough.
We'll get there when we get there. All right, but let's talk a little bit about your Houston Texans.
Ooh, Kevin Durant.
Oh, wait, before we even get there, I should remind you, because some of y'all already know it, but if you don't, get involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610, or you can get involved in a different way, and we always salute the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610, or on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. All right, quick programming things, as I'm already we're going to have B. Scott in today. I know that's been a little sporadic of late, but he will be in the building.
I thought he didn't like the show for a minute, man.
You know what? I was
like ducking and dodging the show.
We roasted him about that John Wick take, and he ain't been back since. You noticed that, right?
Yeah, and that was training camp.
So
that's right.
So we'll have B. Scott
like a month ago
in the 11 o'clock hour.
I got that thing.
Oh well, I got to fill in, so I can't do it. Don't worry about it.
You know what? I got to watch my kids today.
Yeah,
those kids kept popping up now, didn't they?
Got to water the plants.
That's right. We will be giving away a 4-pack of U of H tickets to when they face off against Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. So that'll happen later on in the program as well. But let's start again, as I said, by talking about the Texans. So they're done with the joint practice is what I was looking for, and it was indeed an open practice up there in Detroit between the Texans and the Lions. And so all that remains for your Texans on what I would view as the training camp preseason slate before we get into the realness of the regular season is a preseason game tomorrow 12 noon, 9 a.m. is when countdown starts. Sean and Seth have you covered there to get you ready for what is a battleground day for the 2s, the 3s, and everybody trying to make a 53-man roster. And with that in mind, who are going to be the pieces on the chessboard of sort? Who are going to be the actors in the battleground? Who's playing for a job tomorrow?
Yeah, bring your game or bring your playbook. I mean, that's what tomorrow is. Figuratively,
it's just the iPad now, right? Like it's the team issue iPad.
Figuratively speak. Work with me here.
No, I hear you. It made me think again.
They still actually had like a big old a physical.
I'm sure there's one somewhere.
The coaches probably
the coaches
right?
probably have like a big binder.
Who's most likely to have the physical playbook for all the players?
I think both coordinators have like a binder.
No, but like as a team, because I know. Look, let's be honest.
Patriots.
No,
they're pretty advanced.
I was like, all the teams now, it's all digital.
Bengals.
The Bengals. Wait, all right. So that goes one of two ways. Too cheap to get an iPad, but also, are they too cheap to pay for all that printer paper?
Well,
that's also, you know what I mean.
No, the coaches actually got to buy the printer paper.
Yeah,
they got to bring it from home.
Yeah,
hey man, we
bring
need
your
some more
own
ink.
paper.
We need some more ink.
Whenever all the players show up for training camp, they have a list like all the back to school.
Yeah.
We need 3 reams of paper, some number 2 pencils, binders, Kleenexes.
Bring your game or bring your playbook is tomorrow. I mean, technically there are jobs on the line. Some of these guys will get another job.
And I really do feel like
some won't.
In a salute to obviously Nick Caserio, the entirety of the front office, D'Amico Ryans, this does feel like I expect when Tuesday comes through and people are cut down, by Wednesday, Thursday, a number of the guys that we've seen and we've watched in training camp, I expect that a good amount of them, obviously outside of the 53, probably I might say like 55, 60, end up on a roster somewhere, because it really does feel like they put together a good group this game.
I think this is a prime place for other teams to poach. I really do. That said, though, they want to play here. This is where they obviously either arrived here via free agent or trade, or they were drafted or whatever. But some guys are gonna lose jobs here. So I've got a list of names. I'm gonna name names.
Name names, damn it!
Anybody on this list that's not on this list, feel free to add. But yes or no, they got to bring their game, or else they're bringing their playbook. Justin Watson.
Yeah, and what's funny is it seems like yesterday, at least according to John Harris, obviously you want to make sure you check out his Harris Hits, and it became even more important for the practice yesterday, considering the flow of information being trickled down a little bit. A man like John Harris, who has free reign of these practices and really can break it down, obviously a great football mind. Seems like Justin Watson had a really, really good day, which is necessary, but he might be too far beyond.
Maybe.
Because it felt like, who was he competing with at this point? We feel, obviously, not even great. We know, locks. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, the young cats we talked about, Higgins and Noel. Xavier Hutchinson feels like an absolute.
That's 5.
That's 5. I think at that point, you're talking about, is he beating out Braxton Berrios?
He's on this list.
So those two guys are going to need to
Figgy.
Yeah.
Justin Watson, bring your game or bring your playbook, and Braxton Berrios. Yes and yes, or yes and no?
I think it's yes and yes playing for this, but I think that's more of a numbers situation. And Braxton Berrios is an interesting one because he clearly brings high-level value in the return game. They've utilized him as a pass catcher as well. I don't want to neglect that because we're not talking about Steven Sims here. But the size, and then also seeing the ways in which you have Kirk and Noel kind of giving you a little bit of that some more speed ability. But yeah, I think that both of those guys are in that place where, especially considering you're not just doing how many of the guys in this room, you're also thinking of how many of the guys are we going to keep on the back end of any room. And there are some other rooms where you can look at wanting to expand the number of guys that you keep compared to you're talking about running back, you might expand the amount of people that you keep. I do wonder, like, linebacker, how many do they keep? Obviously defensive line is one of those places where there's a lot of names that you go, how do you cut that guy? Where you might keep more, and it might come at the expense of wide receiver, especially considering that you have a number of guys that you feel confident in. I think both of these guys you have to watch out for.
Can you do the question again so I can answer it the right way?
They have to bring their game, or else they're bringing their playbook.
Okay.
Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios. Yes and yes, they better bring their game, or do you think one of them is set?
Nah, actually think they got to bring their game on this one. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel like Noel kind of threw everything off a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
I think he's been playing so good. I think I wouldn't be mad if they decided to part ways with both of those receivers because they feel comfortable with Noel.
It's going to be really interesting. That's one of the interesting things to watch.
Yeah, I think if Noel wasn't playing like this, I would think one of them was a lock at least.
I mentioned John Harris. We didn't dig very deep into something he said earlier in the week about the possibility of the Texans keeping 5 wide receivers.
Oh, yeah.
As we get closer, and of course, we're going to talk more about this on Monday because we'll have this game under our belt, and we'll really be looking at what the 53-man roster looks like in our eyes. But could you see a situation in which they keep 5, especially considering that would then ask you to lean heavily on these rookies in Higgins and Noel?
I really don't. I all due respect, he knows a lot more than I do. I can't see any less than 6 receivers on this team. Let me ask you this one, and this one has been an up and down, which way is the wind blowing type of question. I don't even know if he's going to play. Probably won't, in fact. But Blake Fisher.
I'm getting closer and closer, especially with the number of linemen. I don't know how much this is a bring your playbook or keep your job. Especially we had the pretty long discussion about how we view them viewing Blake Fisher.
Right.
And I think that with the positivity, I think they see the potential in there and they think that they can wring it out of him. And so I think with that being the case and understanding the way that offensive line works, I think that they're going to keep him on this roster. But obviously, he really does need to show up in a better way just because of the nature of his training camp thus far where he's had some real rough goes of it.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily, though, unless it's like an abysmal game for him if he does play, I don't know that you're ending up cutting Blake Fisher.
Yeah, I agree with you, Reggie. I think even outside of the on-the-field type stuff, I just don't see them parting ways this early on the second-round pick.
Draft pick, yeah.
Yeah, if anything, to me, if you wanted to kind of get like a shocker on the offensive line that could be, I don't want to say cut, but maybe moved, I'm not sure about Cam Robinson, man. Because I think if this offensive line is playing that good without him, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody hit Nick up like, yo, what's up with this left tackle?
What's up with Trent Brown?
Yeah, Trent Brown is the one where I'd be more interested in, like, okay, maybe they make a deal for him and send him elsewhere. The only thing that, I guess Trent Brown also fits into this possibly. I think Cam Robinson gives you some flexibility on where you go should something break down at any point. Like if Ed Ingram isn't the best version of himself, if Titus Howard ends up being not as tenable on the outside as it seems like he should be.
Sure.
Like the musical chairs that get you to a place where you still feel comfortable about your starting 5 feels like Cam Robinson is a part of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you would want to then send that guy on somewhere else just to
But it seems like they've been doing the musical chairs without Cam Robinson.
They have.
So I'm just kind of curious, like not saying the Houston Texans want to move on from him, but if he's not starting and if he's kind of like playing that swing tackle role, why wouldn't another team that probably need a tackle like that? I wouldn't be surprised if they hit him up like, yo.
On Blake Fisher, my answer is going to be he's safe for now. I think he's safe for now.
You're like, you're safe, but don't get too comfortable.
Exactly.
We watching you, brother. We are watching.
I keep going back to D'Amico's press conference when he's always, sort of positive and doesn't want to, and he's just like, it's in there, man. I don't know. He's just got to be more consistent.
I'm there as well. Yeah. I mentioned the same thing.
Yeah.
All
right, let's go rapid fire because there's like 5 other names. Let's go rapid fire on
I'm interested if you're going to bring up one of the names I'm thinking about.
Tommy Togiai.
Not the name I was thinking about, but then I thought about Folu Fatukasi. Again, guys that haven't gotten a lot of burn. Togiai, I wonder how much it's about him and how much it's about others. Because
like Fatukasi.
The thing about Togiai is I don't think that they were wrong, whoever it was that said it now. I'm thinking about all the quotes that we've amassed over camp and trying to associate them with the right person. Whoever said that he might be the most consistent player that you have, I think it was D'Amico, that you have on this entire roster. I think that's true. He comes in, he gives you exactly what you expect of him, but are you getting a better defensive tackle, especially a guy that plays nose tackle and Foley? And if he can bring it, if he's still consistent, does that then push Tommy off the roster in some way? Yeah,
I'm going to say I don't want to call him a lock, but I wonder if it will be a numbers game when it comes to these two. I'm talking about salary number wise.
I think he's safe. I think he's safe.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the safer option if he give you that type of production that you expect from him.
And Reggie hit the point that I was going to make. Remember what D'Amico said about Togiai, and remember what he said about Blake Fisher. That's telling. Jake Hansen.
They
relied on him last year.
They did. I think that there's a belief in him being able to step in if you absolutely need to. I have a hard time. I keep thinking about him in conjunction with Nick Neiman because it feels like they occupy the same space as special teams guys. But I've recognized that I've kind of neglected our guy Hill, the linebacker as well, who is just Jamal Hill, who's just kind of been here. And
they like him too.
Where he also falls in this, and maybe that ends up being a 2 out of 3 there, than more than the 1-up kind of conversation. I think, as always with him, just because of the way they are with the linebackers, now you get Christian Harris back. There's a number of guys that I can easily slot ahead of him. You got a ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure about him, man.
I'm not sure about him.
Yeah,
because I think they liked him a lot.
Yeah, they liked him a lot, but you also got E.J. Speed, who's been kind of balling out in preseason too. So.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
Darrell Taylor,
I don't know. I think he's in a good place. I think that he has demonstrated himself consistently as a pass rusher. Plus, as much as D'Amico Ryans has, really stepped even further into his role as full head coach and occupying that greatly. That guy is a defensive guy, and you see his eyes light up when he has an opportunity. And seeing a guy who produces like Darrell Taylor, I get it. There's some dudes with bona fides when you talk about Derek Barnett, when you talk about Danico Autry, that are going to make this interesting. I imagine if you defer to the coach's discretion on this is a place where we might carry an extra in order to make some things fit. Defensive line might be it.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's a lock.
He's a lock.
He's a lock. Just off the strength of Seth Payne talking about him a lot. Every time I hear Seth Payne talking about him, I'm like, damn.
Write that down.
We might have an all-pro on the team,
man.
man.
Seth said it. Write it down.
Yeah,
Damon Arnett.
Yeah, nah. I mean, you need depth generally.
It's a spot they need it.
I don't feel great about him. I don't think that he's flashed out there at camp. And I fall in line with the thinking that Sean Pendergast has kind of stated. That depth, more depth cornerback might still be on another roster at this point. I only feel good about really 3 and a possible cornerbacks right now, and Damon Arnett isn't one of those, with all due respect to him.
Yeah, I don't see it either, man. I feel like that position right there is easily, you could probably pick somebody else off another roster or bring somebody, a street free agent in to replace that. I think I just haven't seen nothing.
Let's do a combo on my last 2. Johar Jordan and Russ Yeast.
Russ Yeast is, the depth is necessary there just generally, but yeah, he's going to need the ball because I think you revert back to the place that you were prior. Everything with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, even though we had that big scare, and I know that you remain in that place where you go, hey, what happens in the future if there's some re-aggravation? I don't think you can operate like that when we're talking about this 53. He was on kind of the outside. They clearly trust M.J. Stewart. I think that puts Russ Yeast in a place where he's probably on the outside looking in. Jawar Jordan is so interesting because I don't know what to make about this running back. I would love to tell you that I feel confident one way or another. I have no idea what to make.
I think he's playing for a job. I think this is the epitome of last preseason game. It's close. Let's see if he can do something to go over the top.
Yeah, I agree with both of them. I'm not sure what to think of Jawar Jordan either. It's a lot of running backs on this team, and I think somebody that's playing good might get the short end of the stick on this one, unfortunately.
There have been players, multiple every year, that tipped the scales in the final preseason game. I think Jawar Jordan is facing that.
And he's every time he's gotten an opportunity, both this year and including last year, he's demonstrated an ability. I would feel kind of bad if he wasn't able to make it. And maybe that's a guy that you're one of those guys that doesn't make the 53, but you try and do everything you can to get him on your practice squad.
Yeah.
But that's a guy that feels like he should be on a 53-man roster, either here or somewhere else, with all due respect.
Yeah, if they do try to waive him, try to get him back on the practice squad, I don't see him making it, man. I can see another team, and it seems like a lot of teams been looking for a running back too. So I can see somebody else picking them up.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Friday. Appreciate you guys rolling with us. Coming up next, the dam opened and all the Astros runs flooded out. So it was a much, much needed win in the first game versus the Orioles. Was it a Band-Aid or a good sign? Do you believe that this is real and something substantial? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss next.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down in Detroit tomorrow. Hear the matchup of the Lions right here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
And Lopez, I want you to know, anytime that you want another hit of smelling salts, I'll make that happen for you.
Is it still strong enough?
Why are you asking me when the best way to find out is opening the bottle?
I was trying to set him up.
Buddy, you're not going to get me. I'm too clever for that. My third eye is open, friend. I see.
Tell me if it's still good.
I overstand
but
what
your
you're
nose
doing.
ain't open.
I see what you did there. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Big 7-2 victory, baby.
Yeah, man.
They basically just flipped the score of the game that they had the day prior versus Detroit.
I didn't notice.
You didn't? 7-2 victory for your Astros.
I think about that pitcher for the Orioles. Man, he gave up 7 runs in 2 games against the Astros.
Yeah,
he did.
Even more credence to the idea that Lopez jinxed him because it was the only time
just
that man got
early,
a win or pitched incredibly well was the day the
Lopez would have been
happened.
a god if you said that yesterday, man.
That was the last piece of a parlay, too.
That's the crazy thing. Just, what was that, 6 days difference?
Yeah.
If you made your guarantee 6 days later, we'd have been in an entirely different place.
You would have been in here peacocking, man.
Look at you.
And we wouldn't know anything about no bath salt, whatever y'all got. What's that?
Smelling salt. Bath salts is something else, friend.
We wouldn't
That's our next bet.
Who is our? Who is we in that circumstance? Because I am not included in
your
that.
next bet.
Yeah,
when you call something a lock again.
Yeah, I'm not about to be in that space. But
we'll be eating our hand and stuff.
Again, I don't know when you started speaking French because that's not meaning what I think we mean.
It's turned into a Florida show.
Yeah, must be 2 we's because not that.
Yeah.
But yeah, offense got going and a number of innings with crooked numbers. Like that was the big thing for me. And so let's make it very simple. 713-572-4610. Is this a short-term thing? Is it a long-term thing? Like, do you believe that this says something more about the Astros, or was this just a good game?
It was more of a Band-Aid for me, but you take it. I mean, it felt good. It was one of those that they were desperately needed. You know how, like, when a 2-year-old, and I've got experience with this with my granddaughter, when she falls and it's not really that bad a thing, she still wants a Band-Aid, you know, because it's cool.
Or wants you to kiss it.
Yeah, or kiss it and then put a Band-Aid on. It's not even scratched, and then she feels better. That was last night's Astros game. I don't know how much, it really was.
So that was a boo-boo.
It wasn't meaningful. It wasn't a meaningful, thing to me because Jesus Sanchez went 5 for 5, man, after going 0 for 27.
Yeah, he was due.
I
love that about baseball logic. It's either, man, he's in a slump or he's due.
Yeah,
right. Like he's never going to hit again, or he's going to hit very well very soon.
Yeah,
and it is Schrodinger's box of sorts.
Exactly.
And we got the good side of this. Which look, maybe he's just out of this now. Especially when you hit 5, when you get 5 hits, either he really was all over Brandon Young, or he's figured something out, and now that's going to be a very vital, important piece that you have going forward.
That's the question, because you can look at it this way. Last night, Jesus Sanchez, Christian Walker, and Victor Caratini were the 3 big bats. That's not exactly something you would expect every night.
No. However, if you come into this season and you look at those guys and you go, are those guys going to be helpful for you? I mean, obviously you didn't know Jesus Sanchez was going to be on the team, but if you had some level of foresight of that, you go, oh yeah, you need those guys to be solid bats. Yeah, I think that this could actually be somewhat revelatory for this Astros team because, again, if you can continue this forward, Christian Walker is a guy that we've been lamenting for a long part of this season, and yes, he'd found a little bit of a level, but it definitely wasn't the level that we were anticipating to begin the season. Like he still has a negative WAR, which is a cumulative stat. Yeah. So I mean, like at some point, you were hoping that he could dig himself backup out of this. But having a game like that, like if we can get Christian Walker to kind of give you more of those, I think you end up in a much better place just off of that alone, right? Because Carlos Correa, you have Altuve. Those are guys that you can depend on a little bit more consistently. If you add in a Christian Walker doing that, now you have a nice little block of guys, especially with someone on the horizon maybe making it back to the big league.
Well, here's how I would put it. Jesus Sanchez, Christian Walker, Victor Caratini, not exactly the way you would draw it up, but that's how they got to first place, by having players that you wouldn't necessarily expect all the time. We all remember the big run they made when they ended up 20 games over 500 and everything else. It was different guys every day, and it wasn't necessarily always guys that you would expect. So maybe it was more than a Band-Aid. Maybe these guys are going to be significant pieces. I still think, though, that ultimately it's going to come down to the next 3 days in terms of confidence level, going down the true final stretch here, because you've got McCullers, Javier, and Arrighetti, and you got to get something out of those guys. We've talked about that, but here's the other part that why I'm wondering: is it a Band-Aid, or you feel pretty good about it? You feel good about the win, but feel pretty good about things, I should say. You got to get Yordan's ass up here, man. I don't care about he's going to play again. Nah, man.
You said screw these rehab starts.
Put him on a plane to Baltimore.
The rehab starts are really good, though.
Well,
he's hitting the mess out of them baseballs.
And that's why you put him on a plane to Baltimore.
But you need another rehab start at this point.
You don't. Put him on a plane to Baltimore today. Because you need those guys that can do that thing to really bolster your lineup. Jose Altuve needs to get going. Yeah. What does he have? No, that's I was thinking of someone else. Is it Camp? I forget it. But anyway, Jose Altuve has been struggling a little bit. You got to get him going, get Yordan.
Oh, you were talking about Cam Smith?
Cam
being
Smith.
At like a 207 batting average or whatever.
Cam Smith is the other one. So you got to get these guys up here, because you can't necessarily count on Sanchez, Walker, and Caratini, every night.
Now, of course, I've decided to, again, take the more optimistic approach. I'm going to go to my alter ego negative, Reggie.
Mm-hmm.
If you were inclined to go, this is just a Band-Aid, this is just a blip, and I'm not willing to believe it, I could easily see it, because 9 of your 12 hits in this game happened while Brandon Young's on the mound. All 7 of your runs in this game happened while Brandon Young's on the mound. And again, outside of the one day where he decided to all of a sudden become Ty Cobb or something out there last Friday against your Astros, he has not been a good pitcher in the league. And so, yeah, you took advantage of a bad pitcher, which is something that you should do if you're a good team, a bad team, or any other team that's a professional one. But you did do that, and I don't know how much you can actually forecast that forward. If that was the stance point that you took, I could not be mad at you one bit.
No, I totally agree. Hey, enjoy the win, but I wouldn't say, okay, yeah, things are getting right all of a sudden, but please get Yordan back up here. He's not going to fix everything. We've established that. But if you can get Altuve going a little bit, obviously Jeremy Pena, Cam Smith, and then you have some relatively successful starts from McCullers, Javier, and Arrighetti. Well, then you're going to hold the Mariners off. You have a good chance of doing it.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to watch as we continue forward. And, yeah, the weekend will we'll definitely give you a better idea on that front. But also, I think, as you were talking about, the offense. We needed offense. It's going to be vital for this team if they want to achieve any of the goals that were set out before them at the beginning of the season. And you've got some guys who are, not the greatest pitchers, but I imagine will give you a level of litmus test. Your Cade Povich tonight. He has a 4.98 ERA, which again does not scare you, but I mean you've had bad games against worse.
What happened
of
last
late,
Friday?
Right? Don't even stop at Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and then Sunday. Speaking of Sunday, you'll get Dean Kramer again. So these are guys that you're going to need to show up against. And can this offense continue to put crooked numbers up on the board? That begins tonight when you have Cade Povich on the mound for the Orioles, and then you look over, and of course Lance McCullers Jr. goes for the Astros. So we will be watching that tonight with great interest. But again, it was just good to see, whether it was a Band-Aid or not. It was really good to see a good amount of runs come up and happen early in the game, especially, and give this team some confidence.
3, 4, 6. I don't know what to believe.
That's correct. That is the right answer, by the way. Everything that we said for the last 10 minutes does not matter. The right answer is
I don't know.
We will see. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Because speaking of the Astros, the bullpen got a little bit of love, if this is what we want to call love. You add Craig Kimbrell to this bullpen. He will join the Major League club immediately. And in honor of that, who's a player or coach in sports that you did not like but were forced to cheer for. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
What goes into putting together the
ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, welcome to your Houston Astros, Craig Kimbrell, who I'm pretty sure the last time
what's that Sean Pendergast drop?
Sounded like a...
That was my first reaction. Well, that was my reaction.
Do you know what I imagine every time I hear that sound? I imagine Charlie Brown. Like, I think that that feels like Charlie Brown to me.
Dude.
But yeah,
and now I got to cheer for that guy.
I mean, do you have to cheer for him?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm asking the question. I'm just asking questions. Don't jump on me.
Or feel free to boo that man if you want. Once he get out there.
Okay. I mean,
I cannot tell you, and I know you haven't even gotten to the question of the day yet.
By the way, question of the day, inspired by the acquisition of Craig Kimbrell, what's a player or coach, or rather, who's a player or coach that you hated or disliked, but then were forced to root for? 713-572-4610.
Craig Kimbrell is my answer. That stupid arm thing. I guess I can't even say that anymore, can I?
I mean, you can call it stupid. There's plenty of things plenty of people you will root for, but you still think they do stupid stuff. You're a parent.
That's right.
You love your kids, and I bet you're like, they do stupid things.
If you're on YouTube and Twitch and don't know what I'm talking about, I'm doing it right now.
He looked like a cactus. That's all. I just always thought, I was like, he'd be in a cactus real quick before he throws this ball.
It's not only irritated me to no end, and he was really good, don't get me wrong. It not only irritated
me. Back in 2020?
2018, didn't they win the World Series with him closing, or certainly in the back end?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's not only irritating, I always thought he must get tired quicker. You know, it doesn't seem right, to hold your arm like that.
I always think about that with the pitchers that do those weird windups, because it's one thing to go out there for maybe a couple pitches.
Less is more.
But just imagine throwing 30 pitches like that.
Yeah, and you do that every time, and it's all stiff, and you're just kind of holding it there. And
feel like it's wasting energy.
So who's a player or coach? I got a couple that immediately popped.
I forgot that he was an all-star in 23.
2023?
Yeah, with the Phillies.
Okay,
I completely forgot.
It seems like you feel a little better about this now.
Yeah, because last time I remember
talking your way into it.
Last time I remember him being like any bit of okay was when he was with the Cubs the start of 21 before he got traded across town.
Yeah.
To the White Sox. And I was like, oh yeah, but I forgot that he was actually pretty solid with the Phillies a couple years ago, even though he's only had one start.
Awful last year.
He was awful last year. Only had one start this year, and he was out on the street. You picked him up off the street at this point to go in your pen, which I think says a lot about where your pen is. That Joe Espada only has probably 3 guys that he trusts, and 2 of those guys are lefties. So bringing in another guy to maybe help with some of those situations. Although I will ask you, a guy off the street again. Last year he had a 5.33 ERA. Where would you like to see him utilized?
I actually, setting aside my irritation with his stance, I actually think if you have the right approach here, mental approach as a fan, and certainly Astros as well, but as mental approach as a fan, he can be effective for the Astros. Just understand he's not going to close anything. He's not going to shut down anything. If you just get effective late inning work out of him, if he's like Bennett Sousa at best, it's a success.
Okay,
you got to kind of change your mindset. Is
so
what I'm saying.
sixth or seventh inning, 8th inning, every once in a while.
If your expectation is Craig Kimbrell from 2018, 2021, you're going to be very much disappointed.
I feel like we're talking about Nick Chubb right now. When Nick Chubb
that's a shot. But if you change your mindset, if you say in the 6th inning, in the 7th inning, gets 2 outs, that's a win, man. Like all feelings about that irritating setup, aside, I think it's worth the risk reward here.
All right. I agree, by the way.
Yeah.
I agree. I appreciate the front office going out and trying to find some level of remedy because you know that you don't have it in the pen. And I think that this also is some level of tacit acknowledgement that, hey, the idea that we're just waiting on these reinforcements to give us all of the help for the pen is probably not sufficient. So I'll salute them in that, but of course we'll see if it ultimately works. Now let's get to being haters, right?
Let's get to being
who
haters.
Who are the players that you hated or disliked and then had to root for?
I can give you several.
Number
right
1
here.
selection, Lopez, is
Chris Paul.
The nut puncher himself.
Chris Paul was one. I think some Rockets fans, if you're being honest with yourself, would have to say Kevin Durant.
I've seen Kevin Durant come up here a couple of times.
Nah, Rockets fan, it's Russell Westbrook, man.
Westbrook was
I seen a lot of people change their tunes and delete some tweets once he got traded here.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Nolan Ryan with the Rangers for me is another one because I just could not stop cheering for the guy, and I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing? But yeah, that would be one. What about you?
I'm trying to think of. I mean, I've always liked Russell Westbrook, which is an interesting one. The guys mentioning on the morning show mentioning Austin Rivers is a great one because for similar reasons, played at Duke, but Austin Rivers was always a player that looked like he believed himself to be significantly better than he was.
Yes, he was.
Like my go-to was, who the hell does Austin Rivers think he is? Because it was clearly a player that was much better than Austin Rivers is who he thought he was. Except he kind of did exactly what you need him to do in a lot of circumstances. He did exactly what you asked for in a lot of places. And so I couldn't be too mad at him, but I very much had a frustration towards Austin Rivers. From the 281, or rather 346, they said Ed Reed.
I
wonder why.
I was actually pulling for him. It was a disaster, but I actually was pulling, and I always liked him. But hey, to each his own. Dylan Brooks comes in.
Dylan Brooks is a great answer.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks is a great answer because he always seemed like the dude who was unnecessarily annoying. Like I get some people, their nature is brash. Like maybe you even go to, and this isn't quite the same thing, but Ron Artest as a player where it's like, yeah, he just kind of rough around the edges. That's just how he is.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks always felt like he was putting it on to some degree. And it always showed up really funny when he would annoy people and then they would bust his ass.
Yeah.
And you're just like, dog, you brought this upon yourself. But he fitted exactly what the Rockets needed when they brought him here, and he really did serve an incredible purpose and fit exactly what Ime Udoka was trying to set culturally. So salute to Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, mine, and I might piss some people off with this one. But I couldn't stand J.J. Watt, man.
Really?
Just being on the outside when I first moved here, and I'm just like, man, you got some schmucks out here rocking some J.J. Watt shoes.
Schmucks.
I'm like, man, this dude is the corniest dude. And this Mr. Captain America looking.
That's a good one. Hey,
it wasn't until Hurricane Harvey when I saw what he was doing, actually being here and all that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? He's actually a good dude because I still know some people that's not from here that still kind of roll their eyes at J.J. Watt, and I'm defending it. I'm like, nah, he's good. He do a lot in the community. He's actually a good dude. But at first, I couldn't stand him.
This is a really good one from the 512. Doesn't apply to me. I liked him where he was. I liked him even more once I got to know him a little bit. Jeff Kent. Jeff Kent is a really good one. Just always surly, curling his lip, doesn't talk, snapping it. I loved that guy. I don't know what it was. Once I chatted with him a little bit here and there, interviewing him and being around the team back in the day when I was writing. I thought he was great. But I could absolutely see where Jeff Kent would be one that you go, oh, God, now I got to root for this guy.
I'm trying to recall if was it Evan Gaddis that was on heavy on the keeper of the game type stuff? Because I never really loved that. I never loved, I'm not huge on the unwritten rules of baseball. I understand the places and the things that the rules that it serves, or the role that it serves, rather. I never really loved it. But damn, if it wasn't fun to see him get up here with no gloves and hit that baseball real far. You know what I mean? You mentioned coaches, and I think that a couple of really good ones come in. I can't speak to Bill Fitch, but someone mentioned Kevin McHale, and that is a fair point. That is a very fair point.
That's a really good one.
Kevin McHale was very ornery, very much part of that Celtics team that get in your chest and all of those things, and very annoying to watch just because he was really good. And they became the Rockets.
What about Jeff Van Gundy?
I don't think I ever personally had a problem with Van Gundy.
I didn't either, but hell.
Yeah. I was going to say Dana Hogerson.
That's a great answer.
I felt like a lot of people didn't really care for Dana Hogerson, but you had to root for the Cougs.
Yeah.
You ain't going to root against them.
That's 100% a great answer.
And he did just enough to keep his job for that long, too.
Which, honestly, I think might have swung the pendulum right over the back because he did all that. They clearly put a good amount of investment behind him, Uncle Tillman did. And what did you have to show for it?
Yeah.
Like, where was all that high-flying offense that we thought? De'Aaron King going and playing in Miami and looking good now, ain't he? What happened, Holgo?
How about Charles Barkley?
Yeah, I mean, he just has that kind of. I wonder how many people actually rooted for him when he got here, though.
I was about to say that people would hate him before he got to the Rockets.
Oh yeah,
and then had to switch their time. Okay.
Yeah, but he's impossible not to like when he's on your squad, especially, but just in general as well.
Someone mentioned Zach Greinke.
Oh yeah. But I like Zach. Again, it's up to you. It's of course. Questions for y'all.
It's personal.
Yeah. It's a
I
personal
think you might have hit the nail on the head with the first one with Chris Paul. Because Chris Paul, he's just a habitual line stepper, and he's more importantly a habitual nut puncher.
Yeah.
Right? Like he is that, and I always say the nut puncher shall never prosper. But then on top of that, he is also like his MO and his get down, as he is a very great player. I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He always trying to get over. Like, he is a snitch. Like, he be on the court like, oh, look, his jersey not tucked in. Come on, dog. We playing basketball right now.
Yeah. How about the Honey Badger? Teron Matthew.
No, they said Honey Badger's sensitive ass.
Yeah.
Like, I always liked him, so I will not fall in there, but I see you. Somebody said Van Gundy still rests for the Houston. He really does.
No, he does.
He would be on that broadcast talking about Houston.
He lives here.
Yeah.
He'd be in the middle
but
of.
I'm talking about when he came to the Rockets.
Like after being the head coach of the Knicks and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because that was rough.
All right. It feels like we've done a lot of basketball ones.
Mm-hmm.
Are we missing something like football-wise, or has it just not felt to that same space?
Brock Osweiler.
Oh, yeah, you did mention Brock.
Brock Osweiler was one.
How did you feel about Bill O'Brien when he got hired?
It was an unknown.
Yeah, okay.
To me, it was more of an unknown.
Because remember, he was in New England.
Yeah.
And then I think he ended up going to Penn State. Did he go to Penn State?
He did go to Penn State. And he did a good job.
Real good job, but they was in a funky situation.
He came in right after the Sandusky stuff.
Yes.
And he managed to do some good, which honestly, man, he ultimately was a pro guy, but I do wonder what his career would have been if he was just like, I'm just going to be this college guy now.
Yeah.
Because he definitely hurt his reputation come here.
Somebody said Scottie Pippen, but my thing on Scottie Pippen is it was okay to hate him before he got here. You hated him more once he got here.
Yeah, that might be the fun one. Is like, who are you rooting for that you ultimately just had to hate once you had a level of responsibility with them? And yes, 281. People said, how about Durant? That's gonna be a fun dynamic, or maybe not fun, but an interesting one at least to me to see how many people are willing to put down the pitchforks on Kevin Durant, because he was one of those national kind of litmus tests on how you felt about player movement.
He hasn't changed.
No, he is even more so that if you're saying he's changed, he's become less of the good, wholesome guy and more of the I don't care what you think about me guy.
Yes.
What about Pat Beverly?
That's a good one.
Pat Bev was very much
I don't like him unless he play on my team.
Right. Yeah. And Pat Beverly actually might be some of the reasons why people hate Russell Westbrook, because you remember that time that, or rather, it went the other way where Pat Bev hurt Westbrook for the first time ever in his career. Fair enough. Keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. We'll try and hit more of those as we keep going. Someone said Bo Porter was lame.
Not the topic. That's not the
They
question.
were just like, let me throw this in here real quick. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on
by the way, Bo Porter
Friday.
sucked.
Yeah, just on your way out.
Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
That's right. Someone said Charles Barkley and the ladies of San Antonio. What does that mean? All right, coming up next, let's get into let's go around the NFL, talk about some of the things, including your favorite quarterback of this draft, Jackson Dart, and more importantly, what the hell is Jerry Jones doing? We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Lease.
In the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, yep, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL with
Laramie Tunsil.
That's not his name. His name is Brandon Kyle Scott. B. Scott's in the building, baby. What's happening, man?
The vet.
Yeah.
That's right.
Look.
Yeah, round of applause.
I know Laramie Tunsil's name rings
show
out.
up for practice. When it gets real, he shows up.
Hey, I know that Laramie Tunsil's
here for the
name
football games.
rings out differently here amongst our audience. But I wouldn't mind being Laramie Tunsil, a vet, highly paid, is not about to get hurt doing something unnecessary.
I should have come to expect it.
I get it. I get it, especially now that he's not on the team anymore, right? Like a player that maybe you had to root for. Kind of the inverse of y'all's question of the day.
Yeah.
What's the player that you had to root for that you're so glad you don't know more?
Oh, yeah.
That would be – he would have to be toward the top of the list.
What about your answers to the question of the day?
So my answer is a little bit of a twist because I got two players that were already on my team when I decided to not like them anymore. But obviously they're on my team, so I don't stop rooting for them. Mm-hmm. I just don't like them no more, and so I got this little bit of internal conflict going on. Number one is James Harden. Okay,
that's
now,
a good one.
When James Harden was in Oklahoma City, I didn't have any kind of passionate thoughts about him. Mm-hmm. And when he first got to the Rockets, I mean, you remember his first game, he goes for like 37 and 14. I'm going off the top of my head. It was a crazy game. Yeah. It was like immediately like, oh, the Rockets have a superstar, and it was a great feeling. But over time, and this shouldn't surprise anybody, I didn't necessarily love James Harden's style of play, his disposition, personality. Wasn't a big fan.
I get it.
But obviously a huge Rockets fan, and as long as he was on the team, I'd be rooting for dude. So that's my number one. Mm-hmm. My other one is more current because he's still on the team.
Oh.
Framber Valdez.
Oh, yeah. What was the breaking point?
Oh, it's the fake hair, dude.
You can't abide by these things?
I cannot abide by these things.
He can't be trusted.
I can't respect it.
Yeah.
And then there was a little period there where he took it out and then he put it back in. I thought he had realized the error of his ways. And he's like, nah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to lean in some more. I'm going to double down.
Didn't he do it during the regular season, too?
Yeah, he came out of nowhere.
It was like he was short hair Framber, and then the next start he had, and I'm like, what happened?
Tyler thought he was going to be the worst pitcher ever because all that weight on his head from the hair.
I remember that. I had to explain that to Tyler. But
he thought he was going to tilt over, I guess.
One of those about 50 pounds?
It is heavier, but it's not that drastic. But I just hate it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's because I'm not an old guy, but I am from a school of men who have long hair grow their hair, and it's women who go back and forth with how, and I'm not trying to go down there, but that's my sensibility.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, since I am a long-haired man myself, I respect the journey. Like, there's a journey here.
You have to earn it.
You have to earn it, right? Like, I get carded at the gas station or at the liquor store, and I'll tell them, look, I got dreadlocks old enough to buy this liquor. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm being a little exaggerating there, but I tell them, like, look, I've been putting in work.
Yeah.
And so when I see that, I'm just like, what the hell is going on? What
and then he's
what are
mad
these
at
kids today doing?
And everything else.
Yeah, man. I can't get with it. I cannot support it.
For the record, how long has it taken you to grow that?
I have not had a proper haircut since 2008. Wow. So however long that is.
Wow.
Damn, you saw the economy get better and then get bad again. That's crazy with the same hair.
Oh yeah, my hair has been through several presidents now and have seen and now a two-time one and has seen the economy go up and down. My hair remembers when gas was $4 a gallon, and
do that.
And we were shocked by it.
We definitely got to move along because that's just going to make me feel bad. Let's do some Schadenfreude instead as we go around the NFL. And Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just got to visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Gerald Wayne Jones, as I'll say, we'll bring out the full government for him because what the actual bleep is he doing? We continue along this line of Jerry Jones and negotiating through the media and in the worst ways possible with his best player, in this instance, Micah Parsons, the edge rusher. And according to Jerry Jones, the Cowboys' offer to Parsons was the richest for a non-quarterback. He sat down with Michael Irvin on Michael Irvin's YouTube page, which is a sentence, or rather a phrase that I did not anticipate I'd be saying, but here we are in 2025. But he sat down with him and had a conversation in which, he detailed that supposedly, he was going to make Micah Parsons the richest non-quarterback. And then he also went on, and this is cut 2 here, Figgy, to then make it seem as though the reason why this deal didn't get done, not because of him, not because of Micah Parsons, that darn agent.
I have agreed to give more money than has ever been given in terms of guaranteed money than anyone ever has as far as a defensive player. I've done that. Now, I am the cat that writes the check, okay? Now, Micah's got 3 years with the Cowboys left. He's got 3 years. At some point, somebody has to have the say over the other. At some point, it has to be that way. My job is managing the check, okay? Micah's got to do the playing. Where's the least important part of this whole equation we're talking about? What is the least incremental part of the whole equation? The attorney or the agent?
That's a choice. That is
a choice.
That is a way to look at it. Like I mean, he is, I would say, technically correct, but he's incorrect. Like, if we kind of just bird's eye view, who's the most important? The person that owns the team, the person that's playing, or the person that is advocating for the player? Okay, bird's eye view, he's correct. However, specific to this topic, specific to Micah Parsons' contract, he is probably even more important than Micah Parsons. Like, when we're talking about negotiating, it's you and it's him, right? Like, we're not talking about playing. We're talking about a contract extension. We're talking about a contract negotiation, and this be his agent. So, like, that is a choice. And I will say, David Mulugheta, it is interesting that he has been somewhat of an agitator for the establishment, kind of trying to buck trends. Obviously, he got Deshaun Watson that fully guaranteed contract when he probably had no business getting it. But shout out to him and shout out to them for doing it anyway. So this does not surprise me that Jerry Jones and David Mulugheta would be on opposite sides of the aisle.
He's become football Scott Boras.
Yes.
Here's where I am with this whole thing, and it really is not even associated with this particular thing, except for Jerry Jones talking. The point of, well, that's just Jerry Jones. He likes to talk. He's promoting himself as long as you spell the name right. It's not even cute anymore. It's not even funny anymore. Like that's where I'm like, just stop. It's one thing that's Jerry just being Jerry. No, this is serious stuff, man. This is really serious stuff.
Well, and also, like, and what? So he's the least important of the three of y'all. What that got to do with the issue at hand?
Yeah. So the issue at hand is Jerry seems to have believed, and Micah Parsons detailed this. Remember when he, in the middle of a day, he dropped a notes kind of thing on social media detailing his side of the story and what was happening. Jerry seems to have had an instance where he sat down with Micah, or was them two, and they seemed to kind of hammer out what Jerry believed to be a deal.
Right.
Micah Parsons, his side was, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys had not been talking to my agent, so I figured I could broach the topic and then maybe facilitate them getting back to the conversation. And so Jerry Jones was like, we got a deal. And Dave Mulugheta was like, no, you didn't. You ain't talked to me. Let's get this deal done. And I find it intriguing because, one, Jerry Jones, like, he does believe himself to do this. Like, that I will just go and I'll get out the agent and we'll just hash this out. He's done this a number of times. I can point to Des Bryant. I can point to DeMarcus Lawrence at one point, so on and so forth. The problem is Jerry Jones seems to be, he negotiates in a way that, with all due respect, the way that dumb people think negotiations go, which is like all bravado. I'm just going to bully you. And what you have to remember is that is not the only way for negotiations to go. And oftentimes the best negotiations are smooth because there's a give and take. There's actually, like, some working in there. And Jerry Jones seems to want to, like, bull rush and bulldoze over folks in a way that is not beneficial to him ultimately. As we've seen, he always pays out in a big way. Now he's making mad his best player, and is only really usually serves to make his players more money, but also be less happy with the team.
I mean, I'd like to introduce Jerry Jones to the year 2025.
Yeah.
I would like to introduce him to David Mulugheta. Maybe he should Google him and look him up. I would imagine that he's actually dealt with him already at this point.
Sure, he
has. Mulugheta has been around for that long. what you just described, and we all are familiar with that story. Him and Micah had their own conversation, and he thought he had a deal. Well, that's your fault. You must be dumb, because that ain't how this man is represented by David, not his uncle. Okay, this isn't Kawhi Leonard's agent. This isn't Master P representing Ricky Williams. This is David Mulugeta. That's that man's agent, okay? And you need to, if you're the one that signs the checks and I'm the da-da-da-da-da-da, then you need to know who your counterparts are and know your audience and who you dealing with. You ain't getting no handshake, wink, wink deal with a David Mulugeta client. Are you new?
You know what?
Are you dumb?
You know what Jerry Jones is? He's Amazon. He is a union busting company. Where
he thinks he is.
He thought
he's like, hey, individual worker, you don't need this union to negotiate for you. Hey, I got your best interests at heart. Don't talk to them. I got you. It's just not smart because this is the way that it works in this league. Like this is even the MO. You could even say about the union busting company. Well, at least that's kind of the way that our society has built it, where people are right to work and from the individual standpoint. From this place, you got to work with the agent. This is how it goes.
That kind of goes back to my other point. About everybody thinks he's just cute. He's just Jerry. Does he? But the gist of it is, does he really think this? Did he really think this would work? Like
that's what I'm saying.
We got a deal. We got a deal.
I don't think that Jerry, for all of the back and forth, I don't think that Jerry Jones is anywhere close to an idiot. Now he is getting old, and he might be getting close to senile.
I might not follow you on that thought process, but continue.
I don't think. I think he's just. I think overall he has been. And I don't think all successful people are not idiots. I'm not trying to go around that train of logic, but you understand what I mean. I think he's got enough receipts that speak for itself. However, this is idiotic.
Yeah.
Like this is not a great example for the case that I'm trying to make of him not being an idiot. Because again, are you dumb?
Yeah.
Like this is just not how it works, especially not with this client, with this agent.
Yeah.
You ain't doing no wink, wink. Let's kind of just. Pinky promise deal that ain't happening.
But the only problem is, and 346 mentions it when we're talking about negotiations. You never go into a negotiation unless you have leverage. Period. The problem is Jerry Jones has been able to get away with this or use this as his MO because NFL teams and owners inherently built into the fabric of the way that this goes have leverage. He mentioned it, and he's right. Micah Parsons ain't gonna be no free agent for 3 years at least because they'll franchise tag him and they'll franchise tag him again, and he has no real recourse until. He wants to, until playing games and then getting out of that contract. So that's ultimately how he's able to railroad these things through. But as you mentioned, if we're just operating in a vacuum and judging the way that he's handling it, F minus.
Yeah.
If we're going to be entirely
F minus is F minus indeed.
All right. Continuing around the NFL, had a couple of preseason games yesterday. One of them between the Steelers and the Panthers. Anybody interested in anything in that game?
No, just Jameis.
Yeah, I was gonna say honestly,
second game.
Yeah, that was the second game because to that point when they had that 4 box up there with all of their 4 quarterbacks, and I was like, yeah, I like the rookie, I like Jackson Dart, but I'm like, oh, this is gonna be tough decisions, or who are they gonna? That's what Kirk Herbstreit was like. Who are they gonna let go? I'm like, any of them. I don't care. But on the first game, you mentioned the Steelers. I am kind of intrigued. I didn't get to watch a lot of this, but I am kind of intrigued about Jalen Ramsey's second act or his potential second act as slot corner. Like, what does his second act look like? Because he was an elite corner, we remember, but is now getting older, has some tread on the tire. What does his second act look like? Is it slot corner? Is he a safety at some point? We all know him to be a very physical football player, one of the better tackling corners of his era. So I am intrigued by what does Jalen Ramsey look like as a Steeler, and how do they use him, and what is his second act? Fair. Maybe not this particular game, but we did get to see some flashes of it or what it could look like. So I am at the very least intrigued by that.
The bigger story on the day was a 42-10 Giants victory against the Patriots in this preseason game. But the biggest thing was Jackson Dart, 6 of 12 in his outing, 81 yards and a touchdown. A lot of good things being said about Jackson Dart, the draft pick for the Giants.
You're welcome.
And exactly, John Lopez, who is Jackson Dart's biggest fan here in the city of Houston.
Like his game, man.
Go ahead and talk your talk.
No, man, I liked him a lot coming into the draft, and he wasn't even really on the boards very high for a while. He is. I mean, you saw it last night. I mean, on time, the one down the right side, perfect in the bucket. He's going to make things interesting. Although, he did say the right things after the game about, hey, I'm just trying to be the best backup, etc. But he's legit.
Let me ask y'all.
4 games.
If you're the decision maker. Yeah. Like we put you in charge of the New York Giants and their quarterback situation. What are you doing? I can tell you what I'm doing. I'm starting Jackson Dart.
Off the jump? Get-go.
Yeah.
I said 4 games because I knew where you were going.
I like him that much. So what I've seen so far, I like that much.
Russell Wilson's going to struggle a little bit. It's New York. He's right there. You've seen enough out of him. I think 4 games in, they're going to make a move.
Yeah, I wouldn't even need I don't need the audition for what Russell Wilson is, right? Like, I'm perfectly comfortable with one of those guys, whether it's Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston as my backup.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy DeVito can go do
whatever
the next mob movie or whatever. I shouldn't say that. That's insensitive. But like
he the one calling himself Tommy Cutlass and stuff. What you mean?
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to remember the guy that he threw a touchdown. The guy he threw a touchdown to at the end of the game also had an Italian name, and I was just like, look at DeVito to basically another DeVito. If I can't remember the dude's name,
I'm not even.
I'm blanking.
Can't recall.
But it was another Italian name. I was like, look at them.
While we're here, I always felt very uncomfortable at how free we all are at doing Italian stereotypes when we would never do that on really pretty much any other subcategory of people, but it's because they leaned in so much, especially with the DeVito thing.
They actually like when people do that. It seems like.
Yeah. I think we're slowly, like, I can remember time we don't do this anymore because we've seen people get in trouble for this. I can remember a time where pretty much every minority group except black people were fair game. You could make fun of Hispanics. You could definitely You could, yeah. Well, and I think that part of that has to do with that. Latin folks tend to laugh at themselves pretty well too, but you can make fun. Like Asian people had it real bad. Like you can make jokes. You can't do that anymore. The Italians are going to be the last of the Mohicans. They're going to be the last people that we're going to get canceled for.
I feel bad laughing about this.
They're going to be the last group that we get canceled for.
I just think it's funny he said Mohicans.
I know.
That is fair. That is fair. To answer your question, by the way, I think that you go Russell Wilson, and then by week 4, you make that change to see if you can get – because they start with Washington on the road, Dallas on the road, Kansas City at home. Week 4, you get Chargers at home, and then you go on the road with the Saints before you get the Eagles. Like, you might be able to give Jackson Dart a little bit of a ramp to have best-case scenario. But we'll see. Somebody said if they're an axis of power, it's fine. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that rule of thumb, 713, so we can make fun of the Germans. Well, the Japanese will get a little dicey for you, friend. Maybe we'll revise that at some point. I don't know.
I like my jobs. I ain't making fun of none of y'all. That's why I took back the Tommy DeVito thing. As soon as I said, I was like, wait a minute, I'm talking in front of people in here.
Well, yeah, to be fair, I was not talking about us. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, of course, we got B. Scott in the studio, which means we got to get some of B. Scott's thoughts. Let's hear from Brandon next.
Every exclusive Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You can get forgotten.
You went out for milk, and I was like, where B. Scott at? He's supposed to be coming back with that milk.
It happens, man. It happens, man. But I did have the other obligations. I was either doing the show, like the afternoon show. So
morning show one of those days, too.
The morning show. So, I would just say, everybody show up to work so I can show up to work. How about that? How about we just do that?
Nah, we love your versatility and being able to be all over the Sports Radio 610 brand, man.
Yeah, man. So, I have not had a chance. I didn't get to show up Wednesday with my normal hit on the drive. So, this is my first time to actually react to what we saw over the weekend with the Texans and the Panthers, and obviously they had joint practices before that. And I'm actually interested of why Lopez is calling me Laramie Tunsil for not showing up at practice, because part of my B. Scott's thoughts today is lamenting the fact that I lean too much into practice. I right now want to practice less.
I meant here.
Oh, you meant here. I thought you meant going to the
you
practices.
You didn't mess with us until it got to the last preseason game.
I got you.
Now it's getting real.
I see. I thought you meant because the reality.
No, you're out there a lot.
Well, this is a
dress rehearsal.
This is a little inside baseball, but for all of the practices that I have been to this season, this training camp season, I will say this is still the fewest amount of training camp practices that I've been to since outside from the COVID year.
Yeah.
Other than that, this is the fewest practices that I've been to. And even still, even with that, I thought going into that Saturday game, and more so on that Friday show with Clint that I did, part of the reason why I didn't show up here to work was, and this is a regret of mine, I leaned too much into what I had seen at the most recent practice, at that joint practice. And my thought at the time was, man, Blake Fisher, I know he's a second-round pick, and I know he's going to make this team. But if we're just talking about what we're seeing out there, dude should be fighting for a roster spot. That's how I felt going into the game. I'll be damned if Blake Fisher didn't go out there and play his tail off and look every bit the part of second-round pick, of swing tackle, which it looks like that could be his position, of somebody that definitely belongs on the team. Like my take on last Friday, was that he should be fighting with Austin Deculus for a spot on the team. By the end of the game.
Spicy.
But I truly feel I wasn't trying to give you a hot take.
I hear you.
I believed that wholeheartedly when I said it. By the end of the game, I felt like I owed the man an apology because it seemed very ridiculous. So I want to take the first part of B. Scott's thoughts to offer Blake Fisher a sincere apology for leaning a little bit too much into what I was seeing at practice.
Lopez, you want to hop on that apology?
Now watch him get traded.
He might.
So that's a no?
Yeah. He might, but you know who ain't getting traded?
Yeah.
Austin Deculus.
Yeah, no,
because ain't nobody trading nothing for that. No disrespect to Austin Deculus from the crib, Cypress and all of that, but ain't nobody doing that.
Yeah.
So we're talking about different things here. Maybe I leaned a little bit too much into what I was seeing at practice and, some bravado there and wanting to have an interesting take. Along those lines, I also thought that aside from Joe Mixon, let's just put Joe Mixon aside. We ain't seen him anyway.
He is aside right now.
Let's put him aside in this conversation. I thought, for the most part, the running back room, that any of them could make the team and any of them could not.
Yeah.
So, I didn't have a running back that I was was a lock to make the team and nobody that I thought was a lock to get cut. I thought it was just a kind of a free-for-all. And I said that, and Clint kind of barked a little bit and said, you don't think Nick Chubb is a lock to make the team? I was like, I understand who Nick Chubb is. We don't have to explain that. But based off of what we're seeing at practice, no, I don't. I don't think any of these cats are a lock to make the team. And I'll be damned if Nick Chubb didn't go out there and look like some facsimile of Nick. He didn't look like Nick Chubb of old, but you definitely could watch that game, watch them push the pile, watch him be difficult to tackle. If you need 3 yards, you need 4 yards, you can see him being a reliable option for that, and why it is that a team that is trying to rebrand itself a little bit as more of a physical football team, a team that wants to run the football more effectively to kind of set up some of its passing game, you could see why that team would rather have, especially one that's struggling at running back, right? Just kind of to this point. You could see why they would want somebody that they view as reliable as Nick Chubb. So I think I owe Nick Chubb an apology for assuming or thinking that he wasn't a lock to make the team. He Nick Chubb, he making the team. So those were two thoughts. By the end of the game, by the time we were done with the game, I was like, ooh, Those are two takes that aged like milk.
That's right. Did I also get off my mea culpa on Nick Chubb? Have I done that appropriately?
I get roundabout way.
Okay.
I think you did that Monday. You gave him his flowers a little bit.
Because I was like, I definitely was in that space. I definitely, I mean, I know that Cody Stutes was real big on this because I remember, having conversation with him at practice. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of with you, dog. Like, I'm not certain that we are going to get a level of Nick Chubb that people were kind of trying to set themselves up for. Mm-hmm. It's definitely workable.
Yeah.
Like, without having to, litigate how much, what percentage, it's definitely workable from what we've seen. So, again, mea culpa on my part.
And for me, the lesson learned was not to go too Allen Iverson on you, but the great philosopher Allen Iverson did once say, practice?
Yeah.
We talking about not a game, not a game, but practice. And look, he was probably out of pocket for what was going on there and why he was saying that. But there is something to consider as observers, as media, to think about it for what it is. Like, just because you're seeing this in practice, we understand this, right? There are some guys that show up in practice that don't show up in the game. Mm-hmm. There are some guys that don't show up in practice that do show up in the game.
Gamers.
And it's hard to necessarily know, even from year to year. Like, maybe that guy was one way before and he's different now, right? So not to lean too much into practice. I think part of me was a little bit self-conscious about not going to as many practices.
Right.
And so I wanted to glean as much as I could from what I did view to be up until this point, or to that point, I should say, their most valuable practice because it was against another team. So I was like, hey, you can gather more from this practice than any of the ones that I've been to or any of the ones that I've missed. This is the practice to be at, and I'm here, and this is what I'm seeing. And I think I leaned a little bit too much into that, so I think I learned a lesson.
I also think there's a part of that, and obviously I can appreciate what you're saying because and what Reggie was saying, about kind of falling on the sword a little bit. But at the same time, DeMeco Ryans has consistently said it's not about one thing.
Yeah.
It's not just about – it's the consistent – he kind of gave Blake Fisher that, and I've talked about it a couple times, that kind of backhanded compliment, still saying he needs to be more consistent. So maybe, it's still not – the story isn't written on some of these guys.
Yeah.
I think Nick Chubb for sure, but maybe Blake Fisher, maybe some of the other – Woody Marks flashed.
Yes,
in the game,
which I've always been high on him.
And he's consistently flashed, I think.
That's exactly
point.
what I'm talking about. Like Woody Marks has shown a few things, not like he did in the game, but a few things in practice, and I think that is more important to the coaching staff and DeMeco Ryans than Blake Fisher's one game.
And a credit to them because when you have a more holistic look, and if you allow me to get analytical nerdy. If you have a data set, the more information that you put in that data set, the more that you avoid, falling for the okie doke or not having, or like having some inaccurate data or maybe like a particular spike skew your results. That's where you got to give them credit for operating, but that's also kind of the difficulty of doing what we do, where we ain't really gotten much to see from them, and then the times where we get to see them. I mean, because it works the other way. Even with us that we're out there every day, you see it a whole bunch, and you're like, okay, this is what I'm seeing. This is what I can lean off of. But they're like, no, we're still going to work off of an even bigger data set than that. So kudos to them, and obviously this is how you build a team. And I think the thing that whether with the individuals, whether it's individually Blake Fisher, individually Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, whoever you want to point to on the individual scale, I think the thing that you can keep coming back to is they've built a really good roster that should be able to allow them to go and put their best foot forward this year. I have gleaned that from camp thus far.
Yeah, and before we get out, I do want to give two other offensive linemen their flowers since I haven't had a chance to do this yet.
You got it, brother.
Center Jake Andrews.
Yep.
Right guard Ed Ingram. They were moving people. They were moving themselves like next level, like blocking at the next level, point of attack. Like, those are two guys who I don't think we knew exactly what to expect, and we were probably even skeptical of Ed Ingram because of his but rightfully so. Like, his receipts said to be skeptical.
Yeah.
But from just this one preseason game, I think that they deserve their flowers. They played excellent in that game.
I got about 3 or 4 more weeks before I have to go to Nick Cassera himself and be like, my bad, dog. my bad, dog. I wasn't familiar with your game. My bad, brother.
But to the point that, like, if it's gonna look like that, let's roll. Yeah. Like we can do this, like this version of Ed Ingram. If he plays the way he did, albeit against the Panthers, albeit preseason, if he looks like that, gives you that kind of effort, I'm with him and Jake Andrews, center and the right guard. I'm with it.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's B. Scott's Thoughts. Don't worry, he's hanging around for another segment because let's get into what's popping, including, are you actually torn up about this particular player being off the market in the NFL? We'll talk about it next.
Ready? The Texans preseason.
SportsRadio610.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I love pulling people behind the curtain. That whole break, we are having a conversation in this room between myself, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and of course the man of the hour every Friday at this hour, except when he's not, is B. Scott. We were talking about the offensive line that whole time. This Texans team is, confounding is the word that came to mind, but I don't want to say it, but it's deeply, deeply interesting for conversation.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to, and doing a good job, I think, of selling myself on the offensive line. Some of it, honestly, guys, has been hope trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think if I squint and if I hope my way and will our way to this, like, I kind of believe in willpower.
It's a little less squinting as we keep going along.
Yeah,
it's a little less squinting.
I still got to keep my glasses on now. But I can see it. I can see the vision, or at the very least, the vision playing out in some kind of way that could work. And I've always thought that, you don't need, I say this all the time, you don't need all pros on the offensive line. You just need 5 who aren't bad and 5 that play together. They got to be competent.
You and Cole Popovich.
Yeah. You got to be competent and able and play together, kind of play on the string, and you can make an offensive line work even with a bunch of jags, a bunch of guys. And not to call him, because Ariante Ursary could very well turn out to be really a special player.
A dog, maybe even?
A dog even. I ain't mad at it. But, yeah, no, I've been trying to sell myself on the offensive line throughout camp, and I'm getting close to being sold just based off of what we've seen so far. But like pulling the curtain back a little bit more, like you were saying, we don't want to lean too much into it because it's not like we've seen them go up against a juggernaut, or like they've really shown their full hand, or like the other teams have shown their full hand just yet. We have not actually seen a whole lot, So proceed with caution.
I think the last thing on this, and we were talking about this in the break, so the show just goes on.
Yes.
Because you had a really good point. They tried that's our left tackle guy route.
Yeah.
They've tried Kenyon Green is our left guard.
They tried
route.
sniping each individual.
They tried saying, we're drafting him, we're picking him up, we're trading for him. That's our guy.
Yep.
And it didn't work.
Shaq Mason was their right guard. So much to their detriment at the end of the season when he was hurt and they brought him back in the playoffs.
And it didn't work. And what I appreciate, because here we are talking about, Ed Ingram, and I apologize, and, obviously Andrews, and I apologize. Keep in mind, there were like 3 or 4 other guys that they brought in too, or 2 for sure that come to mind.
Remember when we were trying to convince ourselves that Eli Cox might be involved in this as well? Yeah, so they were like, instead of sniping, how about we just shotgun? How about we just sawed off shotgun and just boom, all of them?
My point during the break and now on the show was, I see Nick Caserio sort of changing the route here. Instead of like, that's our guy, he's like, let's throw it all up against the wall. Trent Brown, Cam Robinson, Ursary, Jake Andrews, just go down the list, and let's see which 2 rise above it with true competition.
Yeah, we need competent guys. Back to the earlier point, we need competent guys, and they need to be trained better. Yeah. Right, like because I don't think it was an entire issue of incompetence. I think Shaq Mason was starting to be injured and starting to be older, and then Kenyon Green, a number of things went left, have gone left with Kenyon Green. But it was also like, man, they're not even being coached well, or they're not playing on the string like I mentioned earlier. So like, can we marry these things? Get competent guys who are coached properly. Yeah. It seems like a very simple thing to do. But it appears, at least early on, maybe too early on, that they're doing that.
All right, let's get into some other things that are actually popping. In fact, this is very much popping as of 20 minutes ago. There was a move that was made that took a running back that was widely bandied about, widely talked about, off of the market. Are you actually hot about this? Because I've seen some people talk about this on Twitter and very much get hot about it now, that Brian Robinson is being traded from the Commanders, or the Commandos as I like to call them, to the 49ers in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. Did you have any level of hope that was something that the Texans would do?
Listen, man, you're gonna have a hard time getting me upset about a dude that got traded for a 6th-round pick.
Hey, that's Nick Caserio's MO.
No, I get it. And look, and if
you're talking about Nick Caserio
I'll
here.
say this: if he had done it, I wouldn't have been upset about it. Like I didn't when they signed Nick Chubb. I wasn't out here pounding the drum for them to sign no Nick Chubb. But once they did it, I was like, okay, I can see the vision. It would have been a similar thing here. I ain't out here pounding the table for no Brian Robinson. If they thought that Brian Robinson could help them, I think Nick Caserio has enough equity built up now to where I could see it. I could understand it. But no, I'm not upset that Brian Robinson Jr. went to another team for a 6th-round pick. I'm good.
We got a text. Oh, no, I'm not there, but I am with you.
You said, oh, no. That had about 6 O's in it.
Yeah.
You got to be like, oh, no.
Yeah, so someone was really upset about it. I'm not there, but I am with you in the running back room, even to this moment.
Yeah.
Outside of Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, I would have been in the camp of why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, like at this point, and you could go either way, but I feel like most of us probably feel better about Brian Robinson than, say, a Dameon Pierce, given how the last couple of seasons have gone for Dameon Pierce. But, and the morning show was talking about this a little bit, it does seem like the team, for whatever reason, feels differently about Dameon Pierce's place in this ecosystem than the rest of us do. Like, we entered this thing thinking that Dameon Pierce was fighting for a roster spot. It does not seem like the Texans themselves have felt like he was, because he's
Is it 2024? Because that's where we were last year. Exactly the same spot.
Fair enough. But he's not, and I don't know if this is more of a offensive coordinator change or like exactly what, because I mean that's the key difference here in like what's different between last year and this year. Nothing except the offensive coordinator basically, and obviously the offensive line coach is a different guy. But in terms of the decision makers, that being Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, them the same guys. And they have approached this as if Dameon Pierce is going to be a part of this team one way or another.
I mean, it appears that way.
It appears that way. The way we talked about it and the way it actually is appears to be different. I'll say that.
All right. So let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about your Houston Astros because they got a win last night, 7-2. The offense started going with 7 runs scored in the first 3 innings, all 7 early against Brandon Young, a man who was once guaranteed to lose a game that he almost threw a perfect game in. I'm not going to speak anything further on that.
You're just a little early.
Never wrong, just early is a great philosophy on life.
I texted him last night. Where was this tomato can last Friday?
It was too much foresight on your part.
Yes.
You were looking too far into the future.
Oh, you're saying he was right. Oh, Cal, I like that.
He was a third eye, brother.
I knew it was going to happen.
You even smarter than you think. See, I'm here to gas you up. You need hype men like your boy.
That's right. Which, I mean, that makes me think about something else. But before we get there, a little shout out to the farm where rehab assignment is happening for Yordan Alvarez. He went through his second rehab start, and he went 3 for 3 with a couple of doubles. This is really going up at this point. Through his 2 rehab games, 5 for 8, 2 runs, 3 doubles, an RBI, a walk, and don't forget that stolen base.
Yeah. No. This time, no sliding though. Like I don't need.
Yeah, we don't need sliding.
Come on, man. This ain't when you ain't no tiny. Don't be out here stealing bases. Your hands hurt and all of that. Your knees are bad. Don't be out here doing that.
Where are you at optimism-wise for the return of Yordan? Because the thing that I can't shake, and the reason why I'm very happy that he went on this rehab assignment at AA as opposed to jumping right back up to the majors, even though he had the hand injury, he wasn't good earlier on in the season. And I think that if you could drop him back in with the confidence of I'm just dumping on these AA boys, I think that could be very helpful in jump-starting what his season is going forward.
Well, the curious part is what's the chicken or the egg? Like, was he not good because of the hand issue?
He wasn't. I'm convinced.
Yeah, and so, like, I do want to say, like, could you just imagine, just as a side note, being a AA pitcher and Yordan doggone Alvarez is walking up for whatever series you got to pitch or whatever whatever outing you have. Like, that just is a kind of a mind bleep to me.
Especially when you think about, like, I used to work with a professional pitcher and former MLB pro, and he said that he always views AA as maybe akin to, like, possibly high SEC baseball, possibly.
Yeah.
So, like, you got guys that are probably playing just above the level of, college baseball, and all of a sudden you're seeing one of the best hitters in all of the world.
Yordan Alvarez, hurt hands and bad knees and all. Like, he is about to obliterate. But in terms of optimism, to your question, like, I'm extremely optimistic at this point, given that the hand has had time to heal. It was 60% healed when they first revealed to us that it was broken in the first place.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that it's closer to 100 now. We're seeing them perform out there, albeit at the AA level.
Yeah.
But, I mean, think about it, man. Like, we literally just got done covering them go three games without scoring.
Right.
4 or 5, right? Do something that they haven't done literally in – Reggie, you and I are like some of our lights. 40 years, these guys haven't gone that long without scoring a run. Like, it's like, borderline unprecedented stuff. You got grown men who've never seen this happen before.
Right.
So, yeah, man, like Yordan Alvarez, even the version of, I'll say this, even the version of Yordan Alvarez that we were getting, which I will agree with you because the numbers spell it out, was not good. I think just having to prep for him, having to respect who he is, never mind the production, which does matter, but never mind that in terms of like planning. I think it opens things up for the guys around him, offers some protection, and I think just is some relief for the lineup overall, which I think you're going to get more than that. I think you're going to get at least that. Just the presence of Yordan Alvarez is going to make your lineup better. And then, knock on wood, he's actually looking like some version of Yordan Alvarez.
I just think you should fly him up to Baltimore today. That's not the plan. Look, I'm convinced, and could be wrong, but I'm convinced his hand was bad from the get-go. That's why he wasn't putting up numbers.
His hand been bad for 3 years,
yes,
Lopez.
But I'm also convinced they probably went the route of, you know what, let's just get him healthy. That's why it's taken so long. Let's make sure the hand is right. And if the hand is right, I mean, these are ifs, but if the hand is right, and he's gone 5 for 7 with 3 doubles in his AA assignment, there's no reason to wait anymore.
Yeah.
Plans can change. Put him on a plane.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're kind of preaching to the choir. I don't think you have to sell any of us or our general audience, Astros fans that are listening. We ain't got to sell you on Yordan Alvarez.
Right.
Yordan Alvarez ready to go. Put Yordan Alvarez in your lineup.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Real quick, I'm realizing in real time, I really should have brought up, have you seen this thing that's happening with the ESPN app? I should have brought that up here where they're trying to make it more of a one-stop shop. I'll see if we can return to it. But college football on the weekend, there's some dates to remember because it's week 0. Big game is going to be between Kansas State and Iowa State, 17 versus 22. That's at noon Eastern time, so it'll be 11 a.m. God's time. Originating from Dublin, but you'll be able to see it on ESPN. And then the only other big game I think I'm interested in is it Kansas versus Fresno State at like 5:30?
Yeah.
It's I mean, week 0, maybe you use this to get yourself into that space. And of course, you also have Texans football. Oh, and I didn't even mention who you have on the mound for the Astros this weekend. Gonna be a big one, and I think we'll dig into it a little bit later. Lance McCullers Jr. tonight.
Yeah.
Tomorrow evening, you're going to have Christian Javier, and then the night after that is Spencer Getty. Like you are getting all of the let's see if they can do it all stars.
Yeah,
dude, the Lance McCullers, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti spaghetti that we got going on here. Like which of these 3 guys is going to emerge? Which of these 3 guys makes sense for you as an option out of the bullpen if you make it to the postseason, assuming that you will, and I am assuming that they will. Like, we are in real time trying to figure this thing out because there's not a perfect and obvious answer to the question.
No.
And we're literally going to get to see it. Like,
it's a fingers crossed
kind of play out.
Find somebody.
So what do something, bro.
Do something, bro.
One of y'all got to be ready.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. All right, someone just put this for Lance, but I'm going to ask this for both tonight and tomorrow's starts for your Astros. Over under 3 innings.
Whew.
That's a big part of the question.
For Lance, I think it fits Lance better.
I mean, Christian Javier, he left with the illness. That's fair.
I'm so glad they asked that because I've literally been asking, once you find out who that guy is the next guy just basically going to be a piggyback type of situation?
Sure.
Like, can you rely on more than 3 innings from any of them and just at the end of it decide, hey, 3 innings is the best I can get. I'm going to go try to get another 3 innings out of the next guy.
Before we let you go, though,
like tandem starters.
I did realize this. I didn't mention Craig Kimbrell, former reliever. I mean, he's been an all-star a number of times in his career. Not as much recently, although a couple years ago, 2023 with the Phillies, was an all-star. Did not realize that in looking at it. Do we like this acquisition of the 37-year-old coming in to help the pen for the Astros?
Not optimistic about it per se, but
why not?
I think it can't hurt.
Why not?
Like it is a low risk, high reward type of situation. What if he turns out to be great?
Yeah.
Then awesome. If he doesn't, then you kind of were bad anyway. You know what I mean? Like you had a less than ideal bullpen back into the bullpen situation already. So all this is literally the throw it at the wall to see what sticks.
No, it is.
But the one that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Man, these walls in Houston getting a lot of stuff thrown at them, man.
You're going to have to clean these walls,
Craig
man.
Kimbrell, you got offensive linemen. What else you got?
Who's going to clean up all them flowers?
It looked like Jackson Pollock in here, man. What's happening?
Yeah.
B. Scott, always appreciate you sitting in with us. I had more stuff that I wanted to talk to you about.
But it feels like home.
It does.
Everything feels right.
And you know one thing that I always say? you can always come home. We always appreciate you hanging out with us.
Right.
Friday, 11 in 11 o'clock hour, you can always expect a little B. Scott from Hiram Clark sitting in, which appreciate you, my brother. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, continuing on a Friday. Coming up next, let's revisit some of the things that were discussed from C.J. Stroud, because one of the things that popped up for some folks was, did he give you a headline, an idea as to what's happening for this offensive line? And a question that Lopez once answered. You think CJ's ready for this season? We'll talk about it next.
Big fan of big listener, big fan of sports, and in.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going pretty well. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And it is funky. Appreciate you, Fig, for doing a little bit of that.
I was wondering.
Were you?
I always like that Funky Friday.
I try throwing it in once in a while. I don't want to burn everybody out.
You won't burn me out.
I try throwing in there once in a while.
You get burned out on funk, you got a problem.
Hey, it's a lot of people probably
That's
on
a
the
you
set.
problem.
Yeah.
I don't care.
That's fair. Appreciation again to B. Scott from Hiram Clark sitting in with us for the 11 o'clock hour. And coming up in this hour, mind you, a University of Houston ticket giveaway, 4-pack to see U of H take on Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. So, of course, always keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. But I did want to have this conversation about C.J. Stroud and what he saw, like from his perspective at camp yesterday, because there's a couple of things I thought were notable. And then also you had a question that I wanted to get into. But before we get there, I found this to be interesting because were you at all wondering about what the offensive line is at this point? I think we feel pretty confident that it's locking into place,
last
right?
Week, pretty much.
It feels like
actually
that.
When I went to the Panthers game, we went to the Panthers game. I'm like,
how do you know?
I was like, all right, if that's the line, that's the line.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if the one that we'd seen the week before is the offensive line for the Panthers game, because really that was the last chance, because we're not going to see the starters on Saturday.
I'd be shocked, especially with how much work the ones got on a Thursday.
A great day, too.
2 days before that game happens.
Yeah.
I can't imagine them breaking out some of these starters. But I mean, obviously, we'll ultimately see, and I think that's why one of the main reasons why. Well, not main reasons, but one of the big reasons why it's always important to check in with the Texans Countdown with Sean and Seth starting at 9 tomorrow, 9 a.m. that is. But
a lot of ball caps on the sideline tomorrow.
100%. But let's check in with C.J. Stroud. This is what he was talking about with the physicality of the offensive line, and a lot of people were saying, I think he gave the game away.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's a pop every time, the ball snapped. I thought, it starts with Jake. Jake has done a good job IDing things, and him and Lakin are like the first ones to kick it off. Ed's right there, Titus is right there. Taylor, it's a group that's a lot of dogs, man. So I'm really happy that that we're able to run the ball like we have, because that opens up everything else.
It's set, right?
It's funny how I feel like he just gave away the star lineup right there.
But to be fair, that's the line that was in front of him at that practice that he's then talking after. So it very well could be that. But also the level of confidence that I think he shows says something. And really, it's worth noting, as much as in my mind, Eddie Ingram's been like this is the finishing piece. Something that you've been watching since day one, that center position. What's happening there?
Yeah.
I think that he gave the game away on that. And, of course, again, we found level of stability. You haven't seen Jarrett Patterson with the ones in a little bit. But him talking about not only has Jake Andrews been there, setting calls, because it really did feel like, at least in my imagination, and, of course, what you kind of settle into your mind is not always reality in the circumstance. But in my imagination, I'd said on the idea of C.J. Stroud is getting so much put on his shoulders now. He's going to be the man that is, behind the controls. He's going to have all of the reins in his hands to make all of the calls. And no, the center is still making some calls. And Jake Andrews, your quarterback, who again is really taking on more of the responsibility, saying he's doing a good job from what I'm seeing right behind him. I think that matters a good amount.
Well, actually, that's the quote right there. What CJ said right there. Sometimes you hear something and it makes you ask a question that you bring to the class, that you bring to this show, and that's the one that did it, because I think Jake Andrews has earned the right because of what he does between the ears as much as he does between the other two guards. And
why do you say that?
Because you just heard him. You heard him right there. That it's a tandem effort in terms of identification, blocking assignments, that making sure that C.J. Stroud can be is able to help receivers, make the calls, make audibles, which is not a word that we've used. We haven't used the word audible in a couple of years.
Thanks to the Shanahan offense, that's part of the way that works. And obviously the shift in offenses has given him the opportunity, C.J. that is, to have more of an ability to shift out of things.
So that's the line. That's what we fully expect week one. And it made me ask that question. Is C.J. Stroud ready? Sometimes the simplest question is the one that's most important. Is he ready to go into week one, because that's it. They're going to have some practices, but we're not going to have any real good litmus test, so to speak.
You know what the dumbest reason why I feel like yes is? And of course I decided to start here rather than the smartest reason. Deal with it. Did you see, and I'm sorry, Fig, I should have asked you to get this audio, but I was like, fine. And I actually saw this. I was scrolling Instagram yesterday, and I saw a video of C.J. Stroud on the podium or in front of the microphone, and it's not him answering a question. It's him saying to Tyleik Williams, his teammate at Ohio State, and obviously now the first round pick of the Lions to be a defensive tackle there. He told him, "Shut up, fatty," in the middle, and he's like, that's my teammate.
I actually heard it cutting up the audio.
You did? You're like, what happened
who
there?
is he calling a fatty?
And funny enough, he
mentioned that
in the comments on that Instagram post, someone was like, "Oh, there's an audio clip for Sports Radio 610," and I imagine they were like, "Oh, here they're gonna knock on CJ." I actually think that this very much shows the personality that it feels like we were almost robbed of seeing this offseason with CJ for good reason. He had his, he was in the lab, he was working, he's grasping this new offense that Nick Haley's putting before him. It's fun to kind of see him get back to some of that more fun, even talking about the hat, right? Like the Mariners, you saw him having fun. And in my mind, and again, I said this is the dumbest reason why. In my mind, I'm like, oh, he's settling back into the fun. Remember, we heard him talk at one point, and he didn't sound like himself. He sounded like there was a lot going on in the brain. He sounded more like himself again, which to me kind of means that he might be settling into all of this and feeling a level of domain over all of it.
I swear to God.
Am I reaching too far?
I swear to God, we didn't talk about this before the show.
Are you for real?
That was one of my reasons. That was one of my reasons. Is C.J. Stroud ready? We're seeing C.J. Stroud. And you're not comfortable. I mean, when you show that how comfortable you are just as yourself, I think it reflects how comfortable you are with other things. Hell, any business, anyone listening to us, until you when did you know that you settled into your job? When you could be yourself.
Might throw a couple jokes in a little bit.
Yeah. Figgy, I think it fits you, it fits me, it fits Reggie, it fits the show.
Rib your boss a little bit.
It fits anyone listening.
Poke a little fun.
Yes, but it's not just like you can poke a little fun. Like, you're so comfortable with what you're doing on a day-to-day basis that you can actually show who you are. And I swear, we didn't talk about this. That was one of my big reasons why I think, you know what? There's still a long way to go. And, I've said it multiple times. It could be 4, 5, 6 weeks into the regular season before he fully has a grasp of it. But I think him being himself shows he's ready.
Okay. Okay, so it's not the dumbest reason.
Not the dumbest reason.
Or if it is, we're both in the dumb boat together.
Big, fat dummies.
Go ahead and cut that one up, Figgy. I need that one for later. But, no, I thought that was a huge thing when it came to that. And then also to answer that question, do I believe CJ is ready? As ready as he's going to be, but I think I still keep going back to the Panthers game and that play that we talked about. We've talked about it. We heard Nick Caserio mention it when he was on with Payne and Pendergast earlier this week. That play where you have spacing and everybody's running those kind of like 7-yard hooks, and then Nick Chubb comes out of the backfield and he sits down about 5 yards, and you can see CJ go through his progressions instantaneously, really quickly. Left, nobody's there. Right, nobody's here. Here's my third. Drop it off without hesitation, without delay, getting through your progressions. That seems to really fit what they want from him. He looks like he was settled in it as much as you can be as you're managing the pocket and doing all these things quickly. I think that's going to be very important and vital for him in this because it's different than what he was dealing with last year. Shout out to Stephen Ruiz of The Ringer. I was reading that piece that he wrote about CJ getting the reins of the offense, and he was talking about how in a Shanahan offense, the idea is all the answers are supposed to be laid out for you. And, if there's a blitz coming, we're not sliding protection. We're not changing what's happening. You just have a hot. And there was a lot of instances where CJ was trying to go quicker, and you just couldn't go quick enough for what was happening there. I think you've seen him even be speedier than that year with also better protection. I think that probably bodes well for his ability to handle
Now, I have two other reasons that I think he's ready. And then one thing, I should say, that kind of gives me pause. So I'm going to ask you about that.
Fair enough.
But two things that also make me believe that C.J. Stroud is ready. We wanted the offensive line to be set by this point in the season.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I kind of wanted it earlier. But, sure. I hear you.
But it had to be set by now. They had to have 2 weeks, of working. D'Amico Ryan said it.
Yeah, it still couldn't be no competition now.
There couldn't be any questions. Couldn't be any
that
competition.
That would have been a little scary.
Couldn't be any, maybe him.
We're still trying to figure some stuff out right now.
I don't think so. We couldn't be in this position. Earlier we were, early in training camp, we couldn't be in this position still wondering who's the left tackle, who's the right tackle, who's the center. You know what? We're not. It's set, and that tells me not only is it set, I think there's a confidence with Jake Andrews that they can work in tandem, in unison, to kind of make those calls and go forward in the regular season. So that's one reason.
You just heard it. CJ just expressed it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the other one that I think he's ready, I'm not going to say it's going to be hell on wheels, but I think you have a running game. I think you have some running backs in Woody Marks and Nick Chubb that can give you that confidence that it's not just going to be C.J. Stroud running for his damn life back there.
Yeah, and again, highlighting that one audio clip. The reason why he started talking about those offensive linemen is because he was talking about the physicality. Mm-hmm. Now, he was asked about it, but he's like, I like it. And he's giving you each and every guy on the line, right? There is no weak link running-wise. It feels like they're all bringing the level of physicality that has been required of them from Cole Popovich and Nick Caley, and that also you would want to see that from them. So, I think that is fair to some degree. However, the caveat I continue to throw up there, where we've had the opportunity to see with our own eyes, against a Panthers team that their defensive line isn't all that great, and then maybe you consider that first game or whatever, but I don't know how much you can do that with the amount of moving around and shaking that's happened on the online. And then, of course, the consideration that, look, the games are going to happen with teams throwing out their full arsenal. They're opening up their book. And then when teams also have an opportunity to get tape on you, what's going to happen? And so the one question that I would ask, and it's even less about CJ himself, but it's just there's going to be, with you being in that saddle, with you having more of the responsibility, you also now have to give Nick Caley your eyes from the ground, and probably I imagine this is more collaborative. He's going to have try and help find answers along with Nick Caley and Jerry Shaplinsky and Gerard Johnson. I think all of them, I think it's probably going to operate more like a circle of trust of sorts. Shout out to Payne and Pendergast in finding answers. And one of the things that's apparent, especially with the offensive line, we were talking about this, it feels like they see something, they need to figure it out, and then find the answer. It feels like there's going to be a lot of that during the course of the season. Is he ready for the mental task of that? Well, I don't think we'll have an answer for that until we see him in the season.
I'm glad you brought that up, because as much as I think he's ready, and I just gave up 3 reasons why, is there anything that gives you pause? Because there is one thing that gives me a little pause here in terms of getting into L.A. and the first part of the season. We heard C.J. Stroud talk about it. I don't know if it's in cut 1 or not. When he's talked about, he was asked about the practice, and he's like, well, we started out kind of slow. You know what kind of slow was? There were reports yesterday about running for his life back there, an interception. You know what? Those plays count in a real game. They count. It's not just like, it's like, hey, we had a slow start, but we brought it around. No, that slow start might have been an interception, a couple sacks. That might have turned the game.
Can I spin forward that negativity though? Yeah. And I don't disagree, because again, I want to make that clear. You're right; those are going to be the plays that matter. Who he talking to? C.J. Stroud knows those plays matter, because he had a whole hell of them. He had a metric bleak ton of those last year, and I think even the criticism that I threw up there is that, you're going to have a lot of the mental load this season of trying to figure out, hey, how do we make this adjustment? What's the right way to go about this, along with the brain trust and the circle of trust that we were talking about? I can also talk about there was a lot of mental load just getting through last season. I imagine that he's like a rubber band. He's had some stretch to him last year. So I do think that he might be steeled a little bit more to the adversities that are going to come this year, inevitably, with the growing pains of being more at the helm of this offense.
No, I totally agree. And like I said, my big point is here, I think he's ready.
Correct.
For the reasons I gave. What gives me a little bit of pause is, let's say this wasn't a joint practice, but it was a real game with the scoreboard lights on, and he throws a pick and gets sacked a couple of times in the first quarter. Okay, what does that spell? We got confidence in the defense, but what does that turn into,
And then are you still able to get to the explosives or things that you might need in a game where you might have to come back? Because, 8-3-2, keep the change moving offense. It's not always sexy, but it's effective.
I agree.
It is when you have the right game scripts. Are you going to be in situations where you need to go get it out the mud of sorts? Again, that's conversations for us to have more going forward, but I think the baseline is, it feels like for a training camp with CJ, where CJ Stroud, your starting quarterback, who you're usually very confident about, you had to answer some questions. Those questions feel largely answered for CJ here, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, largely answered. I am actually. I'll put it this way: I'm much more confident about CJ Stroud running this offense going into the regular season today than I thought I would be.
And I just can't agree with you here, 713. CJ softer than Roseanne's son. I just can't agree with you.
Who was that, Lil Wayne on the text line?
Yeah, right. But also, I mean, a man that was standing back there just taking all them knocks and continue to step back into that space. I don't know that I want to start calling him soft personally. You can do what you want. I am not your daddy or anything of the sort. But I want you to remember, though, that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. So watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions here.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down in Detroit tomorrow. country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I know y'all are going to probably groan when I say this, but I'm going to give the kids listening some advice that I probably shouldn't give them.
Okay. All right. Gather round.
Kids, this is the advice. Now, as a parent, I wouldn't say this, but you're not my kids.
That is correct. Unless your kids are listening.
They're all grown. Who cares?
Okay, fair enough.
Kids listening, I'm going to give you some advice that I probably should not give, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's why this is Confessions. So yesterday, our boss, Parker, walked into Figgy's studio. And what'd you say, Figgy? Oh, no, I'm going to get written up.
Oh, yeah. I do that every time he walks this way.
Kidding, of course. But it led to the discussion off air, and I want to
you're now bringing on there.
So, kids, whenever someone says these two terms, you're going to get written up, or it's going to be on your permanent record.
Permanent record.
It's BS.
Wow. That's the wrong. What a terrible role model.
I'm glad you told me that. I'm going to do whatever I want around here.
Well, now there are certain companies, and I'm guessing this one is one of them, if they write you up and then they, they write you up enough time.
Oh, yeah, it adds up. Yeah.
It adds up, and maybe you can be in trouble. But the main thing I'm talking about is the permanent record. Schools use it all the time. That's going to be in your permanent record. Has anyone anywhere in the history of history seen an actual permanent record?
No, because I was a good kid.
No, there is no such thing.
I was just a good Christian boy.
Well, see, they used to always tell us it's going to be hard for us to get in college and all that.
It's going to be on your permanent record.
I thought that was true. I wasn't
sure.
sure.
It's a fallacy.
I feel like you're setting people up to fail right now.
Yeah.
Well, I told you it's not good advice. I would have told my kids, it's going to be on your permanent record, but they're not my kids.
So you mean the fights and all that stuff?
Oh, that's on your permanent record, Figgy.
Lopez is basically saying that that's the boogeyman.
It's a fallacy.
See,
he said that's Elf on a Shelf.
See, that's why I quit high school, man.
Have you ever,
like my permanent record?
Has anyone listening to us ever gone to a college or a trade school or a job after high school and they said, we were going to hire you, but we saw something on your permanent record?
Actually, he's saying that, but please do. 713-572-4610. Text
in. Back in 9th grade, you got in that fight with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Either if you have something.
You was suspended for 10 days.
6th grade, you didn't go to the right lunch period. Or it was on your
you were
permanent
late for
record.
Class that day.
And anything, like a job out of high school, trade school, college. Has anyone ever felt the repercussions of something being on your permanent record?
From the 713, yes, exclamation point, hand to God.
No way.
I've held my permanent record in my hands.
No.
They basically said, on my mama. Look at that. Look at that, John Lopez.
It's a myth.
In your face.
Oh, my kid.
It's a myth. There is no such thing as, like, in 5th grade, they used to scare the hell out of me, man. Like, oh, wow, you do that, it's going to be on your permanent record. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. 9th grade, whatever, like Figgy's talking about, From
the 281, I was interviewed for my VP position. They reference that I talked back to my 3rd grade teacher for my permanent record.
It was on your permanent record.
That's right. You got to be careful, man.
Where is this vat of information that is a permanent record?
On the dark web, clearly.
Yeah. I do feel like it could be some permanent records for your job in the job setting.
Well, yeah,
but I don't think that's going to affect you going elsewhere.
I'm talking about school.
Like,
I'm sure you guys are in the same boat. It used to scare the hell out of me. Oh my gosh, they're threatening to put that on my permanent record?
Wait, all right. How much do you buy this as a theory? They're clearly leaning into your idea that the childhood permanent record don't matter. But from the 512, they said they train you with the permanent record so that you're ready for your credit report and background checks.
Oh, okay. I mean, maybe.
I feel like they might be training you for life, the felonies and the misdemeanors permanent record. Because those permanent records are real.
Teachers, counselors, principals, vice principals. I'm talking to you now. Do these exist? You can tell.
We really need this.
It's just us. It's just us talking here. Do these things really exist?
Of course.
I think the answer is no.
The hilarious part is that Lopez goes, kids, teachers, principals, and all of them at school right now. Literally all of them are at school right now.
Yeah, one of them might be on the break or something like that.
Okay.
Or the kids might be listening on the Odyssey app.
Them kids definitely be in school with them AirPods in, so maybe.
If you're a kid, 713-572-4, text in if you listening at lunch.
You're going to mess around and have them their phones confiscated at school. Oh, we in the mixtape now. That happened real quick. I have to confess, I have to be honest. I have never been so emotionally moved about a place closing that I knew I was never going to return to. And shout out to the Houston Chronicle and shout out to my fellow West Side, Southwest folks of Houston, because y'all know the place I'm talking about. Funplex. Over there in A-Leaf. Apparently is closed for good out there, and seems like they closed for like renovation at some point, and the thought was that they would open back up later this year. Ain't no later this year. They're making it known.
You got some memories?
I've got a ton of memories, whether it was on that big old Ferris wheel that they had inside, go-karts, playing NFL. Actually, it is Funplex where I realized that I don't like NFL Blitz.
Oh yeah?
As a game. Like, I get people enjoyed it, but like it was a little too cartoony for me. I'm like, what you mean he just torpedoed from across the field and tackled me and then blew my character up? How does that work? But yes, so like there, I've had birthday parties and stuff there. So no, Funplex was fantastic. Skating.
My kids were not.
Movies.
Yeah.
Your kids were not like Funplex or just generally?
They did other stuff. They did,
Do you remember Celebration Station?
Yes, they did Celebration Station.
I did Celebration Station too. But all of that, like, of a certain age. And I think the emotions hit me when I found out Funplex was going because of that. But then also, it felt like, damn, there goes another part of my youth. Because the thing that always hits me, and I know tons of people do this. You ever driving down the South Loop and look over at that big old patch of grass right across from NRG and the Astrodome and like, damn, well, they took it away from me. They took Astroworld away from me. And so now here I am. Funplex is another one that they took away from me. And like, again, I had no plans of going back in there. In fact, I was texting with a friend of mine yesterday, and she was like, yeah, I actually went like 3 years ago. And I was like, how was it? She was like, mid. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably what I would expect. It would kill the nostalgia for me. And yet and still, sad that it's not there.
These are my confessions.
I got a real quick, this is a sidebar confession right here. I feel like my family have no clue what I do for a living because my mother right now is FaceTiming me.
Oh, Lord. Hey, how are you?
Yeah. I low-key want to answer it, but that won't be good for radio.
No.
But here's my real confession. So yesterday in the mixtape, we talked about the radioactive shrimp that was going on. And I got to confess, man, I'm a little worried because I don't think my wife knew about this story. And the last 2 days, what did I have for dinner? I had something with shrimp.
From where?
For the last 2 days. So we do like a meal prep thing where we order. It's a company that give you the meals.
You talked about that.
You can sue them if you need to. You good.
No, see, this is the scary part.
If you ever start developing gills, just sue that company. All right.
But see, this is the scary part though, because it's like a local company. So I know for damn sure they ain't getting the top notch shrimp. I feel like they probably going right to Walmart.
They're going to Walmart.
Getting that cheap brand. Like it's hard. What was the shrimp you said?
Gulf shrimp is
Gulf
what
shrimp.
You need. Gulf shrimp's what you
I guarantee you they're not getting that shrimp.
They're not getting Gulf.
I guarantee you they're going for that great value. and I had this shrimp the last
You're
2
like,
days.
I ain't eating it.
Yeah, I'm like, damn it. Like I would let it go if it was I only had it one time or something like that. But I had it 2 days in a row, man. So I'm like, man, I probably got that radioactive something.
Why your pupils are green.
That's right. I was wondering what was happening with your skin, bro.
Let me see if I can fly off the building or something, man.
All right, so can I ask you, gentlemen, and honestly, all you listeners, because obviously we heard it yesterday in the mixtape, as you mentioned, that there was some radioactive shrimp, there was a recall on Great Value, and to be fair, they said that it didn't actually make it to consumers, that they were just being safe. Has that, in the last 24 hours or whenever you learned about this story, did this at all make you reconsider eating shrimp outside of what you were just talking about here?
Yes. The first time, because when I seen the story a couple days ago, I didn't bring it up on the mixtape until yesterday. And I had shrimp at that time. So I'm like, it's cool. It's one time. So, it shouldn't do much. And then after I left here and popped that dinner in the microwave,
yeah,
she said, here you go. It was shrimp and salmon. I'm like, damn, shrimp a second day in a row.
I wasn't being like, contrary or whatever. I didn't even think about this, but I did have shrimp last night. I had shrimp last night. So now I'm nervous about, developing a twitch or something.
And see, if I was at a restaurant, I probably wouldn't have an issue with it.
Yeah, we got Spaghetti Western. Good place.
Really? Okay. Okay. So that's probably no issue. But for the simple fact, it's this locally owned meal prep company.
Yeah.
And I know they're not getting the top-notch shrimp.
Yeah,
I'm sure they probably doing all
this.
They
keep the price down.
Exactly. They probably going right to Walmart. Let me get the cheapest shrimp I can find.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's probably great value.
And just real quick side note, you reminded me of this, Reggie, when you were talking about Funplex and your youth and all that.
Hit me again.
I don't know why it reminded me of this. Did you see what happened yesterday that White Castle is coming to Texas?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Don't tell my wife that.
They're going to start.
Oh, she a White Castle
She is the biggest White Castle fan. Every time we go back to Ohio, we got to drive to White Castle. And it's further out in Cleveland, too.
And White Castle at the restaurant is a million times better than what you can buy.
Oh, 100%.
It's a
I don't even consider that White Castle. The stuff that's in the freezer department over in the grocery store?
Yeah.
Nah, that's not the same.
All right, so we're just going full food talk. Apologies. We will get back to sports here in a second. But one of the things I realized when In-N-Out came to Texas was the food quality was just different because they had different sourcing.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all have any belief that that's going to factor in at all, or y'all think we're going to get white quality, like the quality White Castle here?
The Midwestern.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I think we'll get the quality. It's a very unique thing. It has to come from White Castle. The little small. They're not square, that's Wendy's, but the little small burgers and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little sliders.
The onions. Man, the onions on White Castle.
They good. The last time we went to Vegas, they had one there.
Yeah.
We stood in line for White Castle, man. I never had to stand in line for no damn White Castle.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. See, 832, I'm sorry I had to do it to you, but at least we can do this together as Houstonians. From the 832, they said, hearing about Funplex is kind of depressing. That was my weekend home.
Mm-hmm.
My first time going to a club was at Funplex called The Zone.
The Zone.
Man, yeah, let's at least we have this moment together, friend. At least we have this moment together. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, remember, we got a U of H ticket giveaway for the game between U of H and SFA that's happening on August 28th. So you want to listen to us, but also you want to get involved. 713-572-4610. It should be a revelatory weekend for the Astros. What do you hope to see? And what will we see, especially with the pitchers that are on the mound versus the Orioles? We'll do that next.
What goes in? from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's one of my favorites, by the way. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going well. We are having a ball. Jump in with us, 713-572-4610. As we're gearing up for the weekend, man, and one of the big things in the weekend outside of Texans preseason game 3, which of course you'll hear right here on Sports Radio 610 at noon. 9 a.m. is when Texans Countdown gets going with Sean and Seth. There's also some college football, which I know for me personally, I'll be very invested in because there's a Big 12 conference matchup in week 0 in Dublin. I'm still not very happy about it, but that is a top 25 matchup, the only on the day. So I imagine that if you're a college football fan, that should be entertaining and of itself. But if you're an Astros fan, this is going to be a huge, I think, telling weekend for the Astros. And so what do you hope that you'll see this weekend? Well, also, what do you think that you'll see this weekend? Because those are not always the same.
That's a tough one. The thing about last night, and not to just harp on that game, we talked about it earlier, but it made you feel good. It made you feel like, okay, they finally broke out of this. Then you kind of like, is it real or not? Because there's a different cast of characters, kind of an unusual thing. Jesus Sanchez goes 5 for 5.
That's right.
You know who's never gone 5 for 5 or gotten 5 hits? I think gotten 5 hits as well. Jose Altuve.
Really?
He's gotten 4 hits like 20, 30 times. I don't think he's ever gotten 5.
Is that for real?
I thought he went. I was going to say that's the one person that probably did go 5 for 5 at one point.
That's what I thought. That's what I looked it up. I don't think he might have gotten 5 hits somewhere like in a
but never went 5 for 5.
Never gone 5
I'm
for
calling
5.
shenanigans. I don't believe you. I'm going to the internet.
He's never gone 5 for 5. And he may not have ever gotten 5 hits. And Jesus Sanchez goes 5 for 5. So it was kind of a weird.
So Jesus Sanchez, greater Astro of all time.
That's what I'm saying.
Clearly, that's how this is done.
What it's
retire his jersey.
What it's illustrating is how weird and unusual it was, and the cast of characters that were creating, the rallies and all that. So you felt good about the win, and it leads to the point that you're making. The question you're posing is, what do you hope and what do you think? Well, obviously, you hope you get more of that. And the promising thing is this is a squad that has gotten a lot of production out of, not the usual suspects. So maybe that's a sign that they're getting back on that train, so to speak. But what I expect to see and what I hope to see are two different things right now, because I don't expect this to be like flipping the switch, especially with the pitchers on the mound. I think that's the wild card. They might get some more runs. They might score 3 or 4 runs, in these games. Is 3 or 4 runs going to be enough?
Because if depending on the pitcher that you have out there, you have some guys that you could say yes to. And oddly enough, Jason Alexander feels like one of those guys, ladies and gentlemen. But typically, I would say Hunter Brown. I actually don't know about Frommer anymore. Like we're seeing some tough outings for him of late, but. Yeah, I don't think that's going to –
And he's not pitching this weekend.
No, he's not. This weekend, and thank you for reminding me, this weekend you got a trio of Lance McCullers Jr. is tonight versus they're all versus the Orioles, obviously. And then Saturday is Christian Javier, the third time around for him since he's come up from the IL. And then Spencer Arrighetti. And all of these guys are the ones that you were looking at outside of Luis Garcia and J.P. France as the reinforcements to come up and help solidify your rotation. And I'm still looking for solidifying the rotation the first. Like, I'm looking for the very first one of those who stands to do that. I think the one that I most believe in being capable of doing that is Christian Javier. And so what I hope to see from him, give me a solid 6. Give me a reasonable, like, I can understand you give me, like, 2 runs scored, maybe 3 runs scored, but like look like you have command of stuff. Like that is what I hope to see, and I believe that is a reasonable thing to ask of him. The other two get really dicey because Arrighetti, I just hope that he looks like he has command, even if he gets hit hard. Look like you have command and then actually hitting your spots because he hasn't yet. And for Lance, look like you can get out here and pitch 5. Like I think that is the bare.
I'm the
bare minimum for me
when it comes to pitches and innings, and I don't know about 5. You get 5 innings out of Lance McCullers, that's a win for the weekend because all of a sudden it helps your bullpen a little bit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's the barrier, the bar that I'm looking at for him. Just look like we can have you out here in the rotation because if not, you're not even a starter anymore, right? Like, you are an opener if you're giving me 3. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And maybe we're going to start seeing some of that sort of impromptu or maybe planned, piggybacking because of pitch counts and such, and getting some guys out there, to kind of bridge the gap until you get some of your better pitchers at the back end.
Would you be okay with a piggyback of with Lance McCullers as piggyback?
Yes. Before you even finish your question, absolutely yes.
You feel confident enough in him handling those 3, though? That's the thing, is he'll give you 3, but has he looked like, oh, these are really good 3, and then it falls off? That's not really been what we've seen from him.
Yeah, no, I don't know what my confidence level is. It's hope more than anything, just because the whole blister thing, and that it's a long layoff, and now he's got to come back and have the control because he's a junk pitcher and all that stuff, and you got to be able to hit your spots. It's asking a lot, but you get 3 or 4 out of him, I would be happy, especially if they don't give up a lot of runs.
Okay, so that's I think the big potential revelatory portion of this. There's 2 more spaces that I'm thinking of, and I'm wondering if there's any other ones that I'm missing in this. One of those is, welcome to another relief pitcher on this team. It is Craig Kimbrell, 37-year-old. He last played with, I believe, I was about to say the Phillies. He was last an All-Star, rather, with the Phillies in 2023. I think he pitched for Atlanta earlier this season.
Yes, I was trying to place it, yeah.
And he only had 1 outing. So he's been on the street. You bring him in, a right-handed reliever who, I felt like he was last really good in 2021. However, I completely missed the 23 season where he was an All-Star.
And he didn't finish strong either.
No, he didn't. That probably didn't help, to be fair. So with that being the case, he returns. What are you hoping for or expecting out of him?
I think the whole thing with Craig Kimbrell is just change your expectation, change your thought process on what he is. Don't expect him to be, some semblance of a back end bullpen guy. I want him to come in the 6th inning, 5th inning, whatever it is.
Oh.
Whatever it may be. Just get 2-3 outs, whatever it might be.
But he's not long reliever, though. Like, I don't know the 5th.
For an inning, for a short amount of time.
Okay.
Come in and get a couple outs. If you change the way you think of Craig Kimbrell, he might be fine. Now, he might be washed. He could well be washed as well. But find out. This is a team. If any team needs to find out, it's this one.
And I have to apologize to you, Lopez, because I'm actually failing you on the stats. I realize I ain't even looked at Craig Kimbrell's baseball savant, right, where you get some of an idea of what he has looked like in some of his circumstances. And one of the things that you can look at that I'm sure the Astros did when they decided to bring him in last year in 2024, while, there's a lot of rates that were not very good for him on these advanced metrics. Whiff rate and strikeout rate were very high, including and also his extension. And those are things that Astros, I imagine their pitching staff looks at, or pitching, support staff looks at and goes, we can work with that.
Yeah.
So hopefully if they get out here and they operate in a way that where they help him with his pitch selection, as it seems they do very well, I think you can maybe get, ring out a pitcher who you're not looking for somebody who's going to help you over 162 games.
Right.
This is 40 or so games in the remainder of the regular season, and then whatever you have in the postseason, can you get him to being productive for you, as you mentioned, in a somewhat lower leverage situation? I think there's some viability of something, and I'd be interested if you start off hot, then I'm really excited. And the one that I think that you have the opportunity, somebody said stardom. I imagine that Darren doesn't have a very high expectation of the other 3 that we have going for the Astros right now. All right, but then the final one that I think is an area of looking at that should be revelatory for the Astros this weekend, Yordan Alvarez. Yordan had a fantastic first 2 rehab games. First was on Tuesday. That was the 2 for 4 with a walk. Then yesterday, 3 for 3, had a couple of doubles. He's looked really good. He's looked really good. Now this is Double-A, where you expect somebody who is one of the best hitters in the majors to go down to the doubles and terrorize them folks. I don't know what the plan is for him to reach the majors. If we have our druthers, we see him this weekend.
Do you expect to see him? I do.
I don't. I think that they're going to do the thing where him being on the team being on the East Coast in Baltimore, they're just going to wait till the team rejoins him in Houston on Monday, and then we're off to the races. However, again, I think if we had our druthers, send him out there and let him drop in, especially with the way that he is beating up on these Double-A guys, and maybe you just continue to let him do that. But I think you ride that confidence, drop him in, and see if he can help get your offense popping even more so.
So let me ask you this. Jose Altuve been struggling a little bit lately, but I don't think anybody's going to be too crazy about that. We just like to see it happen sooner rather than later, right? Okay. Jeremy Pena, I think we'll feel pretty good about him. Like to see him get going as well. Everybody was slumping, when they were getting shut out 4 out of 5.
Well, yeah, when you're shut out, I feel like that's inherently
everybody was slumping.
Nobody's doing what you need.
But you feel like you're going to get something out of him. Carlos Correa, really the only one that didn't really slump even during the shutouts.
Correct.
So you're going to get something out of him.
That might be a mea culpa I have to look at here in a second.
Which leads to Cam Smith. And that's the one that, of the guys that because I said it was kind of an unorthodox, not the usual suspects sort of win yesterday. You want the usual suspects to step up, and that would give you a lot more confidence just the rest of the way. I think we're good. We'll be good on, unless something crazy happens, Altuve, Correa, and Jeremy Pena, and we'll see about Yordan. You got to figure something out in the outfield. Cam Smith, obviously, they're shorthanded. There's still no Jake Myers, and so Trammell is out now for a little bit.
Yeah,
you got to get something out of Cam Smith.
Well, I mean, you did notice yesterday.
What's that?
Who was in right field? It was Jesus Sanchez.
Oh yes,
there was no Cam Smith in this game where you saw the offense come back, and I do wonder if that, if you get a little bit more of that, give him some more rest, as we've both kind of hypothesized that some fatigue is factoring in here, in addition to maybe some confidence. I will be watching that space as this continues to roll on, as how he continues to react. Because he has had a rough go of it over the last little bit. Over the last lot. I mean, damn near the last 2 months have been really poor numbers wise, especially without any real power wise either. So that's what we're looking forward to this weekend. The remainder of the 4-game set, the Astros already got game 1 of it, so hopefully they get back to winning series this weekend, and it'll be on the backs of, at least starting wise, Lance McCullers Jr., Christian Javier, and Spencer Arrighetti. That starts tonight with LMJ going first. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get to what's coming up next, U of H, baby, if you want to see Willie Fritz's team push this thing forward starting this season, then you want to be the caller number 10 right now. 713-572-4610. A 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston take on SFA as they get their 2025 campaign going. Could be yours. Just be caller number 10 right now, 713-572-4610. And Lopez, there's some teams in college where that first season with the coach can be viewed as year zero. That felt like last year for U of H.
Everything was changing.
This is the year, man. Especially with your man Connor Wegman at the helm.
Yeah,
I think that this could be something really fun.
He's a good kid. Kind of got injured too much. Good spot right here.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. So, caller number 10. Go ahead and get those tickets and go see Connor Wegman and the rest of the University of Houston Cougars get their season started. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to the Houston Texans. Texas' top receiving tandem is supposedly no better than 16th best in the league. Do they not have a true tandem? Let's talk about this receiving core for the Texans. We'll do it next.
Ready? The Texans
who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Excited for, we're really wrapping up training camp, preseason. Like, once it comes next week, we can't keep calling this training camp.
No, we're talking season, man.
Yeah, we're in there, baby. In there like swimwear. So,
is it me, or I feel like this preseason kind of went by fast?
It did.
It usually linger on a long. It felt like it's long time.
A lot to talk about. A lot of things changing.
Yeah, but now it seemed like it rolled by quick.
Is this probably like we might have in the Houston Texans the most fun training camp compared to like any other team in the league, because there was things that you had. There was competitions that were very clear and exciting and existential in some ways, but also not in other ways. Like, you weren't doing a quarterback battle, which is, kind of, it draws on you and it really weighs on you because this matters in a big way, and your entirety of the future of your franchise weighs on it. No, you know who your quarterback is.
I think
you got star players in all these different places, but you're also doing things that feel important, talking about what's happening with the offensive line. Are these young weapons going to be able to come in? So you had the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think the thing is there's no heavy arguments. So it's not like you said, quarterback competition where you feel a certain way about this quarterback, he feel a certain way, and everybody just bickering with each other on who's good and who's not good and all that stuff. There's no heavy arguments.
Well, maybe some of it also is there's like immense confidence in the team, but also questions. The fact that, hey, this defense is so good. They've been to the playoffs. D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud, all the things that you're talking about, they're going to be really good. Oh, yeah, what about the offensive line and the running backs?
But even the offensive line conversation, it haven't really been heavy conversations with that. Yeah. It's all us just pretty much wondering how is it going to look.
Yeah. So, they're going to be good. How good ends up being the question. And there's two other things that I think changed the feel of it. One, they didn't start as early because they didn't have Hall of Fame game this year.
Yeah.
And then two, in the middle of it, they went to West Virginia, so that kind of gave us a little bit of a different feel in the middle of it. So that's part of it. But one of the things that we've talked about, as kind of referred to in some ways there, was the wide receivers and the young guys that are coming in, and Jalen Noel, who has become a darling. Shout out to Lopez and his pet cats. But then also Jaden Higgins, right? So these young guys that you have in there and how they factor in. Except I don't think either of them come in here when we start talking about what CBS has ranked.
Yeah. So I came across this and I'm like, okay, where is Nico? Probably toward the bottom. I was thinking
that being CBS's top 10
tandems, receiving tandems.
So it's legitimately pairs,
right? Pairs, which obviously can be very, very important, and is going to be important for this team. You got to have some. We've talked about it. With no real, 2 or 3 or threat, other than Nico Collins, life for Nico Collins gets a lot harder. And I'm like, all right, so Christian Kirk, this is a guy that, in a weird way, it's like he's overrated and underrated at the same time.
Christian Kirk?
Yeah.
I think I agree.
He was kind of overrated when he signed that contract.
Which one? When he first went to Jacksonville?
When he first went to Jacksonville. Yeah. People were like, but then he lived up to it, and then he's been solid. He had a couple of injuries, but he's been solid, and now he's over here, and people forgetting him. Like, Christian Kirk and Nico Collins should be one of the better, at least in experience and production. If you look at experience and production, they should be one of the better. I'm not saying top 5, but they should be one of the better tandems in the NFL.
Yeah, but you're leaning a lot on Nico Collins in that space. I think Christian Kirk is a very fine receiver.
Christian Kirk healthy has been really good.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the questions that I think a number of people have brought up in this. But yeah, so what's interesting is that you start looking at this top 10, and I think it's very clear in the way we've talked about it, the Houston Texans are not represented in this top 10 of tandems, are they?
Well, let me go through it. I thought they might be toward the bottom, or at least in the 5 honorable mentions. Top 3, I think we can all agree. Philadelphia Eagles 1, Cincinnati Bengals 2, Vikings 3, and then it goes on from there. Cowboys are in
Vikings 3 is interesting because that's a lot of love for Jordan Addison. And by the way, I did not mention this around the NFL. We got caught up talking about Gerald Wayne Jones. The Vikings, it seems like they have a deal to bring back, or at least they're having conversations to bring back Adam Thielen because of the Jordan Addison the suspension that he will have for the first so many games of the season. Was it 3 or 4?
Yeah, and Lions are in there. It all makes sense, right? Dolphins, Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. I get it.
Lions is interesting because I'm always intrigued as to how people view Amon-Ra.
Yeah.
I know that he's a very good wide receiver. It's very clear he's a very good wide receiver. I'm still working on my perception of the things that make wide receivers the most dangerous in this league. And I always think about the outside guys that force a defense to kind of change the way they play. Amon-Ra is an elite slot guy. And I'm still working on how much does that scare defenses. And clearly, at the very least, the writer of this goes, that's terrifying. And then you have Jameson Williams just like burning you down the field.
All right, so remember when you said, Christian Kirk maybe not be in the top 10? And I mean, the Christian Kirk, Nico Collins maybe not be in the top 10. And spoiler alert, they weren't even honorable mentions. So at best, they can be 16.
Oh, I'm looking at the honorable mention now.
Well, that's where I'm going. So let's talk about some of these that are ahead of them.
Yeah.
This is number 8. Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter.
We're projecting there.
Again, I think there's a lot of disrespect going on here. So.
Especially with Travis Hunter, I think the hype is real, but also as a receiver, there's still a lot of polish to be added there. He's incredibly great as a raw player. Like the precision on route running and these like those things still remain to be seen for him as he develops. Plus, we're already in a place where we're maybe thinking about what the injury circumstances is. Now, he was held out of the joint practice that they had yesterday, but that was a precaution.
Yeah.
But now that's already a thing that, hey, if we're getting to that place where we have to have these level of precautions, how's it going to make it through 17?
And then you mentioned, and I mentioned, maybe the injuries are a factor with Christian Kirk not, getting the respect I feel he deserves here as a tandem with Nico. How about number 10? Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Injuries, anyone?
And what does he look like on the comeback for Cooper Kupp? That's a fair question.
And then going through the others, Ravens, Bears, Green Bay Packers, Kansas City Chiefs, and Tampa Bay Bucks. So on the one hand,
Kansas City Chiefs, Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy is okay. Got it.
Yeah,
they're solid players, but it really feels like Rashee Rice is it, and then Xavier Worthy is. Andy Reid does a great job of putting him in positions to succeed. Which I guess you can't unentangle those things.
So the question,
disentangle rather.
The question becomes: is it a little bit of disrespect for Nico and Christian Kirk, or should you worry?
Oh, I think that there's a secret third thing, which is the Texans are not set up to flourish in this particular framework. It's one of those things I was talking about where
it's Nico in committee.
There you go.
Yeah,
because it's one of those things that I was talking about when I was giving love to the Bucks. The Bucks as a 1-2, that's pretty good, but maybe you hem and haw a little bit. You go Bucks if you're talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you go 1 through 4, you go, oh God, clearly the best. I think that that's somewhere where you are with the Texans, where the passing game is not Nico, Christian Kirk, and then everybody else. It is Nico and the Pips, with all due respect to the Pips here. And I actually wanted to go to C.J. Stroud, because this is what C.J. Stroud had to say yesterday about Nico Collins and the role that he plays on this offense.
Yeah, I mean, he's always, on the priority of getting the ball in his hands. He's special with it. But, it's good to try to get it to other guys. And I thought he did a good job today, just like everybody else. But, it's always a focus. But they always try to take him away usually, so got to just find ways to be good in other ways.
I think that this, and I'm not going to go as far as if you like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air saying that this is the Bel-Air Academy offense where it's get the ball to Will, with Will being played by Nico Collins. But I do think that this is going to operate a lot more like a hub and spoke type of offense, where it's Nico is kind of the center of what we're doing. We need to make sure he's fed, as CJ's talking about there. But then everybody's going to eat. So obviously Christian Kirk will matter, but then there's going to be some Xavier Hutchinson. I think and this is why I have some level of appreciation for what I think Dalton and even Cater are capable of doing. I think that this just going to kind of feed in all these other places where we know we're going to try and get it to Nico, and then everywhere else we're going to force y'all to spread this thing out, and we're just going to let our advantages work to our numbers advantage or our scheme advantage to work, as opposed to kind of trying to feed in different places.
Well, here's where it gets interesting. You either should worry or cross your fingers, because if it is Nico and the Pips, Nico and committee,
and I know that's disrespectful, my bad, guys.
But let's say Nico and committee. What has the committee outside of Christian Kirk proved in the NFL? Jaden Higgins, nothing. Xavier Hutchinson, a little bit. Jalen Noel, nothing. You see where I'm going with this?
No, I feel you.
Like if it's going to be a committee, this committee has done nothing outside of Christian Kirk.
Sure, but this
Braxton
is where
Berrios?
Braxton Berrios has had some good times.
Yeah.
I will give him that. But again, I don't know how much I can lean into that as a wide receiver. But this is where you also, speaking of lean in, this is where you have to lean into what the system kind of tells you and what we've seen, where we've seen this system before. This is where we go Patriots. You talk about Tom Brady, and this is where having a very smart and very capable quarterback is going to matter because he has to be distributor. And the distributor then makes the players. We were doing this thing, and I hate to bring it back up because I don't want to open Pandora's box, but we were doing the thing where we were talking about the greatest of all time quarterbacks and talking about Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. And one of the things I hate about these types of conversations is that in order to prop one up, you almost inherently have to knock down the other. And so, oh man, who did Tom Brady play with? But that goes the other way, where Tom Brady made a lot of dudes a lot better versions of themselves because of his capability of being a point guard in that offense. And I think that that's where, I don't know that it's, oh, you have to worry. I think it's just, this is another reason why C.J. Stroud and his come up, what I believe to be what will be his come up this season, is going to matter greatly in how the other guys perform. Which
one of these guys is going to make you have to double team? Not double team Nico. I mean, we can say it. None until they prove it.
Not until they prove it. I think Christian Kirk gives you something interesting and giving you an opportunity to attack, like especially the seams, middle of the field. I think that a guy that I'm intrigued by, and I think it shows up every time I talk about him because I talk about the same thing, is Jalen Noel when they utilize him because he has the speed. He seems to just have a knack for getting open. That always entices me. And I think that is not to be ignored in the NFL because the NFL is a whole different step up from college. And if you can this early just consistently seem to get open, I think that speaks volumes. It's akin to, not exactly like, but akin to what we saw with Tank Dell when he first came up and you're like, damn, this dude's just always open.
See, that's the perfect example.
And that portends something good.
Yeah, if you're looking at this in a way like, okay, it's happened before, that's the perfect example. It just struck me when I was like, man, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, not even in at best 16. You got to have. I think Christian Kirk's going to have a really good year. Obviously healthy, but I think he's going to have a really good year simply because early on he's going to be the guy, and we've seen it in preseason games. He's made a lot of catches. He's made.
Who are you talking
Christian
about?
Kirk.
Christian, yeah.
He's made a lot of catches. He had a touchdown yesterday, and I think Christian Kirk all of a sudden. I mean, I like the move when they got him. And I think he's going to be crucial for Nico more than anything.
Okay, so let me ask this way, because, again, this is a perception situation. Like, these are not being based necessarily off of, well, these are just the metrics of what we're dealing with. This is kind of a perception of who strikes the author of at CBS Sports as or strikes fear into defenses in that way. Who do you think, and maybe the top 100 is a way to kind of view this, who do you think will create or has the better opportunity to create a big change in how they're perceived right now versus how they're perceived, let's say, by the middle of the season or even by the end of the season in this wide receiver or pass catching core for the Texans?
Ooh, I feel like you're kind of setting up a Dalton Schultz take there.
No. I don't think that he's going to change perception very much.
Okay, because he's had his moments.
I think he'll have an opportunity to have a good season. I don't think he changes the perception the most.
Probably Christian Kirk, right?
It's quite possible. It's quite possible that that's the guy that unless. But if it's not him, it's probably one of the
because they're going to cheat toward Nico at minimum.
There's that, and I think he's going to have more opportunities than maybe anyone else, possibly. But then otherwise, it's one of the rookies. It's Jaden Higgins, who I think right now, for me personally, my expectations are relatively low, or it's Jalen Noel because he becomes supernova as a cat that just finds a way to get open, and that C.J. Stroud finds a level of comfortability with. Ultimately, I think you also can come back to the idea. A lot of people are probably seeing what you're seeing, where how much do we expect of this offense to be super dangerous in that explosive way anyways?
Right.
So it's either that the Texans are able to operate and be consistent in a way that it doesn't matter here, or maybe they have a really good opportunity ahead of them also to shock the world in a way.
Yeah. No, and I think, not being explosive doesn't mean you're not catching the ball, that you're not throwing the ball. It just means I think they're going to be more safe. Again, feeds into Christian Kirk. How many times have we seen him, 8 to 15 yards in the middle of the field, cutting across? I think he's going to have a good year.
Yeah. Do you feel like there will be games where you have multiple 100-yard wide receivers?
Yeah, not very many. Not very many, I don't think.
And so I think that's why I go back to what I was saying. I don't know if this framework, this way of viewing wide receivers fits what the Texans have, but I still think, funny enough, I'm pretty optimistic about what it can look like without you having to be like, oh, here's a tandem. I think it very much can be, we're terrified of Nico Collins, and then we look up and we tried to stop him. He still got his, and oh, wow, look at these other guys who are also adding in with another 40 yards here, and there's 50 yards over there. And all of a sudden you look up and we've been diced up by a CJ Stroud. That's what I'm hoping for, I imagine, and I think that they've set themselves a foundation, I think, to be able to get there with continued progress throughout the season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. You had your broccoli. Now time for the candy. It's time for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so imagine catfishing to catch some catfish.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
So it's a unique way this guy's finding all the hot spots to catch fish. And I wonder if the OG will approve of this.
This sounds nonsensical, which means it's perfect for the mixtape. Next.
Every exclusive Payne and Pendergast interview with Texans GM Nick Caserio is award-worthy. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Perfect.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Before we get started, I got to give a special shout out to somebody. It's a lady by the name of Carmen who's a nurse. And she is currently looking after a guy by the name of Daryl, and they are listening to us.
Okay.
They've been listening to us in the hospital.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, so I just want to give a special shout out to them. Get well, Daryl.
100%.
And thank you to Nurse Carmen for keeping my man Daryl good.
That's right. Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Get well very, very soon, brother.
Yes. And we always appreciate y'all listening to. I'm guessing on the Odyssey app.
Probably,
right?
yeah.
They probably got us on the Odyssey app and maybe that Bluetooth speaker or something like that.
Remember a couple of years ago when a doctor told us he used to listen to the show during surgery?
I kind of remember that.
Yeah. So he's operating on somebody and he's listening to
that would make me nervous.
Oh my God. Yes.
They're just like, no, that's not what's going to happen when you go, wait, what's happening? Why is that?
Wait, let me stop this heart surgery. This John Lopez said something so stupid.
I got to call them. Yeah.
I got to call in. But salute to Daryl, salute to Nurse Carmen for listening to us.
Yeah.
Also got to shout out my mother. Remember I told y'all my mother.
You get that FaceTime?
FaceTime me in the middle of a segment.
Yeah.
So I decided to call her back, and this is how the conversation went.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, Boot Man, you at work? I'm like, yep, I'm at work. Let me see what you're wearing. You look nice. I'm like, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing the show. Okay, yeah, I ain't want nothing.
Oh, man.
I'll talk to you later. Love you.
At least she was quick with it. That's nice.
Yeah,
but she called you and knew you were working.
That's my favorite thing. She always, you at work? Yep, I'm at work every single day. And then also shout out to my sister who I think she texted me. Or no, you know what? She actually called me. She ain't FaceTime me, but she called me and said, hey, Boo Man, how do you find the podcast?
Oh, good for her.
So I'm like, yeah, I mean, I told her some different ways and all that stuff. I'm like, what podcast you trying to I'm trying to listen to yours. So I'm like, all right, I got a hip-hop podcast that I do every Friday night called the Gems and Juice Podcast. You can watch it on YouTube and all that stuff. And then I told her the different other ways.
Good,
so
good.
shout out to my family. Feel like
man.
I don't work. I feel like they don't. I feel like they don't know what I do for a living.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
But yeah, shout out to everybody.
But they don't care whether or not they know what you do. They love it though because you're doing it.
Yeah. I think right now they're trying to figure out, how can I listen to a show? So salute to my family, man. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to see what you feel about this Lopez. So apparently it's a guy that's going viral on TikTok over the way he find hot spots to fish at. So it's a fella, I want to say his TikTok name is @central.oregon.fishing.
Okay.
Central Oregon Fishing.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So the way he tried to find his hot spots is by catfishing people. So he joined sites like Hinge and all that stuff, pretending to be a woman.
Okay.
And he targets profiles with, I guess, guys who have fish in them. Yeah, people who had the fishing profiles and all that stuff. So he talks to them and try to find out.
Flirts with them.
Yeah, flirts with them, all that stuff, and find out where their hot spots at fishing. And some of these people are giving him,
of course,
their hot spots.
Wait, Lopez.
And so that's how he's finding all of these different ways to get all the good fish, I guess.
Is that really that big of a deal in the fishing
That's
community?
why I wanted to ask.
Gatekeeping all
Is he doing too much, or is this fair game and accurate?
I'm glad you brought that up because some people don't know. I'm not this way. Wherever I catch fish, somebody asks, I tell them. But it is. I'll give you an example. Go on Facebook on some of these, fishing group pages. If you're just doing nothing,
I'm not going to do this.
A lot of times, people will post a picture of a fish they just caught and erase the background.
Nah, that's great.
What?
I caught a fish, and now I got to pop up Adobe Photoshop
on your
in
phone,
order to take out the. I don't want no distinguishing features.
You know, on your phone, how you can use that eraser?
Yeah.
So people don't see where you.
I know where that's at.
Yeah,
Let me go over there too,
dude. It's silly. It's dumb
That's
because, and I don't want to get into a podcast mode here, but there are so many factors involved with finding that fish at that time in that place under those conditions. I could tell you exactly where I am, and 15 minutes later, you might not be able to catch fish. But freshwater fishing, it is more spots, than anything. So I could see it's a big thing. Yes.
Can I ask a question on the text line here, Fig? I know it's your segment or anything. 713-572-4610. What in your life do you gatekeep?
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that people would be like, nah, this is mine.
No, fishing spots is big.
Shout out to Ross Tucker gatekeeping his favorite restaurant too.
Big. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was great.
See, I don't really gatekeep anything, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm fair game. Like, people hit me up all the time, like, how do you get in the radio? How can I start I give them everything I know.
People question me when I do give, like, fishing, where I was.
Well, like, you're not being sincere.
They think I'm lying.
Yeah,
you didn't catch them there. I was like, all right.
Yeah,
I was like, all right.
I don't really gatekeep. That's wild to say, but I don't really gatekeep. Like, people always ask me, how can I do what you're doing?
Yeah,
and I tell them exactly what I did to get here.
Yeah,
like, I don't say, oh, you just got to go to school. And some people left me out to dry every time I try to ask for advice or something like that.
Yeah,
I give them everything,
I do
man.
Too.
I don't never want to be considered the gatekeeper.
Yeah,
when it comes to stuff like that. But that's a good question, man.
Mm-hmm.
But salute to that dude who out here.
I guarantee you,
with the woman profile picture,
when those
flirting and all that
out,
stuff to find a hot spot.
When they find out, they're like, so.
Yeah.
Wait, do we know whose photo did he use?
It's a woman's photo.
Yeah, but like, what woman? Did he just go online and find someone's photo?
Hey, that's catfishing, man.
That's crazy.
It's catfishing. I don't think guys will probably respond to a profile picture list.
Oh no, it's a brilliant idea. Because if it was a guy, you're gonna get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you where.
Just imagine if I was out there telling all my fishing spots, and then expect for this hot girl to be out there.
Yeah.
And this ugly ass dude sitting there. Hey man, this is a good spot right here.
Hey, why he gotta be ugly though?
Yeah.
Hey man, all dudes are ugly.
All dudes are ugly.
I'm just saying that. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So one of my favorite shows growing up, or favorite movies growing up, I used to love Home Alone 2, man.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Home Alone 2. I could probably recite every word from that.
That's the joint in New York, right?
Yep, Lost in New York. Shout out to Macaulay Culkin. But he was on a show called Hot Ones.
Ah, yes.
And for those who are not familiar with the show Hot Ones, it's hosted by a guy by the name of Sean Evans.
Mm-hmm.
And they eat wings and different hot wings and stuff like that.
Yes, I've seen this.
Obviously, the conceit is that, you eat hot wings, and of course it gets...
And he asks questions.
But he asks he's a great interviewer. Yeah. He asks phenomenal questions.
Yeah. And so I saw Macaulay Culkin was on here, and you really don't have a lot of Macaulay Culkin interviews. It was one point he retired from acting. He was kind of out of the spotlight.
Yeah.
So I wanted to check this out. So I got a couple things from this interview. And here is Sean Evans asking him about some behind the scenes type things that happened when it came to shooting Home Alone. Mm-hmm. And here's Chris asking about the scene when, remember, Macaulay Culkin had the picture of Buzz's girlfriend?
Oh, yeah.
And he said, ooh, that's his girlfriend. Oof. So apparently this was how it went.
Is it true that the picture of Buzz's girlfriend is actually a boy in makeup? Because director Chris Columbus thought it'd be too cruel to, rip on a little girl that way.
As far as I know, yes. I mean, you have to ask Chris, but, that's what I was told. But yes, no, apparently, that was the gag. And also because I was 9 years old, they pretty much glued all the rest of those pages together.
That's what I was going to say, like the Playboy, right? It was glued together so you wouldn't see any boobs when you're thumbing through it.
We don't want to expose the kid. Look at him. Nothing I haven't seen before.
So he was talking about the picture and then also the Playboy magazines. Mm-hmm. So apparently they just used the cover.
That's kind of cool.
They had to glue some other stuff. Yeah. I thought that was kind of cool. I never really thought about just a kid looking at some Playboy magazines for a movie.
Yeah, I like that.
But here's some more stuff of Macaulay Culkin pretty much clearing the air and Chris Evans asking some questions about Home Alone.
Is it true that you improvise the line, "You guys give up, or are you thirsty for more"?
No, not that one. No, that was in the script. What was one of the ones that was improv? When I was at the grocery store, it's like, where are your parents, this and that. Like, there's a lot of that. And it's like, why won't you tell me? It's like, because you're a stranger. Like, yeah, that one was mine. So I did a lot of that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, again, if you let me off the leash, yeah, sure. You know, I like to dork around. Like, you know, yeah. But yeah. You know, I did what I was told.
I really enjoyed this interview a lot, man.
Yeah.
I got some more clips from this. This is Macaulay Culkin talking about Joe Pesci, who was in the movie. And this was kind of how he felt, and I guess their interaction during the time of shooting Home Alone.
Is it true that Joe Pesci deliberately kept his distance from you because he wanted you to think that he was mean?
That's what I heard. But, you know, I can see why he was kind of like, oh, I want to scare the kid. I want to be scary. Just remember kind of sitting there, he goes, how you doing, kid? I go, you know what, I'm actually tired. I haven't been home in like 4 or 5 months. He goes, I've been home in 3 years. I was like, oh, I didn't really realize this was a measuring contest. But yeah, I guess you beat the 10-year-old, Joe Pesci.
That's hilarious. Joe Pesci's such a good actor, too.
And
I don't know that he gets enough love.
Talk about versatile. It goes from that to like.
Yeah, I felt like he didn't get enough love for that role because I know people kind of look at him going from the mom movies to that kids movie. I thought he did a phenomenal job with that role, man. You kind of felt it for real. But here is more from Macaulay Culkin. And have we all been in that mode where we try to meet a celebrity? And this is what Macaulay Culkin wants you not to do whenever trying to meet a celebrity.
Don't follow me to the bathroom. Don't do that. Because I know they're like, oh, I have you alone. And it's like, yeah. And also I got my in my hand. Like, you know, just like, don't do that. Like, you know what I mean? That just seems like etiquette. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, why do I have to teach you that? You know, yeah.
He's not wrong.
That's kind of fair. A lot of people do follow these celebrities in the bathroom. And I was never that type of person.
No, I wouldn't do that, but I guess I can understand how someone would get there, especially like if you're out at a restaurant. They're like, well, they're talking to someone. Okay, now they're up, and now I won't be bothering them at the table, except now you're bothering them.
Yeah.
While they're handling their business.
Yeah, I met Jerry Jones in the bathroom one time.
Really?
And this was
that is a statement that has a lot of implications.
This was and what was funny, it was at the Houston Sports Awards the one year he was here. And I was going in to kind of freshen up a little bit, and he was washing his hands leaving. And it was like, oh, excuse me. I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? And that was it.
Okay.
That's all it was. I ain't hold a conversation with him or, hey, Jerry, get out to get the picture. I ain't do none of that. It was just like,
yeah,
Jerry Jones, hey, what's up, man? It was just a quick little, hey, what's up, man?
Remember when I almost killed Steven Tyler?
Excuse me?
No, I didn't almost kill him, but I literally ran into him. He was coming out of the bathroom, and I was going in. And I literally, bumped. Oh, sorry. And no, I didn't. I remember what I said. I said, hey, Steven.
You didn't even say sorry? What a jerk.
Well, it wasn't hard, but I, bumped into him. And I was like, oh, hey, Steven. I had no idea they were even playing today.
That kind of happened to me. It's a guy by the name of Lil Meech, which is Big Meech, the famous drug dealer, kingpin, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We literally ran into each other in the hotel. He was coming around the corner. I was coming around the corner hustling.
Yeah.
And we bumped into each other. We like, oh, my bad. We both said my bad at the same time. And I walked away. I'm like, is that Meech? And I had to go. I went to his Instagram and everything. I'm like, is he in Houston?
Yeah.
Sure enough, he was in Houston.
All I'm learning from these conversations is In the Loop as a show, as a collective, needs to watch where we walk a lot better.
Yeah, I got to quit hustling
You just
around
bumping
here,
into
man.
everybody, guys.
It was really funny because he had two handlers waiting for him outside of the bathroom, and I just go in and boom.
All right, here's the last thing from that interview with Macaulay Culkin. So, for those who don't know, he's married to a woman by the name of Brenda Song.
And she is phenomenal.
Yeah, she is. She was a child star. She played in a lot of stuff on Disney and Nickelodeon, including, Sweet Life?
Sweet Life is Zach and Cody.
Yeah,
Oh, that's her.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I never watched that show. I was a little older by the time that show was popping. But, they married. They got 2 kids and all that stuff. And their kids have no idea that they're this famous like this. So here's him talking about, I guess, kind of enjoying that his kids not really familiar with how famous they are.
My kids have no idea that me and Brenda are famous. They see Mama on TV. When she's not around, I put on Sweet Life. Just saying. And I'm like, oh, I said, I showed them some Sweet Life. And you know what Dak said? He goes, someday I want to grow up and marry a girl just as pretty as London Tipton. Yeah, I was like, I was like, yep. But they are thoroughly unimpressed that we're on TV and stuff like that. It's like I just don't want them to get.
I want to stretch
mired.
that time out as much as you
I don't want them to get mired by all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm not intending to raise a nepo baby, no matter how much they're going to be like that.
I love how much of haters young children can be. It's delightful to me. Like, if there's anyone who was going to be deeply unimpressed by your accomplishment, it's going to be your own young children. And I'm basing this off of thinking about, remember we played Joe Flacco's kid?
Oh, yeah.
He was out here like, he won a Super Bowl. And he's like, yeah, but he wasn't good.
He wasn't good. I mean, he was good.
Yeah. I'm sure they was probably watching Sweet Life and was like,
yeah.
Well, it's cool and all.
Yeah.
But they don't realize how legendary their parents are.
There was a video making the rounds yesterday, the day before, about Matt Leinart and his kids.
Yes.
Yeah. What was it?
Well, that was less about his kids and more about one of his children asked the smart speaker, who is Matt Leinart, and man, they was whoever wrote up the Wikipedia entry was really violating. It was like Matt Leinart.
He won a Heisman Trophy, but
his pro career was nothing to write home about or something like that. And Matt Leinart just sitting right there like, what the hell did I do, man? I'm just having breakfast right now.
Yeah. But yeah, salute to Macaulay Culkin. And as I continue on the mixtape, I'll get y'all out of here on this. How did y'all feel about the Maury Povich show?
I had its moments, but I never watched it regularly.
It is a legendary show in the cultural zeitgeist because it gave us a reference point for paternity tests, and I appreciate them.
Yeah, I kind of like the way he just leaned into that. He ain't tried nothing different. Mm-hmm. That's all it's about. He spent it 20 million different ways.
Yeah.
And they all come down, who's the father?
No, he is the epitome of, well, if it ain't broke. Because remember, he used to be just like a regular talk show, like Ricky Lake.
Interviews,
and then this was just one of those one-offs that they did every once in a while, and they realized, they were like, why are we trying so hard? It's right here.
Yeah.
The gold is right here.
Yeah, so apparently he got a podcast now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, does he?
And on the first episode, his first guest was a lady by the name of Connie Chung.
Yeah.
His wife.
Yeah, CBS News.
Yeah, his wife. And here's the clip of the first episode. I want to see if y'all down to listen to the rest of this.
You became a big star.
Well, no, I mean, whatever.
And you kind of messed around with stars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't mess around with stars.
Yeah, I think you can name a few.
No, I'm not. No, I did not. I did not mess around with them. I knew them. You messed around with them.
Wow.
It's in the book.
Yeah, it is, but...
Warren Beatty.
Wow.
You know what my sister said about Warren Beatty?
Yes.
Every woman who came to California had to go through him. It was like an immigration system.
That is insane.
Dude.
He's salty. He's salty about
it made me question their marriage.
He's salty about it. He's just airing dirty laundry. Are they still married?
Yeah. And apparently she wrote a book, and I guess she talked about the cheating in the book.
She hooked up with
So he
Warren
says in the
Beatty.
book.
Yeah, but he ain't had to bring it up there. And this reminds us, not everybody needs a podcast. We actually probably need to know less about each other.
What was the entanglements? Remember?
Yeah. Jake Pickett.
We need to know
Was
less
that
about
Red
each other.
Chair or something like
Red
that?
Table Talk.
Red Table
Red
Talk?
Table Talk, yeah.
Dude, this is the entanglements.
Is this a must listen podcast, or at least the first episode?
I would listen to it. Yeah. I didn't know Connie Chung got around like that.
Why? See, look what you're doing right now. This is why we need to know less about each other. That is an esteemed journalist. She can go out there and get around if she wants to.
Yeah, and the way he set that question or the answer up to, I don't even mess around with nobody famous.
He's like, now if you're talking about not famous though, we running through.
So yeah, they marriage probably a little wild.
I would guess.
More power to them and more power to you, Figgy, for another flawless edition of Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. But coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Before we get there, will you allow me to be a little petty? I know it's not the petty cast, but there's a couple of things that I want to get off my chest at the expense of one Mike Brown. We'll do that next.
Bronze Roofing right now. Let's get you that.
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's absolutely been a very fun Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Thank you very much to all the people that have been involved in it. Obviously, shout out to B. Scott for sitting in with us in the 11 o'clock hour. Appreciation to my road dogs here, Figgy Fig, John Lopez, and obviously
I'll be a road dog.
To you, the listener.
You didn't know? Your ass better call somebody.
Oh, man, it's been a fun one, and we're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Really, your road dogs helping you get home after work oftentimes, and so those guys will be jumping in here in a second. Lopez, I don't know if you saw this, and I think that you'll like this, but tell me if you actually do, because I'm not inside your head.
Okay.
I am reading this from @CCHooks. This is the Twitter account of the corporate Hooks. And I will read it. I will read verbatim in a segment that I do indeed like to call reading. Guess who's back again? Yordan Alvarez is scheduled to make a rehab appearance tonight, August 22nd. Asterisks, subject to change without notice.
Ah, baby.
Don't miss out. That man's about to be on the plane, ain't he?
I've been saying it since this morning. Just enough. Enough. We've seen him. We know. Well, and it's not without.
My God! I think that's Yordan Alvarez's music. Wait a minute. You just see him coming off the the building out there in Camden Yard?
Back the fog behind him.
It's Yordan Alvarez. What the hell is he doing here?
You're good at this, man.
Oh my goodness.
It's Yordan.
It's Yordan.
That would be sweet. Subject. They wouldn't do that without.
They wouldn't, but I need it. I need it injected directly into my veins. And I need it to happen in wrestling style. For one.
Oh, that would be so good.
I think that'd be hilarious. But two, I just want to hear the 6 o'clock segment on Monday with Sean Pendergast. If they do indeed have Yordan just swaggering out from the bullpen.
That's Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, man. But yeah, we're excited for it. I mean, the likelihood is that you don't see him till Monday, but still.
How many asterisks? 3?
2 asterisks on the front end, 2 asterisks on the back end, just to make sure it really pops. Subject to change. Thinking. They're like, hey, man, we don't want y'all coming in to this Whataburger Park and coming in and not seeing Yordan and ask for y'all money back. This is subject to change. Just be aware of that. But yeah, he's supposed to get his 3rd rehab start.
You know, there is another possibility I just thought of that is awful.
No, don't do that. No,
Come on, man.
You really truly don't.
I'm riding this high.
You don't have to.
It's a Friday, man. Come on. We can't go into the weekend like this.
Just don't.
I'm all excited.
You set us up last week.
You could just not.
First thing I said this morning was put him on a plane already. Could be sore.
All right, so
my goodness.
he said it.
He did this last week, man. We can't have another bad weekend.
No, he really did going into Friday. He jinxed us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit some smelling sauce this weekend if you're not careful. You better watch yourself.
We have to be a full service show.
No, we don't.
No,
Who said that? Who
not right now at 1:54 when we're about to get off.
I ain't promised that.
Yeah.
All right, hit it again then, Figgy. Let's get back to a high note. There's one reason that the asterisks are there. We know why, right? Right? There we go.
Wait a minute. What is this? It's Yordan Alvarez. What the hell is he doing here? Oh my God.
I love that on the YouTube page. Frank is like, "Are you ready to whip some candy ass?" Before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive, I did want to do this though because shout out to I think the petty masters of the station, Sean and Seth, on Payne and Pendergast. I think Sean, he has a number of these, but I feel like everybody maybe has a particular team or person in sports that they will bang on at any given chance. So I have an opportunity to cut you down at the knees, I will. And
his is the Browns, by the way.
Exactly.
His is the Browns.
Well, I think I'm going to join him in Hayden, Ohio team. And whenever I can bang on the Bengals, I love it. And shout out to Sports Illustrated for writing a piece about the Bengals that caught my attention. Because here comes the Bengals showing themselves to be broke boys once again. Apparently, Lopez, the Bengals sent out a generic email to Boomer Esiason, a legendary quarterback in the history of that team, as he is going to the Ring of Honor event rather. Apparently, in this email, it details that Boomer Esiason would have to pay his own way, including hotel, although he would get a discounted rate, so that he could read out the invite on his show.
Come on. Is that fake?
You can't get no cheaper than that, man.
Is that fake?
No. How you going to have a legend? Can you imagine? Right?
You can come, but you got to pay your own way.
Oh, man. We trying to get Arian to come to NRG, baby, to show up. Hey, Arian.
You got to buy a ticket,
So
buddy.
I'm going to need you to book this on Southwest.
Yeah.
And then we'll get you a spot right over here at this hotel right off of Main. And we'll get you a discount.
It'll be
rate,
good.
big dog.
It'll
Just
be a
come
good
through.
place.
Come on.
It'll be a good place.
Come on down, big dog. We got you.
But you do got to pay.
That's such nasty business. How are they not embarrassed?
That's how Mike Brown stay rich, baby.
Man, I just can't believe it's real.
At this point, sell the team if that's the case. Also,
hell no. Why you gonna do that? It's all working well for him, baby.
Just nasty.
They've been to Super Bowl.
And so while we're here, I do want to make sure, and Ron, please enjoy my pettiness as well. I just wanted to shout out A.J. McCarron, who formerly played with Alabama, but obviously
Texans legend.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
No, he is. He's got a legend shirt.
He does have a legend shirt. That is technically
correct. He'll be out there with you.
Tailgating.
He'll be out there with you.
But he did play
So
for
does
the
Moran
Bengals.
Norris.
And
shout out to my man.
why are you doing
Moran Norris, man?
shots right now, Lopez?
Man, he took an Eastern medal to the knee.
He put a name on that bullet.
Hey, I was with the one time I went figure. I was with the old fullback. What's his name?
The guy that played for Baltimore.
Yeah. God,
Vontae Leak. Vontae Leak.
Yeah.
For the record, I love Moran Norris.
I bet you do.
That's why I said his name.
Don't let him see you in these streets. But I did want to, before we cross up with these fellas, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, I wanted to turn things over to A.J. McCarron for him to tell you just how broke the Bengals like acting.
Brother, in Cincinnati, this is how down bad it was. They saved the gear that you got from the league that they ordered, so they wouldn't pass out a lot of the gear my first 2 years there. And they would have a garage sale at the end of the year so they could make some money back.
Quit.
Yes.
Quit.
They had a sale with all of the leftover gear that the players were supposed to get, and they would sell it out in front of the stadium at the end of the year. It was awesome.
I bet they made money, too.
What a joke.
I bet each piece of that goes to somewhere.
I don't think I could be a fan of a team that acts that outwardly broke. I don't think I could do it. It would hurt my self-esteem, because then I would have to think about it when they eventually let me down time and time again, which they do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm letting these people ruin my emotions? These people? I just can't believe it.
Hey, there was Paco. Paco was around in Dallas, still kind of left over from the Super Bowl years.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of a little bit of a runner there for a bunch of the players kind of deal. He was still around. He was still in the building when I was over there. And come to find out, old Paco was, he had the old white and blue socks. You know how the Cowboys socks come out calf, they go change colors. He had because they back in the day they'd put number 8. Like Aikman's, all his stuff had number 8 in it. Hell, I got an Aikman. Somehow I'm digging through storage the other day. I got a windbreaker that's got an 8 in that thing. It's a cool Dallas windbreaker. But anyway, so you look online. Old Paco's selling Super Bowl socks, baby. Hey, Paco, socks, shirts.
I don't blame Paco. It's the Bengals we're talking about.
Paco was doing it.
He was hustling.
It was damn near 10 years later. Paco was making that bread. He was in the locker room kicking it too. Now he wasn't. Need your car wash, Paco, get that thing done. Right. He's going to take it around the corner to the car wash and double the price on you. Now, he wasn't going to do a damn thing, but he was going to get that thing cleaned up for you. I did it one time.
Oh, really?
I said, Paco, don't ever ask my keys. I drive right by that damn thing on the way home. It's next door to my apartment complex. You ain't getting me again. $80 in 2001. You kidding me?
Standing, that's big 80.
Fellas, it's Clint, it's Ron. Good to see you. You're looking good. How we feeling?
Feeling good, man. I know it's a Friday. Rain was a little aggressive there for a second driving in, but
today too. Last night
last time I let you come to work in some gear like that, your wife got on to me for letting you.
Somebody, didn't she?
She thought you was trying to go to church or something. She said, "Why you let my husband come to work in that church outfit?" I said, "I thought it looked good, man." I didn't even say nothing to her. I thought it looked good, Courtney. What you talking about?
Man.
Now she got me. Now she got me questioning. Where the hell you been, man?
Dude, man.
Also, Ron, I feel like we need to evaluate your get down if when you put on a nice polo, people are like, "Oh, he's up to something."
Yeah.
We need to change something.
Wifey looked at YouTube and said, "Damn, did Ron go by the church before he went to work today?"
I'm out here just enjoying myself. I want to put a polo on every now and then now. All right, baby.
That's funny.
Feeling good.
That's great. That's great.
My man Jerry, man.
That's what I was about to say. Clint, what's up with your mans? That's your man's, by the way. You gotta. That's your man's.
Exactly what he's doing, man. Jerry knows.
That
exactly
is something I agree with.
It's so stupid. He knows it can't be with one thing. You can't go on that damn show and throw the hottest agent in the game that represents the
Which
biggest.
show?
This one right here with Mike Irvin.
He got Stephen A.
You got Stephen A. too earlier.
You can't go on there and talk about, boy, old Mulugeta told me to shove it up my ass.
Those are the words he said, by the way.
I know, and he knew the minute it came out of his mouth, it was going to be played for a week straight. It was going to be the lead story of this. He's going to get 1 more week, 2 more weeks, another month out of this damn Micah Parsons.
Hey, my man said, we got a third party, the agent who want to stick his nose in everything.
That's what they do.
That's what I'm saying. Right? Think about it.
I don't know. It might be his job.
I mean, it's so silly. It can't be but for one reason.
He's acting like it's some fan.
We got a third. He told
this third party.
He told Stephen A. And this here is about 2 people. One, me. The other one, Micah. And then we got a third party way back here in that agent. He won't even call him David Mulugeta. And I know he know how to say it. He won't even say it. Hey, by the way, man, is Mike serious about this hair?
Oh, Mike. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Michael Irvin's serious about this.
Michael Irvin?
Michael Irvin. Yeah, he's serious.
Mike's dead serious about everything. That night I went out in New Orleans when we were up there. We was on Bourbon Street late. I mean, it was dead. There wasn't hardly nobody there. All of a sudden, Mike, full black outfit, come walking down walking down the middle of Bourbon Street by himself, looking just like that. Him and 4 cops. The cops are for his protection.
Yeah.
They weren't taking him. No, for his protection.
Not yet, at least.
He literally had a cop, one in front, one behind, one on each side, and he was. You'd have thought he was just strolling down the old street and look just like that.
I'm not trying to make
that's
them little twists. Are they dreaded up? Are they longer? They're just twists, ain't they?
I think he got. I think those are basically the starter locks that he's got going.
He got locks in.
Yeah, I think those are the starter locks that he's got going.
They just not quite going.
Yeah.
This is the thing about Mike is, and I'm not trying to levy any allegations. I feel like the reason why Mike got those in is because the youngins like it. I feel like that's the reason number one that Michael Irvin put them in.
They lying to him. They don't like that. They like Michael Irvin and the money. Mark Spears was killing him. Marcus couldn't get his takeout because he wanted to address that hair. It's just.
And the one thing at least I'll say about him is that he's not out here like Jerry Rice when his hairline was running away, still trying to do the young boy hairstyle.
I'll take Jerry over this.
Nah, Jerry Rice had the braids, and then you could see that the hairline was running back.
I know how deep it was. I'll take.
No, you would.
I'd roll Jerry. No, he did have options. He had options just the same way Mike did. Like I just,
he ain't got.
I would take. Yeah, I know that hairline started. I would take over that
four-headed. Well, that's what.
No, I'm just saying if I was forced to wear
one or the other,
the hair, I would take Jerry. Reggie.
Thank you. I appreciate you, fellas. Y'all have a fantastic show. I can already tell it's going to be real fun. Right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. The fellas are revved up and ready to go. And right now, the drive is live.
I would, Clint. I swear before God, I would.
I
would, man.
I don't believe it. You got a polo button all the way to the top right now. Ain't no way you take Jerry. Ain't no way you take Jerry Rice's forehead.
I have to put a piece of paper up on the TV screen to block out Mike, or I can't do nothing but pay attention to everything but his hair.
I'll tell you, I looked at Mike, and I did not think about his hair immediately. I thought it looked the same as last time I saw him. But you walk in and you see Jerry, there ain't but one thing you're thinking about. And it is, bro, it's time. You got to switch that up, cuz. I know you're one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, but damn.
Man, it's a rough one. But hey, hang out with us here on a Friday, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in with us. Tyler, still out. Ain't really heard much from him, but Tyler's still out in Albuquerque enjoying himself for his fellas trip as they're doing their fantasy football draft. So we are again in good hands with our guy Byron in the building. And I just want to let you all know that I am playing injured, playing hurt. I have recently found out, not by a doctor, but by my own research, that I I'm dealing with that old plantar fasciitis.
Feces? I think it's fasciitis.
Sure.
I mean, not to be mixed up with any kind of feces.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that plantar fasciitis.
Well, what exactly you got going on, bro?
It's that bottom of the heel. That bottom, like the bottom part of the foot.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It is.
Not on a Friday.
No, it's
how you going to catch that weight on Monday?
I'll be honest with you. I've been dealing with it for about 3 or 4 months. It's just gotten progressively worse.
So what are you going to do?
And then I went kind of looked at a video, looked at it, I'm like, man, what is this? Finally looked it up. That plantar.
What are you going to do about it?
That plantar fasciitis.
You going to get back on that Peloton, back on that bike?
No, man. Well, I did see some things they said I should do to help it. Like get a tennis ball, roll that tennis ball, roll that
racket ball.
Or they said freeze it and freeze a ball and roll it so you're icing it. Get some inflammation cream. I got to go get that. All I could find yesterday in that freezer was rollable, that was cold. I found Courtney had some corn on the cobs in there.
So she came home and you rolling her old corn on the cob on your feet, huh?
And unless she's listening right now, she has no idea. And they were packaged, so I had to open it up and had to put one in a bag, and that helped. Boy, it did.
Did it really?
Oh man, it did. I was doing it for about 20, 25 minutes. Felt a little
what's
bit
it
better.
hurting when you walk?
Oh,
when you run?
Well, see, at first it was like it would take me about, I don't know, like several steps to get going, and then it would kind of go away. It would really hurt when I'd wake up, or if I've been sitting idle for a long time, like if one of these long drives in Houston, and I get out and it take me by my first 10 steps, and I'm like, God dog, and then it'd be cool, but it wouldn't linger. Now, here about the last week, it's been pretty much every day. I'm starting to feel it, but. What
are we going to do? You done missed one weigh-in day. What are we going to do?
I'm in there, but I'm just saying it's just painful. It's crazy. I still did my workouts. Like I said, it would get me for a little bit.
But you can get it in.
And then I get my workouts. But boy, when I wake up in the morning, like somebody said,
get up a little early, man.
Mustang Sally said, get a shot of cortisone. No,
come on, man. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to take care of yourself.
I'm going to try the other things first.
Come on, do it.
Before I go to the doctor.
Well, do what the nurse says.
I'm gonna do.
Sally's a nurse. Do what the nurse says before you do what your YouTube search says.
I'm going to do. I watched 7 of them. I'm going to do a little. I'm going to give me some inflammation.
Man.
What?
He's like my mom.
What?
I had to talk with my mom a couple of days ago.
No, man. They said
it ain't 1998 no more.
Someone text in. Right there it is. I like this. Now someone did say, Ron, don't go to the WebMD. They're gonna say you're gonna die. No, they didn't. Someone texted and said, Ron, get a frozen bottle of water and roll on it. I've done it. It works tremendously. I tell you, the corn did work.
Well, you can do both.
Now, if it gets worse, in the next 6 months, I'll then go in it.
I mean, I think that's a smart thing to do. Don't attack it and do everything possible when it's just a minor issue. Yeah. Let's wait till it becomes a major issue and you get back to. You can't walk and you can't do your running, and you get back to 310, and then we got to get on the scale then. See, and then we're gonna blame it on our foot.
No, but as I've watched it, there's not a lot of major things that can be done to it. Right now, that's what they would go in there and tell me. Now I have to go spend whatever my deductible is.
I feel like I'm talking to my 89-year-old mother.
What? I'm just saying I did waste that money when I could go spend that money that I would go to check the doctor.
I mean, it's your health for crying out loud. If you can't just let loose of the water a little bit and take care of your damn self. Inflammation cream.
That's one of the things they said. I just hadn't got around there to get it yet. But I'm gonna go and do that. Look, I've got people right here telling me. Bam! I know Mustang Sally said the cortisone shot thing. Maybe in about 6 months if it gets worse. But yeah, stretches. Sally said, freeze a water bottle, roll it on your head.
Do it all.
6 months is a long time.
I recovered pretty well.
I mean, it take you get that cortisone shot. It'd take you 10 minutes. And then you can roll your ice bottle and your little frozen balls and everything. Do whatever you want. You can do all of it, man. And instead of easing through your workouts, now you can take them to the next. We can all take them to the next level. What do you say?
Yeah. Text line coming in, Ron. You're probably too cheap, but you need to spend some money on some. No.
What are you talking about? Shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what. Did you know?
I don't need to. I will buy some better shoes. I'm with you. Maybe I'll invest in some insoles.
What size shoe you wear?
11.
Did you know?
11.
I just found this out. I just bought me some new shoes to run and walk in. Did you know when you run and walk, you're supposed to be wearing a shoe that is a size bigger?
Didn't know that.
Than what you typically wear?
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I had a lady in the running store tell me that she's a runner. I did it, and it was tremendous. I went half a size, but it's tremendous.
Like this. This is why I love the people, man. Yeah, someone said, man, you got to get the okay, Sally, you have to get that inflammation down. Listen to Clint. No, I'm listening to many folks here.
I think you should listen.
I had it. Did some calf raises for like 3 days, and it was gone. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I mean, look, I just think you should listen to everybody. He's in here. I got some calf races going.
Getting them right now.
Do those. His calves are going to be so sore.
I'm not going to lie
Tomorrow,
to you.
He's going to be talking about a Kevin Durant injury.
Since I did the rolling corn thing, it really has helped a lot.
Did it help you?
It did.
Well, good. I hope it doesn't come back, man. If it does, get that cortisone. Listen to the nurse.
Thank y'all, man. Anybody, send it in. You ever had that old plantar? Or fasciitis, or is that what I said? Fasciitis. If you had that old plantar fasciitis, what did you do? Did you go to get surgery? They say the worst is surgery or shots. No, I don't need to do that. Tell you that frozen corn. I'm gonna find me a water bottle. I'm gonna freeze it here by 4:00. I'm gonna get in here and start rolling. I should be in good shape.
Hey, on another note, I think I'm over here getting catfished.
Why?
Got a random text. Where have you been? ? I don't have the number in my phone. I have no idea.
Are the bubbles green?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those fake
no, my
spams.
bubbles, when I responded, my bubbles were green.
Yeah. It's one of them fake things. Like, they'll text, like, random, hey, or like, hey, I've been looking for you and stuff. Yeah.
Got me.
Byron, that happens to you a lot?
First time it's ever happened to me. I said,
like 2 years ago.
I said, who is this? And they send me a picture of some chick next to 2 horses.
Oh, mine were never like that.
I've arrived at the riding arena. How long will it take you to get there?
Oh, I never got messages like that.
There's 2 horses and 1 chick, and I guess she's waiting on me to come ride horses with her. You're a little thin for my liking.
Chill out, man.
You're a little thin for my
wife
liking,
rides
sweetheart.
horses now.
Yeah, or do you think you're texting my wife instead of what's going on with my old lady? Are you? Is this? I mean, she looked like a little. Maybe got a little.
Look how close he's reading.
She got a little. Probably Cherokee. She got a little Cherokee. No, I'm not reading. I'm zooming in on a picture.
Oh, okay.
She got a little Cherokee Indian in her.
Let's see.
I mean, what's my bride doing? My bride up to something out there?
Yeah, you better get that off.
I'm gonna say, is this really for me or is this for my wife?
Better get that off your phone, man.
I don't ride horses, honey.
Yeah, let's change the subject here, man. Big night last night. I feel like all of Houston needed that dub last night.
Are the bubbles green?
Are the bubbles? That is, by the way.
Hey, I'm looking out for you. I'm trying to make sure.
That is a hell of an initial.
Look, he did. Seriously.
That was a hell of an initial question.
No, because when I used to get the message, be like, hey, is this Sarah? I'd be like, no. Like, oh, you're such a nice person. I was like, yeah, dude, this is a spam. Like, get out of here.
Hey, and that man said, I think I'm getting catfished. There's a message here. The bubble's green. Hey, all of Houston needed that one last night. 7-2. And I think it's just how it happened. Right? I feel like everybody's on guard, like, oh, man, these jokers can't score runs. They've been just getting their ass kicked. And you got to take a deep breath. And after 3 innings, it's 4-0. Right? And we talked about it the last couple of days. They've been fighting it, getting big hits. All 4 of those runs came out with 2 outs, right? Correa, who is, again, Dana and his hit rate here on these trade deadline moves, or really just trades in general, he has hit. I don't know where they would be if they didn't make the move to go get Carlos Correa, because he seemingly is the only one who has been consistently hitting. But he gets an RBI in the 3rd. Christian Walker goes deep and drives him in for a 2-run. So it's 4-0. Your bullpen didn't have to pitch in high leverage situations. 7-2, 7 to whatever that score was. Boy, they needed that. Everybody needed a game like that to kind of take a deep breath.
Absolutely. I mean, hell, whether we're talking about the players or the fans, yeah, we needed to get off that snide, man. We needed to get loose and get a couple of guys hot. And I mean, because when you look at it, there was a time when all of the pressure was on Altuve and Christian Walker with all the injuries and before the trade deadline. now you've got guys back. You got Pena back. You got Altuve. You got Correa. You got Christian Walker. You got Diaz, who seems to be turning the corner. Obviously, Sanchez is a guy that can swing it, can get hot, and produce in a big way, which he did last night. So it looks like those guys got a little bit of help, and there's even some more on the way. So yeah, last night was a little bit more of, not necessarily the 7 runs, but it was a little bit more of what you expect from the Astros with these guys. You got some pretty damn good bats in this lineup, man, and to be shut out 4 or 5 games and to be outscored 44-7 or whatever the hell it was ridiculous. So yeah, last night was a little bit more.
But you've been in these situations, Clint. Maybe maybe not just having it down like this, but you've been in situations where it feels like it kind of snowballs, and you get in situations where it's like, all right, here we go again. And when somebody finally chills out, I don't know if you went through a streak of where y'all couldn't score touchdowns or y'all did whatever it was, and then something finally happened, and it was like, we could all take a deep breath. And I think when Christian Walker hit that home run, they had an early lead, you could take a deep breath and roll. I will say this before I leave this segment. Now, I'm going to be watching this for the next hour or so whenever this lineup comes out. Now, I understand that the Orioles will have a lefty on the mound. If Jesus Sanchez is not in this lineup today, I don't care who's pitching. I don't care if it's Sandy Koufax is a lefty. I don't care if it's Steve Charlton. I'm reaching back. Carlton. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Randy Johnson. You go 5 for 5, your ass is in the lineup the next day, especially when the others to pick from are Jacob Melton and Chaz and Cam Smith and whoever else. Your ass better be in the lineup. I know they have a lefty in there. I don't care. He has earned the right with everybody else out there. If he goes 5 for 5, and I mean, he hit them all hard. I mean, all of them, he got his money's worth. His ass better be in this lineup. I'm going to lose my mind on Dana and Joe if he is not in this lineup just because of lefties out there.
Well, I mean, on the flip side of it, if Chaz ain't in there, I'm going to lose my mind on him.
Okay, I know you may lose your mind.
If 161's in there.
But Sanchez has to be in the lineup.
Oh, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
I understand the right-lefty, but in this case, if you go 5 for 5, it should be a general rule you play the next day. You play the next day. If you go 5 for 5, you play the next day. And I have a feeling that they're sitting back there thinking, all right, man, let's just trust the book. Book says, man, the lefty in there, let's load him up with righties. All right, coming up, big day for a lot of members of the Texans team tomorrow as they will face the Lions for their final preseason game. We'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say on the importance of this game and then give you our thoughts about tomorrow's game on Saturday. That's next.
610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is a huge game, man, for a lot of young guys who are on the bubble, so to speak. Guys have a chance to go out one last time and make an impact, right? Show up, make the plays that can really spark interest not only in the Texans but also the other 31 teams. So whoever's on the field, I want our guys to go out there and play their absolute best. I want all our guys to shine, and I want others to see how good of a roster we have, how much depth we have. We have a lot of guys who are worthy of making an NFL roster. I can't keep all of them, but if they make the league, I'm so proud of all our guys.
There it is, the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, talking about tomorrow's final preseason game. And for a lot of these guys, Clint, this is their last real opportunity to make some sort of impression, as he said, not just on the Texans but other teams around the league as well. And this is a big game for some of those guys. And I don't even think it's just the back half of the roster, right? There may still be some competition battles and some guys that you really need to see some work to kind of improve their status on the team. But what are you looking at? As we know, this is a big day for some. What are you looking for as they have their final preseason game tomorrow?
Well, I think there's a few guys that don't fit into maybe the group that D'Amico just mentioned, in a sense of guys that maybe are last effort, last chance to put something on film, and if not for us, for somebody else. Look, I think there's some guys here that I think that the Texans are the veterans players that the Texans are still trying to figure out either how they fit in or if they fit in, right? Like Cam Robinson. I know he's a veteran, right? And I know we've heard people that are close to the program say, oh, D'Amico, I think even said it. Oh, man, look, he's a veteran. I'm not worried about Cam Robinson. He can just put his pads on, jump right in there, and let's play ball. But I'm of the belief that when they moved on, got out of the Laramie Tunsil business, that mindset and that approach was no longer accepted in the Texans building. So I believe he's really been injured, and I believe Ariante Ursery has really played well enough for them to consider starting him at left tackle and consider Cam Robinson a backup versus being a starter. And if that is the case, and Ursery's a guy you're going to start, and Titus Howard's a guy you're going to start, and this is a game where you don't want to play your starters, then you're down to Cam Robinson is going to have to play, right? And what does that look like if Cam Robinson does play? You can justify it because Cam Robinson has not played and hadn't done much of anything. So does Cam Robinson play in a game like this? I think Dameon Pierce is another guy that has not done anything in camp. And one would think that had he been here all camp and doing his thing, that he would probably be pretty secure, given that Joe Mixon, hasn't made an appearance yet. But I think in his absence, Nick Chubb has shown up and shown out. I think Woody Marks has shown up and shown out. I think Dare Gumbawale proved to be more of who they thought he was, a dependable back. I think Yordan has done some good things. And so Dameon Pierce, does Dameon Pierce play in this game? Is he playing for a spot on this roster, or is he playing to potentially get traded or potentially get picked up by somebody else down the road? I think those are two veterans, Ron, that we have not seen play and do much of anything because of injury, that I think we could see play tonight. Now, what are they playing for? I think that's, we're not privy to that information, but I think there's a chance that we see those guys play.
Pierce should feel a little bit more comfortable just because of the Joe Mixon situation, and that he probably, has a better footing. Yep. The Cam Robinson one is interesting, though, Clint, because you look at it, as you said, not only everything that, they talk about, the leadership and all that and the veteran stuff, but yes, he is getting $12 million guaranteed. I believe that is the amount that he is definitely getting. But boy, it's hard to think they're gonna have him and Blake Fisher both on the roster, like both of them. And we know Blake is more apt to be able to play both sides, but you do know that Ursery can play left and right. Titus can play left and right. And so maybe they do keep Cam and say, if we do need to bring in a tackle, we can move one of them over there. But it's interesting. You got one guy you paid $12 million to guaranteed, and then you got another guy you drafted in the second round last year. Like, both of those you have used, high amount of money on, or, funds on being draft picks. And one of them you wonder is probably going to get cut. Is probably not going to be a part of this team, and that's why the Cam Robinson thing is interesting. Because at least the last time we saw Blake Fisher, he had a better run of it. He had improved. His second preseason game last week was much better than the first. Yeah. And Cam Robinson, we hadn't really seen a lot in it, and it looks like he's been Wally Pipp by Ariante Ursery.
It looks like it. And to your point, do you pay a backup tackle that's not a swing tackle? Do you pay him $12 to $14 million? I guess 12 is what it would be if he's not going to get the run, if he's going to be a swing. Or do you play him tonight? And I mean, the thing is, I don't know how you would move on from Ariante Ursery at tackle and never have Cam Robinson take a snap in the preseason, like literally in anything. I think he did go a little bit in the joint practice, but literally that's it. So. That would not make sense to me. Now, if he plays and he's going to try to play his way into contention here for this left tackle job, cool. If he plays and it's more or less, hey, man, look, Cam's healthy, Cam can play, look, he can play well, and potentially trade him before the you got to cut to 53 instead of releasing somebody. I think all plays are on the table right now. But Cam Robinson could potentially play tonight. Ingram, right? Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs at that right guard position. I believe that this is a real competition. I think it's really the only real competition that is going to be determined on the field. Like the Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursary thing is I mean, they're not going to make that decision based off tonight. That decision's either already made one way or another, right? Titus Howard appears that he's going to be a right tackle. The right guard, I think, is a legitimate competition up front that's jury's still out. I think Jake Andrews is your center. I think Laken Tomlinson is your left guard. Ingram and Juice are guys that I would think are going to play.
You still
tonight.
think that's a competition?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think it's a competition. Yeah, I think that's it. I think they play tonight. I think Jalen Noel and Higgins, the two rookies out of Iowa State wide receivers, I think they play tonight. I think they both need run in the first half with Davis Mills. I think they need run just to become NFL wide receivers and be able to produce. You know they're going to be on the team. You know they're going to be active. They need to get themselves in position to where they can contribute. And then I think that secondary situation, that cornerback depth with Smith and Arnett, I think those two guys, keep an eye on those two guys. I think they're going to play a lot and see which one of those guys can take a step forward and maybe be that third corner on the team.
Yeah, the Cam Robinson, that whole tackle situation is interesting because like I said, I don't know how many times I've seen like, all right, man, we're going to keep two tackles as backups.
Yeah,
you know, because you think Juice is going to make it because obviously he can play all three of the positions on the inside. I would think Patterson is probably more valuable because he can play multiple positions. You're right, Cam Robinson.
It's going to be an interesting.
He plays one, right?
He plays one tackle, and he's making $12 to $14 million.
Yeah.
All your other tackles play both ways and make significantly less money. And the one that he's in direct competition with at left tackle is probably your future. Not probably. Yeah. He appears to be your future of your offensive line room for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting how they handle Cam Robinson. He'll start. Does he play tomorrow?
Yeah. A lot to watch for in a weird one. Well, you would think, like, especially since we saw so much of the ones in the joint practice, that you wouldn't see a lot. There actually is a lot that potentially of guys that will.
Harrison Bryant, the new tight end, too. I mean, that's the guy that's got some run in the regular season. I mean, he's a pro, but needs some run in this system. I would imagine he's going to get some run. We'll see a little bit more about him.
I wonder, you said that, I wonder if Christian Harris gets on the field. He did play in the joint practice we heard yesterday, so I wonder if he gets some run. Like you would wonder if he get a little run before this regular season starts.
Yeah, you would think so. If their intentions are to play him early, you would think he would get some run. They're just so deep at that linebacker position. I could see him starting on some kind of list and let him keep recovering. Hate to say that, but
all right, coming up, the Astros, they got a big win last night, but they also made another big move to add to at least what seems to be their biggest issue. We'll let you know what that is and what that looks like coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you a little.
or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive is live. Clint Stoerner in the building. Run the show with you. Byron is in as Tyler is out. Still in old Albuquerque. Shout out to New Mexico. I don't think I've ever been to New Mexico. I think that's one I've never been to.
For work only for over here.
A little work.
Just a little work.
Had a couple of games out there.
Mm-hmm. Called a couple games.
Oh, called
ESPN Radio.
There you go.
Yeah, a couple bowl games.
Yeah, never been out there.
I didn't lose much out there. I'll tell you that.
Didn't lose much.
I didn't lose much out there, brother.
Yeah, here it's beautiful, according to some people who texted in yesterday. But hopefully he's having a good time. I know he sent us a text saying Danny Cannell will be here Monday with us, so that's
he's
cool.
Out there working. He can't get enough,
man. Can't he? I'm telling you, that's Tyler for you. Tyler for you, boy. He's out there working his ass off. By the way, Clint, some news. Not only did they have a big win last night, the Astros, but they've added to the bullpen. Veteran reliever Craig Kimbrell.
It's a tough one now.
Craig Kimbrell, who has been, I'd say over the last 5-10 years, one of the better relievers, better closers in the league. Has had some big save seasons over the last several years. He's not really been doing much. He threw one inning and played one game this year. Thus far, he's been, I guess, just chilling. But he is signed with the Astros, and there is no rehab, nothing. He is joining the team in Baltimore. He is coming right on up. By the way,
it's what we need.
You like it?
It's what we need, brother. It's what we need.
We'll see. They tried Hector Neris, who had at least thrown some a little bit this year, and that didn't work out. So they're going to bring in Kimbrell, and we'll see what that looks like. Like I said, he only threw one inning this year. Last year in 57 games, he threw 52 in the third innings. His ERA was 5.33. He did have 23 saves, but right now, clearly we know that the Hader situation is obviously serious, and there's going to be some long time without him, obviously, and they've got to do something. And I don't know if this is going to work. I think there's probably a reason, Clint, that he's been sitting out there chilling, and he only has thrown one inning, but they got to do something. And we have seen this staff find a way to get better out of players and pitchers in particular that maybe other organizations didn't do so. So hopefully Craig has a little bit left in the tank and they can get something out of it.
Well, look, I mean, was year 15 for him? I mean, he's been going at it now. So he's long in the tooth. But like you said, the Astros have brought some, the best out of guys multiple times, and we'll see if getting off the couch and on the bump is
it's that bad right now, man.
See if it works for the Stros, man. I tell you what, I mean, for everybody out there, fans that aren't familiar with him, I mean, it's worth the price of admission, or at least
up.
Oh, the stance on the bump with both arms up like that. Yeah, it is. Now, if he didn't go out there and pitch very well, we'll all make fun of it. But if he goes out there and pitches well, it could be something we could all enjoy.
Some fun with. Yeah, he's. I believe he's a part of that Ginger Nation, isn't he?
He looks like
I'm pretty certain he's a part of that Ginger Nation. Craig Kimbrell, he's the newest member. Hell, he might pitch this weekend. I mean, that was the part that got me. And he will immediately join the big league club. Okay, all right. No need to go to Sugarland. Don't need to go to the Hooks. Also, other good news, Clint. Real good news. I don't know. We'll see what the Kimbrell news is, but real good news. Yordan Alvarez. He played last night in Double-A Corpus, and he went 3 for 3 with 2 doubles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. He is now 5 for 7 in his 2 rehab assignments, and he is scheduled to go again tonight to try to play the back-to-back games And then there's a possibility he could join them in Baltimore over the weekend. We'll see how today goes. But 5 of 7, really it's not even about the production. We talked about that with Payne. It's not even about the production. It's more so about, hey, how does he look? How does he feel? How is that hand after he has to hit live pitching? Hell, man, you go 5 for 7, multiple extra base hits.
Yeah.
Hey, man, about time.
Well, he's letting it eat. That's the thing is are you up there kind of just going through the motions and trying to protect yourself, a little bit tentative with that inflammation in that bottom hand? On the knob of the bat, is he kind of being a little bit timid, or is he letting it rip? From a production standpoint, it looks like he's letting it rip. So now, if on the backside of this back-to-back after he plays today, if there's no inflammation, yeah, man, how quickly can you get him to Baltimore? I typically was one like, hey, man, go and give him an extra day and just meet him here in Houston for that Colorado series. But after going 5 for 7 and not hearing anything negative, go ahead and get him on that PJ and get him up there to Baltimore.
This will be, but tonight to see, all right, he's good, he's feeling good. No problems, and then because he hadn't done the back-to-back thing, right? And we'll see what that looks like. Think they get him any action in the field? Do you think?
Oh no, hell! I mean, we got people out here scared of him sliding to second base. I mean, hell, there ain't no way he's getting in the field, man. There's no way, no chance. I tell you, it would be electric here on what would that be? Would that be Tuesday
when they come back?
What are they off Monday? They'll be off Monday. Play Tuesday, I think that's right. Boy, Tuesday it'd be electric in that building, wouldn't it? You thought it was electric when Carlos came back.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yordan back in that box. I got to believe they'll fill up Dyken in a hurry with that news.
I just want to see it. I think we have been.
Oh, I'm with you. We've been teased. There ain't no doubt about it. She is really good looking. Anybody else, we wouldn't be talking about.
No, yeah. Hey man, what's up with your old boss Jerry, man?
What happened? Hey, Jerry knows what he's doing.
Hey, Jerry has now made the rounds. Went on with Michael Irvin. Went on with Stephen A. Did all of this stuff. Hey, you got this by this is Jerry Jones. As this saga with Micah Parsons has taken another turn. Here's Jerry Jones talking about his opinion of the contract situation with him, Micah, and his agent, David Mulligetta.
Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already said. It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so she won't do it. So you run into daddy, daddy says do it, and then you go back in and say, mama, daddy said it was all right. It's the old mama-daddy deal. We've all been there and done that. Well, we've got this deal resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't know who daddy is in this scenario.
We got this thing, in my mind, we got this thing all worked out. Terms of Dallas Cowboys.
What in the world, Jerry?
You just wonder if it's ever going to backfire on Jerry. You just wonder if it's ever going to backfire on Jerry. If anybody, at some point, if one of these guys is going to say, man, I've had enough. Because
do you think that's how he views agents? That the agent tried to stick his nose in negotiations?
Yeah. No, look, I don't think Jerry likes dealing with agents. I don't think he ever has liked dealing with agents. And now it's just becoming more and more necessary. And he playing the GM role, he's got to do it. So
did he have to deal with your agent, or did you guys?
I told you my agent told me how much he knew him and everything. Then we got in that office. ready to talk, and my agent didn't have no damn clue who his ass. It was obvious in the first 30 seconds. Jerry didn't know my guy. My guy told me how well he knew. Oh, I negotiated with Jerry.
I was going to say, did Jerry move? Did Jerry tell him to leave and just say, "Here, Clint, I got it"?
Look. There was no. I mean, if Jerry handles any of these deals like he did mine, he said, hey, here's a minimum deal, man. Here you go. Slid it across the table. Everybody in the room knew that I was a minimum guy, and I was going to sign it. So.
I mean, Jerry is leading us to believe that him and Micah sat down, Clint, and they went over They just went over years.
No, I don't doubt that.
Numbers.
I don't.
They went over escalators. They went over.
Now I will. I'll tell you to get into the story. Like I believe Jerry on that front. Like I believe Jerry and Micah sat down and hashed out a bunch of, hey man, we're gonna make you the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Cool. Hey man, we're gonna give you X. We're gonna give you the most guaranteed. Cool, got it. And now I don't think Jerry's pulling the rug there. I think they sat down and had a much more in-depth conversation. The thing is nobody in their right mind, including Jerry, thought that was ever going to fly, and the agent wasn't going to negotiate anything. But Jerry knew that he could then leave that meeting and then go use it to do what he's doing right now and get a month's worth of free advertising.
Jerry said they had that meeting, and they said, hey, man, we're just going to send it down. We're just going to send it down to the
I mean, that don't sound normal if it's a backup quarterback.
If I say, hey, man, we got it all knocked out here. Hey, David, man, just go ahead and sign that up for us.
Yeah.
He don't even call. He calls him the agent. That's my favorite.
Doesn't call him by his name.
Going to stick his nose in our business.
Yeah, no. I think from jump, Jerry tells you in that damn documentary out there that the Cowboys are a 365-day-a-year soap opera, and if there ain't enough drama around it, he said, I'll drum some up, I'll make some up, and that is. Now you wonder if it's ever going back.
Here, though.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question. Now the question is does David Mulugeta and Micah Parsons, do they ever get to a point where they're like, we can go make the same amount of money somewhere else. You might be able to go somewhere and maybe even have a better chance of winning in the playoffs. But in terms of being set up for future, in terms of being treated like a king, you're in the best spot.
But Jerry's already letting you know he's a Dallas Cowboy for 3 years.
Yeah, for 3. I'll franchise you.
I'm trying to add that up for you, Jerry. I'm trying to add that franchise tag, those back-to-back franchise tags up. When you already got the highest paid quarterback player in the league over there with CeeDee Lamb over there and all the other. I'm trying to add that one up for you.
If one is ever going to backfire on him, this is going to be it.
We got 3 years.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's both of them are crazy enough to piss each other off and dig and shove that knife in there and turn it.
I think we've gotten there. You think Jerry's hurt? Jerry somewhere like this isn't just Jerry. I don't think this is just Jerry. You think this might be all of the? Hey man. Let's keep that soap opera going. I think Jerry's feelings are hurt or something. Or Jerry feelings are hurt or how dare these two? How dare these? Like there's something that is a personal part to this that seems different than anything else he's done.
Yeah, I don't know about feelings hurt. Now, it could be a big chess contest. You know what I mean? It can be one of those of like I can win without you kind of deals, and which may hurt his feelings. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Jerry operates like that. Not with guys that he. Now, I think his heart was in it with Emmett and Troy and Mike and Prime and those guys that he won championships with. I don't think these dudes that are just winning regular season games. I don't think his heart's in it.
I don't think he's a fan of Mulugeta. I'll tell you that. All right, coming up, I think this is something that you can give credit to the Texans and their brass and their decision makers. Now, there's more to the story, but I do personally believe you can give credit to them for this decision it looks like they're going to make. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, some things –
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive on a I know it's a little wet and rainy outside, but a beautiful Friday. As one more preseason game, and then it is off to the regular season, off to knowing the roster to start the season for the Texans. So getting closer and closer. Obviously, big weekend for the Astros as they finally end that 4-game losing streak and gain a half a game on the Mariners, who were off yesterday. So that lead is now 2 games in the West, and they're looking to get going again here against these last place teams, the Orioles and the Rockies they got coming up in the next 6. But Clint, I would say this: I know that there's been some deals on what should be reported and whatnot. Clint, Titus Howard is going to be a starting right tackle. Okay. Like, by everything that we've watched and heard and seen in practice and how we've watched Ursery play on the left side, those are going to be your tackles. At this point, Clint, I will be floored unless there's something that is an injury or something out of the control that stops it. I will be, at this point, surprised if September 7th in L.A., that Titus Howard isn't your right tackle and Ariante Ursery isn't your left tackle. Like, it feels like that's just where they are right now.
Based on what we've seen and what we've heard, since we could talk about what we saw, I believe that you are hitting the nail on the head. I believe the right tackle is going to be Titus Howard. We heard D'Amico talk about the matchups with him and Aiden Hutchinson. We heard C.J. Stroud talk about the growth of Titus Howard. So if Titus Howard is going to be your right tackle, right, you are pushing it. You're not pushing him to right tackle because he couldn't play guard, right? You pushed him to right tackle because you couldn't even get through a practicing against Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, right? Your quarterback couldn't get through a practice. Your offense couldn't install their damn offense, and you needed a better look. You had to slow down the pass rush, so you had to take your guard and push him to right tackle, which in turn took your right tackle, one of your right tackles, your best right tackle at the time, which is rookie Ariante Ursery, and pushed him to left tackle. Remember early in camp, I think he was going back and forth. Everybody thought he may be the backup swing tackle that could do both. Cam Robinson's injured. Boom, you're in a pickle. What do? Right? Ariante Ursery to left tackle. He's been playing well. Titus Howard to right tackle. All of a sudden, you can practice. You can get quality reps. Your quarterback can get a little bit of time, and now you're on to something. And so the move, right, was made because they just flat out, between the Cam Robinson injury and Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson wreaking havoc in the backfield, they had to try something. And when they tried the Titus Howard thing, they realized, hey, this is the best right tackle that we got.
But this is where I'll say, and I think I agree with a lot of what you said, right? I like something forced him to get to that point. Something forced him to get to that point to shift things around.
Yeah, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson kicking ass in practice.
Because this was not the plan, right?
Correct.
This was not the plan. And I will say, I will give, and you guys can give your judge of it, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I will give D'Amico, the 2 Knicks, Cole Popovich, I will give them credit for adjusting the plan and not just sticking to the plan because, hey, we paid Cam Robinson $14 million, so let's make sure we do this. Or, hey, we prepped and prepared Titus, and he's put on weight.
Stuck to that plan, though? I mean, look, this goes back to your, like, last year you and I's conversation about Joe Espada and, like, the next pitcher up, and that pitcher just happened to pitch well. Like, I don't think they planned this.
No, yeah, but they could still right now. Cam Robinson's healthy, right?
I mean, yesterday was the joint practice was, I think, the first day he practiced, maybe the day before that.
But yeah, like right now, if that were Titus Howard,
they could go back now.
Titus would go right back to wherever they wanted him to be.
Yep.
But right now, they're saying to themselves, to me, it looks like they're saying, "Nope, Ariante Ursary is ready to have that over there, and Titus is ready to go ahead and move out to that right tackle." And as you said, our offensive line has clearly gotten better when we made that move.
Well, our ability to just function in practice got significantly better. Apparently, those are reports. I don't know. Those are just reports that I heard, that the ability to practice and not just have everything disrupted in the backfield be chaos, it significantly improved when Titus Howard went to right tackle and Ariante Ursary went to left tackle. But, yeah, your point of them sticking to what they've seen versus back to the original plan.
Yeah, they said this is the best thing regardless of the money we spent on Cam Robinson and regardless of, the weight and we talked about it all offseason. Well, it looks like Titus has really got himself ready and put his body in a place to play guard. Like, it looks like he did that. Even with all of that, they said, all right, the plans change. Not all teams, especially with high draft picks and big money is involved in it, can just say, all right, yeah, the plans change because this is better. So I will give them credit on that, but they sure as hell better be right about this. Because at this point now, we've talked about this, and I know some of you may get annoyed about it, but we talked the number one things that they really needed to fix was the inside. And they came to, and I believe Titus Howard, to me, felt like he was going to be the big thing and the big answer there. And now they have Ed Ingram, who's been there. Now, this could be, Clint, a situation. Maybe it is your situation of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson just wreck shop to do this. Or it could be Ed Ingram has played so well that it's given us the ability to maybe kick Titus back out to his natural position. Or Ariante Ursary has taken the ball of left tackle and run with it so well that it's hard for us to take him out of that position and let him roll. Or it could be, we gonna get our asses kicked on the edges.
Yeah,
we're gonna get crushed. So I
think all of those points are possibilities. But I think Ed Ingram ultimately is the key. I said this last week. I think Ed Ingram ultimately is the key. And if Ed Ingram plays well at right guard, then you've got the freedom to do whatever you want with Titus Howard. You got the freedom to do whatever you want with Cam Robinson. You've got the freedom to do whatever you want with Ariante Ursary, right? Now, all of a sudden, hell, you can make Cam Robinson the backup, and if anything were to happen to Titus or Ariante Ursary, then you slide Cam Robinson in at left, and whichever one is still healthy plays right. I mean, you could literally shuffle the deck. The key is you've got to have a guard that you trust. You've got one in Laken Tomlinson, I believe. You've got a center that they trust in Jake Andrews, it seems like. It's that right guard position that, boy, if it doesn't matter how good Titus Howard and Ariante Ursary are, it doesn't matter whether Cam Robinson plays or doesn't play. If the interior offensive line is consistently in the lap of C.J. Stroud, and even if it's just in passing situations that are important throughout a game and it's not chaos like it was last year, then – I mean, there's going to be some real questions for D'Amico and Nick the way they've handled this.
Yeah, text line coming through. You guys don't believe half the crap you guys say on the radio. Howard is 8-year and is showing growth. LOL. Cam is the starting left tackle. Well, I would just tell you, Cam is healthy. They played a joint practice yesterday, and he has continued to roll with the twos. And maybe the most impressive player in the preseason thus far has been Ariante Ursary at the left tackle spot. Now, maybe you will text in on Tuesday after the game against the Rams when you see Ariante Ursary at left tackle and Titus Howard at right tackle. I'm sure you won't. But or maybe you'll just be shocked and you can't believe it. I think if Cam Robinson were the left tackle, Cam Robinson would be getting those left tackle reps with the first unit with 15 days before their first game of the season. I believe he would be getting those reps in a new offense, and being that he hasn't played very much. because of his injury. So, no, I disagree with you. I feel very confident. And if I'm wrong, I'll come out and tell you I was wrong. But I feel very confident that Ursery and Titus Howard are going to be your tackles on this team.
Look, I didn't. I mean, I don't know who's going to be the tackles, but more importantly, nobody said it was year 8 for Titus Howard. He's showing improvement. I mean, if anything, here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing on Titus Howard is people can be critical of Titus Howard. There's plenty of tape out there to say, boy, he can't block a damn soul inside or outside. There's plenty of bad tape out there. I would argue that there's some really, really, really good tape out there as well. But the one guy on this offensive line that I would say themselves, like personally, can look in the mirror and say, boy, I've had a real raw deal here, man. It's Titus Howard. Like here we sit again. I mean, my man played right guard for 2 weeks. Really, it looked like all of OTAs, all of offseason was prepping to play guard, and then all of a sudden, because the guys that you decided were better than him, and the guys that you were going to give opportunities ahead of him couldn't block a damn soul, so much to the point where you couldn't practice. Now you got to bump him back out there. And so, look, I don't know who's going to be the starting tackles, but I believe that Titus Howard, if he's given the opportunity to play right tackle from now, which it looks like he's about 2 weeks into being a right tackle, if they let him play right tackle, and that is the way that they go, I believe that right tackle is going to be the least of your worries.
Yeah, he hasn't seen right guard in weeks, as you just said. He hasn't been in that right guard spot in weeks.
I just don't know what. And look, he may not be worth a damn. I just don't know what. Like, I mean, you want. We've heard it from CJ. We've heard it from D'Amico. We've heard it from John Harris. Like, hey man, practice. You couldn't even. There wasn't a pocket. You couldn't even get a ball off. Oh boy, Titus Howard moved a tackle today. Boy, you were able to function a little bit as an offense.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know what the hell your question.
And the point you made, Ed Ingram has also played well enough
last week. Played well
where
last
week. Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't think Blake Fisher has been what they thought he would be. I think they thought he was somebody that would at least challenge to be a starter, and that didn't come to fruition. And Cam's been injured, and I think also they really love the Ursery situation.
I'll say this. It will be on brand for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to come out in week 1 against the Rams, Cam Robinson at left tackle, Ariante Ursery at right tackle.
And move Titus
back inside the guard, and that's how we play. I mean, it would be on brand for them. I'm just telling you the way they're practicing right now when all hands are on deck.
Yeah, here was CJ yesterday talking about the offensive line after their joint practice with the Lions.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's a pop every time, the ball snapped. I thought, it starts with Jake. Jake has done a good job of IDing things. And him and Lakin are like the first ones to kick it off. Ed's right there. Titus is right there. Taylor, it's a group that's a lot of dogs, man. So I'm really happy that, that we're able to run the ball like we have, because that opens up everything else.
Sounds like the group.
One dude who didn't name.
Named all 5 of them. And by the way, thank you, CJ, for giving us that. CJ gave us that. But you know what, CJ, he went around it. He didn't say the starting 5. He just named 5 games. Just happened to name 5.
Oh yeah, and Tay's right there.
Just happened to name 5. Oh God, yeah. I don't know, man. This one though is. I'm glad they're looking at this and saying, all right, this is the absolute best group. We got to take our draft picks, the amount of money. We got to take that off. But they better be right about Ed Ingram, Andrews, and Lincoln Tomlinson. That they better be right about. And that is going to be the story of this season for the Texans. By the way, shout out to old Jackson Dart yesterday, man.
Looked good, didn't he? I didn't watch it live, but I saw the highlights.
That, man. The hell with that, man.
You keep his ass healthy, but look good.
Before the game, too.
Oh, you liked the outfit before the game, huh?
Listen, he did look good. I mean, his numbers, he's, 80% completion, adjusted completion. He had about 5 drops yesterday. I don't know if you caught that. Just guys flat dropping them. But 424 yards, 4 touchdowns, 4 total touchdowns,
Solid
no picks.
Preseason.
Yeah, good preseason. Russ is still the starter over there But I didn't know he had that. He's got some real Tyler Hero vibes. I didn't know if you watched them walking. I didn't know who that was in front of. That was old Cam Scatterboo in front of him.
Oh, was that who that was?
Yeah, and the all red.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had that in there. Oh, Jackson Dart boy, he's
look good now.
Yeah, he's. I used to always think he was strange because he did all that
paint in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you, he got a wardrobe now.
He's got a little swag to it.
He ain't coming out of Ole Miss with no wardrobe. I promise you that.
Oh, boy, he tore that place up.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed to be versatile. he seemed to be versatile. I think I'm a Jackson. I think I might be potentially a Jackson Dart guy. I really do. All right, coming up as we're getting closer and closer to the college football season officially. I know there's some games coming up today and tomorrow. But week 1 officially next week. It'll be a lot of games a week from today on Friday. We're doing a college football question of the day leading up to it. I got an SEC one coming up next. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Serta Pro Painters, y'all. I've flipped several houses. I've dealt with several painters.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Looking at the Ron the Show Hughley text line.
Looking at the what?
Looking at Ron the Show Hughley text line. You guys are making a big deal. Howard is the right tackle. Fisher hasn't developed in the way they wanted him to, and this is the O-line lineup they like.
Oh. I mean, think about what you just said. I'm sorry, that's your Ron Hughley text, my bad. Think about what you just said. You're making it a big deal. Titus Howard is the right tackle. What does that mean? That means either the rookie that everybody's ranting and raving about, absolutely balling and setting the tone, isn't going to play, or that means the $12 to $14 million guy you signed to replace Laremy Tunsil isn't going to play. I would say that's a big deal. I would say it's a conversation piece. Not that that's how it's going to work out. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but to the texter, I would say that's worthy of a convo. I mean,
if there is anything on the football team that is a big deal, I would think, however the offensive line turns out, would be the one.
Yeah,
it was certainly a big deal while CJ was repeatedly picking himself up off the ground in Kansas City after 8 sacks. Like they said, hold on, you all believe the offensive line was a big deal? Hell, they said the offensive line was a big deal. They got almost everybody out of here that was on the team last year that started. They traded Laremy Tunsil. I would say it's a big deal in how they're going about their offensive line if the big major – I would say the biggest decision and move made was we're going to move Titus Howard from his natural right tackle position to fix our biggest problem, which is interior offensive line. We're going to move him to guard until right before preseason game number 1 or 2. Oh, no, we got to kick him back outside. And he changed his body, it would appear, to get himself ready to play in the inside. And to think like, all right, they're not going with plan A. Clint, because like, what would you say, Clint? Do you think the initial when they got in and sat down on it, this is how we're going to fix the biggest issue we had? What do you think plan A's starting lineup was? If you had to guess, what do you think plan A's starting lineup is when they signed Cam Robinson?
Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson. I think Jarrett Patterson was it until Buddy and got cut up in New England, and then Titus Howard at right guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle, and then let's see what the rookie can bring to the table.
Now it has become Jarrett Patterson, no. Juice Scruggs, no. Andrews in at center, and it has now become Cam Robinson, it looks like, no. Rookie Ariante Ursery, I think for a good reason because he's played his ass off over there. Now Titus Howard, who looks like he put on some weight, let's slide you back out. And now, hell, we didn't mention Ed Ingram, but Ed Ingram seems to have been the guy who's jumped Juice Scruggs to become the starter. They seem to be down to maybe plan C. Now, it's worked out, right? A lot of it, I think, is not all because everybody sucked. I think Ariante Ursery and Ed Ingram have played really, really well to help themselves to get to this plan. But I would think anything regarding the offensive line, which was the biggest thing that held you back, I would say it's a big deal.
Worthy of a convo.
I'd say it's a big deal that they've had to swing a lot of things around. All right, Clint, let me get my my question of the my college football question of the day off to you. last year we watched the SEC. They got Georgia, Texas in. They got Tennessee in. And who else did they get into the college football playoff? Who am I missing? Texas, Georgia,
Tennessee.
They only get 3? I thought they got 4. Anyway, they got the 3 teams in to the college football playoff. Alabama just missed. They were the last team out. Do you think South Carolina can sneak in to be one of those teams to slide into out of the SEC into the college football playoff? Can they pull off what Tennessee did last year?
Yeah, I would think that they can. They have one of the more friendlier schedules, I would say. I think they got a top 4 SEC friendly schedule. Missouri has the easiest SEC schedule, which, by the way, look at Missouri's schedule. It is hard to believe that they live in the SEC, and that schedule is what they get.
Is it a Texas one from last year?
If Missouri's ever going to make a college ball playoff, it's got to happen this year. Missouri's schedule is a joke. So I would look at Missouri. Ole Miss's schedule in SEC terms is on the easier side, so it could be Ole Miss. And then South Carolina is on the easier side schedule-wise, so it could be South Carolina. For me, I'm going to go Ole Miss. I trust Lane Kiffin. I trust what he's been able to do year after year. I think he's a 10, 11 win guy at Ole Miss, which I think Ole Miss should be an 8 or 9 win team, similar to Arkansas. He somehow finds a way to 10 or 11 that wins every damn year. So I would probably go with Ole Miss, given that they got a lighter schedule over South Carolina, but I don't hate it. I love South Carolina.
They may have the best quarterback.
I love him.
They may have the best quarterback in college football. College football quarterback.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, look, I mean, he is primed, and I mean, he has got some ridiculous tangible skills. There is no doubt about it. He is physically gifted. And he's a pretty sharp kid. If at all, and he was young when he kind of arrived. Lenore Sellers, there's no doubt about it. It wouldn't shock anyone if at the end of the year we're talking about him being in the Heisman hunt.
They got to get, I would think, 10-2. That's what I think Tennessee did last year. They got to get 10-2,
which I think is very doable with their schedule.
They should be 5-0. I know Missouri they're better than Missouri. They're a better football team. Now, it is played at Faurot Field in Missouri, but they're a better football team. They should be 5-0, but before they get to that gauntlet they have. And that's the second half problem where they go at LSU, home Oklahoma, home Alabama, at Ole Miss, and then at A&M. And then they have Clemson to finish the season at home. But that stretch, those 5 games in a row, LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ole Miss, and A&M, they should be 5-0 going into that. And if they go 3-2 with that one and they can beat Clemson at home, I think that should get them in because their schedule, I mean, they win – they got Virginia Tech and Clemson non-conference. That should give them some help. Coastal Carolina is not a terrible program non-conference-wise. But if they go 3-2 through that stretch, and when you have a quarterback like they have, they got a shot. They got a shot. They did lose some guys on defense. I will say that. They did lose some guys on defense, but they brought a couple of transfers in. They got a corner from NC State who they really, really like. But I don't know, man. When you got Sellers who looks like he is primed to have a special season, that they could pull off what Tennessee did.
They could. And I tell you, I'm gonna go for. I'm going for. In terms of being the surprise, I'm gonna go with Florida. I'm gonna go with Florida to surprise some folks. I think Billy Napier. I think he survived somehow, some way. He survived. Last year you look at their schedule. They lost some games. I mean, I think they lost 5 games, but it was Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas A&M, and Miami. Texas A&M is the only one that wasn't flirting with the damn college ball playoffs right there that they lost to. So I like Florida. I like Florida to be the team to make the potential surprise run to the college football playoffs.
They got LSU, Miami, Texas, all in a row. Georgia, Ole Miss.
They got a rough
Tennessee.
one. They got Florida State.
SEC.
They're middle of the pack SEC from a schedule, strength of schedule standpoint. DJ Lagway is.
They got a quarterback that could be.
DJ Lagway is the truth. If he can stay healthy, local kid. If he can stay healthy, they're gonna have a real shot. Because I've always said this. Look, when you look at the SEC, even as it lays out now, if you look at the SEC, when it comes to dudes, right? You know the usual suspects, the guys that are competing for national championships every year, right? Alabama's one of those schools. Georgia's one of them schools. LSU's one of those schools. You look now, Texas is definitely one of those schools. But Florida is one of those schools. Whether they go 500 or they win 12 games, it is not because they ain't got some, cold-blooded athletes on that squad. It has nothing to do with talent. They're going to have talent. And I think if DJ Lagway can stay healthy, I think Napier's got them boys primed.
They had a second half last year. They had a really good second half to keep him his job. Because he was primed to get fired. I don't know, man. I'm rolling with them Gamecocks. I like what they should be 5-0. They can get to 5-0, and now you got something special if he can roll. All right, coming up, it's this guy's time now for the Texans. We may see him a little bit tomorrow in the final preseason game, but we should see a lot of him during the regular season. We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, even though Tyler is out today, that does sound like a Tyler Milner tune right there to get us back in from break. That sounds like Tyler right there all day long right there. Looked like Tyler may have snuck in. He may have snuck in and said, "Hey, Byron, I need this one right here. Give me that." What is that? Do, 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 do. Remember what?
Third Eye Blind.
Right now, he's right now on the third tee box filming somebody else's tee shot with this song going in the background.
You know it is, man. That sounds like T. Millie. But Byron is in, holding it down the last couple of days in here as we continue getting you ready for the Astros a little bit later on, and the Texans as they have their final preseason game coming up tomorrow in Detroit. I don't know how much we will see this guy, Clint, but obviously we talked about plan A's. I think plan A for this team, weapon-wise, especially at the tight end spot involved, Brevin Jordan in a big way. Well, they have lost him for the season, obviously, with that knee injury he suffered in practice. And this means, Clint, I know you've been high on him, and many of you have been excited about him. But whatever role that Cade Stover was supposed to have, I think it has to increase and jump. And we talked about it when the Brevin Jordan injury happened. Would they go get somebody that, you would look and say is maybe in the equal in terms of how much time he will play as a Brevin Jordan? And I don't think they've done that. And to me, that now means obviously you need to get something more from your lead guy, Dalton Schultz, but it also means Cade Stover has to probably take another step as well for you to get a lot out of that position. So right now it is Cade Stover's time, and to me is the big question is he ready to take that leap to be – now he's not going to be Brevin Jordan, right? He's not a mismatch guy that you can line up and expect to get chunk plays out of a tight end position. But is he to a point ready to take that next level to become a pass catcher, to become somebody that can impact the passing game from the tight end position, which I think they're going to need along with Dalton Schultz. That's the next step that they got to have him jump into right now with Brevin out.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think with or without Brevin, I think Stover was primed and ready to take the next step. I mean, everything we've seen and everything we've heard says that he's not slowing down, and that they had seen him taking really good strides in OTAs and really good strides in the offseason. And so, that rolls right over into what we've seen, in training camp. And whether you're looking at him wham blocking the big D tackle out of Carolina in that joint practice and just showing the physicality, or you're talking about him, catching a couple of balls in the preseason here and catching some balls in training camp practices and showing that, hey, the routes are a little bit better. He's extremely comfortable in catching the ball naturally. I think Stover was one that was primed to take the next step. Anyway, I'll be honest with you. I got Stover as one of my untouchables right now with the Texans. When I say
untouchables, what do you mean?
Well, just there were some conversations about I think John Lopez said when Harrison Bryant was signed, this could potentially take some reps away from Stover from a standpoint of him putting his hand in the dirt, and I think he's untouchable. I don't think anybody's taking reps away from Cade Stover. I think Cade Stover is one of the guys that D'Amico Ryans looks at, along with probably Ariante Ursery, maybe Laken Tomlinson to a certain degree, definitely Joe Mixon. I think he looks at these guys, and when he looks at what he wants a D'Amico Ryans coached football team's offense to look like, not schematically, but like just we will punch you in the mouth, we'll enjoy it, we'll get in the huddle, we'll come back, and we'll do it again. When you look at the guys that are going to set that tone and the guys that truly, legitimately, it literally is in who they are as a being, I think Cade Stover is one of those guys. And to me, I think DeMeco Ryans looks at that and goes, I'm going to reward the guys that are literally wired the way that I want them to be wired. It's just like Ariante Ursary. Like, I think this is more about, should we start the best player or not? Should we start the best guy right now? I think this is a play to Ariante Ursary's come in here, and he's proven that he is exactly what DeMeco Ryans wants his offensive line room to look like, sound like, play like. And if that guy is rewarded by being the starting left tackle immediately and can take over the offensive line room, I think that it is a play that could last for 5 years, not just right here, right now, week 1 of the 2025 season. Like, I think there's certain guys that because how they play the game is what DeMeco's looking for. I think they're untouchable. And I think Stover, not to get too far away from your point, I think Stover is one of those guys.
But do you the physicality part, I think that's a big part that he brings over. Do you think, though, that he needs to have, like, they're going to need him to have an increase in terms of the passing game?
Oh, yeah. I think he's got to be.
He's got to pick up some of the slack of whatever that rhythm was.
Yes, I think he's got to pick up some of the slack. I think look, when you look at how you defend the Houston Texans in a 12 personnel, right? I mean, if you're in a 21 personnel or 11 personnel and he's in the game, he's obviously catching a linebacker, right? The nickel defender is going to be opposite, whichever other tight ends in the game or which other wide receivers in the game. He's going to be matched up with a linebacker in most situations, and so he should be able to do work. He ideally is going to get a better matchup than maybe even Dalton Schultz if he's catching a nickel or he's catching a safety and man. Then you could argue he's going to be the matchup problem, the match for the defense. And I think he's ready to take advantage of it. I like him, a true inline tight end. Plays the game a little bit differently. I think he's going to have some different opportunities and that quick game stuff we've talked about that they're going to have to survive with early on with C.J. Stroud and protect their offensive line with it. I think he's going to be a big part of that. I think if we're going to get a good version of the Texans offense, I think it's going to have to. I think Cade Stover has to play and be a big part of it.
Last year he was 15 catches for 133 yards and a touchdown. Right, that's fine. You can understand they were slow and moving him slow and bringing him in slow, and I don't think he's going to have the role that he will this year. And I'm not saying he needs to go light it up like 700 yards or anything like that. But to me, a good second tight end, like I think Noah Gray with the Chiefs had 40 catches for 430 yards and 5 touchdowns. I don't know about the touchdowns, but can he get in that range as a second tight end, especially the way this offense is going to be, where it looks like a lot of quick stuff in the middle of the field could be options, and the tight ends, no surprise with Nick Caley and his background, seem to be more involved in this. And can he jump this thing from 15 to 30 catches, and get in the 300-plus range as a second tight end and somebody in the red zone that is usable down there in the red zone. That's, to me, the jump that I think they need him to make, along with, as you said, his physicality, in the run game and blocking.
Yeah, I think you're going to see him on the field a lot more. I think from a snap perspective, from a volume of snaps, I think he's going to get more than any other tight end in the room. And the way that they want, assuming they can run the football, and if you got a true inline tight end, you running the football, boy, all of a sudden in that play action game over the middle of the field, he becomes an absolute monster. All of a sudden, the boot game, misdirection game, catching that ball in the flats, which we've seen multiple times this offseason with him, he becomes a monster. And so when you get that many snaps, which I think he's going to be a high volume guy, and you're a run first play action type team, which I think is what they want to do. There's just a lot of signs pointing towards Cade Stover being, kind of arriving this year. I'm with you. I don't think he's going to go out there and have a Pro Bowl year, but arriving and being
he's definitely going to take a step forward.
Yeah, being a true inline tight end that can help you in a run game and as a pass threat, and prove that you can do that at the NFL level and you're not just some developmental player that was a defensive end at Ohio State, for the first couple of years. Get beyond that. Hey, no, I'm a tight end in the league kind of deal. I think that happens.
I feel good about him taking a step and becoming, more of what they need him to be. Right. Like I said before, I thought in the run game, pass block, whatever they needed, that physical part, he was ready to take another step. Brevin Jordan's injury is going to force him to go more because I don't think Harrison Bryant is going to be somebody that comes in and is going to take away the Brevin Jordan snaps. But I feel good about Cade Stover being able to take his game up to the next level. What you got coming up?
All right, what I needed to happen last night with the Astros, it happened. And I ain't talking about them 7 runs. And C.J. Stroud, he's going to tell us all about Titus Howard, y'all. That right there is next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down. Preseason, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know exactly who to call. Take that number down, 281-222-2222. Also, tell you every day about that Odyssey app now. Make sure you download it, AUDACY. We've had a lot of action on these airwaves over the last handful of days, handful of weeks with the Texans in training camp, and you never know, man. If you pop on and maybe you missed a segment, something you wanted to hear about, there's a rewind feature there. You can pop back and listen right there in the moment. Also, every segment is podcasted and put right there on the Odyssey app for you individually, so you don't have to listen to the whole show. You can go to whatever topics tickle your fancy. There's also a ton of content on there from a podcast perspective for you as well. And you never know. We may have another one of those events coming up where we give away $20,000 in a trip for four to Vegas for a big basketball tournament. You never know. That may pop up. So I tell you what, AUDACY, if it were me, I'd download that Odyssey app. Keep us on your hip. Take us wherever you go. And give us a listen every now and then. We greatly appreciate it. Boys, it's become my mission. What I needed to happen last night with the Astros happened.
Your mission, huh?
Well, I'm going to circle back to this Chas McCormick thing every day. Clearly, there's some folks that agree with me. I put it on Twitter last night. What in the hell has Chas McCormick done to the Astros brass? And it created a little fodder, a little back and forth. But what I needed to happen last night with the Astros happened, right? The Astros got that dub. First and foremost, most important thing, they got a dub. Number two, they scored 7 runs. Scored more runs last night than they have, I think, in the last 5 games. Maybe even 6 games, maybe more than that. 7 runs last night. Had 12 hits, man. Jason Alexander, 5 1/3, baby. Stayed hot. That's four really good, solid outings. Is Jason Alexander for you? Has he gone from just kind of an experiment here to a guy that could potentially help you? Definitely going to help you chew some innings over the next several weeks. But is he a guy that you think could be an emergency starter if you needed him?
God, I hope not.
Hope not?
I just hope that as you get Lance back tonight, you get Javier, you get Arrighetti. You hope those guys step up to a point that he doesn't have to be called to do that in the playoffs,
yeah,
postseason game.
Well, I hope to as well. But I'm saying if that doesn't happen, are you nervous as hell if he's got to start one?
Yes,
you are.
I am.
So he's still got work to do
for playoffs.
Yeah, he's
eating up these innings. Oh,
well, yeah, he's eating up innings, and he's had, what was it? The Red Sox. Was it Red Sox? Mariners, I know, was in there. He's had 2 or 3 of the last 4 have been against good opponents. Not in the playoffs in the big moment. But I just wonder, can he work his way into anybody having any level of confidence in even being a piggyback guy in the playoffs? If it comes down to that?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
He's there. Okay,
yeah,
I like it. So we got a win. We got 7 runs. We got 12 hits. We got Jason Alexander going 5 1/3. So we're good to go, baby. Let's ride. Jacob Melton went 0 for 3. I don't mean to pile on Jacob Melton, but damn it, it's just going to have to take this one. You have to wear this one, Jake.
He did have a walk and scored.
Yeah, you can count that if you want to. Jacob Melton, 0 for 3. Run. Jacob Melton is now hitting 161. I mean, he's going to drop below the 160 mark. His OPS, 426. Sunbuck ain't hit a home run. I mean, this is – I cannot continue to watch my Astros trot his ass out in center field. And as you mentioned, I believe there's a lefty pitching tonight. Is that correct?
Yep.
There's a lefty pitching tonight for the Baltimore, I almost said Ravens, Baltimore Orioles. I don't think Chaz will get any run against the Ravens either. But the Baltimore Orioles, which would scream you need a right-handed bat up there.
Yeah.
I got to see Chas McCormick in center field tonight.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, the righties, man. Get the righties in there, the lefties. Yeah,
I mean, I hate that it's come to a point where we get Chaz McCormick in center field only if there's a left-handed pitcher and it's just the perfect timing.
Yeah, I think Chaz sneaks in.
After a win last night, you think Chaz sneaks in there?
I hope for you, yeah. Well, they got to believe Chaz and Melton are at least the center fielders are platoons. They got to.
I mean, Chaz ought to be used to it. He's been platooning with a 160, 170, 180 hitter his whole damn career. He ought to be used to it.
Yeah.
What about your big boy Jesus Sanchez in right field after going 5 for 5? You think he think with that left-handed pitcher in there, they may go to the right, they may go to Cam Smith?
I'm trying to prepare myself for it that he is out of the lineup. Trying to prepare myself for it.
Do you think he is though?
Yes. I think they're serious about the righty lefty thing. And listen, I'll be honest, I get it. There's some lefties that are not good against left-handed pitching. Many of them. I can understand the situation of maybe, Jesus and Cam and whoever else. There's a platoon there. When there's a lefty out there, then it's Cam Smith. There's a righty out there. I just think when you go 5 for 5 and you're that hot and you hit everything on the screws.
I think he was, 0 for his previous 18 or something?
That's all right, but he came right in, baby.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
5 for 5, hit them all on the screws. You go 5 for 5, you got to play tomorrow.
What's the outfield look like for you tonight?
I'd say.
I think you're wrong. I think Sanchez in left field.
I'd say Chaz, Cam.
Chaz in center, Cam's in right.
Cam, Chaz, and.
Hey, you about out of options, man. You got to hit Melton or Sanchez. About all you got, unless you're going to slide Dubon out there. He is a righty.
Yeah, Dubon or Altuve in the outfield.
Yeah. And Urias at second. Another right-handed bat against that lefty. So you think he gets squeezed out?
Yeah.
That's going to be painful to watch. We're going to have to add that to the list. Back to what we talked about yesterday, Ron. That's all I want the Astros to do. We just put your best lineup out there. Quit trotting Jacob Melton's ass out there.
They trotted him out there to a win.
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, you go 5 for 5. You just got to.
I mean, because now you put me in a spot of Jesus Sanchez 5 for 5, and then you're gonna put Chaz McCormick out there, a guy that you clearly don't trust. None of it makes any sense. But at least last night with the Astros, we got the dub, and I can feel comfortable complaining and bitching about Chaz McCormick not.
I'm just saying, Chaz went deep, baby. He hit a home run that one game, catch off the wall. It was the Chaz McCormick game. I believe that's what Brian McTaggart said, and he set the next day.
He ain't done nothing but pitch since. Here's that's Ron Hughley. And you're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And let's jump over to the Texans real quick, Ron. This is the offensive line situation with the Texans is becoming interesting. Look, what they end up doing, they've got 5 tackles. Nick Caserio said, man, was it D'Amico? I think it was Nick. Nick said, we got 5 tackles if you look at it. Trent Brown being a guy that we haven't seen practice, and then the 4 guys that we have seen practice. Blake Fisher, Titus Howard, Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery. They got a surplus of tackles. What are the Texans going to do, right? Titus Howard was at guard. They couldn't even get a good enough protection for the quarterback to have good, solid practices. What'd they do? They had to bump Titus Howard out to tackle. It cleaned things up a little bit. Wasn't perfect. Cleaned things up a little bit. And it looks like Titus Howard is going on week 2 of being the right tackle. Now, Cam Robinson gets healthy. What do? Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery at left tackle look to be competing. Titus Howard appears to be staying at that right tackle position. And I don't think this is just a happenstance, some injuries, the numbers, and are allowing Titus Howard to play right tackle. I'm looking at this, and it sounds like Titus Howard is the right tackle of choice, and it sounds like Titus Howard is playing some really, really good right tackle. Here's C.J. Stroud on his offensive lineman, Titus Howard.
Yeah, I think Titus is, his presence felt at tackle. He's doing a really good job being firm in protection, using his hands, using his length. I think he's done a great job, and he also going to let you know about it too, which I think is cool. He's a dog, man, so I'm really happy for that guy, really proud of him. And, he wants to have a great year. He told me, he wants to be a Pro Bowler this year. He has a lot of expectations for himself, and, he's answering that, right? When we practice against guys like him and Danielle and Will every day, I think he's done a good job.
Well, look, Pro Bowl may be a little bit of a stretch, but I like hearing that from him. I would love to see
have them goals.
Well, no, I love the goals, but I'm just saying personally, I'm not going to sit on here and tell you that I'm talking about Titus Howard being a Pro Bowl tackle. What I'd like to see him play tackle. I'd like to see the team commit to him at tackle, which appears what they're doing. C.J. Stroud talking like hell. He is the right tackle, no doubt about it. And that is that is a transition I would love to see. Ron is the Titus Howard that can now come into his own. You know, there's no Laramie Tunsil there. Titus Howard is I think there's an opportunity to lead this team. I don't think there's any super alpha in there that's walking in the room. There's an opportunity to lead, and now all of a sudden, does Titus Howard become a guy that's a dog? Does Titus Howard become a guy that plays and expects to play at a Pro Bowl level, and it looks like he's going to play guard? That would be, we're looking around talking about Laken Tomlinson as guys probably brought in here. D'Amico probably knows he's a little bit older dude that is longer in the tooth, a little bit more physical approach, probably a little bit more of a leader. Ariante Ursary, we've talked about his kind of demeanor, his aura, if you will, is probably got some alpha tendencies in it. Money-wise and experience-wise, and if we're being honest, probably talent-wise, Titus Howard should probably be the one that has the best opportunity to step up and be some level of a bigger leader in this room. That shouldn't he?
Well, yeah, he's your best offensive lineman at multiple positions. So obviously, Clint, you know that accounts for something. That's why I think Laramie Tunsil was the biggest influence in that room, because he was the best, right? And so I think the guys respect him as many years as he's been there, and yeah, I think it's there for him. I mean, you got other guys. Everybody else should be fighting for at least looking over their shoulder. He's the only one that you would look at and say, all right, coming into this sucker, I know I'm going to be on there. I don't know if David Andrews, knew, or Jay, or whatever Andrews' first name is. Jake Andrews, David's his brother. I don't know that he came in there to start this thing off saying, I know I'm going to be in there. Yeah. Even Blake Fisher, I know I'm going to be in there. Anybody. I think Titus is the only one. Even Laken Tomlinson was competing early. He's the only one who knew he was going to be a part of the five. And, yeah, I think it's primed and ready for him to kind of take over from that leadership perspective.
Well, when you hear D'Amico and CJ both talking about the offensive line and talking particularly about Titus Howard, it sure seems like there's a lot of confidence there.
I think there should be.
Well, yeah. Look, I agree. Like, Titus, how about that? How about Titus Howard going from, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet, I'm going to play guard, and it looks like he's going to play guard, and he's embraced it, to, no, hey, boss, we need you to bump back out the right tackle. He's got to be on cloud 9 right there, right? And then all of a sudden, the word on the street is that the offense is able to practice and able to get off plays because Titus Howard is slowing down the pass rush a little bit. He's got to be on cloud 9 right now. And as I've said before, I know I'm higher on Titus Howard than a lot of people are. Some people are completely out on him. I get it. I want to see the guy play a season at one position. That's it. I want to see the guy play the position for a season and not bounce from right side to the left side. I tell you what, it's really to each their own. I don't care what anybody else out there thinks or says or that covers a team or that's just a fan. Doesn't matter to me. To be critical, like critical to the point of a guy can't play or shouldn't play, of a guy that's played right tackle, left guard, right guard, back to right tackle. He literally has switched sides of the ball and position in the same season. Like, it's hard for me, given the piss-poor offensive line play that we've watched, it's hard for me to arrive at Titus Howard can't play.
I will say the one thing is it looks like he has moved out to being the left tackle. The one thing I do watch and wonder is it seemed like, and the thing that I really gave him, I think a lot of credit was, yeah, dude, you're a right tackle. He's not silly. He knew at OTAs that he was the best tackle on the team. I think, we heard CJ just say it in that cut. And he'll tell you about it. I think he knew he was the best tackle on the team.
He ain't never been one that'd tell you much about it. It hadn't seemed like one that'd tell you much about it.
I don't know. I heard him. I heard John.
I like it.
I heard John Harris saying earlier today on Payne and Pendergast saying, hey, he said he came up to him and he said, you see me in them one-on-ones with Hutchinson?
Oh, he asked him about it, huh?
He told you see me on them one-on-one. But so I think he's known that. My one thing is we clearly, at least to us, it appeared he did things with his body to get prepared to play the interior.
Yeah.
Like he looked bigger. Easily looked bigger. I wonder, does that affect him moving back outside where he's got speed rushers? That's the one thing that I do. Clearly, he hasn't thus far.
Right.
But that's the other thing.
Well, old buddy's been a good soldier, man. He's been a good soldier. He's done what he's been asked to. I mean, I think if you follow him on Twitter, you know he thinks he's a tackle and he's been willing to play guard. I mean, I want to see him play. I want to see him play well. I want to see the whole line because I'm a fan of the Texans. I want to see the whole line play well. But in a vacuum, I want to see Titus Howard play. I want to see him play well. Texans, Lions, they square off in Detroit. At 12 o'clock, Ford Field, Detroit, Michigan. Not sure how many starters we're going to see. Not sure how long you're going to see even the twos. This is a monster game for backups, for the depth on the roster, for guys that are going to be 48 through 53. It's a big, big day for them. We shall see. But I do think you're going to see. I think you're going to see some guys that you recognize, some names playing early, and it may mean more. This game 3 may mean more than a typical game 3, preseason game 3 for the Texans. What it typically means. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, it's there's still some battles. There's still some battles for position and still some battles to make this team. And it'll be one to watch coming up here tomorrow in Detroit. All right, Clint. Lineup is out. Jacob Melton's not in it, so there you go. Should feel better about that. We'll tell you what the lineup is. And Lance is back. Lance McCullers is back on the mound, surviving. And I mean surviving that blister. We'll let you know about that. And if you haven't heard what the big fella did last night, he's getting close, fellas. He's getting close. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Twin Peaks, there's 5 lodges around the city, man. You got to get over.
country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A lot of Astros news as they get ready for Game 2 of this four-game set against the Orioles, as they have a two-game lead now in the AL West over the Mariners. The lineup is out. Lance McCullers, who will get the ball tonight. Apparently, someone said I was on. Who was this? Said I was on crack. I said that my boy Ron still has faith in Lance McCullers and not Alexander. My boy Ron is on crack. Yeah, I don't have faith in either one of them. To be honest with you, I think it's pretty clear that Lance has more experience and better stuff.
The ceiling's a little higher
than Jason. And if either one of them were if you'd tell me, all right, Lance, get it together, or Jason here, I would go with Lance. That would be my thought. But no, I don't trust either one of them. But Lance makes his first start in over a month. The lineup tonight, Clint, Pena at short, Correa at third base. The DH tonight is Altuve. Walker at first. He went deep yesterday. Also, Yainer Diaz, he went deep yesterday. His 18th homer. He is behind the plate again. Urias is at second base. Dubon is in left field. Cam Smith is in right field, and McCormick's in center.
There it is. Look at there.
And
I'll be damned. Look at there.
According to Chandler Roma of the Athletic, Cade Popovich is a left-handed pitcher. So Jesus Sanchez isn't playing against the left-handed pitching, even though he did have 5 hits last night.
There you go, boys. There you go. Trade for a guy that even if he gets 5 hits, trade for a guy that even if he gets 5 hits, man, if a lefty comes up, he's out of he ain't gonna play.
There wasn't no bunt hits.
Trade for an old part-time outfielder.
Yeah, just sometimes we overthink it here. In my opinion, I don't know. Who knows, man? Maybe Dubon or Smith just goes 8 tonight and they go 5 for 5. I don't know, man. I got to see how hot you are before I sit you down. I got to see how hot you are. I know he's not great against left-handed pitching, but my goodness, he's seeing things differently. Whatever, but that is the lineup tonight for Lance McCullers. It wouldn't be an Astros conversation if there wasn't injury news. And Bennett Sousa is en route to Houston to be examined by the team doctors. Joe Espada said he complained of elbow pain after his outing on Tuesday. The Astros hoped it would go away after some rest for a couple of days. It did not.
They did hope it would go away.
It did not. So they have placed him on the IL, Clinton. He is he was a big piece. We were talking about how do they get to Abreu. He was somebody that we suggested. No longer, so. But don't worry, they did bring in Craig Kimbrell.
There you go.
He'll fill a void down there. So the bullpen takes yet another hit. Bennett Sousa is going to the IL with elbow pain that he complained of Tuesday. So wouldn't make a lot of sense if it wasn't a Astro going to the IL. Here's some interesting news. Good news, but interesting news. Last night, Yordan Alvarez, who was in the lineup, and he went 3 for 3 with 2 doubles, two runs scored, and an RBI, which took him to 5 for 7 in his rehab starts. He is getting the start again tonight in left field. Playing left field tonight for the Hooks. Getting him in the outfield, huh?
Yeah, Yeah, man, give him a little run in the outfield. He'll be all right.
Tell him don't dive, play everything off the wall.
Man, let the guy play baseball, will you?
Don't dive, play everything off the wall.
Man, will y'all let the guy play baseball? Will y'all let him catch a ball in the outfield? Will y'all let him slide into second base? Will y'all let the guy play baseball a little bit?
I'm just saying, Clint, if there is a ball that is tracking to the wall, play it off the wall. We don't need any dives ahead, but he is playing it. That's all right. They're really, I will say, at least it shows they feel really good about him right now, that they would put him in the outfield. They feel really good about him. I don't know why he come up here and play in the outfield, but they feel really good about him in the outfield, and he is going to make a start. He probably begged his way out there.
I'm all for him sliding to second and playing outfield, guys. For the record, I am A-OK with the guys playing baseball. But that is an interesting deal. You got a guy that has a stress fracture or had a stress fracture that has become inflamed multiple times over a 3-month span. And I do wonder, with him being as big of a presence and player and hitter that he is with this team, hands down the best hitter on his team, changes the entire lineup.
Yep.
And he's dealing with a right hand fracture inflammation issue.
Mm-hmm.
I do question how smart it is to play him in the outfield, period.
Yep. Again, I'm going to ask you, how many times is he going to play in the outfield out here? Maybe he does. Maybe they play him in the outfield to get Altuve as the DH. I don't know. I mean, I wonder.
I don't typically mind him playing in the outfield. I really don't. But I do, as he's trying to come back from something, why would you risk him diving for with a hand like that? I mean, he could literally try to catch a ball and foul ball in the net in the fans or something and hit his hand. It's his right hand, hit his glove hand on something and hurt it, inflame that thing again. So I do question how smart that is. Now, he gets back and he plays for a while and he's good. And, hey, man, we're in a big critical series down the stretch and we need you to play so that we can DH somebody else and get our best bats in the lineup, maybe even the playoffs. I'm fine with that. But right now in a rehab stint, it seems like a interesting approach or risk. That's an unnecessary risk to put him in the outfield. The running the bases and sliding stuff, I'm okay with that. To me, that's part of baseball. You can't hit and not do those things. But to choose to put him in the outfield?
I don't know. There better be some real guidelines. I mean, and Clint, that comes from the top. That's not the Hooks manager just said. Right. Yeah, that comes from. that was the old Hooks manager.
The Hooks manager said, "I'm gonna really push the envelope here, boys."
Really run a bit. Text line coming through. For the first time in a long time, I agree with my boy Ron. That's not true. You don't need to play the outfield. He needs to swing the stick. Yep. I don't get it. I don't, whatever. But I will say the thing, though, I don't know if this is how great this is. The thing that should make you feel better is I would imagine, Clint, they have no concerns of restrictions with him right now if they're willing to run him out in the outfield. And
he feel really good about it.
You would imagine maybe if tonight back-to-back swing in the bat goes well, that he's in Baltimore like Nana said.
Yeah.
If you were,
I can see a line shot getting hit out there, and he's got to catch it with that right hand.
See, that's not the one I'm talking. He lays out. He'll dive.
Just fold it up underneath him or something.
That time in Atlanta in that World Series where they had to put him out there, and he ran smack dab into that wall.
That old short wall.
Let's just pass that up, man. Yeah, let's pass that up. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully I am in full hope that not a single ball is hit that way.
Yeah.
He gets his 2 at-bats in and get his ass out. Let's roll and put him on a plane immediately to Baltimore. But
let's get through this one. No inflammation. Let's ride.
Yep. So that is the latest there. Someone texted in and said, "Don't you guys know how bad Sanchez is against left-handed pitching? Yeah, I do. I just simply said to me, man, I when it's Dubon or Urias out there, I won't take a chance on the guy who just went 5 for 5. I don't know. I just want to see how hot he is. I do for me. And went 5 for 5 last night, and every one of them he hit on the screws. Every last one of them. I don't know.
Would you like for me to tell you how bad Jacob Melton is against any pitching?
Well, Jake's not in the line.
Well, I'm just saying that frame of thinking. I mean, it's Would you like for me to tell you? You got to look far. 161, whether it's a lefty or a righty. Now, to your point, to the texter's point, Jesus is worse versus lefties than Jake Melton is in general.
No,
but that line of thinking doesn't seem to apply to certain guys.
I'm just saying, man, you got a bunch of, let's just be honest, you got a bunch of low spades in there. And I mean, if one of them low spades just went 5 for 5 last night, I'm gonna let's take a whirl at him. All right, that's me. Let's take a run at him. So, I got it. I got you. Yeah. I'm wondering, did he run into any lefties yesterday? In those 5 at bats.
I was thinking about that myself.
I'm trying to think. What was that? I want to go back and watch that double that he hit. I feel like there may have been a lefty out there. Not sure, but there's a lot of Astros news there as Yordan is playing in left field tonight. Bennett Sousa is on the IL and headed back to Houston with elbow pain, so look out for that. And Lance is back, returning for the first time in over a month. Coming up, the saga in the sports world that I didn't know could get any crazier appears to have gotten crazier. Now we look at this situation turn it real serious. Should really big decisions, like I'm talking moving away from the team, start to come into the thought process? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I had to go back and look at it, Bryce, during the break, Clint. Yeah, his double in the gap, maybe his best swing from Sanchez last night was off a lefty. Again, hell, if he was 1 for 4, if he were 2 for 5 last night, I'm with you. That man went 5 for 5, and they're struggling to score runs, and they've got a lot of interchangeable parts in Jacob Melton down there in the outfield that they can choose from. And I gotta put that cat back in.
Hey, took 7 runs off the board in that in the stretch too when you were getting shut out. Not the 7 runs would have mattered, but he did rob a grand slam and a 3-run homer in the same game.
Yeah,
pretty good defense too.
He pissed one of them dudes right off.
But hey, get that righty in there, man. Which I'm fine with, by the way. Cam Smith being in there. I mean, just generally speaking, the 5 for 5 and batter wise hot, I can ride with that as well. But I can sleep at night with Cam Smith being the. I slid
Dubon there at second base.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, there's no question. I would have found a way to keep him in there.
Sanchez over there and left. That's what I'd have done. But whatever. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they get a dub. That's tough, boy. I wonder if Sanchez knew it. Yep, going back to the Pine today.
Oh, there's no question.
He better come in as soon as a righty comes on the mound. As soon as one comes on, he better be up. All right. The story of the day right now is Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. Clint, this thing has been taken up a notch. You are uniquely qualified. You have actually sat across from the table on multiple occasions with Jerry Jones as you played for the Dallas Cowboys in the early 2000s. So you know Jerry a little bit. He's a Razorback too, and so you got some ties to old Jerry.
Yeah.
And listen, this whole situation now. Now we're a few weeks ago. Micah Parsons, through his agent and everything, asked for a trade. It doesn't seem like they're close. Sides haven't been speaking to each other. Said the agent and Jerry haven't even spoken. Those are all the reports that have come out. Well, Jerry has been making the rounds now, right? David Mulligata and Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is speaking through his social media and more or less just, the cryptic quotes.
He's using sign language now. Apparently, an Atlanta fan just said, "Hey, man, come play in Atlanta," and he said, "Y'all call me."
Retweeting, yeah, emojis. Like, he's going that route. Jerry's just doing a tour. Jerry's
podcast tour.
Oh, yeah. And he doesn't sit down just for a few minutes. He sat down for over an hour with Michael Irvin, sat down for over an hour with Stephen A.
See, he's
83 years old, all that.
But Ron, he's got a documentary he's selling. See, And he's got to talk about that documentary, and in the way he gets that documentary to then go viral.
I ain't seen a damn thing go out about that documentary.
But a way to tease. Hey, go back and watch all of that Stephen A. Hey, go back and watch every bit of that Mike Irvin. The way to get people's attention is to say something about the hottest topic in sports, Micah, so everybody's gonna go listen.
Yeah. Stephen A. put out an hour and 17-minute video of his time with Jerry. Jerry sat there for an hour and 17 minutes. Jerry's the dude he like Bill Walton, just lob out a question. He'll take it.
No question.
He'll take it. Well,
if you got a camera, Jerry will stay. If you got a camera, Jerry's
in here. All right, this was if you missed it, Jerry kind of went in and talked about his perspective of the contract dispute, where it is, and he kind of lays out how he has seen this thing get to the way it is right now. Here's Jerry Jones on YouTube with Michael Irvin.
Yeah, Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother because we've got all that to negotiate. Well, I'd already negotiated. I'd already moved off my mark on several areas. And so the issue, very frankly, is we've had the negotiation in my mind. And the agent's trying to get his nose in it right now and try to come in there and improve off the mark that we'd already said. No. It's the mama-daddy deal. You go into mama, and she won't do it. And she's the boss, so she won't do it. So you run into daddy, daddy says do it, and then you go back in and say, mama, daddy said it was all right. So old mama-daddy deal, we've all been there and done that. Well, we've got this thing resolved in my mind for the Dallas Cowboys.
I know Michael Irvin, who loves Jerry Jones. As soon as he started into that mama and daddy scenario he plays, I bet Michael is sitting there. Oh, God, Jerry, shut up. Shut up, Jerry. You know how people are, shut up. Well, who's mama and who's daddy? Listen, I think Jerry, I said this about Rick Pitino. When Rick Pitino tried to express to us, the public, that he had no idea, a control freak, that there was a brothel being run on the campus at Louisville. He had no clue. His assistant coaches ran it, but he had no clue that that was happening to get recruits to Louisville. I would always say, Rick, you can't now become conveniently dumb. And Jerry, you can't become conveniently dumb here. You know good and hell well that you're not just going to sit down with Micah Parsons and then just send over something Yordan concocted together without his agent and just have his agent to go ahead. Hey, man, we've already got this thing together here, man. Just go ahead and sign the papers so we can move on. You know that ain't going to fly. And everything he is saying, this is taking up another notch. Do you think we're getting to a point where Micah and David Mulligetta should take this thing up a notch, whether that is sitting out games, and withholding their services, because that's the only leverage that he has right now, because Jerry has made it very clear through multiple interviews he's a Dallas Cowboy for 3 years.
Yeah.
And that is it. Should they take this thing up a notch and sit games?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Cowboys, when you're a Micah Parsons caliber player and you're with the Dallas Cowboys, you're at the top. I mean, you are set up for success when you're done playing. I mean, you're not going to go anywhere and get the level of attention that you're getting there. You're not going to get treated the way you get treated there anywhere else. And so that's what Jerry, that's the carrot that Jerry always has to dangle, right? The sitting games thing, I don't see that. I don't see that happening. Like I just don't. I don't see. I think Micah would play. I don't think Micah is a guy that could sit and watch.
Full of Chris Jones.
I don't think he could sit and watch. I don't think he could sit and watch.
Full of Emmitt Smith. Sit too.
I don't think he can do it. Now, he may. I don't know. I just don't think he can do it. I mean, he can't even hold out a training camp. He's
finally stopped.
He's hoodie on at camp. Oh, did he leave?
No, he's not left. He's just not practicing.
Oh yeah. He's hoodie on and hanging out. Yeah,
he's holding in. Yeah.
I like that. That I don't think Micah could do. Now, should he? I don't know. I don't. I mean, I don't know how far off they are.
He just said the agent.
I just know
the agent is a third party that's trying to get his nose.
Well,
into
Jerry doesn't have any. This is the one thing that I think this has gone further than any of the other negotiations that Jerry's had, but I think Jerry's A-okay with it because he's getting millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of advertising once again. It is the lead story, and it will be the lead story until Micah is playing again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, listen. He has said it like, "Hey, man, we're a soap opera. It's a glitz and glamour. Want you talking about us?" But this seems to have. We talked about this before. This seems to have gone in a left place that we haven't seen it with others. Like I. And Jerry I'm sure he doesn't give a damn. But Jerry looks like, to me, looks like he's trying to take advantage of it. Like that, like, to me, there is a space where this looks different than all of the other stuff of like, hey man, I'm gonna let's call a meeting. Because if you listen to what Micah said, that he thought he was coming into some leadership thing that they were talking about with the team, and he got in there and now they're in there talking about numbers and years. And everything like that.
That's the part where I like Jerry. I don't think Jerry thinks that whatever he discussed with Micah, which I believe that there were probably some significant discussions about contract and monies and guaranteed monies, and maybe even hey man, well let's get this thing signed. But I don't think in any way, shape, or form Jerry ever thought we're going to get this done without negotiating with an agent.
Yeah,
I think that is so far out in left field and so far fetched that it's.
And you said it. He doesn't really love working with agents, but he ain't. I mean, he understands. Like he's not rolling over here thinking, "Oh, we got a deal," and he's just going to sign it. Try that, Jim Crane.
I just don't think Jerry like that. That part is where I think this becomes, part of the advertising monies, the free advertising, opportunities that he's getting. There's no way he's that. Like Jerry knows he's not gonna. He's not going to send a deal to Dave Moore and say, hey, man, sign off on this, make it official. We've already decided on it. Come on, man. Jerry knows that ain't how it works.
David said, we still got some negotiating to do. No, I've already done my negotiation.
Jerry's like, no, well, I've already moved off my starting point. Where I was going to start the negotiation, I've already moved off that point. There's no going back now.
David said, what starting point?
Jerry knows that ain't how it's going.
I don't know, man. As Jerry said, the ball is now in their court, and I am really intrigued to see their next move. All right, coming up. Lance McCullers gets the ball. I know many people are just fired up about that. We'll give you everything you need to know about the Astros. There is some injury news and some Yordan news. If you haven't heard, we'll let you know all about that and get you ready for this game against the Orioles and get you prepared for the Texans as they get going for their final preseason game. As we continue right here live, 5 o'clock fire next on the drive.
All right, y'all. Look, if you're already out there and you're drinking cold Coors Light, I tip my cap. For all my beer drinkers out there that are already drinking the world's most refreshing beer, you're surrounding yourself with greatness, and hell, you look good while you're doing it. If you're not, let me get your attention one time. Just a little less than a minute here. Let me get your attention one time. The cold Coors Light is brewed by the fine folks up in the Rocky Mountains. And what they did see back in 1978, August of 1978, was they took and shipped the first 23,000 cases of Coors Light ever brewed directly to the great state of Texas, right? There's not a bigger sign of respect that could be paid to all of us beer drinkers down here in the Lone Star State. If you're a beer drinker, you know the level of respect that shows for all of us out here, right? It is a beautiful thing. So when you're thinking about what beer you're going to buy next, when you're thinking about what beer you're going to drink this weekend, and trust me, if you're a beer drinker,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty Show and his mama and his daddy call him Byron. Some of you all, Ocho, call him Bryce. Bryce Young is in the building, a.k.a. Byron is in the building. I think you could really, we got the Halloween party coming up. I think you could really pull that off. I think you could really pull off the Bryce Young Halloween costume, and you might,
no
might
question.
be a winner.
I got a buddy that pulls off Altuve year in, year out, man. And the best year he did it was the year that Altuve had the yips, man, and he'd throw you a beer out of the ice chest and couldn't get it to you. It was great. It was great. Yeah, man, you can pull off. There's no doubt you can just pull off the Bryce Young, man. Get you the whole Carolina gear, man.
But you got to make fun of him a little bit too, and get like little kid shoes or something. Like I think you got to mess with him a little bit. And just got to do some of the younger stuff.
You got to come in. You got to come in talking real soft.
Oh yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah.
Now the baby shoes or little kid, I don't know how to do that part.
Yeah, get you some little shoes or something like that. That'd be a nice look. I think you got that in you. But Byron is in the building, man. He has held it down as Tyler is in Albuquerque, and he is doing it big, folks. Nobody does it quite like Tyler. He is doing it big out there. 16 deep, having a good time. He'll be back on Monday. But here is the latest, fellas. Some news with the Astros before we get you ready for tonight. Let's start with good news, and that is Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez yesterday went 3 for 3, had a couple of extra base hits yesterday, scored a couple of runs, had an RBI. He is going to go back-to-back nights down in AA Corpus. So he is going to be not only going back-to-back nights, Clint, but this is a report here that he will be playing and starting in left field tonight in his game. And this may be his last game before he goes up. He's 5 for 7 in his 2 games at the plate that he's been down there in Corpus. And now they're going to play him in the outfield. Couple of things here. One, this to me must mean that they feel pretty good about him, that they would even take a chance with putting him out in the outfield with whatever could happen there. I hope there is some real instructions of, hey, man, let's not take any major chances. We ain't got to run into stuff. We ain't got to dive and do all of that, get that. But at least they feel really good about him being in the outfield. And two, the other part to that is it is an interesting decision to put him out there as he's trying to get back at the plate, because that's what they want him there, right? Jeremy Pena is a Gold Glove shortstop, and he was great at the plate. You need him to be able to play. Here, man, he may not play in the outfield the first 2 weeks he's here. So it is an interesting decision that they're going to put him out there.
Well, look, I'm typically a let's play baseball. Put him in the outfield, let him run bases, let him slide into second. Let's just go play baseball. And let's not try to protect the guy, right? I mean, I'm typically, that's where I land. Now, for me with this, I do think this is a risk that's unnecessary for the Astros. I mean, you're talking about a hand that clearly has been extremely fragile over the last 3 months, right? I mean, if swinging a bat and the knob of the bat on the hand, while I understand is obviously a lot more violent to that particular part of the hand than just wearing a glove. I mean, to put him out there and risk somebody ripping one to left field and him having to catch it in the palm, or him leaning on the wall in foul territory and into the net, into the stands, and somebody grabbing it, much less him diving and rolling his hand up underneath him, his glove hand underneath him. You see it happen every time an outfielder dives forward. His arm rolls underneath him when he hits the ground, or he braces himself real hard with his hands when he hits the ground. It seems to me like an unnecessary risk for a guy that, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I would like for Yordan Alvarez, again, hell, I'd like for him to be the everyday left fielder, and let's move on with this. But I understand that if you just can get Yordan Alvarez back in the DH role and he never plays a damn inning in the field, you're in business.
Yeah, it's August 22nd. We're about down to the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, even if it were just, hey, Yordan is back and he is going to be straight up DH. There's no plan in the field whatsoever. I would be A-okay with. So this seems like a little bit of a unnecessary risk that the Astros organization is taking with Yordan Alvarez. I understand they may feel good about it. They may feel good about where his hand's at. He may feel good about where his hand's at. But again, unnecessary risk for such an important bat in this lineup.
Yeah, like you said, man. Let's get let's get through him swinging back-to-back games before we do that. Whatever. Again, as I said, though, they must feel better about his hand. Also, on the other side of it, Bennett Sousa, who has been a big part of the bullpen, and you would think a bigger part of the bullpen with the Hader issue, he is en route back to Houston being examined by doctors because he has complained of elbow pain after his outing on Tuesday. They were hoping that with a little rest, he'd be out for a couple of days. That didn't work, so he is going to be on the IL. He's going back to Houston to get looked at. So they are losing another piece in that bullpen. If you don't know, and if you're coming to the party late last night, they did bring in veteran reliever Craig Kimbrell as he signed, and he is going right to Baltimore. Now, he hasn't pitched very much at all, one inning this year. Thus far, last year in 57 games, he had an ERA of 5.33 with 23 saves. So you could see him in the next 3 games over the weekend with another loss in that bullpen. So the place they can't afford to lose people, that is a tough one, losing Sousa there. So hopefully he's not out too long.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can't believe Kimbrell was on the damn streets. I didn't realize he had been that bad. He'd been bad enough to be on the streets. But look, I'll take him. I'll be honest. With the Astros, with this bullpen, I'll take anybody with an unorthodox delivery like him, and just and to have the fascination of watching him come in the game and hoping like hell he has staying power, because that funky ass delivery he's got is absolutely tremendous. And if he comes here and revives the 15-year career a little bit here and helps us in a relief role, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, low risk, but they need help. They need help.
Low risk.
I'm gonna guess
high potential entertainment value.
I'm gonna guess they knew about Bennett too yesterday when they made this move. I'm gonna guess they knew about that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight, Clint, Lance McCullers, he's back on the mound. He gets the ball as the Astros are looking to win Game 2 and get this to 2 in a row over the Orioles, as they're leading the West. Is now 2 games over Seattle. And Pena, Correa, Altuve is the DH tonight. Walker, Diaz, who went deep. Walker and Diaz are 4 and 5 in the lineup today. They both went deep yesterday. Diaz is catching. Urias is at second base. Dubon's in left. Cam Smith's in right, with Chaz McCormick in center field, bat ninth in this game against the lefty. Clint, Lance McCullers' first start in over a month, had the blister issue, was really struggling, to be honest with you, before he got injured and went to the IL. Your thoughts right now from Lance, what you're hoping to see tonight from Lance McCullers?
Well, yeah, no, look, I don't think anybody slammed the door on that third starter, so I got extremely high hopes. I mean, for anybody, for the next guy up, this isn't a Lance McCullers. I do like Lance. I would like to see Lance do well. I think it's going to be a great story if he can get back to form and help this team make a run. I think it'd be great. This isn't a I like Lance McCullers situation. This is we've got a 3-horse race. And assuming that Luis Garcia can rebound from that struggle in Corpus Christi the other night, we got a 4-horse race. We've got a horse race to who can be the third starter for the Astros when it matters the most. And the next up here is Lance McCullers. And so I've got extremely high hopes that he can pull it together and keep the blister from recurring and somehow be the best version of whatever Lance McCullers can be in 2025. So I got high hopes, man.
Can we just get some confidence from Lance, man? Give me some confidence tonight. And throw that's my biggest thing that I see with Lance is he seems to be avoiding the strike zone and trying to nibble, and that's why he walks guys and his pitch count gets up because it's like he doesn't trust his fastball and trust his stuff at times. I hope he has got some confidence to attack hitters and not try to nibble on the corners like we've been seeing him.
Yeah, I don't know that this version of Lance should be nibbling on anything. I feel like his struggles are not being able to throw strikes and his pitch count getting up there. I mean, I like Lance in attack mode. I understand that if Lance's off-speed stuff isn't there, it's going to be a rough night. I mean, we know that about Lance, and so go attack mode and see how long you can go. But I want to see the best version of Lance McCullers, and hopefully that can be enough to be a third or fourth starter in this rotation, and not just because everybody else by default you're the third or fourth starter. Whether it's him, Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, whoever it may be. I mean, we're going to run out of time here before the playoffs hit. If one of these guys don't hurry up and turn the corner and be somebody that the organization feels comfortable with, confident in, relying on in high-pressure situations.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we may get into this a little bit more depth maybe later on, but Clint, the Astros are playing this weekend in Baltimore, but the Texans, they're heading up to Detroit as they're going to play their final preseason game against the Lions this weekend. And I would imagine that a lot of the top players that you would think of probably won't go, since they had a lot of ones versus ones in that joint practice yesterday. But for you, are there still some big things to watch for and some important things for D'Amico and his team?
Yeah, I think there's some big important things, and I think there's some just simply things that are going to be entertaining. I think, number one, Cam Robinson. Does the left tackle, veteran left tackle, does he play at all this preseason? Right? The point in him playing would be, one, to get him some experience, some run this season before you enter a regular season game where he could potentially be playing. Another reason is you play him, you prove to the world, you prove to the other 31 NFL teams that he's healthy. And if Ariante Ursery is somebody you're super confident in at left tackle and you want to move on from Cam Robinson, then you put it out there that he's completely healthy. Maybe you have a chance to move on from him. I have no idea whether they're interested in moving on from him or not, and don't have a gut feeling either way, to be completely honest with you. But boy, a $12 to $14 million swing tackle, our backup tackle seems to be a swing and miss by Nick if that's how they end this thing. But Cam Robinson, does he play tonight? Dameon Pierce, tomorrow afternoon. I'm sorry, Cam Robinson, Dameon Pierce, the new tight end, Harrison Bryant. I think he's a player that a lot of folks want to see. I would imagine he needs to get a little bit of run here in Nick Caley's offense. And more importantly, you got to play somebody. So Dalton Schultz probably ain't going to play much, if any at all. Cade Stover's probably not going to play much, if any at all. So somebody's got to play. Harrison Bryant there, and then I think the back end of it, the Woody Marks is going to be a guy that's probably going to play quite a bit. He's going to could potentially be important to this team. I think on the defensive side of the football, Damon Arnett and Jalen Smith, the two depth corners here, both had interceptions last week. Can one of those guys separate from the other? Maybe Jalen Smith already has, but can one of those guys make it a no-brainer of who the third corner is, on this team? So yeah, I think there's some fascinating depth plays here, as well as some potential guys that are starters or starter caliber that could be playing to stay, playing to trade. Yeah. I don't know, but we'll get to see him in a Texans uniform possibly.
Yeah, I want to touch on this a little bit more because you hit on Cam and his situation. And let's talk about this on the other side. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. It looks like to us, and by all accounts, that Titus Howard and Ariante Ursery are going to be this team's tackles now with Ed Ingram, maybe Juice Scruggs, but Ed Ingram has been running with the ones at that right guard spot. Are you surprised that the Texans are at this point that Titus is kicked back out to a tackle spot? Are you surprised by that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down in Detroit tomorrow. sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. My man Aubrey Yancey said Ron is looking like a substitute teacher that be flirting with the teachers. I'm guessing maybe it's with me holding up this this coffee cup and this button up.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad profession. And those, I mean, teachers, substitute teachers, pretty fertile hunting grounds.
I got to believe, and obviously we've seen stories, there's got to be so much nastiness and sex going on in them with them teachers, especially them young ones in them elementary schools and middle school. There's got to be so. I mean, as you said, there are multiple people on the hunt, horny, stressed.
Sounds like a father's been dropping kids at school for the last 6 years, 7 years.
I'm just saying. I look at it. I'll be looking through there, and I'll be driving through and looking at people that they're running the car line and stuff, thinking, yeah, I bet they be shooting a shot.
Oh, no question.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? I mean,
I look at the police officer at that elementary school. I'd be like, he's giving it. He's probably tried to take a couple of shots.
well, I mean, when you've got the hurdle of like crossing paths is completely removed when you know you're all going to the same building every day.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is hard not to shoot shots at that point. I mean, it would be difficult. It would be difficult. I mean, I got to believe those are some fertile hunting grounds.
Oh, yeah.
To your point.
Willing.
I mean, yes. Same schedules. I mean, you know what I mean? There's not. Bad thing is, it's your backyard if you work there.
Yeah.
Be careful. But if you're a substitute teacher,
it hadn't stopped a lot of people.
You can always
the substitute teacher.
You can just move to the next district. See, I mean, I got
the next school.
I mean, I got to believe here. I mean, I got to believe on the east side over here. If I'm certified to be a substitute teacher in Galena Park, I would imagine I could ease on over to Goose Creek pretty easily. You know what I mean? I imagine I could bounce around to the different districts and be all right.
Yeah. It's an opportunity.
There it is, Byron.
There it is.
There it is for you, Byron. Substitute teacher, man.
Substitute teacher, baby.
You're young enough right now. Make you a run. Make you a little money on the side right there. And you never know what you'll run into, man.
Got good hair, good mustache.
Oh, no question. Nice guy.
There you go.
Hey, I got a girl back home. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll sit this one out.
Oh, okay. She a substitute teacher?
No.
Did you meet her? Have you met
she's
her?
a real teacher. Was she one of your teachers?
No.
Oh,
Text line coming through. Teachers and traveling nurses. They all let it look.
You could have left traveling off nurse.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Sally.
Another fertile hunting ground.
Oh, yeah.
The old hospital.
I mean, let's be honest.
God,
you get to thinking about like fertile hunting grounds. I mean, it's like.
But those situations in particular, like same schedules, you're seeing them every day in a spot like that.
Yeah, but if you start rattling off, you get with you fellas and start thinking about it. Like, what are the fertile hunting grounds? Teachers, nurses, drug reps. I mean, at some point, we're going to hit damn near every profession and be like, you know what? It's just. I mean, I think there's just
those dental hygienists.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just some. I mean, I think it's just a very sexual world.
Yeah, the school and the hospital right there, boy. That's it. That's it. All right. I said this, and you can jump in on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. It appears right now, the starting offensive line just appears right now. And I will know, obviously, September 7th against the Rams. But what they have been running out there, it has been left to right, Ariante Ursery, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews at center. Ed Ingram has been kind of filling that void in since they then kicked out Titus Howard at right tackle. Are you surprised that the Texans after everything that seemed to be the game plan of what they were going to do in the offseason and how they were going to get here, are you surprised that they have made this type of shift, in particular the big one, not having Cam Robinson, who is now healthy, in the lineup, and having Titus Howard kick back out to right tackle when it seemed like that was the big move on their interior?
No. Basically what you're saying, am I surprised at all that one injury to the guy that was supposed to play the one position that was going to replace Laramie Tunsil, that one guy being injured caused ultimately a reshuffling of the deck? No, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Look, I told you before, there's nothing that a Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's offensive line can do to surprise me.
Yeah.
There's no, I mean, and I don't mean that negatively, and I don't mean that positively. I literally mean the way that they're approaching and have always, since I've been here with Bill O'Brien, the 2 years of dysfunction, and Nick Caserio, which he was part of the dysfunction at I think for one of those years, maybe both of those years. I never have been comfortable with we are going to cross-train guys and we are going to play our best five. And they literally, and look, it may work. I don't know. I don't know. It obviously worked up in New England, right? But they literally cross-train and best five you to death. I don't know if that is a kind of a crutch to justify not going out there. Like I just looked up here a while ago. I know Minnesota had some offensive line issues last year, and you look up and who'd they go get? They went and got a center and two guards, right? They're not, those guards aren't playing tackle. The tackles aren't playing guards. And it just seems like since I've been here, it's the approach of we're just going to get our best five, which then allows them to just rotate guys around all over the place to every position. And to me, that puts me in a position to really look at and go, nothing would surprise me with this team. So no, it does not surprise me that, again, Titus Howard in an emergency situation was forced back to right tackle. And now
it's no longer an emergency situation right now, though, is it? Now Cam is back, and now it feels like they.
No, I think the emergency situation
was not Cam getting hurt. You think the emergency situation was?
I think Cam sparked it.
Yeah.
And then you got Blake Fisher and you got Ariante Ursery out there, and you can't even practice.
Yeah.
Because you got two defensive ends in Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson that are just destroying every pocket, so you can't get anything accomplished. So you have to try something to see if you can get better. That something is Titus Howard back up out there, and all the reports are since Titus Howard's gone back out there, now things have cleaned up at practice and they can actually get some things accomplished. And so your emergency has turned into your best option. And so, but no, I am not surprised that we are still very unsure about the interior offensive line, and we are still very unsure about what the starting offensive line is going to look like for the Texans.
Yeah, text line coming through. I'm with Clint, not surprised at all. I'm going to tell you, I am a bit surprised. And this is why I'm a bit surprised, and I think I give the Texans credit for this. We are now, 15 days away from the first game of the season, and I am a bit surprised that they have committed $12 million to Cam Robinson, and they committed to, all right, our big move to fix the interior is Titus Howard. I am a bit surprised that they're not at least giving this more time to try to force this to work. Right, like I'm at least, especially with Cam, who hasn't really done a whole lot except for get injured to lose that spot. But I do think Ariante Ursery has played so well that maybe the future at left tackle has arrived. And just because you're paying him $12 million this year, they're not going to say, well, let's force this to occur.
Stumbled up on something.
Yeah, let's not. So, like, as you know, man, hey, man, they just had to trade Kenyon Green, who you drafted in the first round that clearly didn't work as a bust. They just had to trade the receiver, John Mechie, to the same place, a second rounder, it didn't work. You know, guys don't always like to have to do that to show that they were clearly off on something. And I give them credit for saying, hey, Ursery is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
And we're not going to just put Cam Robinson over there because he got paid $12 million. So I am a bit surprised that they hit the eject, as you would say, the eject button that quick on the plan of Titus at right guard and Cam Robinson at left tackle. Because Cam Robinson, that was the big move, you know, free agent, new player coming in. That was the big money move they made. I think it's the right thing to do. I think Titus being at right tackle and Ursery at left tackle is the right thing to do. I'm a bit surprised that they pressed the eject button so quickly on those moves.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, as you're talking, I'm thinking through it, is this is where I thought they would land before the draft and before free agency. I thought you not before free agency, after free agency, before the draft, right?
Yeah.
Is you sign, as you said, Cam Robinson. I thought Titus Howard would be a tackle. And then you're looking interior and you're going, man, Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, man, how did that upgrade now with Juice and Jarrett Patterson, and now we know Jake Andrews? Like, how does that upgrade the interior offensive line? You're kind of looking at it like, man, well, then they come out and obviously Titus is inside. Then you draft a tackle, your future tackle, and it's kind of one of those where as the dust has settled, it looks like we're right back where I thought we would be. I didn't know they were going to draft a tackle. I thought they'd draft interior, but drafting a tackle, you're drafting for the future. You're right back where you thought they would be with Titus at tackle, Cam at tackle, and the guys at the new free agents you brought in are interior guys to try to help that interior. And are they good enough? We'll see.
I don't know. I thought they would have pushed that a little bit of Cam and Titus at right guard. I thought they would push that a little bit more before they said, all right, this ain't working.
Yeah. Well, Cam being injured put a
They just said, you said Will and Daniil just wrecking practice may have made them have to pull the trigger.
Well, if Cam doesn't ever get hurt, I think you got Cam at left tackle and Ariante Ursery at right, and Titus is probably still inside. And I don't think you have – because really Blake Fisher was a big part of the pocket just collapsing and not being able to practice, along with Ariante Ursery not being able to come off the field because he's the best option. Now he's a rookie going against those two.
And Cam was struggling too at times.
Yeah. And they all – they all will. But it's interesting where they've landed, man.
Yeah, it is. All right, coming up, people have some thoughts on Yordan I'm seeing across the text line. We'll discuss some of that and get you ready for the rest of the evening and get you ready for the Astros as they got to continue this big series, see if they can get a dub to get this to a 2-game streak. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Yordan Alvarez and Our Vision Homes, baby. They got a couple things in common. They're absolutely the best in the business, right? Small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes, man. Turnkey custom home builder that can dream, design, and build your family's dream home, y'all. Look, all the options, all the bells and whistles. The design is absolutely beautiful. We're talking about bourbon wine rooms, butler pantry, safe rooms, etc. If we go beyond the house, though, talk about the ancillary things, right? We're talking about a casita for the in-laws. We're talking about an iron building shop for all your toys. We're talking about a pool that you've always wanted, right? All of that, one point of contact. It is Our Vision Homes. If you're looking to build that dream home, you're crazy if you don't look into Our Vision Homes. OurVisionHomes.com. Go there to get inspired, baby. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Every exclusive Payne and Pendergast interview with Texans GM Nick Caserio is award-worthy.
We sent all of our Caserio interviews to the Marconi people, and they came back with
they threw those out and said, why are we nominating these folks?
That's right. Yeah. They deleted them all, and then we sent more stuff.
Seriously, you guys do a great job, so congratulations to you and everybody at 610.
You're too kind, Nick.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long. So come into Macy's today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Wrecked after a head-on collision with an 18-wheeler? Broken. Out of work, bills piling up faster than a Texas tornado. And what's the insurance company doing? Looking into it. Looking into what? Their lunch plans? They've been looking into it for months while you're sitting here suffering. Enough is enough. I'm Bill Adler, the Texas Hammer. I don't just look into things.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Y'all are making a lot of assumptions. They told us from the very beginning it was a competition at every position. I think it's as simple as they are settling in on their final five. It's not a competition at every position. There was not a competition at quarterback. There was not a competition on the starting defensive ends. There was not a competition on the cornerbacks. It's not always a competition. There's also a telling thing. Hey, when you get paid one of the top 7-8 guys that we have on the team this year, usually they want to get something out of that investment. Usually the thought is not, hey man, I know we paid this dude $12 million and that's in the top 10 of the most guys we're going to pay the most this year. We'll have him on the back burner. We'll have him on the bench. No. You can read through the lines on things. People that are drafted early, like Jaden Higgins, Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins. He is going to get time. He was their first pick. Like he's got a longer leash. I think you know that. I think you know that when you rolled in there, when we saw them bring guys out after free agency, after the draft, we said to ourselves, well, Ariante Ursery was a second round pick this year. They moved up to get him. probably a guy that's got a shot. Right?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's silly, man. I mean, it's silly. You know, the whole making a lot of assumptions. They told us everybody's going to compete, and I mean, it's silly. The reality of it is you go to practice and you watch what the hell's going on. Call it a competition if you want. If you feel better calling it a competition, that's fine. Blake Fisher pissed down his leg. He's been terrible, right? If it was a competition, it no longer is a competition. Cam Robinson got hurt. If that was a competition, it's no longer a competition, right? Ariante Ursary moved over there at left tackle and has played really well, competing with nobody. He was the left tackle. Cam Robinson's been hurt. There was no competition, right? Titus Howard had to move outside because
Blake Fisher wasn't playing
well. Blake Fisher pissed down his leg.
They had to move Ursary over.
And practice was a mess.
And Trent Williams wasn't ready.
So if you want to look at Trent Brown still ain't ready. I mean, Trent Brown has got to be a damn mentor or something. I mean, this has got to be an emergency mid-year tackle if you need it kind of deal. Yeah, so I mean, you can from a 30,000-foot view just say, oh yeah, it's a competition. It's going to land where it will. It's not. This has not been about competition. This is about a guy that they were depending on at right tackle being arguably the biggest disappointment in training camp, I would say, Blake Fisher. This is about the guy that you signed to replace one of the highest paid, best pass protecting left tackles in the game has been injured and has not been able to compete. The closer we get to a real season, the further it is from a competition. And in their absence, the protection has improved and the O-line play has been better with a rookie being forced to play left tackle because of an injury, and Titus Howard moving back to right tackle because a second-year player was playing so bad that they couldn't protect the quarterback. Again, that's why you have a left and right tackle. Now, the competition, if you want to talk about competition, if you want to view this thing as a competition, the competition was at center and Jake Andrews won it. The competition right now is at right guard. I think Ed Ingram's leading the way. I think Ed Ingram played well. I think when they moved Titus, Ed Ingram jumped in there. I think he's done some good things. Juice Scruggs, they want to be a player. He's his former second-round pick that they picked to be the future center here, and it didn't pan out. And I think I think Ed Ingram, now this is an assumption, Texter, this is an assumption. I think Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs are in a real competition. I think they're both going to play in this game. In fact, if one of them doesn't, you can assume right now they are the starting right guard. I think both of them are going to play in this game. And I think this game, the reps in this game that each one of them get, it's going to impact the competition for that right guard. But let's not sit around here and be silly. None of this was about competition. Titus didn't go win a competition at right tackle.
Or a right guard.
Ariante Ursary didn't win a left tackle competition. Cam Robinson didn't lose a left tackle competition. He was injured. This isn't about the overuse of competition, especially you could try to sell it 2 years ago when D'Amico got here and it was cutting time. But the beauty of the Houston Texans team right now is there's little to no competition in your starting units. I mean, who on the offense, who on this offensive unit outside of the right guards right now are really competing?
Backup running back?
Yeah, backup running backs.
Maybe.
Yeah. Irv Smith and Harrison Bryant, the tight ends, backup tight ends.
Third
right?
tight end. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even be honest with you. Like you look at the two rookie receivers out of Iowa State, they're not competing. They're competing with themselves to come out and prove that they can play at the NFL level and make some plays. But they got a roster spot. They're going to be here. They weren't ever competing with John Mechie.
Maybe Higgins is competing with Hutch. Maybe.
I mean, for a roster spot, no.
Not a roster spot.
For some run. I mean, if you want to call it a competition, let's be honest. If Higgins goes out there and is a deep threat that we think he is,
he's going to get it.
Hutch ain't even going to be in the conversation.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. It's about whether he can make plays or not. It's not about whether he's better than the next guy. It's just the competition stuff is to me, when I hear D'Amico Ryans talking about competition, it's about competing with yourself. It's about competing with the elements. It's about going out there and competing when you're with the Texans defense, if you're an offensive player, whoever's across the ball from you. a joint practice in Detroit. This weekend, it's going to be it's about competing to win this rep. It's not about competing with the guy that's behind me. That's not what every time I hear these guys say compete, I believe it's misunderstood. I think they're talking about competing with that rep, the heat, the playbook being bigger, the pressure being bigger, the guy across the ball from you, not the guy that's in the same damn room with you. And so I didn't mean to get in a rant.
Well,
it's just silly to talk about the offensive line. Well, they told us it's going to be about a competition. Come on, man. The only reason there's a rotation going on is because they have no clue whether Jake Andrews can play. He just got cut by New England. But yeah, they have no idea. Ed Ingram couldn't play his way out of a wet sack in Minnesota. They couldn't get rid of him quick enough. You can say the same thing about Cam Robinson. Let's talk about the guys that were here last year. I mean, none of these offensive linemen played well last year. Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson's probably played the best out of all of them. Let's be honest. Titus has got some bad film from last year, right? I mean, so I don't know. None of this is a result of competition.
Well, especially if you know, like, the plan is not, all right, man, we're going to bring a guy in for $12 million to compete with somebody. Like, the plan is for that player
bingo
to have, like, some guys you can look at and say, I don't know about the competition thing. Like, I don't know, right? Like, yeah, Jackson Dart is competing with Russell Wilson. Yeah. It's just no. It's a matter of time when they feel like he's ready. Russell Wilson knows he is not starting past the first game of the year. Nothing's guaranteed with him because he knows. Yeah, he knows where he was drafted.
Look, I think you had Ariante Ursary and Blake Fisher competing at the right tackle spot. I think you had Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews competing at the center spot. Those were your two competitions. One of them's been decided. Really, both of them have ultimately been decided, but one of them was because one guy actually competed and was better for the time being, and the other guy just was, again, is the biggest disappointment in training camp, I would say. So it's the competition word really, I don't know why it really gets under my skin.
Well, for me, it's just people just get silly. I mean, somebody signed for $12 million that's been a proven left tackle in the league, and you just trade away Laramie Tunsil. You know that they don't want that person on the bench. Right. As you said earlier, it'd be a bad thing if you potentially, jumped out there and spent that kind of money and you don't use that player. That's not what teams want to go about doing in a salary cap sport. You got to hold things together. All right, come